and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Luke has got it, and for the win.
Doncic, shot, and it's over. What a gritty victory by the New Orleans Pelicans. Undermanned. They get the W.
All right, turn off the siren, Joey. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Wednesday edition of Sean and RJ with Brian Broadus in for Choppy, a show that we've been trying to do together for a very, very long time. Good morning, man. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's funny. I didn't realize what I was doing. I know you and I have talked about this for a while, and I didn't realize that it was like you do the show at 5:30 in the morning a.m. And so I'm walking out of here at 7 o'clock, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm going to have to come back here and do this all over again.
Couple hours,
but no, all good.
And I'm sending you the prep email at like 6:30 p.m., so you're getting the email for this morning, last night.
Yeah. While
G-Bag is still on the air. But hey, you've always said you're good with the morning hours.
I am. When you get to be the old man that I am, that you wake up. You naturally, and I listen.
What time do you usually wake up? What's your usual sleep and then wake up? I
usually try and get to bed. Now with the sports on at night and stuff like that.
My God, you watch the games?
I watch the games.
Oh,
I enjoy watching the games.
I didn't realize that every host in town watched the games or could talk about sports.
I even like text the coaches and stuff after the games to try and figure things out.
Yeah.
But it's usually like I'm when the games end, that's when I go to bed, and then getting up, and I can get up like 5:30. I'm like at this time I'll be everybody can look at their phone. That's the big thing now with the way Twitter is, the way that the information that you can get. Totally, just you can roll over, look at your phone, scroll through things. I'll answer questions in the morning from Cowboy fans.
Okay.
So it's usually the fans that are overseas that get it first. So like those Twitter questions. So if you wake up in the morning, you're like, if you already don't have me on mute, I know everybody I work with probably has me on mute because of all the questions I do answer. But yeah, you can knock out a bunch of that and then get up and kind of get your day going.
You got no coffee, no caffeine in front of you.
I've never had a cup of coffee in my life.
What?
Never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Why?
I just never have. It was one of those things that it's funny when I was in scouting in the NFL, I had my office there. I had a coffee maker in my office. But I would make coffee for everybody else. I'd go out and buy like the ground.
You're a Gavin Spittle of the Eagles.
Exactly. I would just ground coffee, and we had the community coffee from New Orleans, the chicory. I know you always kind of rail on chicory.
Rest
coffee.
in peace, Roger Emmerich.
Yeah,
that tree bark nastiness.
That's what that's the kind of gets you going in the day. But I would make coffee every morning, and people would come in the office and they knew they could get a cup of coffee there. But in my life, I have never had a cup of coffee.
But is it something?
It's nothing. It's nothing medically. Nothing medically at all with it. It's just I've never. If you say caffeine to me is iced tea unsweetened. That's and I don't drink like hot tea or anything like that. It's just
sodas.
Not at all. Not at all.
Wow.
It's funny. I just don't. I know people.
You on coffee might be a little scary. I don't know. It might be.
Well, they say it's more scary that I make up my bed in a hotel room.
That you what? Oh, you make the Bobby Belt. Yeah, you make your own bed.
I've had.
You're disciplined.
It's something just you do every morning as part of your routine.
Yeah.
That you get up and this is what I do, and I hate clutter, and I hate not being neat. Like when I leave here today, you will see me clean down my whole station for Corey to sit here.
So do you notice like on the ground around here?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And we all have our culprits, and we all try to figure out. Now I love this guy dearly, but I think the number one culprit in the clubhouse for leaving a mess around here is. Do you have a name? I'll give the name.
Go ahead.
My guy Jared Sandler. I think it's my guy, Jared.
Okay, so
he's a snacker. I think popcorn kernels.
Yeah.
I think I've cleared K and C. I used to think it was them.
Gavin Dawson will eat now.
Oh, yeah.
Dawson will eat during a show. The Get Right guys, they eat outside. They eat in the bullpen.
Really?
But like Dawson in the middle of a segment will break out like a power bar or something like that. But yeah, you're right about Jared because he'll eat rice cakes. That's what's on the ground.
That's what's on the ground.
Yeah, I don't venture over into your area very much, but I know that Jarrett Sandler eats a lot of rice cakes.
Everybody getting called out today. Sharif and Broadus together. Finally, Choppy is out for a few days on vacation. All right, we played the clip to start off. The clip to start off. We got Joey running things, Ryan on the cameras. It's an awful loss for the Dallas Mavericks. There's no other way to put it. You knew there was going to be a little bit of a letdown. I was let down in crosstalk when the news came out that Brandon Ingram, concussion protocol, Zion probably wasn't going to play. I was all teed up for this game, Broadus. Luka and Christian Wood versus the Pelicans and Zion back. You could feel the air sucked out of the TNT pregame broadcast, and Barkley kept warning them. This is a potential trap. This is a problem. And Shaq said, if you are that team, if you're the Mavericks trying to take a step forward, you cannot lose this game. And not only can you not lose it, you need to come out and put your foot on the throat and end any New Orleans chances early on. It did not happen. The Pelicans score 40 points in the first quarter. They're getting everything that they want in the paint. It's layup central. No Brandon Ingram, no Zion. They don't have their best defensive stopper, and they beat the Mavericks last night as the Mavs get close enough at the end. And Luka, again, you knew that three was going up. I was calling for Dinwiddie to get the game-winning three. He hit a couple last year. It was a bad loss.
Yeah, but that looked like that game-winning three got up from Baton Rouge, about 62 miles away.
He loves it.
He loves the fact that, and it was to that area where he won that game in the bubble. It was you're thinking
Clippers.
Yeah, the Clippers game. You're sitting there going, well, maybe, but it's just unfortunate. I mean, did the Pelicans miss a shot to start that game?
Man, 9 of 10 early. It was 21-8.
I think they were 17 of 20 at one time.
I have 9 and 10 early. Everything was at the bucket.
Yeah.
I mean, everything.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. I was worried about Valanciunas in that game because with Wood and stuff, and and I know I was talking with the guys in the G-Bag Nation about it. There was some thought. This is a big guy, 6'11", 265 pounds. How would Wood play? Would it be a little bit different for him defensively to have to deal with that?
Right.
Saw a little bit of with that going on, but yeah, no, this is a game. I was with you. I was with you to the point of I'm cheerleading. I'm one of those guys that if the other team's best players don't play, I'm not one of those idiots that goes, oh, well, it's not their best. It doesn't. No. Winning is winning. I don't care how you do it. Trust me, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't play against the Cowboys in a couple weeks, I'm not that guy.
Well, that's how I usually treat it when someone's out against my team. If Justin Fields is out Sunday, I'm happy.
Yeah.
But last night, I wanted them playing for the entertainment, as a measuring stick for the big matchup with Zion coming back.
But there's plenty of these games to get measuring sticks, right?
These guys are going to sit here and there. We're going to get load management. Who knows how long Zion's going to be healthy? I just wanted to see
When is Zion ever healthy? See, that's the thing about it. You never play the Pelicans at full strength.
Yeah.
But to me, that was one of those. I don't know if it was defensively for the Mavs as much as it was just the Pelicans being that good to start the game. The fact that Dallas was able to make a run before half to even make it a 2-point game, I thought okay, now the Pelicans, we're going to see the talent in the second half just take over.
Luka had 22, 6 and 6 at the half. Christian Wood had 13. They scored 40 in the first quarter. They had 40 points in the paint.
Yeah.
And that was really the story of the game. I thought Stan Van Gundy, I think he's excellent on these broadcasts and on these calls. He can educate numbnuts like me out there. Trey Murphy was huge. Luka was getting hurt and banged up with his elbows and his ankles. The way I know it's a really, really bad loss, I didn't get a call from Bassick. I think Bassick is so ticked off. I didn't get a phone call. I usually do a halftime rant, but I think he was on the BetQL network.
Oh, he was BetQL, and he was. Bassick has figured out that he could talk about his love for the Mavs. I wonder how many of these BetQLs and things he's going to go with Dutch oven. They're doing all these
Twitch and
streams and stuff like that. You can pretty much follow Mike's mood to a Mavs game. And he was on it last night. He was talking about Luka shooting threes. How many more are we going to do? How many more are we going to see? How is he hurting the team doing this?
Yeah. And it's a double-edged sword, right? Because I truly believe that Luka Doncic is made for the moment. He loves it. He craves it. I'm sure you've scouted players. You've had players, other players say, some guys are going to pass that ball quickly. They want no part of it. Yep. Luka craves it. You love that he craves it, but you know that shot is going up every single time. And it's a low percentage shot. But to me, it's not even about the shot at the end. Why wasn't Christian Wood on the floor? And how did they get 40 points in the paint with no Zion and no Brandon Ingram? So a bad loss for the Mavericks last night on the road. Your boy Sean Payton was there.
He was there. The thing about with...
Wait. So you're wearing the LSU vest.
Always wear LSU.
Okay. So you're obviously a Louisiana guy. New Orleans have... this Pelicans team have a... fan base, a good following.
Oh,
you hear anything about it?
You saw it last night. They had a lot of empty seats. The thing about the Saints are playing so bad right now that the LSU fans are holding on to LSU, the Tigers, after a big win against Ole Miss.
Yeah.
But they're professional teams. But they're off to a nice start, 3-1. I think you'd have to be happy. The Pelicans,
absolutely.
When you watch, their games. They're a fun team. They were a fun team last year when they made that trade.
Very fun.
And so you're kind of interested in that. But the crowd, very, very much a front-running crowd.
Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. Brian brought us in for Choppy. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. What is happening at College Station? Jimbo Fisher trying to explain the problems, and Kanye is getting dropped by athletes left and right. Plus, the Cowboys made a big move. Literally a big move. We'll find out if it's actually a big move from Brian Broadus in studio. Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up.
They lost to the Senators the other night. That was Ottawa's fourth straight win. And last night they lose to the Bruins 3-1. Boston improving to 6-1. 6-1 as the Stars lose their second straight. Sean Sharif, Brian Broadus in for Choppy. That's right. Don't check your Ambien prescription and figure out where you're waking up, how you're waking up. Broadus is on this morning. Bobby Belt for the next 2 days. You a Stars follower?
Yeah, I do like to watch the Stars. I think the Stars, going to Stars games are a lot of fun. I think if you take a group of people and go.
That and racing.
I love racing. But
in person, those two sports just feel so much different.
Absolutely. Stars games, and they're off to a good start, though. That's the thing. I mean, it's been a rough stretch. You go through Canada, and then they take you down the coast. I think 10 of their first 12, like on the road. So that's a little bit of a difficult situation right there. But it looks like a team that's kind of well constructed, and
they've been scoring.
That was
the big concern.
That's the thing when you watch them play, and actually watching them on the power play 2 nights ago. I was watching them in Montreal, kind of back and forth between the Mavs and in Memphis, and then the Stars in Montreal. And man, just the puck movement is so much better. I mean, so many times you watch them play and they go on the power play and you're thinking it's like a curse. The thing you were worried about the most is somebody getting a shorthanded goal against them, because the puck movement and a potential turnover and stuff like that was just not good.
What has been the I might be interviewing you a little bit today because we never get to host a show together. I know you probably get pigeonholed. The guy who gets pigeonholed, I think, the most on the station, and I get it, but it's really unfair to him, is Sandler. Like,
yes,
Jared probably loves sports and knows the most all around sports more than anyone in the building. But he's baseball guy and you're football guy. So what other sport have you enjoyed the most, or has been easy or the most difficult for you to kind of follow along with and learn their program?
When I was with DallasCowboys.com, that's all you just worry about the Cowboys. You worry about the Cowboys.
So Eatman comes on this morning.
Yeah.
We'll ask Nick. So if McAfee got traded last night or at like 6 a.m. this morning, Nick will have no clue about it.
Yeah. What happened?
He'll be like, oh, I have no clue. It's like he's just total tunnel vision. No idea about anything else.
It's funny, though. The thing you learn when you work with DallasCowboys.com, you're on a big stage. You really are. You're on a worldwide stage. But working on the radio or talking on the radio is a little intimidating when you're sitting over there, because like you said, you guys want to
What's the difference? You're in a podcast studio. We're sitting here in a room.
You're kind of in a bubble over there. Here, when you're here, it's like, you have these listeners. Yeah, you have worldwide audience over at DallasCowboys.com, but you're kind of in that little bubble. There's so much interaction with, your teammates on the radio. At DallasCowboys.com, you got just your little group. So that's what you're used to talking to. And what, if you ask that person a question, what answer you're probably going to get.
Yeah.
Getting interviewed by you guys is an intimidating thing, because you don't know what angle you're taking today.
Right.
Are you taking Dak can't throw the ball down the field angle?
Right.
And then when you get that question, you're almost like, wait a minute, am I trying to prove somebody's point here, where when I go off air, it's going to be, Sean, I told you, RJ, I told you Broadus knows football and you don't want to listen. And he told you,
right.
That's the thing. You don't want to say something that draws, into maybe a big time disagreement there.
We got some big time problems in College Station.
Yeah.
Jimbo Fisher and A&M in the middle of a 3-game losing streak. Billy Lucci got it right. Thanks to the Tolo who sent me his report yesterday. Tex Aggs was the first to report indefinite suspensions for 3 players, all true freshmen. Broadus, this looks to be part of the dream team recruiting class that Jimbo and Saban were fighting about. Jimbo was asked, he's getting made fun of. I think this is a little bit unfair. This is some headline porn, some media spin, as Mark Cuban would call it, as Jimbo was asked, what do you tell future recruits about the future of your struggling program?
With 4 losses so far, it's been pretty disappointing. What's your message to recruits about the future of the program?
Look at what we're doing and the guys that happen. And also, you look at that in the back, they see opportunities. Everybody says, I go somewhere winning all the time. I may not play for a while. You know what I'm saying? But no, we've got good young players. Look at the young players team. Look at the young talent we have. Look at the guys making a lot of the plays, and they see it. We got a good nucleus of what we're doing, and that we're only a playoff on those games. And you sell that, and you see it, and be truthful about it. There's no in recruiting. The key to recruiting, there's no pitch. When you're a good recruiter, you tell the truth. Recruiting is about one thing: truth and relationships. You can draw it up 100 ways, but it's silly. There is no pitch. There is no magical formula. There is no pixie dust. You build a relationship through truth and trust, and be honest with them about where you see them, what they do, and you don't base everything off 1 year either. You don't base things off history, what people have done, where they've been, what's happened, schools have happened, players, and see the future of what a program is. But it's based off truth and trust, it's what you tell them.
I thought it was a good answer. It got spun by other SEC programs. Jimbo tells future recruits, our losing is the way to go. This is going to give you an opportunity. Come here and lose. But Brian, all I get from college football fans is the comparison between Kevin Sumlin and Jimbo Fisher's record after they started off the season ranked number 6. They won the offseason, lost to App State at home. They won against Miami and Arkansas, and then they've lost 3 straight: Mississippi State, Bama, and South Carolina. What's going on?
Yeah, they've that's the problem. And he talks about recruiting, but the thing that you worry about now is that these coaches are going to have to come up with a different pitch. It's one thing to get your kids to come to your university. It's another thing to get them to stay. And this is about the recruiting portal, or the transfer portal, I should say. Because what's going to happen is you can build trust and all this with these kids. These kids, the minute they feel like they're being slighted or something is happening to them, or they're not seeing that trust or whatever you're trying to build there, they're out the door.
Your feelings on Jimbo as a coach? You know anything? You know much about him?
Yeah. The thing with Jimbo is he is a very good recruiter. And the thing about him that teams or players like and high school coaches like about him is how accessible he can be. He makes you feel good about being in the room. And that's the whole trust aspect. Now, there are people like Danny Cannell that will come on our station and who played at Florida State and understand the whole thing of Jimbo Fisher and will tell you, Jimbo Fisher doesn't need to be calling the plays anymore. Jimbo Fisher needs to get somebody else in there because his offensive ways, schemes, ideas.
Little
old. You can get all the players you want, but your ideas have to be. Look what Alabama's done all these years. Alabama's offensive coordinator changes, it seems like, every single year.
Yeah.
And they go get players. They have an idea of the scheme, what they want to
evolve.
And they evolve.
Saban opened it up.
Yes.
When we're going to give you Derrick Henry, and you're going to get the running backs, and we're going to have, your
Trent Richardson. I mean, they've had him. They've had all these back,
but their quarterbacks were not going to win the Heisman, and then Saban opened it up, and they did,
and they won the Heisman. Yeah, that's the thing about it, though. I think with Jimbo Fisher I think to a point, Aggie fans are patient, but we're getting to that point when you start to see the Summerlin, those kinds of comparisons.
And now it's going to be Ole Miss coming up this weekend.
Off a bad loss to LSU.
Off a bad loss to Brian's LSU Tigers, number 15, Ole Miss. All right. Yesterday, we got some breaking news here on your home of America's team. I thought it was a position the Cowboys did not realize you had to go after. One of the positions they did not value. The one weakness on this defense was a filled and addressed yesterday. Let's ask Mr. Football, Brian Broadus, to kick off the 6 a.m. club with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And a good morning to the 6 a.m. club. I got Brian Broadus beside me in for RJ Choppy. Joey running things. It's a hump day edition. You got to say hump day like Choppy.
Hump day.
There we go, here on your home of America's team. So my wife opened up a TikTok account for me. All I've been doing...
I've noticed you on your TikToking.
Yes.
You've come up on my timeline. So
you have a TikTok?
I do. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of folks out there that do things. You have an interesting one because you'll do food reviews and things like that. And that's really, you can set it up to where you can follow people that do, quick meals.
Any category.
Any category. My favorite ones are when chefs critique.
Oh, Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, Gordon Ramsay, and there's a
someone's cooking on the other side.
On the other side,
and he's judging it,
and he's like,
no, that looks good. Oh, don't do that.
There's one guy that does it, a chef there's another a really creative chef that does chocolate, and it's like, oh, what is this psycho doing? Oh my gosh, I would fall apart. Oh. And then it goes 10 out of 10, I'd eat that. And then there's somebody that would no, wait, what is she doing with the chicken?
Yeah.
No, what? You got your gloves on. What? Why are you taking your gloves off? That kind of stuff.
Yes.
That's the thing I kind of follow along.
Same.
It's fun. And of course, my racing. There's a lot of racing teams and stuff that do the TikTok thing, so it's kind of cool.
All right, I'm going to have to talk to you about Formula One a little bit later on in the show.
Yeah, please do.
Of this. But my point was, so I'll do food reviews and everything, put my barbecue up.
What's the one, are you laying on the couch? Was that couch or bed?
I'm always laying in the bed. So I always...
It's like you're waking up and you're like, okay, news broke. And
this was yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, I'm getting ready to take the nap, and all of a sudden the Cowboys make this trade. So I said, what the heck? I'll go on there. My wife says, just do a minute. Just do it. Because I don't understand, and I don't particularly get TikTok. I don't find the comedy. My wife loves it. But
it is funny at times.
She's like, just record it, and I'll edit the videos for you. So Brian Broadus, yesterday, I said, trade made, a relative no-name we all had to look up. Broadus is going to be on to break it down, and that's it. And they got 41,000 views. For me, that's like getting 4 million views.
Sure.
This is the power of the Dallas Cowboys. This is the power of saying Brian Broadus is coming on to break it down. And bam, you tweeted the scouting report. So that's my way of saying follow my TikTok to make my wife happy. Get Broadus as well. And let's talk about this move. And I love that the Cowboys address the position. They end up getting Jonathan Hankins from the Raiders. They are going to send a 6th-round pick. All right. There's some 6 and a 7s exchange with the Raiders, but the Cowboys are basically trading a 6 for Hankins. What does this do? Who is this guy?
Well, Hankins, and thank you for allowing me to reach out yesterday. I did post that scouting report on your Twitter thing.
Yeah.
And
it blew up.
Glad I got that taken care of.
So how do you, real quick, just side note, did you post that within the show?
Yeah.
So how did you get the report on him without watching the tape, unless you already knew him?
I have what's called the Gang of 7.
Oh, your GM buddies.
My GM buddies. So what happens is I don't always get to sit down and watch all these players play. Now, I'll go home and sit down, like I was watching the Bears last night, getting ready for after this show, I got to go over to DallasCowboys.com and do the Cowboys break. So what I was able to do is I have my Gang of 7. If you follow along with the G-Bag Nation, I refer to them quite a bit. It's the guys and the gals that are general managers, player personnel directors, and scouts. And I asked them their opinion on these players because they watch these guys all the time. And 3 of my guys got back to me and all were super positive about what Hankins is and what he can do for the Cowboys. They like the fact that he's a massive guy. They feel like, though, when you start to talk about take-up blocks, keep linebackers clean. That's the one thing in the running game that you see the biggest problem with the Cowboys is these second-level blocks where Van Der Esch and Barr and those guys curse. Those guys are fighting offensive linemen, and now the ball is near to them or by them. And so a guy like Hankins, what he can able to do is, 340 pounds, he takes up those blocks, and that's really the most important thing in playing the run game.
Now, obviously, he's available for a reason. Right? We're
It's
not
like Mickey
pretending
there.
like
Yeah.
we're not getting Warren Sapp. What'd you say about Mickey?
Mickey's like, well, why is he available?
Well, until he wears the star, and then he's Charles Haley, according to Mickey.
I do that too. I'm just having fun with Mickey. But yeah, no, the thing about it is, this is the type of guy that can help them because they're going to play some teams coming up that are going to run the football.
Yes.
This team they're about to play is going to run the football. Wait till you get Indianapolis. Wait till you get Tennessee. Minnesota. Wait till you get those teams. They're looking into the future, what potentially could happen.
So Pro Football Focus currently has Hankins graded better against the run than every Cowboys defensive tackle except for Tristan Hill. He was a second-round pick in 2013, so high pedigree, been around the league for a while. I think he was drafted by the Giants.
Giants, yeah.
But the Cowboys have allowed 117 or more rushing yards in 5 of their 7 games. They're 20th in run defense. They're allowing 4.4 a carry. And I did think we were having all these discussions over the past few weeks. Is this Cowboys defense great, special, elite? And I was like, they're not special because I still have felt like you can bully them a little bit in running the football. And I'm just so thrilled. And I should have asked, Jerry wasn't going to tell us yesterday, but I probably should have just said anything going on trade deadline wise. As you know, he told KMC last Friday, nothing happening. That could change. I just love that they saw it and they addressed it. Has this been a position? You've done countless drafts. We've done them together.
Yep.
Has this been a position they have devalued, kind of like safety? That big nose tackle, that big run stopper.
Yeah, it's really funny because under the Rod Marinelli administration, Rod was always like, "Nah, we don't need that guy." But he played with Booger McFarland as a one technique. I mean,
in Tampa.
Yeah, in Tampa. I mean, he's had big body guys that have played inside, and that's what made it funny to me. It's like, wait a minute, you had like a all-pro, Hall of Fame type of a player there at that one technique, and you don't value it now. So,
and what also doesn't make sense is this team's offensive identity is about running the football. That's what they want to do. They've said it nonstop.
Yeah.
So you would think on the other side, and maybe they're showing it now, they would believe that stopping the run was also very important.
Well, it's different now with Dan Quinn because Dan Quinn really, if you look at the fingerprints, you look at his defense, Dan Quinn's fingerprints are all over this defense. And that's because Will McClay trusts him. You know, there's coaches like, I was with Andy Reid, great evaluator. Look at Kansas City. There's a reason why Kansas City has the roster that they do. Because if you have a coach that's a really good evaluator, it makes all the difference in the world. And Will and Dan Quinn have this relation. This is why I think if they make a coaching change, Dan Quinn would be the head coach.
Yeah.
Because of that relationship. But Dan's the one that came in and said, well, listen, we need to get bigger inside. We need to do this. We need bigger safeties. We need bigger linebackers. We need bigger, That's what Dan was trying to do. So sometimes you have a philosophy switch where the previous regime is going, we don't need this guy. We don't need this guy. And then now the personnel guy's like, okay, fine. I'm not going to bring you a 340-pound guy. But then all of a sudden, Dan Quinn goes and works out Kentucky, works out Kelvin Joseph, and they also see Quentin Bohanna playing at Kentucky. And so Dan's like, okay, well, hey, there's the type of guy we can get right there. They tried to do it with Neville Gallimore, but it looks like to me that Neville Gallimore's a little bit in the doghouse right now.
Yeah, he was inactive, right?
He was inactive the other day. And there's talk about maybe that he was dealing with some things. I talked to Christy Scales pregame. She was saying there was a wrist thing involved. Stephen Jones came on station talking about things. So, but there's been some falling out. Now, I'll say this about Neville Gallimore. There were some times in the preseason I'm doing the games with Brad, and it's late in the third quarter, and a veteran guy is playing late in the third quarter in those games. You're going,
yeah,
what's going on here?
That's not a good sign.
Not a good sign.
That's not a good sign. So they get Jonathan Hankins. He's 30 years old from Vegas, and they give up a 6th-round pick. You okay with the compensation?
No, it's fine. That's the thing about it. And, there's people that will argue, they'll say, well, they needed a run-stopping, linebacker, defensive tackle, something like that.
Yeah, I got a lot of linebacker comments coming back.
Well, that's the thing with Clark. Damone Clark, though, they're going to get back. His practice time is about up, and then they'll put him on. I think that when you watch Anthony Barr play, he's been kind of a 50-50 player for you. Some days he's really good and fit, goes well in the fits. And then other days you're like going, man, what is he doing? Has he ever seen a block?
Yeah.
So.
And what about Van Der Esch? Van Der Esch has been a very, and I'm going to be honest, this is non-scout watching as a fan. I haven't noticed Anthony Barr at all during the course of the year, but Brad Sham has come on. He's been Anthony Barr has been outstanding. I noticed some of the fumble recovery. I haven't honestly noticed him. Van Der Esch is a very polarizing guy. People who follow the team, report on the team, say he's having a really, really good year, but you got some fans who are still calling him out. I think that they haven't gotten the first-round pick out of their minds expecting more.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is that, with him, I mean, he came onto the scene, Pro Bowl type player, and then all of a sudden he got banged up. He's one of those guys, though, that I think that Van Der Esch covers for some of the sins that you had with the defensive line playing the run and then the defensive, especially at the defensive end spots. Because you can.
Van Der Esch has say what you want about PFF. Got a 71 grade on there. That's good.
No, that's
for this season.
See, that's the thing about it. There's tackles that are responsible for the A gap. Van Der Esch responsible for the B, and then the C gap is the defensive end. And I'm going to be real honest here. I love Dorrance Armstrong. I was pom waving for him. When we got to in Oxnard, I thought him and Anthony Brown, that hadn't worked out so well. But the thing is, there's been some liabilities at defensive end.
Dorrance against the run.
Yeah, when it's playing the run, we can talk about, we love Randy Gregory. We love this, love that. You get guys like Tank that can play the run and rush the passer. That's what you want out of these guys. But yeah, they've had some struggles, and I think some of Van Der Esch's problems have been because he's trying to cover. He used to have to cover for Jalen Smith and some of the things that he was doing during games.
Right.
So, it looks like Van Der Esch is out of whack here. Well, it's, if you really knew what was going on, he's covering for other guys.
So it's perfect timing, it looks like, because the Cowboys are scheduled to currently face 4 top 10 rushing offenses the rest of the season. Brian talked about it. Henry, Dalvin. I can't get that Minnesota game out of my mind a couple years ago, and they just ran it down the Cowboys' throat. Jonathan Taylor, of course, who's been banged up, but he is back. So they make a move that I think everyone is pretty excited about. Did you have other trade names or targets written down?
No, it's funny because one of my Gang of 7 guys, I asked about that, and I asked about defensive linemen, and Hankins was like, the top guy he had on the list was, he says, listen, if you call the Raiders right now, you can get Hankins. And that was last week. So, yeah, I was just, it was names that weren't super exciting, but it was names that kind of fit. So I'll be interested to see if the Cowboys will do something at wide receiver, though. And this is my
a lot of people were chiming in for wide receiver.
But let's be honest here, Sean, and I'll ask you this question. Do you have concerns that if you bring in a wide receiver, how will Kellen Moore and this staff use him? Because I think there's some things going on with this Cowboy wide receiver group. I don't think they're perfect by any means, but you better be ready-made when it comes to route running, separation, all those things, because you're not seeing a whole hell of a lot of creativity when it comes to getting some of these guys open.
Yeah.
So,
but wide receiver need for what? Well, give me the skill set of the receiver that people want to bring in.
They want somebody that'll go get the football. Okay. This group,
like a burner?
No, they want a guy they want somebody to go snatch that ball. They want somebody that you see these players, these receivers around the league going and getting the ball. The Cowboys have a group. I mean, Des Bryant used to go get the ball.
Right.
That's the kind of thing. But
all I'm saying is the Cowboys have invested a ton there.
They have, but has that's what I'm asking you. If investing has been paying off, is Kellen Moore helping you with your investment?
Right.
That's the problem because
look, I was never the biggest. I would fight with David Hellman and everyone else last year. All those people have, not Dave, but everyone else. Of course.
You fight with Hellman.
Yeah,
he'll fight with
everyone's gone crickets.
Yeah.
When their point isn't correct. I was never the biggest Gallup guy to begin with.
Yeah.
I think Amari Cooper is a better receiver than CeeDee Lamb, but I get it. This is the world of the NFL.
Well, they made it personal.
Yeah, but I get it, right? You drafted Lamb. We did the draft that night.
Yeah.
The epic reaction from everybody. You drafted Lamb to probably replace Amari, and you got Gallup. You signed him to replace Lamb. You have your 1, you have your 2. Tolbert has been an absolute bust, but you still invested a 3rd-round pick.
Right.
You have Dalton Schultz, you franchise. Pollard can catch passes. I mean, you've invested a lot here.
You have, but have you benefited from your investment? Has the coaching staff?
Well, is it the coaching staff or is it the players?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Is
though.
Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb talented enough?
What about the situation? Dan Quinn seems like anybody they bring Dan Quinn, he seems to. Hey, take Curse. He's never shown he can cover. Oh, look, Malik Hooker's coming off 2 years of being out with an Achilles injury.
Now,
Micah Parsons, hey, you show me the tape of Penn State when Micah Parsons is rushing the passer like this. That's development right there. That's having a vision for your players.
I agree, but to be fair,
players have not been good. And
they haven't had their quarterback. To be fair.
But the quarterback hasn't been good at times either.
877-881-1053. There goes all the good feelings. There goes all the kumbaya to start off the Wednesday edition where Brian brought us in studio. It was only a matter of time, and you got an uglier scene with the basketball team. The Mavs somehow lose last night. What the guys on TNT think about your Dallas Mavericks. We have the audio from Barkley, Shaq, and Kenny after an awful loss on the road next.
Stick around.
So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
In the game, Doncic. Oh, bounce pass from a sitting position, and it was an absolute dime for a jam.
And that jam was to Christian Wood, the clear Robin on this team, except for at the end of these games. I think the number one criticism of the Mavs season so far has been towards the genius Jason Kidd. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I think you have an absolute stud. He proved it last year. He got absolutely everything out of that roster and out of that team. This is Sean and RJ. Brian Broadus is in for Choppy this morning. The Mavs lose on the road to the Pelicans, who had no Zion, no Brandon Ingram. They didn't have their best defensive stopper, but there was no defensive stopper needed for Christian Wood at the end of this game, Broadus, because Wood was not in there. I started counting it 3 minutes left. Where's Christian? Where's Christian? Where's Christian? He ended up with 23 points on 8 of 10 from the field, 6 rebounds. He did have 3 turnovers. I'm not worried about the free throws after the other night against the Grizzlies. He was fantastic at the double
10
AC.
or 12, yeah.
Yeah, after bricking it up against the Suns. What's your show's theory as to why Christian Wood isn't in at the end of some of these games?
Oh, I didn't have to have a theory. I just went ahead and asked. You know enough people over there. You just ask.
Oh, okay,
and
dog.
well,
I thought your connection and Coach Carlisle left.
No, I've got great source at the Pacers. If you want to know anything about the Pacers,
which no one in the world does.
Nobody wants to know anything about the Pacers until they start trading people and stuff like that.
Right.
But they were talking about the minutes that I know this from the game that against Phoenix.
By the way, really impressive by you to work, be the football guy, and then work a connection into other organizations. Very nice.
You would be surprised the number of folks in other organizations, whether it's baseball, hockey, whatever, basketball, that are football fans. So it's not a one-way street. I remember,
so you think
I have a great relationship with John Daniels, and I didn't have that, but I gained the relationship. I know John's gone.
Yeah. But
John is a huge New York Giants football fan. And he and I talked an hour before the draft this year about what the Giants were going to take.
Wow.
And the things I'd heard and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, you develop relationships because people like, hey, man, I respect your work. And I'm like, well, I appreciate your work too. But with the Mavs, with Wood, the things that I learned the other night after the Phoenix game was fatigue. That fatigue, like he had played, there was a stretch in that game where he had played 12 straight minutes, and then it got to the point he played more minutes in that fourth against Phoenix than Luka did. So I was like, well, hey, there's this thought that maybe that Wood's not finishing games and stuff like that, and the guy goes, no, wait a minute, go look at the minutes, go look how many minutes he played in the third, go look how many minutes he played in the fourth, But there was a fatigue factor in that game against Phoenix. Now I need to figure out what happened last night.
Yeah.
There's going to be a point in time where
is that a good enough excuse?
Well, you know what he
wasn't missing an off season.
Well, they also but I did hear this though too is like there was some questions of how well he was playing defense.
Yeah.
In that Phoenix game, it's like, well, hey, He gave up, like Lee made a big 3 over him in that, that was kind of a bad situation. So, yeah, there's that little bit of liability factor maybe. But, to me.
That makes me feel better for the record because I was like, there ain't no way Jason Kidd is crazy enough not to have his second best player in during crunch time. Now, that makes me feel better.
Well, let's find out today. I mean, it's not doing me any good right now doing a show with you. But they have a plan for this guy, and I thought it was just, well, he's not good enough defensively. There was like, no, well, I take that back. There were times where he wasn't good enough defensively, and then also though the fatigue factor. Those were the two reasons why he didn't play. Well, let's see tonight. They needed somebody to kind of close in that game last night.
Do you have an answer for why he's coming off the bench?
The thing that they like about him coming off the bench is they want him to earn his way. Now, I will say this. I know on the G-Bag Nation, I say this all the time when I talk to those guys. because there was some questions. Mike Bassick had some questions about, is this guy really a hard worker?
Yeah.
And my guys at the Mavs are like, hey, okay, he'll take a day or two off extra, but first guy in the gym, last guy to leave.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I trust that. If somebody who works closely with that organization, who's watching practice every day and working with these guys, is saying, no. He might take a day or two off on you, you know, but we know about it. It's not he's blowing stuff off.
That's great.
I think he's off to a great start here because of the work that they were able to do with him after he came here.
That is very good intel and info. 5th most minutes last night, though.
Yeah.
29 minutes. Finney-Smith gave you nothing. Bullock was terrible from the outside. JaVale McGee, 8 points. Dinwiddie was your second best player. Maybe your third best player, whatever.
Yeah.
Coin toss between him and Wood. I wanted Dinwiddie to get the final shot when the Mavs got it back to being close because he hit a couple big threes last year to win games. I remember the one in Boston. Luka did his thing with 37, 11, and 7. Maxey was bad. And then Campazzo was giving Mike Bassick palpitations in the chest, heaving up a couple desperation ones. But Christian Wood, 23 and 6. And Charles Barkley had his thoughts on the Mavs after the game on TNT.
First of all, they played the same way they did offensively last year. When they made their run in playoffs, it was when Luka got hurt and other guys started getting involved and Bronson was doing his thing. But now they're back to watching him play one-on-one the whole time. He's a great player, but nobody want to sit around and watch a guy dribble and go one-on-one the whole time. But from a defensive standpoint, you got to say to yourself, they missing their 2 best players. CJ didn't have a good night. How in the hell do 8 guys get in double figures? That's a mentality, Ernie. That ain't, and listen, that ain't coaching. That's players not taking pride, saying, hey, you know what? We're better than this team. And then you give up 7 in the first half. But at that point, the game is over. Like, they might have came back and won the game, but you set the tone. Hey, New Orleans didn't think they could win that game. There's no way. Like, yeah, coach says, hey, let's go out here and do our thing. But going into the game in that situation, you have to say, hey, guys, let's just stomp these guys from the beginning. Because once it was at halftime, I said, oh, this is going to be a game go down to the wire. I thought the Mavs might come back and steal it. But once you let teams hang around, we all got NBA players, Ernie.
So the Mavs had 3 in double figures. Every single person that played for New Orleans, except for 1, was in double figures. 8. Now, Charles I think he's a little bit wrong in, it's Luka and everyone else. Christian Wood is a week 1 all-star. Like, this is a phenomenal pickup so far. And then defensively, after the first week, I know Charles isn't a big analytics metrics guy like Chiafalo and Choppy, the Italian lift bros. But defensive rating-wise, they were 4th in the NBA after week 1, and they were number 1 in net rating, number 2 in offensive rating. So the defense was there after the first week, but last night was bad.
No, it was bad. And, that's the thing about it. The thing with Charles and those guys, the old school guys are always going to talk about effort. They're going to talk about, they didn't think, they no-showed that thing last night. There is some pride on the other side. It's a little bit, when you're a team. We talk about this team that made a run for the play-in game and the playoffs and all that stuff. This is a team that they endure. When I'm talking about the Pelicans, they endure a lot of not having their guys, and they went out there and played like they always do. They play hard, they share the ball.
Yeah.
The ball movement for them is very good. I think Chuck's right about with the Mavs, it's Luka, pound the ball, and then, make a pass or something like that. But it was clear last night when you're not as talented, you have to pass the ball, but you also have to knock down shots.
Yeah.
And that's what the Pelicans were doing last night.
Well, they got to the basket at
They got to
will.
the basket, yeah.
40 points in the first quarter, 40 points in the paint. I may be giving the Mavs a lot of excuses early on. I'm still very excited about this season. More excited than I thought before I knew anything about Christian Wood. This guy's freaking legit. I have them in not top-tier Warrior status. I got them a little bit below that, Brian. And, Kevin Haggling and others, and Bassick picked them to win the championship. which will change 48 times during the course of the season with Mikey Roller Coaster, who I love. But they said the Mavs are better than last year, and I was like, what are you smoking? Because you got Christian Wood, who's been on 7 teams in 7 different years, and I'm excited about that possibly being right.
Yeah, I think the thing that, to me... and
what contender status do you have them in terms of a tier category?
I think to me, I think the West has gotten better just because of all the injuries that were happening to teams last year. The Clippers being down... The Pelicans, I mean, we saw it with the Pelicans, what they're capable of doing. I think Memphis, Minnesota, what the heck is the Spurs doing down there? Pop selling. Now, is that sustainable? Is what Portland's doing sustainable?
Right, no.
That Phoenix, you had Phoenix on the ropes and didn't finish them off. You finished them off in the playoffs, which was great. But, where are they? Are they? I think they're better than Portland. I think they're better than Utah, San Antonio.
Yes.
I think that's all.
Utah and San Antonio are the New York teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
Portland might be the Giants a little bit. No, I'm being disrespectful. I don't believe in the Giants. I think the Jets are fluky. That's how I'm looking at Portland and Utah and these early West runs.
I think they would probably be the 5th or 6th team for me.
My big takeaway last night, I know Christian Wood and points in the paint, defense, and I get all that. The Pelicans are going to be a problem, a major problem if Zion is healthy. Ingram, McCollum has brought like a veteran leadership there. They're going to be, it may be a battle with them for playoff seeding as well. So you lose last night with no Zion, no Brandon Ingram here on the Fan.
Yeah, as we finish up on this thing with Wood, I think that it's going to be, I think they're going to evaluate, if you listen to Jason Kidd talk about Wood and potentially as a starter, he was looking at a 10-game sample size there.
Okay.
So, when you...
So this isn't a season-long thing.
This isn't a season-long thing. I think that we're looking at probably 7 to 8 more games, and then you'll get a situation where...
I love that, though. I think way too often in sports, coaches have no control. They've totally lost control. Now, I get it. Player empowerment. If you can decide leverage-wise, contract-wise... the James Harden stuff got way too out of control for me. Kevin Durant, way too out of control. These coaches have no power. I love that Jason Kidd is saying, I think, I don't care at your contract year. I don't care if you're pissed off early on. You're going to come in here. We just went to the West Finals. You're going to come off the bench. You're going to prove it. I want to see a good attitude, and then we'll get you off the bench. I love that to start off.
They wanted to, Christian Wood's attitude was, he didn't want to be a good player on a bad team. He wants to be a good player on a good team. That's the mindset that he came in with, and that's the mindset those guys over there are telling me that he's working with every single day. And if they're making him earn his way. There are things that they'll say, hey, this is great, this is great, this is great. But there's things that we still need to work on.
Forget about the Cowboys and Jonathan Hankins and the trade and Broadus and his Mavs connections. His true expertise, Kanye getting dumped in the sports world. We're just getting started. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
With Sean and RJ. Brought us in for Chop right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Cowboys back to practice. Get the very latest from insider Bobby Belt. He'll join you 5:30. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here for Platinum.
Are we allowed to play this? Kanye going to start getting blackballed on the radio? Sean and RJ, Brian Broadus in for Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Headlines at 7. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider at 7:20. You better have your power rankings ready for 8. 1 through 5. NFL.
I got him.
Best in the league. And then the playmaker, Michael Irvin at 8:40. Nick Eatman, your buddy at 9:20. Loaded show. We got to get your thoughts on the Bears, not just the Cowboys trade to get the big man, Jonathan Hankins, yesterday. We'll get back to that at 7 o'clock, but we're starting to see sports fallout from Kanye and all of his comments as Aaron Donald and Jaylen Brown off the Boston Celtics have dropped their partnership with Kanye after Adidas dumped him yesterday following the anti-Semitic comments that he's been making, along with everything else. Y'all been talking about this at all on G-Bag?
No, we haven't at all.
Really?
No, we haven't at all.
That's right down Gavin Dawson's alley.
Yeah, this is. I'm sure Gavin will get to it though. But yeah, this is. These are the types of things. It hits a little home to me because my ex-wife is Jewish and my son, we agreed to raise him Jewish.
Okay.
So yeah, and I'm Episcopalian myself, but it's one of those things where it's in this day and age, you have to be very mindful of all people, and if you're thinking things, a lot of times keep those things to yourself. But
let me ask you. All right, let's get into this a little bit.
Yeah.
we didn't show prep this one. I told him in the commercial break, but I want to have a real discussion with you.
Yeah.
So there is I wasn't around any Jewish people in my hometown, little podunk, Eastern Shore of Maryland, 10,000 people until I went to college, Washington, D.C.
Right.
I go to college, Washington, D.C., Jersey, New York. I was introduced to a lot of Jewish people. Some of my best friends are Jewish.
Right.
I think part of Kanye's argument would be, I'm complimenting you for being successful and power brokers and people that can. There's always been, right. We're in the world of media. You were in football.
Yeah.
I've been in media my whole life trying to come up through the system. There was always a behind the scenes whisper. Jewish people run these companies. Jewish people control the media. Mm-hmm. That's out there. And I think Kanye would try to argue, and he said a lot of other stupid stuff to get him in trouble. He is a loon like Antonio Brown, in my opinion. But the perception and the comment, Jewish people are more successful and more powerful and they run things. Is that offensive?
No, not at all. That's what I'm saying.
Because a little bit of what he said was tied into that. And again, he's gone 48 different directions.
Sure.
He's talked about history.
Like I said, when you initially see that, what he tweeted about was, going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Yeah.
That kind of, it gets your attention. But, it's, to me, I've been around a lot of successful people, Christians, Jews. I've been around a lot, and you learn from all this. You learn from their, the upbringing,
sure,
the struggle,
beliefs.
You
were just in another country.
I was in, and it was with Muslims. It's an eye-opening experience the relationships that I built through sports, all through have shaped who I am, and my ability to understand or try, and I'm from an upper middle class family. I'm not lying to you. I didn't have to struggle.
Yeah, me neither.
I really didn't. My family, anytime I needed to go on a spring break, go skiing, whatever, here you go have fun, go do this. I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship to Louisiana State University. Save my mom and dad money there. Dad's like, here's the money that you saved me right there. Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
So I these experiences through life have helped me have a better understanding of how I want to treat people. There are a lot of people out there say, oh, you're a bully and you do this and that. No, I'm just trying to learn from you. I'm just trying to learn why you have this opinion.
Right.
I'm not.
You're a very curious guy. Both of us are very curious.
I don't.
Why? Why are we doing this?
Yeah. Why? Like I said, I think.
And if you're gonna make a statement, right? You don't do the. I joke when people call or someone goes, "Hey, how you doing?" I actually answer it back. Right.
Yeah.
I'm like too literal just to be a smart ass. I'm like, so, and I want to see if they even absorb it.
Yeah.
It's like. You listen to what people say. I listen to you in the post game and on D-Bag, but you're actually listening to it very closely, and you want to figure out why. What's your thought process?
I'm not the last.
And you and I are both. Let's not BS. We can be aggressive guys.
We can be very aggressive. And that's one of the things like doing a show with you that I really was excited about. And like people on the way out last night were like, yeah, you're going to give us this G-Bag gold for us to like play back if you and Sean going at each other. And
they're anticipating fights.
Yeah, but that's cool. But I'm honestly, my experience is I'm just trying to learn. Like I'll ask people in the post game show, and this is not to do with Kanye or anything like that, but I'll ask people like, well, why would you say that? Why would you? What's your reasoning?
Right.
And then when you say, well. You give an opinion. You're like, well, I don't know, and I'm like, well,
you're
wait a minute.
Get called on it.
Wait a minute. I'm asking you for your opinion, and I'm willing to listen. I'm not trying to change your opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to learn what your opinion is.
That's why you and Carlisle got along so well, though, because I was terrified. People, my friends will be like, what's it like interviewing Jerry Jones? I'm like, cakewalk. Jerry puts us on TV. It's not us. Anyone can interview Jerry Jones, and you're going to have 105 through the fan on ESPN. But interviewing Carlisle was terrifying. Why? Because I felt like I had to prepare for a Rick Carlisle interview like a damn test. Because Rick is listening and judging every word, every question. And if you were off, they said this was the same way with Parcells. You were off the slightest. Thank God Joey doesn't have the audio clips in the system. He'll embarrass you.
Yeah.
And he embarrassed me multiple times because he wants you on your game.
Yeah, I thought there was an interview that was really interesting the other day. Ben Simmons, and we've all been he's the human pinata right now for the NBA. Ben Simmons got a foul the other night against Ja Morant.
Yeah, he's been fouling out nonstop.
Been fouling out, and I have a theory about that. But there's the thing about it is
theory that he doesn't want to be on the floor.
Pretty much,
he's intensely fouling out. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, the nerves. He just if I sit, then I'm not going to have to play.
Out.
Yeah, but Ben Simmons asked the reporter after the game. She asked the question, tell us about the foul. Do you think the whole thing with Ja? And Ben Simmons looked at her and goes, "Can I ask you a question? What did you see? What did you see?" And the lady, she's like, "Well, I don't know. I didn't, And he goes, "No, what did you see? I'd like to know, what did you see? Because I'm going to stand up here and say something and I'm going to get fined for it. But I want to know, what did you see?"
Right.
And the young lady never responded. And so he goes, "Okay, this is what I saw." And sure enough, he'll probably get fined. I think that you have to be, I think if you're interviewing people, you have to be ready to be challenged. Because I'll always ask questions. I'll always ask you, well, wait a minute, why do you think that? You can come on air and say what you want. I'm glad you do that. But I also am going to challenge you. I'm going to see how strong your opinion really is. And there's people that will get really, really dug in on this whole thing with Dak and quarterback thing. I mean, there are people.
It's politics.
But you also have to admit when you're wrong. You also have to admit, this whole thing with Anthony Brown right now, and again, we're going away from Kanye.
Yeah, we talked about Kanye.
Okay, but
We're good.
But we're in a situation where, with Anthony Brown, my credibility.
But reset what your opinion was.
When in training camp, we were talking. We were in Oxnard. I was saying, listen, breakout season from Dorrance Armstrong and Anthony Brown. Anthony Brown's going to lead the team in interception. I think Anthony Brown's ready to play. I think Anthony Brown's ready to show people how good he really, really is. Anthony Brown has not been all those things that I said he was going to be, and I think that you have to be able to, you have to own it.
Yeah.
And I think,
like Choppy's not owning that Diggs is balling out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't just completely dig in to the point where, and maybe I've been very critical of Terrence Steele. Terrence Steele in week 1 was not very good. Terrence Steele since has been pretty good.
Yeah.
So you have to, if you're going to be in this business and give opinion, you have to be able to say, listen, this opinion was right. And you don't have to beat your chest about that. But you also have to admit to the ones that are wrong.
Yeah.
And if you're out there listening and I challenge you on a post-game show or a segment on G-Bag Nation, don't take it personally.
Yeah.
Take it as I care enough about what you're saying to try and learn what you're doing there.
Yeah. So did you hear our Jim Nantz interview?
I did.
Did you think that I was...
I thought you asked an excellent question. And the problem with Jim Nantz is he has relationships with these owners.
Yeah.
He has to go... Jim Nantz is a $10 million a year broadcaster.
Legend.
Yeah, who has to go in those circles.
Right.
He runs in the circles with Jerry Jones, Dan Snyder, Jim Irsay. He runs in those circles.
Sure.
He doesn't want to be the guy that goes to one of these places, then all of a sudden gets a call.
And look, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But this is what I always said early on when I started, I'd get into it with some people over at your place, DallasCowboys.com. People who I understand you can't be as critical sometimes. That's why I was like, I think we connected early on because you would...
I acknowledge you were right.
You burn the building down and you wouldn't care if you get in trouble inside the walls. But I have to ask the question.
You do.
You cannot answer. That's why I love interviewing Jerry.
Yes.
I know Jerry's not going to answer it. He knows I have to ask it. And then I have to ask one follow-up. If he doesn't give me the answer, one follow-up. And then if he doesn't want to touch it, we move on. But he knows I have to. And I tell DallasCowboys.com people, I'm not going to attack you for not answering it, but don't attack me for asking it. And that's where I got pissed at Jim Nantz. He doesn't have to throw owners under the bus, but, bro, it's a big sports topic.
It is.
Tony Romo not being prepared, according to Dick Ebersol, is a big sports topic.
Absolutely.
You're going to get asked about it. We ain't baking cupcakes over here.
Yeah.
And that's just not the way it's going to be.
I always remember this about Jerry, and I've told this story before if you're new to the program, but this is what Jerry one time stopped me in the hallway and said, "You are kicking my ass pretty good." He goes, "But you're fair." He goes, "Keep up the good work."
That's all you can ask for.
And that's the only thing that's ever meant anything to me.
Yeah.
That Jerry Jones said, "You are kicking my ass, but you're fair about it."
Great first 90 minutes with Brian Broadus here on Sean and RJ. Let's get to the trade. The Cowboys finally address the only possible weak link on the defense. We got a Mike Evans investigation that is closed. See if you believe this excuse. Jason Kidd explains his horrible Mavs loss in New Orleans, and the Stars lose again. Headlines with Sean and RJ next on The Fan.
All day. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's time for headlines here on Sean and RJ. Brian Broadus is in for Choppy. Bobby Belt will be in tomorrow and Friday as we start getting you prepared for the Chicago Bears. And Broadus, yesterday, right there during your show, the Cowboys started getting prepared for these teams that run the football. They trade for Jonathan Hankins. They pull off a deal with the Las Vegas Raiders. Tell us who this guy is.
Yeah, and Jonathan Hankins is a guy that, to me, when you start to, and I remember him with the Giants, and I don't think he's to the level of what he once was with the Giants, but I think he's one of those guys, when you talk about 6'3", a 340-pound guy that plays in the middle. My guys and gals around the league that I call my gang of seven, one of the reports was saying this: anchor nose, tough, physical, has a nasty to him, good against the double teams, won't make a lot of tackles, so you won't see him in the stats.
Yeah.
Short range guy, can max out to that tackle box area, but he'll keep linebackers clean, does the dirty work, like him for what he is, good addition for the Cowboys. So that was, I had three different personnel guys around the league text me and say, hey, this is a good signing for the Cowboys. When you start to talk about what you said, Sean, the physicality that they're about to play some of these teams. You're going to play against a team that's going to run the ball and very effectively this week. I mean, you played the Lions last week that can run the ball. The Bears, that's how they're going to, if they're going to beat the Cowboys, it's not going to be with Fields throwing it. It's going to be with Fields running it and their running backs and that offensive line. So you're about to play some teams that really, that's their MO. That's what they hang their hat on.
Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook, Jonathan Taylor, the New York Giants with two 100-yard rushers last week in Daniel Jones and Saquon. And then we know what Philly is. I can't talk about the player at all like you can. I go to Pro Football Focus. He is grading better against the run than every Cowboys defensive tackle except for Tristan Hill. I just love that they address the need and the position.
That's the thing. Sometimes
especially when it looks like they've been allergic to.
Oh, they have. And a lot of it has to do, and this is what happens when sometimes you get the coach-driven personnel department. Will McClay's in a really difficult situation. It's the triangle. It's a Bermuda Triangle. Jones is on top, Scouts on one corner, and then the coach is on the other. You don't want to bring players in that the coaches don't want to work with. And so if Rod Marinelli and his staff is saying, we don't need a big nose tackle, you're not going to bring them a 340-pound guy and say, okay, you guys need to play with this guy. And Dan Quinn is open to the idea of having a run-stopping defensive tackle, having safeties that can cover, and also play linebacker. That's what Dan Quinn. Now it makes your job a lot easier when you're looking for players. Hey, don't bring this guy. Don't bring that guy. Don't bring this. No, I want this guy, this guy, this guy. And it helps when the coach has a good eye for personnel. That helps you. And so that's why you go out and you get a guy, you make a trade like this for really not that much. You're going to get compensatory picks for guys you lost and stuff. It's not going to be that much at the end of the day.
They gave up a 6th. They get Hankins back and a 7th.
Yep.
That's nothing.
Nope.
He's 30 years old, but you're about to go into a gauntlet of teams who run the rock. You're going to face 4 top 10 rushing offenses the rest of the season. It's
not about the size of the trade or the magnitude of the trade. It's about making the right trade. It's about making the one. You could have gone out and said, okay, go give a 1 for somebody, or go get this guy. Maybe that still is in the cards. But right now, it's about making the right trade for what you need.
So Jonathan Hankins is a Dallas Cowboy to try to make that run defense even better. They've allowed 117 or more rushing yards in 5 of their 7 games. They rank 20th in run defense. They allow 4.4 yards a carry. We'll talk about it more with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt joining us in 15 minutes. Bad loss for the Mavericks last night on TNT.
New Orleans shooting some more threes. Already 23 attempts.
Murphy, bullseye!
TNT with the call.
Ian Eagle.
Ian Eagle.
Eagle. What? Eagle. Ian Eagle.
Not Mac Engel.
Not Mac Eagle. Ian Eagle.
Trey Murphy, a difference maker in this game as the Pelicans got out to the fast start. They knew they had to up their game. No Zion, no Brandon Ingram. They score 40 in the first quarter against the Mavs. The Mavs get it close enough for Luka to attempt another game-winning three. He comes
From
up
Baton Rouge.
From Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
He comes up short, and the Pelicans score 40 points in the paint to improve to 3-1, beating the Mavericks. Mavs fall to 1-2.
I was not going to. I walked out of this building last night, and I was expecting a Mavs win. I'm the guy that's like, hey, all those players out, great. Give me the W, and we'll move down the road. But I did not expect
Nobody did.
The Pelicans to come out to shoot and play as well as they did.
58% from the field.
And I think in the first they were 75% in the first.
58% from the field, 44%
Crazy.
from three. The Mavs shot 31% from three, and Christian Wood was on the bench for the final minutes. He ended up with 23 and 6.
Did you have your stopwatch out for that?
I did.
Did you? You're like, okay.
I'm marking it.
How are you? Seriously, are you like, okay, get him in? Get him in? Are you doing that?
All of us are on
Yeah.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Just fundamentally, you think your second best player should
You're not
be
wrong.
closing games.
You're not wrong.
I like the explanation that you're getting from people within the Mavs saying
a little bit of liability
maybe
times.
fatigue.
Fatigue and liability.
But look, man, 29 minutes? It doesn't even start with a 3? What's up with that? Jason Kidd giving his overall thoughts on the Mavs loss that dropped them to 1-2.
Yeah, we talked about it as a team, understood it this morning, pre-game, during the game. They played with more force, and we gave up a 40-point quarter. The beauty of that is that we still should have been down 20, but we were finding a way to score, and then we're only down 2 at half. And then I thought in the second half, in that third quarter, we played a little bit better. We played with force, and we kind of, took the lead. But, you got to show up. You got to go take the win, and no one's going to give you anything in this league. We didn't play well down the stretch. Again, we had an opportunity, just like in Phoenix. We just came up short.
What about the final shot? This is something that takes over social media as well. It's kind of like Kellen Moore on a 3rd and 1. It's like, it's like, oh,
stop being cute.
Stop being cute. But if the cute works for like a 30, 40-yard play, he's a genius.
Yeah.
With Luka, stop heaving it. But if he makes it, he's a hero. I wanted Dinwiddie to get the shot. I thought he was the second best Maverick last night. You could make the argument Christian Wood was, but Dinwiddie was there supporting Luka. What about the heave? Another heave from Doncic.
No, we didn't screen, and so it's something that we'll look at and get better. Maybe we could have drawn up a better play, but we knew that the red was coming, and we just didn't execute. Luka had to take a tough shot, and so a lot of times you look for him to bail you out. Again, just like in Phoenix, we just didn't execute, and we have to be better.
So there you go. Mavs lose. No Zion, no Brandon Ingram.
Is that always the coach crutch? Have to execute better?
Yeah.
And then draw up a better one? Yeah, sure. I mentioned you took the shot from Baton Rouge. I'll tell you this, though. The shot in Phoenix, the shot yesterday, if it's Luka taking the shot, you said you wanted Dinwiddie to take the shot.
Yeah.
Are you getting to the point now? Luka was 2 of 13 taking threes yesterday.
Ugh.
So are you...
just for that game. And last year, Dinwiddie hit some game-winning threes.
I know, but to me, I never fault the best player on the floor having the ball. I never fault that.
I would like him to...
But some better looks?
Better looks.
Yeah.
Set it up.
Double screen.
Yes.
Shoot behind that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm in.
Now it's going to be at Brooklyn tomorrow. At the Nets, who, of course, are an S show on NBA TV. That game will be at 6:30. Then OKC, Orlando, and Utah, Toronto. They come back home for 5 straight after going to Brooklyn for Durant and Kyrie tomorrow night. By the way, We don't have enough time for it. I'm not going to have enough time.
You love these early games, by the way, don't you?
Hell yeah.
If for you, if they started at 4 o'clock, you'd be happier than heck.
Oh, man, I was happy. The Stars lose to the red-hot Boston Bruins. Stars have gone up against – the Stars have been hot, but the Senators won their 4th straight against us, and now the Bruins are 6-1 after beating the Stars last night 3-1.
Yeah, that was it's been tough. And, the Stars, the road trip was not going to be easy. You made that Canadian swing, and now you're working your way down the East Coast. And, it's been a little bit of shuffling, netminders back and forth. They just haven't just totally leaned on Ottinger, though. But I think to be 4-2-1, through 7, I think you're okay with that. You've had some good early season, division wins. So, this was not – the schedule makers did the Stars no favor. But the puck movement looks better to me. The power play even looks better to me. At least they're getting shots on goal, and that was something last year I thought it was going to be just so difficult. It was hard to watch, but better puck movement, better offensive time in the offensive zone. How about that?
And it was an undefeated goalie matchup heading into that one last night. Are you a bigger? What's your other sports rankings with Rangers, Mavericks, Stars?
Mavs, Stars, Rangers.
Mavs, Stars, Rangers. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I you know what? I'm really trying hard to the whole thing with the Rangers though. I want to get in on that one because I think I think with Bruce Bochy and all, I think they're going the right direction there.
The National Football League yesterday concluded Mike Evans was not asking for an autograph. Excuse me. The referees were not asking Mike Evans for an autograph. They were getting his phone number to connect him to a golf instructor since this official also went to Texas A&M. Aggie ties to get Mike's number to connect for golf lessons. Are you buying this? This was the conclusion of the NFL investigation. A warning to the refs. Don't have any looks of impartiality.
I physically have seen this done before. I've seen an official ask for Brett Favre's autograph. Favre was up on the training table in Green Bay, and this referee came in, and he had a card. He had a football card that he handed Brett Favre, and he goes, "What would you like me to do with this?" And the ref said, "Would you please sign it?" And he signed it, and everything was fine. And we get the win, but at the end of the press conference, Favre goes, I thought we were going to get a few more calls today.
Oh, no.
And then
he outed him?
He outed him. And we won the game.
Did the referee get in trouble?
Yeah, he got suspended.
I believe that this...
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It is a real big deal.
It is.
You just don't do that. And
do you believe this excuse?
Oh, I think the fact that...
Because Mike
said that too, yeah.
Mike said, I wasn't signing my autograph, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I talked to a lot of officials. We're all human beings. He's a nice guy, so we were talking about golf. That's all we were talking about.
Right.
I believe him.
Yeah, I do too.
I got to take his word for it.
I do too. And that's, as long as the player... But I'm just telling you what, cameras everywhere. If you think you're going to get away with something like, autographs or whatever, there's always going to be somebody with a camera there that's going to get you on film if you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, the reasoning sounded like a laughable excuse at first, but when I heard Evans corroborate it, I was like, okay, I get it. But it's a
Mike
bad
loves
look.
golf. He's looking for some lessons, man. Got a good pro down here.
Maybe you can give the lessons.
I tell you what, I gave Terrence Newman. Did you ever tell you that story?
No.
Terrence Newman, first time he ever played golf, he and I were playing. And then we played a few weeks later, and he came, he goes, at the end of the round, he goes, "You owe me $100. And I said, "What for?" And he goes, "We were playing a match." I go, "We didn't even talk about playing a match." He goes, "You owe me $100. I gave him $100. I said, "We ain't playing ever again."
He was serious?
He was serious. He was keeping score and all, and that you did this and I go, when you play golf for money, you talk about it. You talk about what you're doing
and set the amount.
Yeah, and he goes, "You owe me $100." I gave him $100. I said, "Don't ever ask me to play." I organized it out there at TPC.
And probably didn't charge him to play.
No, he got a free round of golf. It took $100 from me. And I'm like, fine. But I taught him how to play golf.
Headlines here on Sean and RJ. Broadus in for Choppy on DFW Sports Station. Let's bring in Cowboys insider Bobby Belt to talk about the new big man, the replacement for Jordan Lewis. And does Bobby think the Cowboys need to trade for a receiver? Cowboys insider, Inside the Star, after this.
Text away.
man who's not shy about flashing horns down, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, joining myself and Brian Broadus here on Sean and RJ via the Diamond Factory hotline to talk about the big trade yesterday and what else could be coming. Good morning, Bobo. How you doing?
Hello, friends. It is I, the momentum stopper.
Hey, I ended Jim Nance's basketball career. I can end yours as well.
That's not the only career you've ended.
That's not the only career.
He's bragging about that, by the way, Robbie.
Hey. There's some blood on your hands, too, so be quiet over here, Broadus. All right, Bobby, let's get into this trade.
I'm all about the truth.
Let's get into the trade for the big man yesterday. Take us through it, please.
Yeah, Jonathan Hankins, I mean, this is something that they clearly needed an improvement at, is what they were getting out of the one-technique tackles. They weren't getting enough from Neville Gallimore, Tristan Hill, Quinton Bohanna. These guys just, they haven't created, they haven't, soaked up the blocks that you need to keep your linebackers clean. And so while he's not the same guy that he was in New York a few years back or even Indianapolis, he's still a good run defender and something that is clearly, an area that the Cowboys could be stronger in. And so I think that giving up a 6th-round pick, that's worth it to me. And he should come in here and help this football team. I don't think anybody should expect that he's going to fill up a stat sheet. It's just not really his game. I don't think he's going to be in very much on passing downs, but where you will see Jonathan Hankins' impact is, I think everybody will start to notice, oh, looks like Anthony Barr is playing better. Oh, looks like Leighton Vander Esch is playing better. When you see that sort of thing, that is the impact that Jonathan Hankins is going to have.
Bobby, will they be, the situation when I watch this team play, and I know you watch it very closely as well, they've had problems on the edge, too, in the running game. Inside you could talk about the things and the linebackers. I think the linebackers have struggled because they're having to deal with the blocks and guys getting off blocks. But is this just kind of a Band-Aid right now to some of the stuff that maybe is going on the edge? Because I was talking about Dorrance Armstrong and those guys, Fowler. There's some times in the running game where those guys get hooked and knocked inside and stuff like that. Is this just like a diversion? Hey, don't look over here. Keep your eyes over here. I think there's some things other than really what's going on at defensive tackle.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's a cure-all for the times that they've had issues in the running game, because obviously they've had issues with, like you say, defensive ends getting turned around, guys in the secondary,
soft corner
tackles.
Yeah,
and so it doesn't fix everything, but there's definitely been an issue there. In terms of keeping the linebackers clean and eating up space. Quinton Bohanna at 360 pounds shouldn't be moved as easily as he is. Neville Gallimore shouldn't be moved out of the way as easily as he is. And so, there needs to be more work on Dorrance Armstrong's front, Dante Fowler, guys like this. I know they're going to get Terrell Basham back. Basham's not necessarily a guy who has been really good at containing the edge and everything else. He's somebody who's gotten washed before, and so I don't know how much a return like that helps things out. They do need to improve in some other areas, but I don't think it's a reason to just neglect what was an area of weakness and improve that. And so
I just love that they addressed it, because is it fair to say, Bobby, that this has been a position that they've devalued, like safety?
Oh, yeah. No, Dan Quinn and Aiden Dirty clearly value one technique more so than, Rod Marinelli did,
right,
or previous Cowboys regimes did, because they kept more of them on the roster to start the year. You had Bohanna, you had John Ridgway, who they eventually cut, but you had Ridgway, Bohanna, Gallimore plays one right now, and so they've had more guys on this roster that they've wanted to keep at that position, and then they go out and they trade draft capital for it. Like I mentioned, not only are those guys that are on this team, Bohanna and Ridgway, those are guys they actually drafted. They spent draft capital on in selecting them, and now have spent draft capital on a trade. With 6th-round pick, that means, I guess, that they value Jonathan Hankins similarly to Amari Cooper. So that's that must mean that things have
nice
changed.
Parallel
on that
there.
front.
Yeah.
Why is Gallimore in the doghouse?
Neville Gallimore, I think they were frustrated when he came into training camp. I think they felt like he wasn't in playing shape, and that they didn't think that he was fully locked in, to his training and to preparing for the season, and they needed him on his game, and he wasn't there. I think that's why you saw him playing into the second half of, the first preseason game, is because it was sort of a message sent of, do you see any of these other guys that are in the starting lineup that are out here playing right now? No, it's you and Tristan Hill. Tristan Hill, who we all acknowledge is fighting for a roster spot. So, let's get this together. And so I think that was a message that was being sent early on. I think the lack of work he was getting early in the season was a message being sent, and he's had his struggles this season. And so I think that they're hoping that this can help light a fire under him, and they can get him more locked in and get him to play more consistently. He's flashed at times. It's been okay. But it's not consistent at all. And he's had to kind of, do the Luka bit and play himself into shape a little bit. And
that was old Luka, not new Luka. That was old Luka.
I know. Well, until who knows what Basic's going to say this morning. So I don't know. We may hear about that.
Tune in for that.
Yeah. Tune in for the meltdown. But I do think that, they've been frustrated with him and how engaged they think he is.
Bobby Belt Cowboys insider joining us here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Did y'all hear what I said yesterday during the show? ESPN, what they did on their front cover story. If you ever want proof, if anyone says anything about the Cowboys' popularity, the cover story was, will the Cowboys hold on to Terrell Basham? And that made me laugh out loud. I just thought of it as Bobby brought up his name.
Yeah.
No one knows who the hell Terrell Basham is. And there is the ESPN.com putting the Cowboys to try to go ahead and get clicks. Broadus brought up receiver. A lot of Tolos are tweeting about receiver. You think this is a possibility? And do you think it's a need?
I think it's absolutely a need. And I think that they could go out there and improve their receiving core today with a trade, with getting involved in the Odell Beckham, free agency frenzy, everything else. I see that as, if you really believe you have a championship defense, you need to go out there and improve your receiving core.
What's missing? What's missing skill-wise from it?
I think they're lacking really, exceptional route runners for one. But I know Brian mentioned it earlier today. We've talked about it on the Love of the Star podcast. They don't have guys that attack the football. They have guys that are a little timid when they get into traffic, and don't really have that's my ball mentality. As Brian mentioned, Des Bryant was that guy. I think they lost a little bit. The two guys that I think most embodied it in recent years for them were Cedric Wilson and Amari Cooper, and they're both gone. And so they don't have guys that go after the football and fight for the ball. And in a scheme that doesn't do a lot to, manufacture space, to scheme them open, you need guys who are going to attack the football and who are going to make tough catches. I think the guy who's probably most adept at doing it right now on this team is probably Noah Brown. But Noah has his own issues at times. And so what they need is somebody who either can generate a lot of separation and give you some easy throwing windows, or somebody who can attack the football, and it doesn't matter if somebody's draped on them. And I think they absolutely could go find that right now, whether it be in the trade market or in the free agent market. And they haven't seemed totally willing to want to do that yet. And I think that's a mistake. You've talked about this week that you think that the best way, as much as people think you're a Dak ass, Sean, that they think you believe that the way for them to win is to throw the ball more, is to lean more on the passing game, and
to win big, to win big.
Not just win big, but I mean, like the game they lost this, most recently, Philadelphia, they ran the ball fine that day, and the defense was fine that day. They couldn't throw the ball. You lost that because of your passing game. And so when you go up against some of these top tier teams, you need to throw the ball. We look at Buffalo, one of the better teams in the NFL. They've got Josh Allen. You look at Kansas City, they've got Patrick Mahomes. They've got elite passing games that you're going to need to keep up with. And so, to me, if you really want to contend for a Super Bowl, if you want to make a difference, go out there and get a receiver. I don't know. You hear the comments from Jerry Jones. You hear the comments coming out of that locker room and from this coaching staff, and it feels a little bit like they're content with having an average to below average passing game.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, we've got a great defense, and we can just,
we have three indictments. We have three offensive indictments right now. We have one on the quarterback. We have one on these two receivers. If people agree, if you all believe that they should upgrade a receiver, you got a first-round pick who replaced Amari as a 1. You have Gallup, who you just gave a new deal to, and you want to run the football. That is. Tell me how I'm wrong that that's not three offensive indictments based on this discussion.
How about your third-round pick?
Yeah,
your third-round pick, who was supposed to compete in this receiver group, hasn't been able to remain active. They've had a lot of issues with this passing game, and so I think that they seem perfectly content to just run the ball and play defense, which is funny because even though they've been okay running the ball and they've been better than they were last year, they're not even very efficient at it. Like, if you look at the numbers, they're about middle of the pack in terms of their efficiency running the ball. And I don't understand the thought process of we're okay just shooting for 20 points a game.
Yeah.
I don't think that you can have long-term success, sustained success that way. You can beat some bad teams. You can even win a couple close games against good teams, but you're going to lose in the playoffs if that's your philosophy.
Joined here by Bobby Belt, my partner here on Love of the Star podcast. That's up already, right, Bobby? They got that thing up going this morning. So you check it out after the show today if you would. All right, who's going to go recruit Odell Beckham? Because that's what it's going to come down to. You got to kiss his ass if you want him to come play for you guys. That's what you got to do. We talk about this on the podcast, Bobby, that with Odell, you have to show love for him. You have to make him feel like
massage him.
Yeah, you have to be that guy, that organization that because Von Miller's going to recruit him at up in Buffalo.
Rams.
Yeah, the Rams, those guys, he already knows the Rams. They know the
They have a locker for him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Who on the Cowboys, does Jerry Jones recruit him? Dak Prescott recruit him? Ezekiel? Who's recruiting this guy to come play for you? Because that's what it's going to really come down to.
Yeah, you lost your biggest recruiting asset this offseason when they let Adam Henry go because Odell Beckham thought really highly of Adam Henry, the old receivers coach. That was a guy that he worked with in New York, Cleveland, and at LSU.
Maybe why he won't come here.
That may be. That may be the issue at hand. But I think that he would have interest in this team. I think that he'd have interest in being a Cowboy if the Cowboys wanted to get involved. And so in terms of if you were going to put the full recruiting pitch on, I think you said the first two names correctly. I think it'd be Jerry, and I think it would, in all likelihood, be Dak Prescott. Micah could recruit. Zeke could recruit. But, at the end of the day, the guy that really needs to sell him in all likelihood is Dak Prescott. That's the guy that's going to be throwing him the football. And while you guys don't see it publicly, I promise you behind the scenes, Dak has been an active recruiter over the years. He's tried. There's just times where the Cowboys don't want to get involved in spending money or doing things like that. Dak is out front trying to convince guys to come play here for the discounts that the Cowboys want to pay guys. And so it's just been a matter of the money's been too far off for that recruiting to matter much. But look, they've got enough cap space to make this work. They can be competitive in this realm. They've got the branding. They've got the team around them, the potential for success here that I think would resonate with him. It's just a matter of them choosing to get involved, I think. I don't see that they want to yet.
Let me get you a tweet and a couple of texts from the Tolos. Joshua, they're getting a guy at the trade deadline in James Washington. Truckwreck.com text line. What about some more reasonable names since we know they're not going to do anything flashy like Jerry Jeudy or Brandon Cooks?
I like Brandon Cooks. You start hearing some chatter that maybe Baltimore would be in on Cooks if a deal were to be made.
What about his size? Is that a problem for the team that likes length at wide receivers and all that? I don't think so. They can't even get Turpin on the field.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Turpin's always been a secondary offensive player to them.
Okay,
so
I'm saying about size.
Yeah, but Robert Prince, the receivers coach, has shown he's okay with smaller receivers as long as they're really top-tier route runners. That's why he liked Danny Amendola. Even though he likes bigger guys, he was able to work with Amendola in Detroit and Houston. because Amendola was a really good route runner. And so Cooks is somebody that I think he could work with. It's just a matter of I don't think Dallas is ultimately the landing spot on that front. I don't think James, as good as I think James Washington can be at times, and as much as I think he can help this, I think the Cowboys told you what they thought about James Washington when you saw the money they paid him, and that when he went down, they went, we literally have no reason to replace what he was going to do for us. We feel like we can roll with Dennis Houston and guys like that. And so I think they're more than happy to have him back. They're more than happy to work him into the fold. I just don't think that they believe James Washington is any sort of a difference maker. I think that they just believe he's part of a rotation and just a rotational piece. But look, go out there. Even if you have to overpay, I'm okay overpaying to make a move to go get a receiver. You know, everybody thought Amari Cooper for a first was an overpay. Go find something that may be a slight overpay in order to make this team a true contender in what is a really, really watered down and weak NFL this year. There are not a lot of really top-tier true contenders, and you can become one of them if your passing game starts to level up a little bit.
Well, you better be ready-made if you're going to come here and play receiver, because they're not going to do anything to create any separation for you or anything like that. You better be able to be a great route runner and go snatch the ball and all that stuff, because they're not. They're not. I mean, let's be honest. Bobby, do you feel like that you're really getting all the development out of CeeDee Lamb and Gallup? And look what in Tolbert. We talk about Tolbert when he came out of South Alabama. Yeah, it's a small school, but that kid looked pretty much ready-made to play. But who knew that he was going to short circuit though mentally? You know, when they threw all that stuff at him.
Yeah, that wasn't anything that I think we could anticipate. And look, that's one of the things that is frustrating about his ready-made aspects. I don't think it's an indictment of what he can be in the future. I'm not saying he can't still bounce back, but it's definitely been a struggle to be a plug-and-play player. But, yeah, you're right. Like, you need to be a good route runner and somebody who's able to attack the football and catch in traffic. Because, you know, like you say, the scheme isn't necessarily going to present that to you. But also, you're talking about a midseason acquisition. You need as small a learning curve as possible. And so you're probably looking at some basic route concepts when you first get here anyway, and you know, easy aspects to work you into the offense. And so you need to be able to run good routes and to attack the football. I mean, honestly, is anybody going to want to go trade for somebody that when they get here we say, well, they traded for this receiver, but they don't attack the football and they're bad at route running?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Dallas is giving up capital for that right now. And so, you know, go give up the capital to entice the Panthers to give up DJ Moore. You know, go make phone calls on other guys, even if it's somebody like, you know, Denzel Mims with the Jets or somebody else. Just make something happen. Like, I know nobody loves Kenny Golladay, but like Kenny Golladay at least attacks the football. And so, I don't know, go make a call about Golladay or whoever else. It's just do something. Don't just sit back on your hands. I want you to do what you did with the defensive tackle spot yesterday. You said, we got to do something here. Let's you know, figure out what works, because this is too many times now during this season and this off season where they seemed content to just sit back and say, well, let's see how the receiver room plays out. They were content during the summer to say, let's see how the receiver room plays out. James Washington gets hurt. They said, let's see how Dennis Houston plays out. They get into the regular season. Guys are struggling. Like, let's see how things play out once Dak returns. You're running out of time to let things play out. You got less than a week to make it.
Let me defend them. Let me just play devil's advocate for a second.
Homer.
You put
Really? I thought I was working with somebody that really was kind of a fiery guy.
Yeah, no.
Well, I'm gonna fight with you two. So just give me a second.
Cat boy and pushover boy is what we got here.
Push pop. I'm gonna fight back against you two haters. Devil's advocate. You have played.
Devil is right.
You've played 2 games with you played a game and a half with your quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't freak out so much offensively. We all knew it was a get rust off game against the Lions. Let's see what happens against Chicago, and let's let them play 2 or 3 games between Lamb, Gallup, and Dak together. Devil's advocate.
Was it? Let me ask you this real quick though. Are you saying that? Did you see what happened to the receivers against Philadelphia?
Without your quarterback.
Okay, I'm just
your
saying,
backup quarterback against awesome corners.
There's too many. I mean,
and you were getting run 20-0.
Yeah.
Am I going to use that game as an indictment of
no?
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying though. I'm with you about the quarterback stuff. I am totally with you on that. And because the quarterback had no practice last week. The way Mike McCarthy practices, the way
I'm not going to judge your crawfish boil if you have to cook it in my bathtub. You got to have your equipment. You got to have your spices.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that, but to me, this is where I worry about the Cowboys is on defense. If you bring that coaching staff players, you know that you're going to get the absolute best out of them. The thing I worry about with the receivers might not be.
But explain to me what this means. We got a Tolo tweeting us. What do they mean by the route running? Okay, what is missing in terms of
you got to be able to separate
route running?
Well, okay.
Doesn't every team? I'm going to ask a dumb football question. I would
no,
ask
you're
Jesse
not.
Holly. Doesn't every team run outs and slants and out and
route
ups
trees and stuff
curls?
like that? But there's combinations. Look how Kansas City works with the wide receivers and the tight ends. Look how like the Buffalo Bills, the creativity that they have. The wheel routes, pick routes, things like you don't see. The one thing that you and I, when we were working on the draft that night with CeeDee Lamb, the one thing that we were excited about him was like run after catch. His ability to separate, where is that? Where is that with it's like he gets a ball thrown down the middle of the field in the game the other day that should have been intercepted on a route where the quarterback didn't see the safety was playing down and then retreated. See, that's the thing about it is if I know I keep saying this, but I know that if Curse, it was not a guy that was on anybody's radar about playing. And then also Dan Quinn gets the guy, and it's like they play him as a linebacker. He misses 3 tackles for the whole year. Take advantage of what you got in CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup, the answer that Kellen Moore gives you is, I need to do a better job of getting him the ball. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you're only running 58 plays a game. Maybe that's something to it. But find a way to create opportunities for your guys. I don't care if you run pick routes, rub routes, crossing routes, combination routes with the tight ends. Why do I watch everybody else? And I know scoring's down, but we were in an era where everybody threw the football, and we were marveling at creativity around the league, except for here. And now it's like, well, let's turn into a 2 yards and a cloud of dust offense and play defense and punt the ball.
Bobby, aren't we judging this too harshly without Dak playing enough games? Then we'll let you go.
No, because you don't have time to make the determination. Like when you say let's give it 2 to 3 games, you don't have 2 to 3 games. You have 6 days before the trade deadline, and 2 to 3 weeks from now, you've given 2 to 3 more weeks of teammates and guys around the league to quietly court Odell Beckham and put yourself at more of a disadvantage. And so I don't think you have the time for this. And while, it's great, we'd love to see what kind of chemistry Dak and the receivers have now that he's back. There are certain things you can judge over the first 7 weeks, even without Dak. Can your guys get separation right now? No. Are they attacking the football right now regardless of who the quarterback is? No. And so to me, it's pretty obvious we have the answers regardless of who's playing quarterback, that these receivers have not been good enough. And if you want to win a Super Bowl this year, I'll tell you this, if they don't make an improvement at the receiving core, if these receivers don't just all of a sudden it clicks for Jalen Tolbert, Michael Gallup all of a sudden refines who he is, and CeeDee Lamb levels up to be that number 1 receiver, if you don't get that, you're not going to contend for a Super Bowl, no matter how good your defense is.
Thank you for the extra time. I feel it necessary to point out, for those that don't get the joke, Bobby and I do nothing but attack each other. And we're going to continue to go for the throat every single week moving forward.
Why do you have to explain this?
Because people think that Bobby is hating on the Longhorns because of the picture I tweeted out.
He lost a bet to me.
It was a bet. It was a bet payoff.
He lost a bet.
You Longhorn fans, Bobby Belt is a diehard Longhorn fan. He lost the LSU bet. He had to do the horns down. So for everyone
in my jersey,
everyone mad in Broadus' jersey, everyone mad at Bobby. Rent-free Longhorns are in your head. It was a bet payoff. I put it out there to torture him. So Bobby's a Longhorn fan.
That's what Sean says. I'll tell you guys the truth. Sean does hate me, and he attacks me.
Yeah.
And that's the actual truth. Is that Sean doctored that photo to make me the enemy of Longhorns Nation.
Yes,
so
the one
guys,
I hate.
Send all your complaints directly to Sean.
The one I hate so much, he'll be co-hosting tomorrow and Friday. Thank you, Bobby. Get him out of here, Joey. Bobby
Love you all.
Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory hotline. Woo! That was good. That was a big fat football sandwich.
I'll tell you what, I like what you're doing with the quarterback situation. I do. That's fine. The rust and all that, fine. He didn't practice all last week. That was his first, but I will say this. They need to figure out how to get these current receivers going. They need to figure that out. I mean, it's running football, playing defense is important, but they're going to have to. And maybe the quarterback is going to be good enough for that. But they have got to find some ways to get these guys going in these games. It's not about just go out and get another guy.
Yeah.
You've got good enough players. Fix what you got.
I'm very glad that we just had this discussion because I don't know whether it's a full moon this week or something has been in the air this week on social media where I've just been I've wanted to be in lash out mode. I've put more people on my list to take out moving forward this week than I can remember in a long time. And I don't know what's going on. And I love that we just had the conversation because it's a scary day when Jerry Jones is making the most sense of any Cowboys fan. And the way that Jerry made the most sense, he said the word yesterday to us. He used the term misleading win. And I always fight about this with Corey Majors. Corey will be happy. Hey, we got the win. Newey Scruggs when I was on TV the other night. Well,
did a good job of that, by the way.
Thank you. Newey's like, you got the win. What are you complaining about? Yeah. That's not how I operate. Like, you and I can have a good show today.
Sure. But
after the show, we're going to say, well, this still could have been better.
Yeah. You could have been a lot better.
You were up. You talking about me?
Yeah.
You were up. Jerry knows.
Yeah.
Jerry knows you were down 6-3 to the Lions.
Yeah.
It was a 10-6 game after 3. And I said this, and I should have known it was going to be a crazy week when on Monday, 50% of Cowboy fans totally forgot those two things. Yeah. Totally forgot you needed 5 turnovers to win. So I like that you and Bobby are putting the pedal down on how to improve this thing even more besides the D tackle that they got yesterday.
Well, to me, if they're not going to look outside for certain positions, then it has to come within.
Yeah.
It has to come with, you
have pedigree.
You've told us that CeeDee Lamb is this. You've told us Michael Gallup's this.
Yeah.
You moved on from Amari Cooper. You made it personal there. But you've told us this is what we think. Now go out there and, we talk about this defense so much. And this defense gets talked about a lot because every guy that goes on that field for that defense finds a way to make a play or contribute to the win, And when you need to throw the football, these wide receivers have got to find a way to separate. They've got to find a way to finish, but their coaches have got to help them along the way. And the downfall of Mike McCarthy could be them not figuring out things offensively.
Yeah.
Running the football is great. I am a big fan of running the football, but there's going to be a point in time where the defense is going to struggle in a game, and you've got to be able to make up for their struggles.
RJ and I have been on the same page, which is very, very rare for us.
Very rare.
Formula-wise, what is your opinion on this whole formula?
I like the formula. When it comes to, because I think running the football is the most demoralizing thing you can do to a team, to an opponent. Dallas got demoralized. Dallas was in the Philadelphia game and needed one stop with this great defense.
Yes.
They ran the ball 10 straight times on you and scored.
Yep.
That right there demoralized you.
No doubt.
Yeah, you could say all you want. Oh, we were in this game. And no, you weren't.
Yeah.
They ran the ball 10 straight time against your best unit.
Yes. I agree.
To me, that is what, the formula is that. Give me whatever demoralizes.
But does this team have a demoralizing run game?
They really don't.
Okay.
But the thing about it is the running game is capable because of when you tell me I could have 27 carries for 142 yards and 5.2 yards a carry with 2 guys, give me that. I'll take that. But, because that's better to me than just one guy. Because that one guy with 27 carries on his body might not be ready to carry the ball 27 times again next week.
Right.
And I'm going to need that. If you could split these carries, I'm okay with that. But you give me 142 yards, 150 yards rushing every game, that takes so much pressure off that quarterback.
Am I wrong that this formula that McCarthy and Jerry and Steven all want is a problem with the price tag you have on your quarterback?
Sure it is.
Okay.
Sure it is.
I just want
because you don't want a 40. Now listen, people call bus drivers, but bus drivers have an important job, especially if they're driving your kid to school. You don't want them to crash.
Get in an accident.
Don't get in an accident and don't get everybody hurt.
Yeah.
That's an important gig.
Yeah. All right. That was good.
It's just like I kind of that just important. Yeah, I'm just making that point.
That was a period at the end.
Period.
That was lack of chemistry. I didn't know that was the end of your sentence, but now I will know.
You thought I was going to ran on.
Yeah, for the final 2 hours. He's paying attention to the clock. You're a radio guy now. Awesome.
I'm trying.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And by the way, just to sober you and Bobby up, you know damn well they're not going and getting Odell Beckham. You know, no freaking way. You know that's not happening, right?
Well, because you're not going to recruit Odell Beckham. That's the thing about it. It's going to take.
You think Stephen Jones is interested?
If they should be, they should
not
be.
Should. Do you think that's his MO?
No.
Okay.
No.
You know that's not happening.
Well, that's why we're doing radio right now. We can talk about the things they don't do all day. Let's talk about something they might do or might not do.
All right. Let's get to the
Period.
rest. Well done. Let's get to the rest of the teams. Let's see if you know anything else about the NFL. We know you know about this football team.
Yeah.
Power rankings. Maybe he's got the Cowboys in his top 5. Hit us up, y'all. Truckwreck.com text line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for this week's edition of the Power Rankings, the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
continues on the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
It is now time. Just because RJ Choppy is out does not mean we discontinue the NFL Power Rankings. Brian Broadus is in for Choppy this morning on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We'll get the opinions of Charles Barkley, Shaq, and Kenny Smith on your Dallas Mavericks after what happened last night at 8:20 this morning. But Broadus, we go 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Since you are the guest this morning, we'll let you pick after we tell you what the country is saying about the Cowboys in their power rankings. So Blogging the Boys compiles this. Credit to them. Last week they had the Cowboys at 7. They moved them up to 4. NFL.com going from 6 to 4. ESPN kept them at 6. USA Today and Yahoo kept them at 4. CBS kept them at 6. The Athletic bumped them up from 6 to 4. And Sports Illustrated, good Lord, from 10 to 5. How the hell were they as low as 10, Mike Fisher? Blogging the Boys, compiling the Around the Country power rankings for America's team. Brian, would you like to start 1 or 5?
Start with number 5.
Start with number 5. Give us your number 5 and why.
My number 5 team is the New York Football Giants.
Oh! You're believing?
I'm believing in them. I'm believing in this coaching staff. I'm believing that they're not turning over the ball. I believe that they're running the ball. I think they've gotten the absolute best out of Daniel Jones in the way that he's playing. So I'm buying into what the Giants are selling. I just think that they don't have all the best players, but the ones that they have are doing a great job for them. And so, yeah, it's not going to be statistically, the best, but what you do is you watch them play. They're one of the most resilient teams in football. They get thrown in some terrible situations, offensively, defensively, and they come up big in games. I love the way their coach is not afraid to go for things, challenge. Oh, it started really opening day for them against Tennessee. They go for a 2-point play. They're like, listen, we're the New York Giants. Nobody's thinking anything of us right now.
Right.
Let's go for the win right here. I love what Brian Daboll, I love what the staff has done. Mike Kafka, the offensive coordinator, keep that name in mind. What they've done with, like I say, for Daniel Jones, getting this running game going again.
Do you think they're better than the Cowboys?
I think that, this is, the Giants did not, when you played them, the Giants did not have their best defensive tackle playing in that game. And so you talk about some of the things that you were able to do and, run the ball, things like that. I think it might be a different situation. Yes, I do have them over the Cowboys right now.
Do you think that they could extend Daniel Jones?
Possibility of that, because if you're now in a situation where you feel like, listen, we're playing an offensive style. Mike Kafka came from Kansas City. Brian Daboll from the Buffalo. The marriage of the quarterback that can run and throw with both organizations is what is making this thing work. So if you've got a quarterback that's not going to mess it up, he messed it up because he had a million coaches and a million different systems. This one looks right for him.
My number 5 is my most difficult one by far. The other 4 for me are easy. Number 5 for me, I wrote down the Vikings. I crossed them out. I refuse to give respect to the New York Giants. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I didn't put them on there. Yesterday, I got on Choppy for mentioning this team. It's not the 2 most impressive wins in a row, but they have won 4 out of 5. They are a threat in the AFC. I'm going to go with the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, here's the way I do my power rankings. If the 2 teams are on the same are on a field tomorrow, who wins?
Yeah.
I would pick Cincinnati just because of the offensive explosion over the Giants. I still don't trust the Vikings and Cousins. Maybe I'm disrespecting them. I would barely. I don't feel good about it. I'm going to go with Cincinnati at number 5. What do you think?
You know what? I think Cincinnati is playing a lot better. I think that you're very fortunate that you played Cincinnati when you did for the Cowboys.
And unfortunate that you played Tampa when
exactly,
you did.
Exactly. And, with Joe Burrow, this is a team that kind of fought their way through the season last year. They did a great job of winning the game at Kansas City to get into the Super Bowl. You have to love what Joe Burrow's done. You have to love what Chase has done. Have they figured out things with the offensive line? That's still the question right there. But they're playing really well. And
losing
Atlanta last week, I kind of felt like Atlanta was on a little bit of a roll, and they mollywopped Atlanta at home last week.
Yes.
And so I kind of feel like I can feel you with Cincinnati right now.
And none of us are upset anymore that Leo Collins is gone.
He's got another hurt ankle again this week. So that's been a problem for them.
Who's your number 4?
Minnesota Vikings are. I like what the Minnesota Vikings are doing. Kirk Cousins is one of those guys that, and Mike Bassick likes to talk about, you bright lights, he can't handle that. But to me, I watched him play against the Bears last night just because it was one of those games that I needed to see. And you talk about an offensive attack, with the ability, with the receivers they have, with the ability to run the football. And the quarterback, if he could just figure out how not to screw it up. This team, I like what they're doing offensively. I think there's some things that defensively that they can clearly get better at. But I just feel like that this is one of those teams that the offense is good enough that if they have to get in a game where they have to protect their defense and run the football, they can do that. And I think that's why the Vikings are number 4 for me.
My number 4 team is the Dallas Cowboys.
Very good.
I have the Dallas Cowboys sitting there. Defense is really, really good. Hopefully, Hankins is the missing piece so the teams can't have that back-breaking drive against you, running the football down your throat. I am going to rely on Dak Prescott improving as he gets more chemistry with these receivers. And for me, it wasn't even really that difficult. I would pick the Cowboys over the Vikings tomorrow. I would pick the Cowboys over the Giants. I do not believe that the Giants are better than Dallas. So for me, the Cowboys are number 4 in this week's power rankings. Who is your 3? NFC strong, NFC heavy so far for you.
Yeah, well, we're going to change that right now. It's the Kansas City Chiefs are my number 3 team.
Ooh.
And I'll tell you why Kansas City. They lose players. I have a friendship with Andy Reid. I'm putting that all aside. I still Andy Reid to me is one of the best coaches in the National Football League. And you talk about, they lose players, their scheme, they evolve with their scheme.
Leading the league in points after losing Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, everybody was worried about how that team was going to look offensively. They look just fine to me. And I love Andy Reid as a coach. I think when you start to talk about defensively what they're able to do, you watch them plenty enough times. They find ways to turn people over. They find ways to get off the field. The offense is still explosive. You got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. It's always going to be a problem for teams to have to deal with that, with their attack.
Speaking of giving credit, and we've had to own this. This is your boy in Seattle.
John Snyder.
The Seahawks. I thought about Seattle around this 5 or 6 range. I have to apologize right now to Pete Carroll. I thought I'm making fun of him for being a run-first dinosaur. You're sitting there. You're not choosing the quarterback. That's your meal ticket in the National Football League. Russell goes to Denver. He's rotting before our very eyes. And Geno Smith. This is a damn impressive job by the Seattle Seahawks, man.
They knew that they had to move on. You talk about evaluating your quarterback. One of the biggest faults that teams have is not being able to evaluate their team. The Seahawks clearly knew what their team needed. They added offensive linemen. They've got one of the best wide receivers in the game when it comes to just playing with just sheer power.
Yeah.
And they got a quarterback that's playing with a lot of confidence right now.
So Mario Tolo, little timeout for a second. Tolo Mario tweeted Neville Gallimore has removed any affiliation to the Cowboys from his bio. The NFL is a cold world. Now, I went to Gallimore's bio to confirm it. Yes, it just says Ottawa, Ontario. I don't know if he had the Cowboys up here to begin with. To be fair, I don't know, but there's no Cowboy affiliation. It looks like his profile pic is a picture of him on the field in a jersey, but we just talked about Neville Gallimore possibly being in the doghouse. So just for y'all to know that, thanks to Tolo, Mario, great homework. My number 3 in the power rankings are the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
Where are you on Hurts?
I'll tell you what, I felt like going into the season when it was all said and done that the Cowboys and the Eagles have a similar roster. I don't think that's really the case now when you watch the Eagles play.
Because they have a better roster.
I think they have a better roster, and from top to bottom. I think with Hurts, I felt like you had the best quarterback when it was Prescott. So the thing that's, and I'm going to get into Philadelphia here in just a minute, but I feel like, though, that they figured this out. They were 2-5 last year. They knew that they couldn't let Hurts throw the football and be successful. They started running the ball. They got in the playoffs. Yes, they got beat by the Buccaneers, but they've come out, and he is throwing the ball better. They're the receivers, the weapons they have. No more. They don't have. It's not the weapons that we've been accustomed to in the past, where it was receivers that can't play.
Yeah,
they went out and got real receivers, and it's helped the quarterback. They got it. They got one of the better.
Sanders and Goddard.
They run the football well. They've got a good offensive line. They plug in a lot of different guys. Their offensive line is not the same 5 guys every week. It's a different group of guys. They have guys they lose during the game for injury, and they plug another guy in, and they miss no beat on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, you saw the other day, I was watching their team play, and I was thinking, man, their secondary holds. That's all they do. They hold. If a game's called, they're going to get called for PIs and holdings and stuff. They didn't hold the Cowboys. They covered the Cowboys. Is that an indictment on the Cowboys receivers, or is that what really is what the Philadelphia Eagles are? They're very good on defense. They tackle well. They put pressure on you, and their offense puts a lot of pressure on you with their scheme with the RPO stuff.
Brian Broadus just kicking out the info in for Choppy. So I'm guessing, by the way, Frank Clark has been suspended for 2 games in weapons arrest. He's had some character issues in his past.
Yeah,
with a nice career too, Pro Bowl wise.
He has been, and Dawson said he just lives in the wrong state. That's the problem. He just lives in the wrong state, with your weapons and stuff like that.
Missouri?
That's what I'm saying, though. You never know. Some states have different weapons laws.
Are they what? I don't know what they're.
I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
I don't know what their laws are.
I know this state has a different weapons law than a lot of other states, but yeah.
So I'm guessing. So for me, I have Cincy 5, Dallas 4, Philadelphia 3. So I'm guessing the Eagles are your number 2.
They're my number 2. And for every reason that I just gave, you're talking about one of the top 5 offenses in the league, one of the top 4 defenses in
All right,
the league.
let me give you this question. I'm going to make you Harry Roseman. I'm Jalen Hurts' agent.
Yeah.
Today you can sign him up for 40.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're going to go hunting and we're going to ask for more throughout the league after this season. Right now today, you want to give us 40 and lock this up, or you want to wait?
I get to wait because I have the Saints pick right now, and that's the 4th overall pick in the draft.
You're gonna find a winner like me? You're gonna be undefeated next year with your 4th pick?
Keep winning.
You see Zach Wilson?
Keep winning, bro.
I'll
pay you if you keep winning. I'll pay you if you keep winning.
But it's gonna go up.
But you've improved. But you know what? If it goes up too much, I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna just draft a kid. I'm gonna draft a quarterback. The Saints. The Saints could. This thing could be.
You want Zach Wilson? You want Trevor? You happy with Trevor right now? I don't know.
You know what? I wonder if that's
a dangerous unknown.
It is a dangerous unknown, but you know what? I had a dangerous unknown when I was coming to the season with you as my quarterback.
All right, I got Kansas City at 2, and I have the Buffalo Bills at number 1.
I have Buffalo at number 1 is mine. Yeah.
Why do you think the Bills are the best team?
I tell you what, you look at the quality wins they've had. They beat the Rams to start the season. That was a Super Bowl team right there.
Beatdown.
That was a Super Bowl winning team. They beat Tennessee. They beat Baltimore. They beat in Kansas City. The one game they lost was in Miami, and that was a situation where I felt like, though, they should have found a way to win that game. I mean, they ran like 100 plays.
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like that they're the most complete team when you start to talk about offense, defense, everything about it. Their kicking game is really, really good too. They're well coached, and they're gonna find ways to win games in all elements. I know they didn't win the game in Miami when it was 110 degrees.
Yeah.
But they that was one of those times where mean, Miami was able to hang on and get that win. I kind of felt like that Buffalo just ran out of gas on that one, ran out of time, made some mistakes in that football game. But that you're at the end of the year going to Buffalo is going to be a hard place for teams to have to go win in the playoff.
Was there any team
Dallas was number 6 for me.
Okay.
And I was struggling with Dallas in the 4 and the 5 hole is what I was doing.
Are we disrespecting the Titans?
I think the Titans are a much better team. Early in the season, that loss to the Giants was inexcusable to me to start the year. But now what you know about the Giants and the way the Giants are playing football, you call it lucky, call it whatever, but the Giants have found a formula that's been successful for them. That's why I give
They're
them
like a poor man Cowboys.
I'm just telling you, well, they are going. I think they're going to get better. I think the running game is going to continue to improve for them. Maybe their luck will run out.
No, they're going to get exposed.
But right now,
this is going to run out.
Well,
they're on their 3rd wish.
No, I don't know.
They're on their 2.5 wish.
I don't. They've made a deal with somebody, but they're a good football team right now.
It is this week's version of the Power Rankings here on Sean and RJ. Brian brought us in for Chop on DFW Sports Station. We're going to move Michael Irvin had something come up. He's going to come on tomorrow. We're going to have Michael Lombardi. I can finally have Michael Lombardi on now that Chop's not here. Brian brought us his best man, former NFL GM spits fire. He'll be joining us at 8:40. But what fire did the TNT guys spit at the Mavericks after that embarrassing loss last night? We'll play it for you next.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday with the KNC Masterpiece.
Special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
In the conference finals in 5 games. Valanciunas, the cutter. Big finish! Najee Marshall.
Man, no Zion, no Brandon Ingram, and the Pelicans still beat the Mavericks last night on TNT. It's Sean and RJ. Brian Broadus is in for Choppy. Former NFL GM Michael Lombardi. Let's see if he has some praise for Kellen Moore coming up at 8:40.
What do you think?
I think
if you had to bet,
I know what he's going to say because I listened to his podcast.
Yeah.
He's going to say, a problem in the National Football League is all these little fancy young play callers, they're not managing the game.
Yeah.
They don't care about complimentary football. Yeah. And when Cooper Rush took over, it forced the Cowboys to try to manage the game versus, let me get my yardage and let me get my big fancy play. He's always said that about Kellen Moore, but I think he's going to compliment him. Where I disagree with Lombardi is I think he believes that
his friendship with me.
Yeah. Now, he was your best man or vice versa?
He was my best man. Yeah, he was. And it's so funny.
Because you two are bulldogs. You guys don't have all-out wars?
Oh, yeah. We were in a situation, Mike and I, it's so funny because when Mike and I worked together in Philadelphia, Mike and I got to work together 1 year. And we were on a staff with Ray Rhodes in 1997 where the defensive coaches never talked to us. They thought that we were there, that Mike and I were there to take over the front office jobs and fire everybody. So the defensive coaches wanted nothing to do with us. And so Mike and I just would, we would sit and Mike would pick me up every morning at 4:00.
Oh, he was your Chiafalo.
Yeah, he would pick me up there. I lived in downtown Philly. He came over from Jersey. And we would, he would always give me 2 bagels. He'd stop off at Dunkin' Donuts and grab me 2. And he wouldn't even say anything to me. He'd just throw the bagels at me. So I'd sit in there and then I'd eat the bagels. We'd drive in and stuff like that. But I learned more football being around him. He was around the Bill Walshes and guys. I mean, Al Davis. I mean, he's been around great football-minded guys.
And I think he's still tight with Belichick.
He is very tight with Belichick. And so that was the thing that, that I always appreciated as a young guy trying to learn. But yeah, Mike and I, when we ran that draft in 98 and Mike made a trade for Hugh Douglas, Mike came in officer and I see, he goes, man, we can make a trade with Parcells. We can get Hugh Douglas for this defense. And I'm like, well, what do we have to give up? He goes, we just give up our 2nd round pick. And I'm like, Mike, there's nobody on that board in the 2nd round. It's better than Hugh Douglas. I go, let's go. Let's do it. And so he did it. Mike and I worked really, really well together. And then, by the end of when the draft was over, Jeff Lurie, Joe Banner, they decide, well, we're not going to do what you guys want to do anymore. Even though we had that draft, it really, and Mike and I set them up for Andy Reid. But they didn't know Andy Reid.
Yeah.
I mean, we were trying to hire Andy Reid.
So they let you go after having that draft?
Yeah.
How many years after that draft?
That was right. I mean, literally.
The next year?
No, we were done. We had the draft in April. In May of that same year, we were fired.
I love how teams always do that, right? They let you draft.
Yeah.
And then they
make a change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately we helped them get Andy Reid. Jeff Lurie, Joe Banner had no idea who Andy Reid was. Andy was my neighbor in Green Bay, And, I knew Andy and John and those guys. I was with all those guys. I'm like, man, these guys. So I'm selling Andy Reid. And, then they make a coaching change, and Mike and I are out the door. What do? They go get Andy Reid. And he wins, for 14 years. He was a
You think they would call you back and be like, you were right about these things. Let's rehire you.
I see Jeff Lurie occasionally, and to this day, he still thanks me because that draft and then Andy drafting Donovan McNabb and Andy being in Philly set them on a run. And sometimes in football, you have to be with the right people. That's a real key. You're not going to get along with everything. Mike and I didn't get along with everything we're going back and forth on because he was stubborn, I was stubborn. But we look back on it, though, and it's like we were a really good combination together.
Is it a fair criticism to say that Lombardi, who will join us at 8:40, he is slow in accepting the analytical stuff?
Yeah, we all are. All the crusty guys are. Yeah. We're all very much, and Mike's in a business now where he has to look at analytics because he does the stuff with
Vegas,
with this, and
gambling,
lines and movement and all that stuff, and probabilities and stuff. So yeah, you learn along the way. But Mike and I were two guys that would sit in a film room all day and just work on tape. That's all we do is work on tape, and then at the end of the day, you get your reports together, and it, if a coach said, I go, why would no? Mike is really big on game management because he learned that from Parcells.
Yep.
That's a big Parcells trait.
Yep.
Is game management, and a lot of these young coaches, they don't have that ability. They don't have that right now.
So Michael Lombardi will join us at 8:40. I just love listening to him talk about football.
Knows a lot.
He'll join the show. Mavs lose to the Pelicans, and I wanted to get the thoughts from TNT on our basketball team. So I recorded now afterwards. Well, let's just play Charles now. This is Barkley at halftime talking about not liking the way that the Mavs are playing.
I really did, for a couple of reasons. Number one, they don't have a defensive identity. This team ain't good enough to score 140 points. No disrespect to the Pels. This team they got out here tonight, they're on pace for 140 points. That can't happen. But also on offense, they play the same way they did last year. Luka has to make every play. They don't play with any pace. Guys don't take charge of no, I'm not waiting on Luka to do everything for me. This is just the same team I saw play last year.
Okay, I mean, Christian Wood has been putting up Barkley-type numbers. He's had an all-star start, so I don't think it's been all Luka. And the TNT guys decided to do a little focus. They gave their overall thoughts on the Mavs addition that no one else wanted in the offseason.
It's Christian Wood, who's come off the bench in 2 games, has 50 points, 20 rebounds in 49 minutes.
25 and 10.
We saw him play a little bit last year. He was scary the moments that we saw him. Then he got injured, kind of disappeared. But if he can stay healthy, he's a difficult player to guard. He can dribble. He can put the ball on the floor. He can shoot from long range. He can rebound. He's very tricky around the basket. Very interesting pickup, but again, it's all about his health. If he stays healthy, I think it'll be a great pickup.
Yeah, for a team that went to the Western Conference Finals, that's a great piece to have.
I thought that was one of the most underrated pickups over the summer. I liked him. I liked him in Houston. Obviously, a few years ago he was in Detroit, but now he did good in Houston. Now playing with a guy like Luka, man, it's a great situation for him.
Yeah, and he's a 6'9" that plays 7 feet.
Yes,
because of his length and athleticism. He actually looks taller, but what he's able to do is he stretches the floor. If you want to play on the perimeter, he gets offensive rebounds.
Charles Barkley numbers right there.
He's got a little toughness to him too, even though
Barkley numbers right there. 25 and 10, 56% shooting. That's impressive.
Yes.
So I love that, especially from Kenny. When I first watched him, I was like, I had to look it up. I'm like, he's 6'9"?
Yeah.
That's it? He looks like a giant, Brian.
Yeah, no, he's, the thing about him is he's a linear built player, which we would say in scouting is tall, thin kind of a player. Sometimes you see it with offensive tackles, linear built, thin guy, but yeah, I mean, the length is super impressive. I will say this about Charles and something I agree with him. And I think those guys they do a great job of giving you what they think because they're not going to sit there and really grind it out as far as study, dig in. But
Kenny might,
but he's right about the pace. He's right about the pace. The Mavericks right now, it's a small sample size. They're 27th in the league in pace. in the way they play. Yeah. And so there's something to that. You know, the one thing that I was super impressed with the Pelicans last night was the ball movement. You know, and you're not going to get that with the Mavs. You know, the Mavs don't always make the extra pass. The extra pass that the Mavs make is to try and get a shot as the shot clock's going down. You know, it's the extra pass, and you play some teams sometimes that do that unselfishly pass, and by the third pass, you're like, shoot!
Yeah.
And then that fourth pass is made, and then it goes in, and you're like going, But that's the thing. That's what Luka, that's what you have right there. You know, and maybe it's a little bit different, without Jalen Brunson being here. You know, maybe that's the thing. But the Mavs, they're a team that does not play with a lot of pace.
Yeah,
and
because I still view Dinwiddie as just a scorer. I'm not happy with him as your second ball handler. I thought he had a fantastic night last night. I wanted him to get the final shot, but I want to do a little 2-minute timeout while we have you today, because you know me, I'm all about ratings first and foremost.
Yeah.
And even if I don't care about something, I don't know anything about Formula One.
Yeah.
And you're a racing guy.
Love racing.
All I've been seeing, the numbers from Austin, Formula One, it's the place to be. The celebrities.
400,000 people that weekend for racing.
What is this? Why is this taking over?
The Formula One it's a sport that's been around since the 50s. And you have these legendary drivers from around the world. That's the thing about it is it's 10 teams, 20 drivers kind of a thing. And that's the beauty of it all. It's kind of an exclusive group, but it has such a rich history to it because of the places that they've raced around the world. The cities, very famously Monaco. Monaco's a track that's actually, to be honest with you, it's very boring racing, but the whole setting of it, unless you win the pole, you're not going to be able to pass. It's, mechanical failures. There's so much drama. And if you're not a racing fan, I recommend, if you're into binge watching shows, Netflix has a very good one called Drive to Survive. And if you want to learn about personalities and egos and extravagance, watch Drive to Survive. Because what will happen is these drivers they have these huge egos, and they believe that they've been chosen to do this. And they're not afraid to call each other out for their shortcomings, for the other guy's shortcomings.
Wow.
So the thing about racing and why it's become so popular.
But why does it feel like it's just exploded? Like it's been
Drive to Survive. People during the pandemic, people were looking for things to occupy their time.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're in Netflix land and you're watching, well, I've seen The Crown and I've seen Peaky Blinders and I've seen, what's this Drive to Survive thing? If you're somebody that likes sports,
I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, Drive to Survive, because what happens is you learn about the sport, but the characters and the personalities, you learn there's villains. There's real villains in Formula One racing. And
it's kind of like that boxing HBO when they would do the behind the scenes.
Sure.
And it would get you so invested in the fight. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
They would profile the guys.
But yeah, Drive to Survive, if you have some time, go back, because you will learn a lot about these teams, the principles, the amount of money it's spent. The teams are spending, $400 million a year for their race team to run two cars.
Is the racing more entertaining than NASCAR?
Oh, I find the NASCAR is starting to get back to the bad guy personalities. There's some guys, Bubba Wallace got out of his car, pushing Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson bumped, Martin Truex the other day in the pits. There's still that little bit. I think there's not as much drama in Formula One because of the teams. I mean, the championship has been decided, with Max Verstappen winning in Austin. He's won 13 races this year. So, yeah, it's been a dominant thing. But, man, there's a lot of personalities and a lot of egos, and it's really neat to see these guys get on each other about their racing.
Drive to Survive.
Yep,
I'm going to check it out.
Yep.
Former NFL GM, tight with Bill Walsh, Al Davis, Bill Belichick. Is he going to give Kellen Moore his credit while some Cowboy fans are still tearing him down? Brian Broadus' best man, former NFL GM Michael Lombardi, talks football next. But first,
Brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, will join us tomorrow. Instead, one of my favorite guests that Brian Broadus was able to book us this morning. Broadus in for Choppy today on the morning show. Why don't you do the intro?
Yeah, one of my best friends in life, one of my best friends professionally, a guy that I lean on quite a bit when it comes to information, not only around the league, but why teams do things. I mean, we're a couple of old souls together when it comes to this NFL. We're not going to wow you with metrics and things like that, but he's an award-winning author. He's a great guy. Michael Lombardi. Michael, good morning to you, sir. Where are my two bagels?
Oh, man, I got to get them toasted first. I appreciate you, Brian. RJ, thanks for having me. I hope all is well there in D-Town.
Well, we think it's better now that they got Jonathan Hankins. What can you tell us about him? What did you think of this little trade they made with the Raiders?
Well, look, I'm a defensive line aficionado. I think anytime, especially, for Dallas, where you could add another big body in there when you want to play against certain teams that fit. It's not a fit for everybody. I mean, against Philadelphia, you need to defend the outside part of the run game, outside in, and so you need big guys because you're going to be a half man short inside against Philly. That's why Miles Sanders ran the ball so well inside against Dallas the last time, because you're going to be a stout player short inside. So I think this is a specific move to help against the Philly style of running game. I think what we're seeing more in the league than ever before is we have these 6 skill position offenses, and right now there's 5 of them, right? There's Baltimore, Chicago, Buffalo, Philly, and Atlanta. That means the quarterback's involved in the run game somewhere, right? He's going to be involved in the run game.
Yeah.
I mean, Mariota rarely throws the ball over 15 times a game. I know Buffalo doesn't really run him as much, but he's involved in the run game. So when you have that kind of offense, you've got to set the edge outside in, not inside out. And you need big guys inside. It's one of the problems Tampa's having this year with their run game.
Mike, you mentioned about that, with the run game stuff and all that. Do you feel like the Cowboys are being proactive because of what's ahead of them on the schedule, or was that something when Dan Quinn sat down and said, listen, this is something that hasn't killed us yet, but we need to get ahead of the game on this one?
I kind of think it's Dan Quinn. I can't imagine anybody else would be able to really solve that issue. I think, Quinn probably got on the team plane leaving Philadelphia and playing as well as they did and giving up 24 points or 20 points in the first half. It felt like, okay, once I got used to the speed of the game we did defensively, we were much better. And we need to get better inside and become more physical. Because, look, you can't be – one of the problems why Chicago beat New England last week is because New England's defensive line, with the exception of Judon, is kind of built for a 2-back run game. It's not built for a skilled 6-position skilled offense. And so when the field gets spread horizontally and they have to set the edge outside in, they're just not fast enough. And I think what Quinn can do is he's fast enough. He's just got the opposite problem. He needs to be stout enough inside.
Well, Michael, okay, so you studied the game. I know you watched the game the other night. I know how you study your film breakdowns and stuff like that. Give me the game plan then for the Cowboys. How do you think on a short week, are we going to see a similar game plan from the Bears because of not a lot of time? You kind of feel like that they'll bring the same game plan to Dallas this weekend?
I mean, they only have one game plan, Brian. I mean, the quarterback, forget about what they said on television the other night, and they're trying to make him into something that he's not. I mean, he's not he doesn't throw any completions. I mean, I think he averages like 10 completions a game.
Yeah.
So they've got to do a lot of mixing and matching, and they've got to stop the run game. So this is a great game for the Cowboys to prepare themselves to play the Eagles again. Now, they're not as fast as Philadelphia offensively, and you've got to force this guy to make throws, right? Their offensive line's not very good. Bad lines don't travel well. They're not very accurate. They're 30th in the league in first downs. I mean, they don't get a lot of first downs. They can't protect the passer. They're 32nd in sacks, and so when you get them into a situation where you have to be able to handle some things, you've got to stop the quarterback from running. They're 27th They're 17th in points per play. But the advantage the Cowboys have in this game really is all over with their defense. And their defense has got to use their speed, create turnovers. This guy's going to turn it over. He's loose with the ball. We saw it the other night. The ball hit his knee. It bounced out.
Sure.
It's just you can't take – this is a concept that happens a lot in football. We have this thing, and it kind of goes back to a bias, right? So there's all sorts of biases we have in our lives. And one of the biases is that we have it's called availability bias. We see a team last week, and we think they're going to be the same team the next week. And we all know that's not the case. What Chicago did against New England is not going to happen against Dallas because Dallas is just built differently on how they handle defensively.
Mike, what is your assessment so far of the Cowboys? I know they get Dak Prescott back last week for that game. When you sat down and watched that game, where did you feel like the Cowboys need to go offensively? Is it, and I know you have so much love for these young offensive coordinators in the league. Those are your favorite game managing guys there are,
I mean, all they care about is yards and, they're in their basement in Des Moines playing Madden. I mean, but I give McCarthy a ton of credit. I've said this on my show, the Lombardi line on VSiN. I say it all the time. They're managing the game like they've never had before, right? I think they basically have told Kellen Moore, we're going to run. We need to run the ball. We need to use our two best players and utilize that. I thought Dak was rusty, and I thought that sometimes their protection wasn't great. But I think they managed the game. It's 10-6, balls at the 1-yard line. Why Dan Campbell didn't challenge it, I have no idea. We could do a documentary on Dan Campbell's fourth quarter decisions. I mean, think about it. The fourth quarter last week was 3 fumbles and an interception. That's what the Detroit offense came up with in the fourth quarter. So I think they're doing a really good job offensively. I think that they know their strength of the team is their defense. And as long as they don't turn it over, they're 0.9 in turnover takeaway differential. Chicago's 0.1, so they have an advantage there in the game. And as long as they continue to do that, they're going to be in the games into the fourth quarter, and then they've got to make the plays. And I think it's not how you win. We got so caught up in yards. And when you examine the teams that are winning, Tennessee, Dallas, the Giants, right? They're winning because they're managing the game. They're not trying to collect yards. And that's the formula for success.
Michael, when you mentioned about the Giants and this, how you handicap in this division, is what the Giants doing sustainable, and is the Eagles sustainable with their quarterback, and is the Cowboys sustainable with what they're doing on their defense?
Well, I think the Cowboys are sustainable. I think, as long as they can continue to get pressure and stay healthy, they're going to be sustainable. Look, the Giants, when you break the Giants down, the Giants have a very simple formula. They're going to keep the game close. They're really good in situational football areas, okay? They're the 5th best red zone defense in football, right? They get more incompletions they're 4th in the league in forcing incompletions, right? Mm-hmm. So their third down defense is outstanding. They get off the field on third down. And their sack per play is really good. We all talk about sacks, but it's sacks per play. But right. where the Giants are really good is the Giants are the best fourth quarter team in football. They've been able to win the game in the fourth quarter. All their wins have come in the fourth quarter. I mean, the game's a close game going to the fourth quarter, and they find a way to win it. They're managing their quarterback. They don't make mistakes. Last week, they turned it over, and they got a penalty back on it. They turned it over in the red zone, and naturally, what does Jacksonville do? Jacksonville is unaware that the Giants are so good in the fourth quarter. They don't make any plays in the fourth quarter. So I don't know if it's sustainable. It's hard every week to win this way in the NFL, especially if you play against a team that gets the lead. Like when the Cowboys played them and they got the lead against them, it made it hard for the Giants to come back because they have to play one way.
Michael, my issue with this formula is, hey, if you have Daniel Jones, all good. Garoppolo, okay. Hurts, can he throw it? Fine. In Dallas, we got a $40 million quarterback, and Jerry's telling us every Tuesday we want to run the football, play defense, and punt. Is that an indictment of your quarterback making that much money?
No, because, look, let's go to Tom Brady. Tom Brady's not having a good season this year, right? For Tom Brady to be every quarterback in the league, maybe with the exception of Mahomes and Josh Allen, has to be managed correctly, okay? It's just a fallacy. Forget about how much they're making. It's about how you have to win the game. And so the way to win the game, if you're Tampa Bay, is Brady needs a really good tight end. He don't have one. Brady needs a really good slot, right? So Brady's had Gronk, he's had Aaron Hernandez, and then he's had, for slots, he's had Wes Welker, Danny Amendola, and Julian Edelman. And then for nickelbacks, he's had Kevin Falk, Shane Vereen, and James White. He doesn't have any of those three. And so everybody's, what's wrong with the Bucs? The Bucs don't have the supporting cast that makes Brady great. So it's the same thing in Dallas. The supporting cast in Dallas doesn't allow him to be the player he needs to be, and why not play to your strength? If your strength is defense, why would I want to turn the ball over? You know, like, that's being smart. That's not protecting a $40 million investment. That's just smart. And unfortunately in the NFL, what we're seeing is a lot of dumb. I mean, we're seeing a lot of dumb.
Why do you think? Why are points down?
Because people are stopping kicking field goals. I mean, you know, they say Mike McDaniel's a brilliant coach, right? Brilliant. Okay, I asked somebody the other day, I said this on my podcast, give me 3 examples of why he's brilliant. The guy goes, he's got a 16-10 lead. The game is going on. His quarterback, Tua, is trying to throw 5 interceptions if you watch the tape.
Sure.
He's trying to throw 5 of them, okay? They just didn't catch him. He's watching the same game I'm watching. I'm 1,500 miles away, and I'm saying every point's going to matter in this game because Pittsburgh can't score, and you're not going to score. I mean, the last 4 weeks they haven't scored. The highest point total they had in Miami with Tua is 21 points, okay? 21 points. All right, so, like, every point matters for you, but you decide to turn down the field goal. And, of course, nobody in the national media says a bad word about it because he's brilliant. Like, look, I get you went to Yale. I get you go to Yale and you're smart. If I was in school, I'd probably sit next to you and try to cheat off you. But that doesn't make you smart at football.
Michael Lombardi, you're the absolute best. Hey, what do you got going here? You got another book in the works for us? What do you got going?
I got a new book out. It's called Football Done Right. It's about the Hall of Fame. It's about the top 100 players. It's about what Deion said. My gold jacket's different than a lot of other gold jackets.
Well, you can find Michael's, but where are you going to get your books? Where we got that going?
Well, they'll be up on Amazon, all that. You know, I mean, it's going to come out. It will be out August of 2023.
Okay, there you go. Well, make sure you check out his podcast, too, and that fine work on Vincent. Mike, I love you, brother. Thank you, man. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Michael Lombardi on the Diamond Factory hotline. Let's react to that. And you need to start scouting the Chicago Bears to figure out if we need to be worried about Sunday. Next on The Fan. But you don't need to be worried if you've been involved in that.
free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. You got a fist pump. Fist pump time. That's a Tiger Woods one fist pump. You got a Jersey Shore fist pump. Brian brought us in for Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt.
Is that what you do? The fist pump in the final hour?
Yeah. Final hour, baby. Is the show, is it going by fast?
It's amazing how fast this show's going. I seriously, and actually you have a great view of the city when the sun's coming up.
Yeah. It's
just a beautiful day outside, and the sun was coming up behind you, and I'm like going, all right. From here, I get to go and talk for another hour. I get to talk on
Frisco.
Now I go up to the Star. Yeah, I got the Cowboys break.
Why don't you cut down? I told you.
I got a son. It's a freshman at the University of Texas. That's why.
Tuition.
Oh God, he was smart enough to get some scholarship money, but. Yeah. Heck, you gotta. Hey, it's tough out there, man. The streets got to eat, right?
You got to keep working.
Got to keep working.
Has he gotten caught up? And by the way, your boy, along with my godson, probably two of the most unique.
How about you
kids.
Recruiting? How about you doing recruiting?
It ain't helping. It ain't working.
But,
why don't you evaluate his film and do it like a fake write up? I
don't need a fake write. He looks like a good player when you show those clips.
Yeah,
he looks like he's.
I don't like sending out his quarterback film because he's only doing this to help the team.
Yeah.
He's not going to play quarterback in college.
No.
He would have to play, receiver.
Sure.
But he's 6'5".
Is he getting looks?
He has offers, but on the James Madison level right now.
They were in the top 25 the other day last I checked, James Madison.
Yeah. But I want him in Texas.
Yeah.
I wanna
Joey not helping you out there in Lubbock?
Joey's not coming in strong yet.
How about Sonny?
Sonny's
You working
not
on
coming
Sonny?
in strong yet. So give me some advice on how to get him that scholarship so I don't have to pay out of my wallet.
Yeah.
But is your boy caught up in the Longhorn football craze?
He really is. And he was in town last weekend.
And he's a good kid.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying it. He was in town to see his mom last weekend, and so it was like the LSU game had ended and the Texas game was playing Oklahoma State, and my mom was there, and his mom. We're all sitting there kind of watching the game, and Bennett literally walks out of the room at the end of the Texas game and is like just dropping F-bombs, so he didn't have to do it in front of my mom. But, he said the atmosphere at Texas for the Texas-Alabama game was just tremendous, And so but he's looking forward to basketball season. Texas is really good in baseball. So, yeah, the whole college experience, the fact he's like, Dad, I paid $200. I get to see all these games. I'm like saying, no. I paid $200 and you get to see all these games.
Well, I don't know what his gambling habit status is, but maybe he's making.
Actually, he's doing pretty well.
All right. Well, there you go.
That's another day.
All right. We'll get into the Cowboys trade with Nick Eatman coming up at 9:20 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. I did get a tweet from someone saying, why did y'all keep talking about wanting to do a show together one day, or at least teaming up to do a show? What's your answer to that?
You know what? I'm fascinated by working with. One of the great advantages that I had working with DallasCowboys.com is that I got to work with each show. I got to, have an opportunity. I felt like the nighttime show when it was Corey and Kevin, I felt sad for them because, I wasn't, I didn't have an opportunity.
Contribution.
So I would come in and sit in for an hour with them, so I felt like, here, I'm going to make it up to you. And so I think we have a really good, unique staff when it comes to talent on all the shows.
Yeah.
And I just like I like the challenge of getting up at 4 a.m, being alert. You guys, you and Joey have made this show. You've made it a lot of fun for me today, and the interaction that you have.
Yeah.
That's what I really, really enjoy. We have a good interaction on our show too, and that makes it a lot of fun. But it's just the challenge of getting up, being ready, being prepared, and having a good take, bad take, and having some back and forth. I think that's what makes. I think people enjoy the conversations you have.
Yeah.
And, they can disagree with you, agree with you. I appreciate a guy like Michael Lombardi. I was really looking forward to getting to talk to Michael Irvin.
Irvin.
Yeah, I was getting ready. I was really excited about that. And because I was looking, I'm like, okay, when does Sean have his guests?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed Jerry. Damn. That kind of thing. So, but, Michael Lombardi, and then Michael Lombardi just coming on, and I know you really like Michael Lombardi a lot.
I love him.
So it made it really easy for me to make it happen. But that's the great thing about it. It's the challenge of getting up and trying to work with somebody different and get their perspective, get a little bit different idea about things.
Excellent. Okay, you've done Bears homework. When you do the homework, like how many games, how many hours?
Generally 3.
3.
Yeah, like I did my podcast last night, and then I started watching the Bears games last night, and then I was thinking, oh my gosh, I got to get up and do radio at 4 a.m, kind of a thing. And
what are you saying?
I'll tell you what, though.
Because Michael Lombardi just came on and trashed them.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is, and Michael's not wrong. You could watch the games against the Minnesota Vikings. You could watch the games against the Patriots. You could watch the various teams that they've played, and the same things seem to happen. That if you're equipped to handle their running game, you're equipped to beat them. But they're also, though, the Patriots weren't equipped to handle the running game, and that's the test every week.
But how could Bill Belichick not know that?
Yeah.
Or they just didn't
He
have
knew that he didn't have the personnel to play the running game the way it needed to be played.
Yeah.
And so Michael Lombardi's right. If you get Justin Fields to throw the football, Darnell Mooney and Pettis and St. Brown, these guys are capable players, but they have a quarterback that can't hit them with any regularity.
Are you surprised with Fields' lack of passing based upon your Ohio State scouting?
Man,
or were you up or down on him?
No, I was up. And it's funny because
we know that's your weakness.
Well, no, I was right about Allen. I took a lot of grief about Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I took a lot of grief about Mahomes. I took a lot of grief about him.
Okay, we've turned it around then
so
a little bit.
We've got a little better along the way.
Right.
Hey, you got to have some victories along the way.
Of course.
Not everybody's Blake Bortles.
Yeah.
Not everybody's Blake Bortles. I kind of feel like, though, the thing that I worry about with Justin Fields is that, coaching, and then all of a sudden it keeps turning over at the Bears. I think with Matt Eberflus, they've got a really good coach. I worked with Matt with the Cowboys. Love Matt Eberflus. Love what he did defensively.
Jerry was praising him yesterday.
By the way, you got to remember this. Matt Eberflus was coordinating a Indianapolis Colts defense that completely shut Dak Prescott down a few years ago. So kind of think about some of the things that you might see from his Bears. And I do like what the Bears are doing on defense, though, to be honest with you. I'm a big fan of Robert Quinn, Roquan Smith.
Robert Quinn trade block, supposedly.
Yeah, exactly. Jaquan Brisker, I think, is a good player from Penn State, the safety they got. Kyler Gordon, the corner. They've got some talented defensive players. But like I say, you've got to figure out how to get pressure on this Bears offense in a way. Don't let them run the football, because they've got some issues along the offensive line that you can attack.
Do you just keep Micah? We always talk about spy, not spy. Hurts game plan. I mean, is this like the game to have Micah not necessarily rush Hurts?
Well, see, that's the thing. To me, it's however you feel like you're going to be solid across the front seven. That's what this game is going to come down to. Can your front seven take advantage of their 5 blockers and their tight ends? And they'll use all their tight ends. They'll use every one of their tight ends. I mean, you'll see, Komet, Wesco, Griffin. You'll see all these guys playing.
If I tell you the only way that we can, all right, you're going to be Dan Quinn. I'm Jerry.
Yeah.
Dan, here's the way I want you to game plan. The only way we lose is Hurts running like an old school high school quarterback around the edge.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, that's
the only way we lose.
But the RPO stuff could be. Now, he made a couple of throws in the game. I mean, it's not all great, but before half, if you remember, I got 3rd and 16, 3rd and 15, and he had made a couple of clutch throws that Moody made a great catch along the sideline, saying, capable, accurate, no. Capable, yes. So, yeah, running is going to be huge. I don't know why, if I'm the Bears, I don't throw the ball in this game. Seriously. It's quarterback. If you're averaging 4 or 5 yards a shot running the ball, you're going to put yourself in 3rd down and shorts all day. And that's the one way to keep the Cowboys pass rush off him is to be able to run the ball and be physical enough to do it.
John Machota tweeted this out. Victory for Ralph James Choppy. I got to give it to him. He wanted Micah Parsons on the D-line. That's it. This year, Micah has lined up on the D-line 301 times. At linebacker, 94.
Yeah.
Corner, 3. 301 to 94, the Cowboys have unleashed him.
Yeah, but it now you're the wear and tear. Here comes the wear and tear because you're now dealing with tight ends, you're dealing with offensive tackles, you're dealing with double teams, you're dealing with all those things that, you're dealing with people diving at his knees, you're dealing with people hitting him in the ribs, all these things, the wear and tear starts to show. You can ask Tank Lawrence about that.
So what are you going to do, stop putting him up front?
No, I'm just saying, you're happy about it and you want to get him involved, but be mindful of what you're doing. You're putting him in harm's way is what you're doing because he's your best player.
Yeah, your best player. Most rushing yards per game this year. New York Giants, 173. Chicago Bears, 181.
Yeah.
The Bears are the only team with 3 different players averaging 50-plus rush yards a game. They have 3 that are running at 50 or more yards a game.
Herbert's a good player for them. I mean, that's a kid they got in the 6th round.
Got Montgomery.
Yeah, they got Montgomery. They've got quickness and they've got power. Very similar to what you kind of saw. The Lions were a little bit more power. The Eagles, a little bit more quickness and power with that running game.
All right, you choose the next Around the NFL topic before Nick Eatman. You got Broncos, fire sale possibly. You got Aaron Rodgers, mess in Green Bay.
Let's go with the pack.
Okay. Here's Aaron Rodgers yesterday on Pat McAfee when Pat asked him about Green Bay's struggles.
How do you go about watching a game like the Commanders to correct it for going forward? And what did you see out of yourself against the Commanders?
Yeah, judge everything. Every play, my own performance, all of it. I mean, this was my highest graded game by Tom, which people may be surprised to hear.
Okay, that got taken. This is why we play audio.
Tom
on this
Clements
show.
is who he's talking about, the quarterback coach.
But this is why we play audio. Because just reading that, some writers made it sound like he was absolving himself.
Yeah.
He was laughing.
Yeah.
He's like, I know it's surprising. I got a high grade.
Yeah.
But the big quote from this is, we have players making too many mistakes. Those guys should not be playing. Maybe it's time to bench. Which Bay has a bigger problem between Green Bay and Tampa Bay? Who's in more trouble?
I think the Bay in Green Bay has more trouble.
All right, I think it's Tampa. Why do you say Green?
I say Green because they've got a quarterback that he's not afraid to say. I mean, I know Brady will yell at his guys and stuff like that on the field, and you see that, but I don't think Tom Brady is going to throw his guys under the bus like that guy up in Green Bay will.
But which team's going to be a bigger threat second half of the year?
Who's
going to be a better football team?
Does Tom Brady, do they run the ball at all?
Man, I thought Fournette was a beast.
Fournette was a beast. They're averaging they're averaging 3 yards a carry now.
Yeah.
There's teams you need to play at certain times. You got lucky you played the Bengals early, and you're unfortunate you play in the Buccaneers early.
But you think Green Bay will be worse off than Tampa Bay throughout the rest of the year?
That quarterback, it's going to just compound. Those receivers, he's not going to give anybody up there any slack. And they've got some problems though with the offensive line there. When it comes to Bakhtiari and stuff like that, some of the same struggles they've had.
He's always hurt.
He's
their tyrant.
Yep, exactly.
He's their tyrant. And Tampa Bay's got the much easier division.
They're
going to fall into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you could say
New Orleans.
Carolina fires their coach and fire sales a player, and they're one game out of first. If I'm thinking, well, maybe I should kind of hang on to whatever guy, Moore, the receiver, the defensive lineman, I hang on to those guys.
All right, around the NFL and inside the Star, where Brian brought us in for Choppy today. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's find out about the Space Heater, the new Space Heater the Cowboys traded for. And does Nick Eatman, like Bobby Belt and Broadus, think that they should go wide receiver shopping? Let's go over to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, is next. But first, See, as a 90-minute show, Holland only comes in for the 90-minute shows, but apparently it's full today. Mikey Bassett going off on the Mavericks. We got Kevin and Corey. We'll crosstalk with everybody. It'll be like a regular G-Bag crosstalk without 14 of you all. I'll get to experience it with Brian Broadus in for RJ.
Sometimes you have to share the mics, which is pretty funny.
Good Lord.
But it's a lot of fun.
Well, someone told me earlier, one of the Tolos said, stop interrupting Broadus. Shut up.
No,
Stop
man.
cutting him off.
No, man.
I'm just
all
so
good.
excited.
It's your show, man.
All my follow-ups.
You do whatever you want.
No, I need to pump the brakes a little bit.
I interrupt people all the time.
Well,
it's like people will tweet at me in caps. Let them answer the question.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm excited about interviewing.
I know.
Yeah,
Let's see how excited you are with Nick Eatman on from Dallas Cowboys.
My old guy, Nick.
.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Brian brought us in for Choppy today. Bobby Belt in tomorrow and Friday. Good morning, Nick. What's up?
What's up, guys? How you doing? Brian, my man.
Hey, how about that,
Haven't
Nick?
seen
I
you.
told you we were going to do this one day. I'll see you in about an hour and a half. We'll do this I'll do it again, right?
Yep.
Nick, tell us about Jonathan Hankins and the deal that they made yesterday. Who is this guy?
Well, he's big as a house. And so, he was the guy to me that, like, he didn't have the nickname. So therefore you didn't talk about him as much. But 5 or 6 years ago when they were playing the Giants and they had Snacks in the middle, they also had Hankins, and Snacks was the one that everyone, because he was the guy, with the cool nickname, but you couldn't run on either one of them. And I think it was Dak's first 2 losses of his career were both against the Giants. I could be wrong with that, but they just had a hard time in the middle. He stuffs the middle, and he's probably, obviously a 10-year veteran. He's not what he was, but he has some big time size, and I think what that'll do is it allows the linebackers to run around even more. I would imagine old Micah Parsons is pretty happy about this move.
Absolutely, and they only gave up a 6th-round pick. Go ahead, Broadus.
Yeah, Nick, when you look at this, and Sean and I have been talking about this all morning, is this a precursor to something they are looking forward to in the future when it comes to their schedule? Or was this something that they said, you know what, right now we need to address this with that big body inside? Because I kind of felt like maybe there's something going on with Neville Gallimore. We'll see what's, with Bohannon, what's happening with him. But in your mind, is this something they were looking forward to, maybe some future games that they were going to have to play?
Well, I mean, I think you're referring to the fact that they some really good running backs are coming on the schedule here. Obviously, in the next, I guess the second half of the season, when you're talking about the big guys with Henry, and I don't know if Jonathan Taylor is a big guy, but he's certainly a great running back. Dalvin Cook and some others, but
Fields.
I think it's a combination. And Fields, Fields, big running back, Hurt.
Hurts.
Take him on again.
And Jones,
Sanders. Yeah, definitely. I think it's a combination, and I never think it's just one thing. I think that whatever the issue is with Gallimore, and it could be a minor injury there. I'm anxious to see kind of what happens this week with practice and all that. But I think they thought they were going to get more there and more out of Bohannon. Bohannon has flashed early, but he doesn't. He's big, but he doesn't necessarily dominate the games, and that's the reason why he wasn't drafted that high. I mean, he's obviously huge size, but you're looking for more than that. So I think it's a depth. I kind of feel like this is a Jason Peters type move on the other side, where it's like, all right, let's see where he fits. He's been around. He's a big guy. He can fit somewhere, of course, except through the door. But he can fit on this team, and we'll figure out how to use him the best way.
Joined by Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, how would you evaluate the Cowboys running game? Because I'll argue with you, and we did it yesterday a little bit. Give me the combination of the backs, the 142 yards, the 5.2 a carry. Are the Cowboys, are we thinking it's a really good running game, or is it just a good running game?
I think it's been a good running game. I don't think it's been a really good, because they had too many 3rd and shorts down there, 3rd and 1 they didn't get at the end of the game when they're trying to, salt this game away. They got in the red zone there at the end of the half and didn't score. No, I mean, not at the end of the half with a fumble, but before that when they settled for a field goal. I mean, there was times when, I think a really good running game can just run it in when you've got it going there. And I don't think it's just on the running backs. I think it's the fact that, these tight ends are not going to win any strongman competitions. We know that. Most tight ends don't. These aren't. They're young. They're developing. They're willing blockers, but they're not powerful blockers. They're trying to trick it up. They got to have Barniak back there. They got to have McGovern. They got to have they got to have Peters in the game as a eligible lineman, unbalanced line. So they're trying different ways. We've even seen Gifford at fullback. So I think they're trying. I don't think it's there as a dominant running game. I think it's a good running game with two backs, but it's still a work in progress.
Tolo just sent me this. Dan Graziano. There's chatter in NFL circles that this head coach's job could be on the line depending on the result of Sunday's game. I want each of you to give me a guess as to who that coach is. Guy could be out if they lose Sunday.
Could be Todd Bowles.
It's not Todd Bowles. Nick?
I just went blank on the whole league.
AFC.
AFC coach
AFC.
Mike Tomlin. I can't believe they would get rid of Mike Tomlin.
Hackett.
Oh, Hackett. Okay.
Denver? I was thinking Denver. Who's Denver's coach?
Yeah, Hackett.
I'm sorry. Is it not Dan Reeves? I'm sorry.
Dan Reeves.
Rest in
go.
peace. Yeah, Nathaniel Hackett could be gone depending on the result of Broncos Jags, according to Dan Graziano. Wow. Okay, Nick. Bobby.
In London? That game's in London.
That game's in London, too. My gosh.
That's a trip back, isn't it?
And that's a road game. It's one thing to play just anybody in Jacksonville. I mean in London, but you play Jacksonville, that's kind of their team over there, or that's definitely their team.
Yeah.
So, good luck with that. Wow.
So, Nick, Broadus and Bobby are lobbying Stephen Jones and Will McClay and Jerry to also go shop for a receiver, to try to go trade for a receiver.
Get ready for this answer. My man's going to go with me on this one. Tell him, Nick.
What do you think?
Yes, I would. Now, here's what you got to do. In my opinion, when you're looking at this situation, you got to go down the road a little bit. Make decisions. It's kind of like you get first and goal on the 8, and your offensive coordinator is asking, are we going to go for it on 4 downs? I want to know what we're doing on all 4 downs here. So this is the questions you got to ask. What are we going to do with CD? Yeah. Are we signing him long term? Or are we going to just wait and see? Now, whoever we're bringing in, what kind of contract issue does he have? He obviously has something, because they wouldn't be trading him. It's the same with Amari. I mean, the Raiders thought Amari had something, and they traded him. But so what is the contract deal, and are you going to re-sign this guy? Just look forward into the bottle and go, all right, what are we doing here at receiver? I'm okay bringing in a receiver, even a high-profile one that you might have to lose a second. I don't know about a first, but I'm okay parting ways with a guy that's established. But you got to figure out, okay, what does this mean for the receiver position? You already signed Gallup? Are you going to sign this guy, CD? Are you going to sign the new guy? So I'm okay doing it. Just start answering the questions that will come down the road.
What's wrong with your current receivers? What's the problem?
They don't get open. I mean, they don't make plays all the time. They don't.
You're not wrong, Nick. You're not wrong.
Well, I mean, they don't. I mean, CD, good player. I mean, really good player. But I'm looking at his stats right now. I mean,
hang on. Are you judging this off of the stats or the tape? Because
he watches it every day.
Because you can't judge it when you had your starting quarterback gone for 5 weeks. Isn't that fair?
Well, even though his stats are better without him, so I don't know if you can. You can't. The small sample size. Sure, the offense was going in and out. I get it. But CD, and I really, really like CD Lamb a lot, and I hope that he kind of turns this corner and it becomes this number one receiver. We're about to put an article on our website with Bucky Brooks, who studies this thing really well. Bucky says, he's not the best former scout that we've ever had writing for us, but he's number 2.
There you go, Nick.
Well done.
Appreciate it.
I mean, this guy has your quarterback has played a game and a half this year. and the receiver that y'all already are punting on has 75
No,
and
no, no.
80
No,
catches.
he's punting. Nobody's punting.
Okay.
We're
No,
just the thing I worry about. This is
He's
what,
got
real quick.
75, 80 catches each season.
The thing I worry about though is will they use a guy that we bring in? That's what I worry about.
But
how will they use
we
a guy?
should start on evaluating the room and what's wrong. You have a
It could be the quarterback.
You have a
It could be the coordinator.
You have a third-year first-round pick and someone that no one wanted to trade last year. Everyone told me that Michael Gallup was a 1, and you gave him a new contract. And so, like, we have a talent problem at receiver. That's what everyone's telling me.
Yeah, I do. I think so. And I said this on the show yesterday with Brian, and so he's heard this before. But my point to that is last year, your fifth best receiver, who I don't think has just gotten completely head and shoulders better. He's a 6-year veteran. He was your number 5 receiver, Noah Brown, and you had to make him your second receiver for many of the games so far this year.
Yeah.
That right there, just when you look at Cooper, then CD, then Gallup, then Cedric Wilson, then Noah Brown, and you flip that a year later to CD, Noah Brown, and then it was like Jalen Tolbert and Dennis Houston and Fehoko, and I might be missing someone, but I mean, before Gallup got back, I mean, that is a talent, a difference in talent, and it puts a lot more pressure on CD. And so far, he hasn't been able to take that next level. Now he dropped the pass against the Giants. He came back and won that game for them, and I really like the way he kind of took ownership of all that. And he's making some plays. He really is. I just think he needs help, and Gallup isn't there just yet to provide it all the time. Noah Brown is Noah Brown, and he's pretty good for his role. I think they're missing a little bit. Maybe it's James Washington. Maybe someone else can provide that spark, but I think they need something else there at receiver.
Nick, before we let you go here, Deron Bland likely going to get to start this week at slot corner. Are we good with this? Is it did the what you saw with the Commander game, is that giving you hope, and all the things you saw in preseason with him?
I do. I like him. I think when you call a guy a track guy, usually they're not built like this. I mean, he's a strong, tough, physical guy who also has that kind of speed, and he's also just kind of got that moxie. I don't know. I've heard that if you're from Fresno, you kind of have to have that. I don't know.
You got to have some toughness. You got to have some toughness there.
There's something there, and he's got it. And I think that, we've seen it before. We've seen rookies that come in, even late round picks that come in and just kind of figure out the slot. I mean, Anthony Brown sort of did it early on. Skandrick did it as well. I mean, you either can play it or you can't. And I think Deron Bland can, and it'll be interesting to see what happens here in these next few games. But I think he'll do a good job.
Thank you, boss. Fantastic stuff. You can see Brian in a little bit.
See you, Brian.
Take care,
See you
sir.
in a second.
Nick,
drive safe.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. The Mavericks made Mike Bassick throw his phone. Where did it land? Crosstalk, Derek Holland popping in as well. The Hump Day craziness.
Hump Day
continues on the Fan. But let me get you on.
What do you know? Another dumbass shot that Luka thinks going to go in.
He is an awful shot selector when it comes to three-pointers.
I shot that one from Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Since he made, I'm going to guess, because he's made 2 against Boston. He made the bang-bang in the playoffs in coronavirus. Yeah. He made the one in Portland where there was little time left where he threw it up from the corner and it went in. So that one wasn't like there wasn't much of a decision. But against Phoenix to start the year, last night with 2.4 seconds, and I get that's not a lot of time to do a lot, and he's a slow-moving guy. But every time you're like, I already know what's going to happen. Yeah. From approximately 30 to 45 feet, he's going to jack up a shot and hope to be the superhero of all superheroes. It's just like nobody else does this. No,
you don't
Tracy
think so?
You were a huge Lakers fan. Okay,
good discretion right there.
Have you quit?
Oh, all my childhood teams are dead to me.
Suck on that, Commanders.
I root for ratings.
You're a huge Kobe fan, right?
It's not a bad idea.
Do you remember Kobe doing?
No.
Now he would take all the game-winning shots, make or miss. He wanted it on him, just like Luka for the most part, right? He had the great pass to Dinwiddie against Brooklyn last year on the road, but for the most part, Luka wants to take the final shot. I have no problem with that.
Right.
But do you feel like Kobe every time was like, you know what I need to do? I need to fade away from 37 feet and see if this one goes.
But it was a different league. To be fair,
kids said that they messed up they should have had screens up. They should have had screens.
Here's what's funny about those situations.
I mean, is he defending Luka? Because I felt like Rick always did that.
Here's what's funny. In football, I feel like this could be a Mike Bassett point. This could be a good point, Derek Holland.
Yep.
In football, they're like, the better team says, we're fine if we take it to overtime, right? Especially if we're at home. Let's get the 3 and let's go to OT. The better team wins out. Could the Mavericks have not taken that approach last night? Like, hey, we've woken up now. Luka's going to get whatever he wants inside the lane or going to the bucket or getting 2 free throws. Let's go to OT and the better team wins. Like, that approach is never taken in the NBA. It's like do or die.
You're right. And maybe because they played at night, I don't know. Now, the Mavericks, I think
it's just hero. It's wanting to be a hero.
Right.
That's
and I think everybody agrees with this. The Mavericks deserved to lose last night.
Yes.
If they would have made that 3, that would have been like a stolen win because of their lack of effort, lack of energy, lack of focus throughout the whole game. There was moments, but that last possession, and just for example, he got the rebound with 10 seconds to go. and made a layup with 4.5 seconds to go. Yeah. So literally going the whole court. So when somebody says 2.5 seconds, you can't do anything with 2.4 seconds. Well, I know it was a little bit more time, but in 6 seconds, he took the ball all the way from one rim to the other and laid it up. So I feel like with 2 seconds to go, you can get a better shot than that.
And I don't want this to focus on just the last shot in Phoenix or the last shot last night. He is a horrendous volume 3-point shooter.
2 of 13 last night.
Yeah, and for the season, you take those 2 shots out, 10 of 38. Yeah. So when you factor that in, he's shooting like almost 13 3-pointers per game, and he's making 25% of them. That is a horrible equation.
We're sitting here ripping Luka, aren't we? That's what we're doing right now?
That's a problem in his game.
Is it the 3-point shooting is the problem?
I think it's the shot selection.
It used to be free throws.
Yeah, and free throws.
The fact that he's always like heat checking, like he's just like, oh, let's see if I can catch on fire right now.
And I don't think you should be heat checking when you're dominating inside the paint and you're 1 of 8 from 3. Like heat check by chumping out some dude inside the arc.
Where was Christian Wood at the end? Why is this happening again? When did he hit the bench?
People got really mad about that already.
How would they not?
I want to hear Holland's explanation because he had
he had missed 2 shots.
What do you got?
Yeah,
man?
Derek. He was 8 of 10. So I mean, he had missed 2 shots. Let's put in Maxi Kleba.
I didn't get to see the second half, but I was talking with Mike about it too. Why do we keep putting him out? He needs to be in the game. He's a key piece to this team.
He's not the key. He's the second best player.
By far.
Why is the second best player not finishing the game?
And if you look at Mavs Twitter, that is by a mile the biggest issue.
And I agreed with somebody on Twitter who I followed. It might have been like Mavs Film Room or something. I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong, but they said so. Kidd is doing a horrible job of rotations right now. Now it's only 3 games in. He's dealing with somewhat of a new team, new season. But he's putting Christian Wood in with approximately 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Then he plays him for 12 straight minutes of the game. So we get to about the 6-minute mark. Yeah. He's somewhat dead tired. Think of Luka in the third quarter. We need to change this. Luka does not need to play the whole third quarter. At this point, this team, now that you've lost Brunson, Luka cannot play the whole third quarter and then sit out 6 minutes to start the fourth quarter because we're a horrible fourth quarter team so far this year. And so when you look at it, Luka needs to come out with approximately 2 to 3 minutes in the third quarter. And then Christian Wood, if you're going to put him in at the 6-minute mark, approximately in the third quarter, you need to take him out when Luka checks back in with about 10 minutes or 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Give him 3 minutes to 4 minutes there. Then the last 5 to 6 minutes, Wood and Luka are on the court the rest of the game together. But so far, Jason Kidd hasn't figured that out.
He hasn't played 30 minutes yet.
Because he's playing them big stretches. And when you play a guy big stretches, you have to sit him out big minutes.
Your sources are absolutely right on that. That's the thing. Because I reached out to people at the Mavs. I'm like, because I had the question about why is he not playing in the fourth, and they'll say fatigue, and they'll also say a little bit of a defensive liability. That there's some things that he's going to need to work on there. But he's right. He's your second best player. So their reasoning is about the fatigue is the number one thing. That and some of the defense needs to be a little bit better. What they're saying.
Corey Mages, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, we have Derek Holland in studio today. I'm not sure if we've discussed this enough. We'll be discussing some things about his charity.
Michigan State
60 feet 6. We'll talk about a little bit of that. We'll also get you ready for Peace-a-thon, as Derek has always been very helpful with what we've done there. And we are asking, I wanted to go ahead and do this now, Kevin. Every year, like right at the last second, people are like, hey, can I donate something? If you would like to donate something, you can reach out to myself or Kevin, Corey.Majors or Kevin.Haggling at Odyssey.com. And if your business wants to donate something to auction off for Peace-a-thon, or you want to donate a dinner, just let us know. So we'll
food while we're working would be good too.
Yeah, food while we're working is always awesome. We love that. Broadus does. He's been with us every single year for it, so we always appreciate that. But yeah, we got I like this from the 10. The Chicago Bears player that you need to know. You have to know his name because, man, this could be a very tough game.
And it ain't Justin Fields.
Walter Payton, my first ever favorite player.
It is a contemporary Chicago Bears player.
He's dead. Jimbo Covert. Cancer.
And we're making a move for a new Rangers player at noon.
Making a move.
Yeah, we're going to make a move.
What's your Bochy opinion?
Man, I love that. I think that was a great hire, especially listening to the interview and stuff on here. I'm telling you, he's going to be the perfect fit for this team.
The analytics side, I know he's going to give a little bit of that, but he's also going to give you the old school style baseball. I think you might see some more small
Balance
ball.
or totally old school?
I think it'll be a little bit balanced. He's going to have to make the adjustment just because that's how things are now, but I think it's going to be outweighed, though, old school over new school.
Derek, I meant to ask you this. Do players talk to each other, call each other about if, like, with guys from the Rangers call guys like yourself or guys at the Giants or whoever, I mean, to kind of, hey, what's this guy like? Do they kind of get scouting reports on the guys that are coming in to manage them or coach them?
So, yeah, you're going to get that. A lot of guys that they've had experience with this manager or whatnot, they're going to converse and let them know. You know,
Yeah.
For example, I work out with Trent Grisham, and as soon as they got Bob Melvin over there with the Padres, I mean, they were all blowing each other up, talking about it. He's like, yeah, I've already reached out to blowing each other up.
You're dumb.
But
dumb.
going to
Friday staple here.
They're reaching out to each other to get those vibes of how he is as a manager. And it's also what's even better is these guys reach out to him.
Yeah.
It's not just, I'm going to talk to you about Bob, tell you this, that, and that. No, they actually reach out, get some word from him. They set up calls and everything so that they can all talk together. So everybody tries to get that push right away so that they can understand what we're going into.
Yeah, cool.
Mike, you were about to say something? You played for Bochy 1 or 2 years?
2.
2 years.
I saying what I loved about the Bochy interview, one of the things he said is, look, he gets the launch angle thing and exit velocity, right? That's part of the new part of the game. But he said, why would you teach, he didn't name a specific player, but why would you teach, for example, Josh Smith, right? The little kid that we got in the New York trade. Good player, hit really well in the minor leagues.
I'm just glad you know his name.
Thank you.
Not everybody does.
I thought it was the Hawks gunner you were talking about.
Lefty.
Yeah.
Is why would you teach him a launch angle swing? You need to teach him, we got to make contact. You're not going to strike out. Your goal is, I know this is, if you're a full-time player, your goal is to strike out 50 times or less in a season, because literally with 2 strikes, you're just going to put it in play, use your legs, see if we can find holes. The ball will find holes if you put it in play. If I teach you to hit a home run and just, that's it, you'll be a home run hitter. You're going to bat under 200 in the major leagues. How are you going to help me as a major league player when you're batting under 200? You're on base less than 30% of the time. So I love that Bochy was like, yeah, there's certain guys, launch angle, exit velocity is a major part of their game. But there's going to be 3 or 4 guys in your lineup that shouldn't be any part of their game.
On top of that, too, he's going to step in with this. I remember, I don't know which show it was, but they were talking about having their own hitting coach and all that stuff. He's going to step in there with that. This is a team. He's building a team.
Corey Seager.
I wasn't going to mention names, but yeah. So
I said it.
No, that's okay. But that's the thing is he's going to bring guys together. He's building the clubhouse and let that stuff stay in the clubhouse.
But isn't that more common than we think? Or
yes
no?
and no. Yes and no. Like for a pitching side of it, yeah, I have a guy that I work with in my pitching, but I don't sit there and say, hey, what am I doing wrong? Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to forget about what these guys are saying.
And you participate in the meeting.
Correct. I'm always there with my teammates. I'm trying to better myself with them. There's nothing wrong with getting more information from other guys. You can't just rely on one guy, especially when he's not truly there watching you face to face. That's the thing, kind of upsets coaching staffs and everything else. 'Cause it's like, I'm not doing my job is what it feels like.
Derek Collin, part of the KMC masterpiece. Mikey going off. Got a Cowboys new defensive lineman to talk about. Broadus, well done, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you getting up with me early and carrying me along.
Tomorrow, it'll be Bobby Belt in the co-host chair. Michael Irvin and Babe Laufenberg, KMC, next on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And ladies and gentlemen, we have an all-star team. We have what my wife called the A-team. I am Kevin Haggling.
I pity the fool.
Right here is...
That was good.
That is Corey Majors. We have Mike Bassick, the return of Reginald Atatula.
Oh, dang it.
And
was me.
by the way, listen to the Get Right, 7:11 p.m. right here on The Fan. And also our special guest for the day, Derek Holland.
Derek, we say it's the all-star team. I'd love to know, in your career, how many all-star teams did you make? Not major leagues, but like, A-ball, AA. Did you play in an all-star game?
Yes, I was in one because,
Bam.
I was only in the minor leagues for so short of time.
Yeah.
So, but I definitely, the thing
What
is,
year?
like,
Where were you at?
I was in Clinton, Iowa. I was in single A, low A. And we went to, what was that, Grand Rapids, Michigan, or?
Oh, yeah, it's my favorite city.
We were up there. Yeah, I love that. Good for you. But that was it. That's the only time. And like my whole thing is, it was weird. I had a good start with Chicago to start the year. And I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to make the all-star team. And then the wheels just flew off. And I got released.
Mike, how many all-star games have you been in?
High A-ball.
Okay.
For Kinston, North Carolina. I spoke so highly of Kinston yesterday.
You always do.
That was my
Just
favorite
a beautiful
city.
town. They have 3 restaurants. They have plenty of guns that
You
go off
already
at
had
night.
your chance to run them down. So combined on the show today, Corey, we have 2 baseball all-star appearances
Look at that.
in professional baseball.
We did
That's
it.
impressive.
In
I'm proud
AAA
of
in
us.
08, my last year, they asked me to fill in for the All-Star game, and I said no.
That does
no,
not surprise me at
Not
all.
wasting my time going to. It was in Louisville. and
Wait,
I was
does it count if you're on the All Rangers team?
Yeah.
counts.
That's an all-star team,
Yeah,
right?
that's an all-star
Okay,
team.
cool.
There's
There's
That's
another
3
one.
all-stars
I just want
on
to throw
this
that out there.
5-piece show
Corey,
today.
were you all district at Bryan Adams or anything
Yes,
like that?
I was.
All right, that's 4.
Yes.
That's
I'm
4.
going to look that up. What sport?
You want me to bring up my
Yeah, bring your yearbook.
my
I need to see your yearbook.
certificate because
Yep.
I found it the other day, Mike.
Yeah, bring it up tomorrow.
God.
Did that get you inducted to your high school Hall of Fame like Sean?
No.
What
if
was
you
it?
were-
Couples
Because
tennis?
we've had Lincoln Coleman, Doug English, Kenyon Martin. We've had lots of other people roll through Bryan Adams. My
like
all
a cool
district
school.
team doesn't matter that much.
If you were Sean, you would have had a girl play next to you to help you out make the all-state
Hey,
team.
women can play sports just as well as men.
And he
Yes.
didn't even go to the Hall of Fame ceremony.
In girl sports.
Yes.
You know what? Yeah, both of you shut your mouths about that. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a big show planned for you today, and I want to kick it off with this. Here is the Chicago Bears player you need to know.
Back to throw, Mac Jones. Here comes a little pressure. Throws down the field. Pass is snared out of the air by Brisker. What an interception. Went up high. One-hander, I believe, Tommy, and sucked it into his belly. And Jaquan Brisker, in every game this season, has made a big play on defense.
Jaquan Brisker is the guy that you need to be aware of if you aren't already. Now, you might be thinking, Corey, and I'm sure you are, I'm already aware of exactly who that is. Fair enough. But for the people who are not aware, I wanted to go ahead and throw it out there. Now, Jaquan Brisker, he has missed 1 snap this season. He has played 447 of 448 total defensive snaps. Do you know why he missed 1 snap?
Shoes untied.
No, because he got kicked in the balls by a New
Mac
England
Jones?
Patriot. Yes.
Dude, what a terrible move, Mac Jones. By the way, dude, I would have taken you off the field. I would have put in Zappy just for that. Come on, man. You don't run around kicking dudes in the junk.
That was the only play defensively that Brisker has missed all season. Is he got kicked in the junk and he left the field for 1 play.
Man.
And then he was right back out there,
I don't
which
know
I
if I-
also think is terribly impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't just miss 1 play after that moment. And it looked bad, too. Mac Jones slid in, raised the foot, Ty Cobb style, and
On
just
purpose, right?
like went right. Yes, absolutely. I think here's one thing I do think. It did kind of look like, hey, you're coming towards me. I'm trying to put my foot up to like keep you from falling on me. and he got him there, but it did, like, he definitely on purpose put his foot up in that region, and that's not cool, man.
That's exactly what I thought.
Kicked him right in the beanbag.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Cool. And guess what? It didn't work because he missed one play and then came back and had an interception. So through 7 games, now he is a safety, but you will see him kind of shift around on the field. Like, obviously, I'm not going to compare anybody to Micah Parsons because that feels unfair. But in terms of the versatility that he can show, or in terms of the relentless playmaking that he can show, I think Brisker is a guy that you need to pay attention to. In 7 games, 42 tackles, 2 sacks, 1 interception, a fumble recovered. Like I said, he's only missed 1 defensive snap. And you just heard on the call right there, it feels like Brisker has made an impact play in every single game thus far this season. So we're looking for challenges in Chicago. Now, Justin Fields showed out in the Monday Night Football game, and their offense looked like they had life for the first time. But defensively, I think Brisker is a guy that you need to pay attention to.
Do we compare him to Diggs? Is he something similar to him?
I think he's a little bit more versatile. Like, in terms of Trayvon Diggs, I wouldn't expect to see him like move. I know an odd blitz here and there. I wouldn't expect him to see him move through the levels of defense as much as I think Brisker would. And Diggs is a more pure cover guy, where Brisker will move up front a little bit more, or is more likely to make his run at the quarterback. And that's why I kind of use like the very, very slight analogy of Micah Parsons, just in terms of the way he can move, not in the terms of production or anything like that. Because again, that feels unfair. And Matt Eberflus, who
I like,
Jerry made reference to yesterday. Now, the way you just said that real quick, are you just kind of bummed out that he's like not part of this organization?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was not happy that he left whenever he left originally to go to the Colts for, coordinator position. I mean, he's a linebacker coach here, goes up there and he gets a coordinator spot, and then becomes a head coach. Great that he was able to go do that. But I liked his style, like the people that he worked with, the talent that he was able to get. Now, obviously, we have Dan Quinn now. We're pretty happy with having Dan Quinn around here. But Eberflus, I've thought that the Bears went the opposite way on adding talent and said, hey, we're not going to do that for you. And that kind of screwed him and Fields over this season. But if they give him time to build and grow there, he has a good eye for talent. And I think he has a good eye for like what football should be like.
Okay, and this is what Eberflus had to say about Brisker. And he said, what I love about him is his toughness. He's mentally and physically tough player. And that's what we covet here at the Bears. I think that you have that the way he wants to learn and get better and learn from the older guys, his willingness to get better every single day, man, that's going to make for a good product. And again, not to make these comparisons any further, but where the second rounder played college football.
Penn State.
It is at Penn State. That is indeed correct. Even though his journey to get to Penn State was tough because he ended up going to Lackawanna College to start. He did not have the minimum SAT score necessary because he didn't really care, or it could have still been some of the aftermath. I know he has an older brother that was killed, and he has it's like a sad backstory, but he kept working his way up, got to Penn State, second round pick, and now he's getting work done with the Bears.
Lackawanna College. Y'all know where that is?
Yeah, I played at Lackawanna County Stadium in the home of Dunder Mifflin.
Yeah, wow. Look at Mike just crushing
it. It is in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Nice. You played there too? I played there this year.
Yeah, I was with the Phillies. In fact, I just saw my Phillies jersey on eBay.
Did you buy it?
No, it's just my spring training jersey. They never promoted me.
Okay.
I always promoted Gavin Floyd instead.
Okay.
He was the 4th overall pick in the draft, so that helped.
So you can get that. Man, there's going to be a clash here. Don't care for the bonus babies. I totally get that.
Got a couple things here, Kevin.
Okay.
One, from the 214, Texas is known for its smoked Brisker.
I don't know.
It's true.
I mean, we are taking Brandon to Terry Black's tomorrow to celebrate his birthday.
Nice.
So
Congratulations on
barbecue.
That's really cool, man. I'm happy for him. The other thing is, I would say, like, I understand what you're saying about Brisker, talented player, and being a rookie and doing what he's doing. This is interesting to see. I'm very interested in. I know Fields we'll get to as we go along further. Darnell Mooney is somebody that is fascinating to me with all the targets that he's gotten and no touchdowns so far.
And it's something that, I mean, we've talked about. It is troublesome. Is there elements, especially with Jordan Lewis out? I know they feel good about Bland and just moving along with the system and everything like that, but we've talked about it. Anthony Brown has had trouble keeping the receptions from happening. Now, he hasn't gotten, it's not to a point where like you just look back at these games and you're like, Anthony Brown is getting torched again and again and again. But
they're not putting him in a toaster every week.
Exactly. If you need an 8 to 12 yard completion and you see it completed, more often than not, it feels like it's Anthony Brown. And with the switch happening with Jordan Lewis, I know there were some thoughts about like how much in the mix would Kelvin Joseph get, who has played better on special teams, made a good play in terms of that punt return. So I'm curious to see how that mix kind of goes.
From the 806, Kevin, Broadus also reminded us the last time Eberflus coached against Dak, he was with the Colts and shut Dak down. Does that concern you now?
It does concern me. However, like, look, I'm not trying to get in this big analytics debate or anything about how Sunday's game against the Lions went. I know. I saw the numbers. Third best quarterback in the NFL this past weekend. Rock on. But what I do know is against the worst defense in the NFL, who decidedly stepped up their game on Sunday, the Cowboys had 10 points with like 3 to 5 minutes to go.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you do get shut down, wouldn't you consider like 10 points getting shut down is you have a defense that shut down the Lions. And I get it. The Bears offense just showed out incredibly on Monday night. But before that, they had done a big bag of jack for most of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually think we're in a position where even if Eberflus slows them down, you still should be pretty good to go.
Sorry, the mic thing threw me off. I also think that, too, you also saw a rusty Dak at that point. Remember, he's just coming off of an injury.
Fair.
That's one thing, too.
Sure.
The other thing, I feel like the Bears' offense, you talk about how they picked it up. I think it was more of Fields figuring out that he can run a little bit more.
Right.
I think that's going to be the big threat this week is, can we keep him from running the ball, make him throw it? We have to get him to throw the ball. I think that's the big key there. And I mean, Micah's going to do an outstanding job. I'm sure he's going to get several sacks. I'm going to say the over-under on 2.5.
Wow.
I mean, it's the Bears' offensive line is really not that
Sure.
good. I'm pretty sure I thought Broadus talked about it earlier. They're dealing with some injuries, too.
Yep.
So that's going to play into the Cowboys' hand. And on top of that, we just got to make Fields throw the ball. And also, I think you're going to have a better improved Dak going into this week.
Here's the simple game plan. Don't D around like the Mavericks in New Orleans and you win the game easy.
You'll have your chance in just a second. Now, let me just ask you real quick. Don't look it up. I just want to get your feel. Justin Fields has had 19 starts. How many times do you think he's thrown for more than 200 yards?
One game.
It's actually, okay.
Well, it's more than one.
2.
3.
It's actually 5, believe it or not. How many times do you think he's thrown
4
for
games, Kevin.
300 yards? It's 5.
Never.
It's 5. Correct. Never. And in his career, he has 12 passing touchdowns and 16 interceptions. So absolutely, the Cowboys have shown
Next Joe Namath.
some vulnerability to the running quarterback, but make him pass and you feel good.
The thing I like about this way to go to it, because I know Justin Fields, I am afraid of him running, but when Micah went to Dan Quinn directly after the Philly game and said, hey, I don't want that to ever happen again. I don't want them to be able to run that RPO at me. And for what am I supposed to do? How do I defend this the best way so that A.J. Brown doesn't go for big yards? He went and did that, and you're starting to look at how many different quarterbacks could do that again to you in this season. Justin Fields is the next one up. You don't feel like necessarily that the Bears are the biggest, scariest opponent, even though their record puts them in a pretty good spot right now. But that quarterback, can do it. Do we have maybe 2 more? I know you got Jalen Hurts one more time.
And then if you count Daniel Jones again, which after the last game, I feel like you have to.
So I was happy that Micah at least immediately said, not going to let that happen. Went to the coaches and said, let's fix this quickly. And this should be a very good refresher. We're 2 games away from it to get back to it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We got Derek Holland rolling with us all day long. And coming up next, let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks. Are we going to have to deal with this once again this season? Next, right here on the Fan.
2 of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast. Love of the Star.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
New Orleans shooting some more threes, already 23 attempts.
Murphy, bullseye!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Mavs. Are we going to have to deal with this all season? And now, last night, there was a point, and I figured it could change, but I thought this segment was going to be about the Mavs and the great rebound awakening continuing.
I was wondering about that.
But instead,
it looked a lot different.
we're not doing that anymore, because I had stats about last year's Phoenix playoff series and how being even with them was a step in the right direction, and clearly you smoked Memphis on the boards and you were dominant on the boards again yesterday. However, what we're going to talk about now instead is, why can this team not keep a lead? Among other things.
I think that they have a little bit of a weird rotation right now going that Jason Kidd has to fix, and that is your second best player by far on this team is Christian Wood, and he's not playing the last 5-6 minutes of the two meaningful games that you had. The Memphis game was you blew him out, so you don't know in that situation. So you have a little bit of a weird situation there. Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock are off to horrible starts to start the year. And I guess we're going to have to live with Reggie Bullock being a little bit of Derek Mark Teixeira. Is like, he's just a horrible October, November, and December player. We were told this by the New York Knicks fans. And I was like, God, I remember last year at Christmas, I was like, this was a major mistake. He sucks. And he didn't. It's just that that's how his career is. For some reason, he's a very bad October, November, December basketball player, and then he becomes good at basketball again. Dorian Finney-Smith, obviously, he has to work off of Luka. He's going to get his opportunities if Luka gives him opportunities. He's very limited in his offensive game unless Luka's giving him the open looks, and usually he knocks down those open looks. One of the better open three-point shooters in the game. Maxi Kleber has gotten off to a bad start this year. So kind of your three major role players working off of Luka, Dinwiddie, and Wood have gotten off to bad starts this year. So maybe that's part of the last 5 to 6 minutes. Obviously, I agree with you, Kevin. Luka takes some dumbass shots.
And that doesn't mean he's not great. That's
one of the five best players in the game. A really good three-point shooter when he takes good shots. Unfortunately, 6 to 8 times a game, he's like, hey, I want to be a dumbass here and see if they go in. And about 1 out of every 5, maybe 1 out of 6, go in. And then it kind of encourages him to do it again. But last night was really about lack of energy, lack of effort. You didn't care to play basketball last night. You thought it would be an easy game because of the guys being out. And so you about at the end of the first quarter, we have to play. In fact, Jason Kidd at the end of the first, when he got interviewed by TNT, said, they asked about defense. He said, first we have to participate. And I was like,
that's what he said about Luka in the Phoenix series.
Right. So he's saying the whole team needs to actually participate in this game. If we do that, we have a chance. But when you go into a game with your light switch off, with your energy and focus off, you can turn it on. But to keep it on now, the next 2 hours of basketball or the next 2 hours of football or baseball is very tough, because when you came in that unfocused, you want to go back to that level of interest. And the Mavericks kept going on and off in interest in the game. And New Orleans was interested in that game. Their guys wanted to play so much.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. Sorry, I didn't know if you were done. The other thing is, I think with McGee, we need to see more out of him. He's out there for 12 minutes. I get we're trying to transition, I feel like, Wood into being the starting center. We got to get more rebounds out of McGee for sure. And the combo of Luka and Wood is unbelievable. Dinwiddie he had 24 points last night. He was up there with him. Your three guys that you had, Wood 23, Luka 37, Dinwiddie 24. You got to get more performance out of Dorian, Bullock, Maxi, of course, and then what you talked about before and during the commercial break too is they're doing a good job of just making Luka do all the work, and it's like you said, they're leaving the other guys out there and they're not touching the ball for a while. And Reggie, you talked about this too. It's like when you're just sitting there and you don't do you have no action, and then all of a sudden you get the ball and then you miss. That confidence goes down from that guy who had the ball. Luka's going to have less confidence in you because you didn't make your shot. So I feel like we've got to do a better job of moving the ball around a little bit too.
McGee's an interesting one because, again, 1 game, 3 games does not the sample size make. But JaVale McGee is somebody that I was like, I still look at the end of the season and I'm hoping he can have 7 rebounds per game for the season. And I agree, I would like to see more than 12 minutes. I do kind of feel like, though, that he's going to be capped around that 16 to 18 minute mark once the season's all said and done.
That's the way he was used in LA with Jason Kidd. And they had obviously Dwight Howard and Anthony Davis, who would then pick up the majority of the center minutes after he started. Here's 2 guys that look worthless. And I know there's time for Josh Green to get better. He's a young guy.
I don't know. Is Campazzo going in this category? Oh, yeah.
Dude, he hit 2 air balls from 3.
Oh,
is that 2 air balls?
So first of all,
it's a fair point.
That 2020 draft, if we look back 4 years from now and Luka leaves or the Mavericks really aren't close to winning a championship, that 2020 draft is where Mark Cuban needs to look himself in the face and say, I destroyed this organization by my lack of leadership and ability to draft players. Because ultimately he was in charge of Donnie Nelson and Vegas Bob.
Yep.
And all that just caused us to draft a worthless player in Josh Green. And hopefully he gets better. But right now they're trying. They're trying to give him about 15 minutes a night to see if he can play in this league. And right now he's proving he cannot play in this league. It's only 3 games. He has shown flashes last year, so I don't want to say it's completely over. He is a younger guy, but right now he once again loves jumping in the air and run passing. Let's run as fast as I can, jump in the air and pass. Hey, dumbass, you're supposed to learn that in 7th grade, that's a bad decision on a basketball court. You're 22 freaking years old. Start figuring out the game a little bit and calm the F down and play NBA basketball, and hopefully he can do it. Campazzo, what the hell?
Do you think, I want to get back to Campazzo in just a second. Do you think they're trying too many reboots already on Josh Green? And what I mean by that, like, he was going to come in, he was going to be the defensive guy. And now they're like, hey, but maybe if you can, like, you're going to get some more open shots and we're going to trust you to take more of those open shots. And now they're like, hey, we might consider checking you out as like a 3rd-tier ball handler. It feels like they're rebooting a lot of things for, like, maybe not his skill set.
Well, they drafted him as a 3-and-D guy. So they drafted him. Now, he couldn't shoot threes at Arizona, but they're like, hey, but you're going to do it in the NBA. That worked out well with Justin Anderson. Thanks a lot for that draft pick, too. And then they say, hey, we know you've never been a point guard in your whole life, but let's do it at the highest level.
Yeah.
And so to your point, they drafted him as 3-and-D. They realize his shot is horrible. In fact, from Bally Sports, because it's great being there during the playoffs because they get a lot of the audio that we never get. When Josh Green was in the playoffs, the other team would say, don't guard him, and their bench would yell, when he got a wide open look, they would yell, shoot it. Not the Mavs bench. The other team's bench was yelling, shoot it to Josh Green, because Utah or Phoenix or Golden State were like, please God, we need the ball to find Josh Green wide open so he can shoot the ball, because that is the most successful defensive possession we can have. So just to give you an idea on how other teams see Josh Green, is they see him as a worthless offensive player that they want the ball in his hands. I'm hoping he gets better, but when you look at this team right now, and you look at Campazzo's going to have to play 15 minutes for us. I know Tim Hardaway Jr. was out. And then you're going to look at Josh Green, and he's going to have to play 15 minutes for us. That could be a problem as this season goes along.
Do you think Ntilikina is going to scale both of them down 5 or so minutes per game? I'm not saying that's the answer.
And you know what? It might be when he comes back healthy that he's going to have to play 24 minutes a night. I don't know if that's a good answer or not, but that's where you're at. And that's where probably the Mavericks – I remember talking to multiple people. I won't give their names out, but when they lost Jalen Brunson, they said, I've talked to the Mavericks. There's no way they're going into the season with just Luka and Dinwiddie as ball handlers. So their plan was a week into free agency when they lose Jalen Brunson, they're going to figure out a way through some sort of trade scenario, somehow, some way, they're going to get a decent third ball handler that they believe could play 20 to 25 minutes a night. And they didn't.
Yeah.
So they're not lying. The people that I talk to aren't lying. They couldn't find a trade to get a Michael Conley Jr., a Jordan Clarkson,
Right.
whoever it was. They never found the trade available to get the guy. So now they're stuck with, hey, Josh Green, you're not a point guard. Try to be a point guard. Hey, Campazzo, you're a little guy who can't play in this league. Try to play in this league. And so that's where they're at until, I don't know, December, January, February. Hopefully a trade comes about to then take Josh Green, if he's not improving, Campazzo, maybe Neil Aquina, kind of off the court so you have a third ball handler.
Now, Derek, I want to start with you, but I want to go all around with you guys. I know it's a loss to a depleted Pelicans team, and that stings. However, you continue to see the flashes of what we all hope Christian Wood is, do you not?
I 100% agree with that. And the thing is, too, no need to panic. I mean, 1-2, Mike, we've talked about this on the Twitch, was as long as we can go 2-2 to start, we're going to be fine. You know, you got another matchup with Brooklyn next, correct?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we can get this out 2-2, that's fine. But there's no need to truly panic. But I also do question, do we have a panic with the coaching side when it comes to setting our lineup?
I think Christian Wood.
Who the starting five will be.
I think what's tough is this. They promised JaVale McGee the starting spot. I don't know why, but they promised. Jason Kidd made a personal promise to JaVale McGee. If you sign with us, you are my starting center. Now, he's only going to play 15 minutes. But I do think for Jason Kidd, he has to find a better way to get Wood and Luka on the court the last 5 to 6 minutes of the game. You cannot take out your second best player. What team does? Oh, he's not very good defensively. I don't care. There's plenty of bad defensive, great offensive players that play the last 5 to 6 minutes of the game. So you have to find a better way to have Luka play. He can't just play the last 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, too.
Yeah.
He needs to play the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter, if not the last 9 to 10 minutes. So playing all of the third quarter, I don't think is a good philosophy for this Dallas Maverick team. And then Christian Wood, playing 6 minutes to go in the third to 6 minutes to go in the fourth, and then being somewhat out of energy and then trying to bring him in with a minute 36 to go or something. That doesn't seem like a smart idea, too. And Jason Kidd should know this, because you remember how pissed off he was with Avery Johnson when he came here, and Avery Johnson was D'ing around with his minutes and ding around with his situation the last 5 minutes of the game, and it got him fired. And then Rick Carlisle came in. So Jason Kidd, I know he doesn't respect Christian Wood as much as maybe we respect his game right now, but I think eventually he will.
And then I think also there's something to remember, which is you're at the very beginning of the season, and I know that seems obvious, but some of this is Christian Wood is not a fully formed product, especially in the minds of this Mavericks team.
Agreed.
They need him to come further along and buy in, especially defensively. So I think some of those minutes end up being a carrot on a stick for Christian Wood in some ways.
Okay, then can I ask you and Corey?
Agreed.
Okay, then I want to ask both of y'all this. Is some of the criticism, because it's there, it's almost all on Jason Kidd, is any of that unfair on Kidd just because he is also trying to form out with this team?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. I think last year going into all this, we were still trying to figure out a lot of stuff. And then by Christmas, we did. You know, so I have a lot of patience for this team. I don't expect them to be, you know, I did say 81-1, so I do take.
Sure,
I will wear that.
I do think what's tough here, Corey, is this.
But let me add this though, Mike, real quick. I don't expect Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock to play as poorly as they have to start the season offensively.
Right.
I expect them to contribute more than 3 points or 4 points. I think the max we've gotten out of them so far has been 10.
Yeah.
And if you add in a little bit extra from them last night, some made shots instead of misses, that game's different.
And it's tough because that game's going to mean so much with 10 games to go in the season. I know it doesn't mean anything now. It's kind of like
purposes?
Yeah, and I know it's a TV show, but it's also reality. Remember when you started watching Wrexham and they fell to 12th to start the year, and the players are like, "Look, there's a lot of games left." The coach is like, "Look, we're just trying to find our chemistry. There's a lot left." And they ended up, how many did they lose by? They lost by 3 points in the end. Well, if you wouldn't D around in the first month of the season and take those games seriously, Wrexham would be in a higher level. Now, I know it's a TV show and a little bit different. It is professional sports. I think the Mavs are going to look back at this game with about 10 games left in the season and go, oh, crap, we lost that game to New Orleans, and we're fighting for the 6th spot, or we're fighting for the 3 or 4 spot with New Orleans, and we gave them a free win.
I do remember the time when Dirk decided, he was like, look, home court means something. And the Mavericks aren't there yet. They're like, oh, playing in the tournament's fine. Look what we just did. We just took out the number 1 team.
Yep,
At some point, they'll figure out, crap, home court is going to mean something. You experience that with home field advantage in the World Series and in the playoffs.
100%. That's something that plays a big factor. You want to be in front of your fan base and that noise. But I also think too with the Mavs, like they started off slow last year too, right? So it's like we're doing the same thing. It's just we got a couple pieces that we got to try to figure out where they go, how we're going to start it. I also, to be honest, when we were talking about McGee, and I tried to jump in, but I'm okay with having McGee start, bring Wood in, because just like you said, he's not going to have that many minutes. So why not go ahead, use him up, let him start like he was promised, and then you take him out, you bring in Wood, you got your whole lineup right there going. It's just now we got to prepare which guys do we want out there at that time.
And we might have to talk about this further down the road. My only concern about that is when you shift his minutes starting later, it's tougher to know how to divvy them up to make sure that he gets enough time and also is in their last 5 minutes. But I think you make a fair point right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece All-Star Edition right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Well, I guess we're talking about your favorite player. Kevin doesn't want a farm system, but he wants this guy next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us all day long. And right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, we were going to talk a little bit of Shohei Ohtani, but let's move that to noon as a huge talking point with possibly the Rangers pursuing Shohei Ohtani this offseason. Let's talk about the World Series. And we have Derek Holland here with us, which is great because he played in 2010 and 2011 for the Texas Rangers. Very different, I would say, World Series experiences for you, Derek. I compare the Philadelphia Phillies to the 2010 Texas Rangers going into this World Series, and I compare the Astros to the 2011 Texas Rangers. And real quick, the Houston Astros, yes, they do have a championship, but think about the team. For the most part, only Altuve and Bregman were on that championship team. Everybody else, Yordan Alvarez, Pena, Tucker, quite a few of their guys in their lineup, the majority of their guys were not on the 2017 team. So, obviously Springer's gone, Correa's gone.
Cheaters.
Right?
Yeah. No.
So talk about kind of your experience going into your first ever World Series and then how different it was knowing what a World Series was like your second year.
Well, don't forget, too, they have Verlander, too. That's another guy with experience in the World Series. So 2010, obviously, the Giants were just the hotter team. I mean, they were coming off the wild card win, and then they just had so much momentum going in. What hurt us, and we talked about this just a minute ago, was having the time off. I think that's the key, is when you have so much time off, you got to keep your guys fresh. You would rather play the games and then have that one day off like it was a travel day and then play the next one because you're still riding that hot hand. So comparing the 2010 team to the 2011 team, we had more guys back, but we also had the confidence. We believed in ourselves. We were there. We knew what to expect going into it because we had experienced it the previous year, and we were that much more hungry when it came to that. So for me, yes, like you said, it's the Phillies are like the 2010 team, except the difference to me is they're a hotter team. They got in with the wild card. Their momentum is just through the roof. They have nothing to lose, but so much to gain just from winning, where the Astros actually, to me, in my opinion, have more to lose because of the one they're trying to play so they can get that clean slate of we're not the cheaters, the trash can team, whatever. It's to me, the Phillies are just going in with the hot hand.
I have a quick question about that, and we might be too far away from this. Is there any concern that, if the Astros were to lose this World Series, that they start to slide into Dodgers, old school Braves category of man, they're always good, but they're probably not going to win?
A little bit. That's why Dave Roberts' job is a little bit in jeopardy right now. Now, I know they've changed managers because of the A.J. Hinch situation. But looking at this, I just lost my train of thought there.
Because my question was so good.
It's so great that I lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
Okay, here's my question. So the Padres beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, and the Padres didn't play nearly as well against the Phillies. Now, that was kind of the mortal enemy, the LA Dodgers. They've owned that division. They've honestly owned the National League for a while now, and the Padres got over them, and you could tell the celebration was huge that they were able to beat the Dodgers. My question to you in 2010, this is a feeling as a fan of your team. Beating the New York Yankees in 2010 was such a high for everybody here. Beating the Yankees, the defending World Series champs, going to the World Series. Was there a little bit of, because I wonder this with the Padres not playing that well against Philadelphia, not taking that same game against the Dodgers to Philadelphia, was there a little bit of, we did it? And then it's there actually is a whole nother series to play.
I would agree with that. I think it was more of, man, we just beat the Giant. It's that was the team. We had to beat them. That was the World Series. Yeah. And it's oh, crap, we do have another one. We got to play against another team. And you kind of fell asleep on that, where you kind of might have had too much expectations of, oh, we should easily get this. We just beat the best team in baseball. Yeah. We should easily just walk through these guys. And that's where I feel like the Phillies saw that opportunity is, man, they think that they're on their high horse right now because they beat the Dodgers. Right. Whoop-de-doo. Now it's time to knock them off of it. And they did. And it became too late to where the Padres realized, like, man, we are effing around. It's time to get things going, but it's too late. We're already down 3-0.
Talk about the adrenaline level of pitching in your first ever World Series versus pitching in your second World Series. Is it exactly the same? And I know adrenaline, nerves, energy, they're all similar words, but have different kind of meanings.
Well, I mean, the first World Series, my first appearance, we joked around with it. Thanks to Corey for bringing it up.
It was great.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's I couldn't find the strike zone. The adrenaline was there. I was pumped. I was amped, ready to go for the game. And, I tried everything I could. I was missing by a little bit. And as Benchy told me that day, I remember it picture perfect, is when he came out to talk to me, he goes, stop trying to guide it. Throw it at me. Knock me down like you would. Just try to think about knocking me down rather than trying to pin place it, because you're not going to do it because there's too much going on in your mind right now because of how big this moment is. And then come in the next year, and it was like, that was the first thing that hit me is, this is just like playing catch again. Let's go.
What's the difference in the World Series playing in front of your home crowd versus playing on the road?
At home, it's better because you're in front of your fan base. You're going to hear them in the big moments. Whereas on the road, it's a constant just, you suck. They're literally just letting you have it the entire time. They're trying to do everything to disrupt you with whatever it is. It could be something from the scoreboard, whatever it is. They're trying to take you out of your game. Whereas at home, you feel you're just more comfortable. You're at home. Like, it's just like sitting at your house watching a game on TV. You're comfortable.
Yeah. I feel like the best in the world, like Justin Verlander, I feel like those guys thrive on even winning on the road because of that. Like, they kind of almost want the hate. And I'm not saying you didn't or I didn't or anything like that, but I'm just saying kind of the best in the world at their sport, what we're talking about, which sometimes can affect you in a positive or negative way. They take that hate and use it for just extra energy.
That's what these guys are going to do in this World Series is, for me, when we went to St. Louis, it was like, I can put the nail in the coffin right here. When I got my opportunity, I was like, I can shut this down. It's the moment, like you said, you live for this. This is what you've been waiting for. You're at somebody else's house and you're trying to take away something from them. And that's where I think these guys are going to do the same thing. Harper's trying to do that now. He's having an unbelievable playoff.
Yeah.
And so, Verlander's going to do the same thing. He's going to try to do old Verlander and shut them down.
You're lefty. Bryce Harper's lefty. I know hitting behind them. Is Castellanos hit in front of him or behind of him?
He's been behind him, right? Yeah, he's been behind him.
I know he's a righty. Harper's the best hitter in baseball right now in the playoffs. And I know that there's only 2 teams left, but he's been the best hitter in all of the playoffs of anybody. How much are you careful when a guy is this hot and this good?
Well, in moments like this, if you have the opportunity to go one-on-one with him, you can go after him then. But once he's on, you got somebody on base, scoring position, whatever it is, you got to kind of pitch around him. You got to be smart. You don't want to give him something that he's going to be able to take advantage of and hit a home run. As you saw in the playoffs, I get it. I'm pretty sure, was he at first base when he hit the home run to take the lead? He had runner on.
Runner on first, yes.
Okay, so in that situation, you want to limit the damage. You don't want a big hit. They're probably playing no doubles, so you want to keep everything in front. Just, you have to be smart with how you're pitching. You got to find his weakness and go to that and attack that. You can't give him something good to hit.
I know this is tough off the top of your head. Bryce Harper has had an interesting career, obviously built up as the LeBron James of baseball out of high school. And he didn't live up to LeBron James' expectations. He's been very good. He's on his track to be a Hall of Famer. I'm not taking anything away from him. In your kind of last 10 years of Major League Baseball, where would you put Bryce Harper among the best players in the game?
He's definitely in my top 10. He possibly would be in my, I would say, top 8.
You ever pitched to him?
Yes.
What happened? How did you do?
How do you ask those questions?
I love where you're at right now. And I've been on good side and I've been on the bad side.
Griffey, he struck
So
out.
did I.
Nice. You struck out Griffey?
I sure did.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's something me and you have in common. Cool.
Really? Was he with the White Sox?
No, he was with the Mariners.
Oh, wow.
Oh, back to the
But yes,
question.
So Harper's had a very iconic moment against me, but he's also been shut down by me too. So it's a fair trade.
Nice.
He got one, I got one. But he's definitely in the top. I might even move him closer. He's such a smart hitter. He makes the adjustments. That's what makes him so good too, is whatever you've got him out on before, he's not going to sit on that, but he's going to make the adjustment knowing that that's a pitch that you're going to use against him.
When I name a guy real quick, better or worse, Mike Trout?
Mike Trout's better.
Mookie Betts.
Mike Trout or Mookie's better.
All right.
Mookie Mets.
I know this is very early because they're not really in the same era. Juan Soto.
I'm going with Harper right now.
All right, Aaron Judge.
He's had a great year right this year. I'm going to take Harper.
All right, Miguel Cabrera.
Miggy's the best.
Albert Pujols or Miggy Cabrera.
I'm going to take Miggy.
Wow.
The reason so this is the thing. We've had this debate. Career-wise is the big thing. And two, if you put, and I hate using this as an excuse, but if you put Miggy in a different ballpark, he would probably have 600 home runs. Easy. And I just think he's such a good hitter, and listening to him, it's so crazy of how smart he is. Guys, he'll come in and he'll be like, man, they want to shift me? Okay, fine, I go the other way. Oh, they want to go that way? Okay, I'll pull the ball. And he does it. That's the thing that makes him so good. He is such a good, knowledgeable hitter. He hits the ball where it's pitched and puts it where it needs to be. He finds the holes.
We're out of time. Trout, Betts, and I know Miggy and Pujols are kind of, they're not in this era right now, so you're kind of having him at third if you're saying over Judge. I'm trying to think of if he's over Juan Soto. Am I missing somebody that you're obviously like, no, that guy's a better hitter than him?
I mean, Shohei's got to be up there too.
All right.
Interesting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and maybe find out why Zeke isn't practicing today. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Here reporting for duty.
Well, and I hear that perhaps you're here to report to us that Zeke is screwed and the season is over. Is that what people need to know?
I don't know if we're going to put it that strongly. It sounds like he's not practicing today. A little bit of a sprained knee. I don't think that's surprising after we saw the hit he took on that knee in the game. So we'll see where that goes. And I would imagine this is one of those things where you try to do everything you can to get him to Sunday, meaning, don't wear him out during the week practicing if there's a chance that he's good to go for Sunday.
Is there any concern? About McCarthy declining to say if there was a tear and saying like that's Zeke's to talk about? Because my assumption is if there wasn't, he would be like no. But is that off base?
What's the definition of a sprain?
It's a minor tear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That means the ligament suffered some damage. So that is the definition of a sprain. So yeah, take it for, what it's worth on that. And, you got to see, where it goes. If he's already doing rehab, which he sounded like he was going to be with Britt today, it doesn't sound like it might be that serious. To the point, if it's a sprained medial collateral ligament, that's 2 to 4 weeks,
right?
Depending on the degree of the sprain, right? So yeah, we'll see where this one goes.
All right. We added a player yesterday, or the Cowboys did. Mickey, I'm sorry.
Player and a half, I think.
Okay, explain that to me then. Yeah, explain the what we got here in this guy.
Size.
Yes,
and I think that's exactly what they were looking for, is somebody to kind of muck up the middle as a true one technique. Because if you look at the tackles they have, they're closer to 3 techniques than a 1 technique that can two gap and kind of hold the middle down. And hey, there's probably a reason why this team hasn't been as good against the run as it needs to be. And some of it, I think we saw them getting exposed a little bit in this last game of the runs up the middle. And that's why they hated to lose Ridgeway. I don't think they thought he was ready.
Yeah.
But they wanted that size. And I think I saw the Cowboys were listing Hankins. I assume that's who you're talking about,
yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Hankins. It looked like the Cowboys were listing him at 320, but I saw stuff online, his bio, he was 340. So let's split the difference and say he's 330.
Sure.
And that's still a lot bigger than, the other defensive tackles that they have. There's really no one of that size on the roster at this point that you would say, oh, look at this guy. He's just going to, stuff up the middle. I was looking real quickly, even at Hankins, and they're listing him at 320. Gallimore's 315, and Bohanna's 330. And he's young, right? So you're getting a guy that's got 10 years of NFL experience and, was a second-round draft choice. So if nothing else, it's a big body to put in there, and I see no reason why he wouldn't be ready to play on Sunday. It's not like he's been sitting around doing nothing. He's been playing, and I think he's had close to, I think I looked up, maybe 180 snaps already this year. So, they were just playing a different style of football with their tackles, and they weren't relying on kind of a big guy. So, this would qualify as the Cowboys' refrigerator Perry, right?
Yeah. So that's what's fascinating about me about all of this is I know that McCarthy also said you can't have enough big guys like Gallimore and Hankins. And we asked Steven about Gallimore on Monday. Do you get the sense, or is it really just because of a lingering injury that he started to maybe fall down the chart a little bit?
I've been told he had a little bit of an injury that occurred late in the week. So
Okay.
We'll see where that one goes. I mean, I thought he was pretty productive when he's in there. And it's been a rotation, but I think I always looked at him as a guy that can play both tackle spots, but more of a 3 than a 1 technique. So yeah, I just think that and we'll see where it goes because they've got somewhat of a logjam there, right?
Yeah.
The defensive tackle now.
Yeah.
If you look at it with Gallimore, Bohanna, Watkins, Hill, Osa. That's a lot of guys, and they probably all can't be active on game day. So maybe it creates some competition during the week in practice, which is not a bad thing.
Where do you feel as far as comfort wise with the Cowboys? I know they've been running the ball a lot, but where do you feel comfort wise with their receiving situation right now? Do they feel good?
Well, I would think so. You kind of like what Noah Brown's done, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of your third guy. Gosh, I could remember the Cowboys back in the 90s. The third guy would caught like one year, might have been 95. I don't remember, 96, somewhere in there. Third guy had 12 catches.
Is there any concern about the second guy then in separation issues?
Well, I think you got to let him play, right? He's coming off a torn ACL. And when you come back, you're not instantly what you were before you tore the ACL. It generally takes time. But yeah, I think if they're not happy with it, then Brown should be the second guy, and CD's the first. And you got James Washington on the come, right?
How close are we to that?
Judging from watching him run routes, and he was one of the guys running routes for Dak when Dak got close to returning like the week before. He was running the routes in Philadelphia and continued to run routes this past week. My guess for him would be after the bye at the earliest, and maybe realistically too. And again, you do that, and it's like, okay, we've got to find a roster spot. Like adding Hankins and adding Damone Clark. Well, here you go. You had to put 2 guys on IR, right? With Lewis and Forniak. So that opened up spots to move 2 guys up. And we'll see what Clark can do during practice. But obviously, as a special teams guy, I think they would like to get him going there.
Can you be part of the committee that gets Micah Parsons at least a half more sack? Have you seen the controversy?
I have.
Okay. Do you have thought? And I know he tweeted out, "I need my sack." I'm gonna regret saying that. I really am.
I need my sack.
I really am gonna regret
I'm glad
that.
you pointed it out. Didn't leave that for me.
Yeah, But Mike, talking about the football term.
He just made a baby.
Yeah, that's a good point. Where do you fall on if he should be credited with at least a half on that?
Yeah, I think he should. Absolutely. Because it was he was going down before. Was it Armstrong that finished it off? Yeah. But he created the stumble. So yeah, I think at least a half a sack, right?
Yeah.
And see where. So does that mean that Mac Jones should get only a half of an interception on the ball that hit the wire?
That's a good point. That is a very good
I didn't
point.
even think about that. Do you?
I have long supported the split up of interception blame.
Also, do you agree that Sam Williams' fumble recovery was an interception?
It's an
Because that's what
interception.
Kevin's calling it right now.
He just ripped it away from him. The ball didn't hit the ground.
It never hit the ground.
Yeah.
Did it? It just fell out into his hands. Right?
Yeah, I know that. I know that's a.
Does interception? You have to have somewhat of a throwing motion.
I could see that under old conventional wisdom Mikey, but I'm looking for you to be part of our future team
yes,
here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If it just falls out of his hands into your lap, that's got to be a pick, right? Never hit the ground.
See, that's what I think. However, for Sam Williams, I can also see that you get credit for a forced fumble and a fumble recovery if you do it the other way. So maybe he does not want us to shift the responsibility.
Well, they have to start a new stat then. Forced interception.
Yes. I'm 100% in on that. I think,
and you get a sack too.
I think this Cowboys defensive line would be all about that when it's time to get paid. Like, how many forced interceptions do we have a part of as well?
And stats mean something when you're negotiating, right?
Yes, absolutely, they do.
Mickey, I'm kind of curious about Justin Fields, and I loved that Michael went to Dan Quinn immediately after the Philly game and was like, "We got to fix it. We can't let this happen again." And Justin Fields, like, it seems like it's a really good opportunity to kind of refresh what he just learned against a team that can RPO and run like that.
Well, and it's a good timing on it too, right? And it's a good film for not just Micah Parsons and the Cowboys to watch, but every college program when you're trying to tell guys don't give up on a play, right? You're never out of it. And especially if you have speed to come from behind, you never know when you can catch up and make a tackle. So from an effort standpoint, that play, boy, if I was a coach, it'd be on my film study the first play and say, see, because you never know when what happens on the next play if you save a touchdown. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing that they faced with Hurts in Philadelphia. Because a lot of those runs that Fields did Monday night, those were called, right? Those were planned out. It wasn't. That's why I always continue to say he's most valuable as a linebacker, not as a defensive end all the time, because defensive end can get taken out on the line of scrimmage. He was the extra guy on the line of scrimmage on that play because he was the fifth guy on the outside that the tackle let go. But if he was inside, he can't pivot and turn around and catch up. I don't care how fast, if he's going 21 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Whatever it was,
which was
right?
Awesome.
Yeah. Unbelievable, right? And even if he's, standing up in the box instead of on the line of scrimmage as a linebacker. But on that play, they had 3 linebackers in the game, and they were fortunate that he was on that side where the screen was being thrown and was free to run. But the guys inside, they got no shot, right?
Yeah,
and they can't run like him either. But that's going to be a deal. I mean, here's how well the Bears are running the football. They're number 1 in rushing. They're 32nd in passing, which comes to 28th in yards gained offensively. Think about that.
Wow.
So they're averaging 181 yards rushing a game, and it certainly helped when you go for 230-something, on Monday night to boost your totals. But, yeah, they're dangerous running the ball, and those other 2 guys, Montgomery and Herbert, aren't all that bad. And the Cowboys, that's one of the things that's, kind of been their problem, right? The inconsistency of being able to stop the run. And they've got to be better at it. They can't continue letting teams rush for, more than 100 yards. And, in the last, three of the last 4 games, at least 117 yards. And, Philadelphia had 136. Washington had 142. That 117 sure looked like a misprint to me, because I thought they had I thought they had 134 in that game, by the way. So anyway, you've got to be able to do a better job against the run and get off the field. So this offense, they keep talking about they need more plays, right?
Yeah.
And they blame it on third down. that they're not converting at a very high level. But the other part is if the defense gets off the field and is not giving up as many yards rushing and makes third down more difficult for the other team, then you have a better chance of obviously getting off the field. So, we'll see where that goes, but they got to get better.
Appreciate it very much, good sir, and we will catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, see ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. A couple more quick Cowboys notes for you as they are signing free agent cornerback Kendall Sheffield to the practice squad, former Falcons and Texans defender. Obviously, with the loss of Jordan Lewis, looking for a little bit more depth there. And I know the timing is awkward, but Ezekiel Elliott is, in fact, donating $2,100 to North Texas Food Bank for every touchdown he scores this season. And Globe Life swooped in and said that they will double those efforts and they'll match. And so, obviously, you're talking about $8,400 just this last weekend. So, hoping he can get back out on the field for the Cowboys and then for those charities as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we have a little bit of fun? 877-881-1053. What is your give-up dinner?
Oh, man.
You know what we're talking about. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Texans Canned Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Franklin. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. We're going to ask folks, or we are asking folks, 877-881-1053, what is your give-up dinner? 877-881-1053. Also, Twolos and YouTubers, if you want to get involved in the conversation, we would love that. But real quick, Mike, I'm going to give you the option. Do you want to talk about the Mavericks, or do you want to talk about Derek's charity?
Hey, Derek, does your charity give a crap?
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about Derek's charity, because the Mavs surely didn't last night.
gosh, dude.
He's so fired up
I
about
knew
that.
that was going to happen. All right, Derek, what can you tell us about the event? Well, just your charity in general, and then the event y'all got coming up.
Well, so the big thing, my charity is about kids with cancer. We're trying to help out. I had 2 kids that I was extremely close with that lost their battle, and I want to be able to continue their legacy for them and continue to get their names out there, and that's Briggsberry and Adriana Nixon. So we're going to be hosting an event on November 10th at the Lava Cantina in the Colony, and we've got a really good singer that's going to be coming out there. He's one of my best friends, and it's Casey Donahue. So I'm very hyped to be able to have him there. Yeah, I'm excited. And he also listens to the show, by the way.
He's a big Tolo.
Really? Yeah. Yes, he is a Tolo.
I've been waiting on him to kiss me.
Well, okay, we can make that happen.
Oh, okay.
With a small donation, though.
Well, that got the girl.
I don't think he's going to just...
That's fair.
I don't think that's how Corey expected it to go.
Mm-hmm. But, yeah.
He makes fun of Cowboys if you're a fake Cowboys. Like, here's
he
a
is
song about
all
a real Cowboy.
So when we talk about the Cowboys, or anything, to be honest, he always blows my phone up and tries to tell me to say something bad. Like, because he gets frustrated. He's a fan, and he's frustrated with what's going on.
Big Ranger fan, too.
Yeah, he's a Dallas fan. But with him singing, that was the coolest part is, not only are you going to hear me talk about the foundation, how it started, and what all I've gone through and what we try to do, you're also going to hear from a couple of the kids, thanks to the Children Cancer Fund, for being there as well. So on November 10th at the Lava Cantina, you got to come out, help us raise money, help us raise awareness for kids with cancer, because, there's no kid that should ever do that. And as I like to put it, let's just change the game together. That's the whole motto of our foundation, is changing the game. We're going to get to hear some great music from Casey. It's going to be a good time. Hopefully I get to see you guys there. I interact with everybody out there. I try to do the best I can to make my way around. But also the main thing is when you get to hear these kids speak, it changes everything. Last year we had a kid, his name was Jake, never been to a concert before. He loved Chase Rice. We had Chase Rice here. COVID kind of screwed up some things to where I couldn't have actually Adriana there, which unfortunately she had passed away a few months later, which was just terrible because that was something that was for her and I couldn't even have her there. But Jake came up on stage, told us about what he was dealing with, what he was going through. And it was like when you heard this kid speak, you were ready to go to war with this kid. You were there. And that's what it's all about, is being able to show these kids that they're not alone. They have their families that are there supporting them. But there's also other people that are there with them along this journey and this ride to help them get through what they're dealing with. That's what, to me, it's above and beyond when it comes to the whole baseball side. This is bigger to me. This means more to me than my baseball career and everything, because I'm able to help kids get away from what they're dealing with. And that's why it's cool when you hear these kids' stories. And for example, Jake, when he was telling his, not only did he's never been to a concert, but he got to be front row and introduce Chase Rice, which was one of the coolest things I've ever seen from a kid like that that's doing, what he's going through, and to have him do what he did, it was just unbelievable. It just makes you feel that much better in seeing what these kids are doing.
I always say this now, and I didn't realize this until late in my career or after it was really over, is what you're talking about and the work that you're doing and trying to help out families and kids and cancer is, God, Jesus, he gives us this ability to play baseball. We've been blessed to be great at baseball and do the best that we could with our abilities. And you think that you're blessed because you want to be the best pitcher or best player that you can be. And then you realize later in life that God didn't just give you that ability to be good at baseball. It's just a gift to then further his kingdom and then to help out other people that need help. And I just think it's beautiful that you've taken this gift of being good at pitching a baseball and really good at it, and then taking that gift and then using it in such a powerful way.
Well, that's the thing too, is when you hear me talk about how my foundation started, I don't know what anybody's faith is. I don't push that on anybody. I want you to make your own decisions and everything when it comes to that. But this, when you hear me talk about it, and I don't want to do it on here because I'll get emotional, but man, I really got to feel that God is real. When I was there with Briggs, the moments before he was going to pass away, that's where it hit me, and I got to feel something that I've never felt before when it comes to my faith and making me realize how real this really is. And then it also continued to motivate me even more to help as much as I possibly can. I go to hospitals and see kids, and I'll dress up in my costumes, whatever I can, to take away from what they're going through, because these kids don't realize how tough it is because they're stuck inside here doing this stuff. They're dealing with these cancer treatments and everything, and it just sucks when you see this firsthand. And then not only once you go in and you see how quick their spirits change when you show up. Like, I dress up as Batman. I show up and it's not Derek the baseball player, it is Batman. I had a kid come up to me and literally whispered to me and tell me, hey, I know you're Bruce Wayne, but the secret stays between me and you, okay? I won't share that to anybody. And I thought that was like the coolest thing ever, is this little kid said, I'm Bruce Wayne. As a huge Batman fan, I was on cloud 9.
Is Batman your favorite one to dress up as? Because I know you have a great Iron Man costume. What are kind of maybe your characters that you will dress up as?
Well, as crazy as this is, my Iron Man costume no longer fits because my legs are too big. I have a power bottom.
Lots of strength there. Yeah.
Yes, power bottom. Give me credit there. Power bottom. But the Batman one is probably by far the best. It gets the most attention. The Bumblebee one that I have would definitely outdo them all, but I'm on stilts, and it's not the easiest thing to do when you don't walk on stilts all the time to get used to that. So I do that more of like the trick or treat stuff and Halloween, just dressing up for the kids there. But again, I mean, there's no feeling you'll ever experience like that when you go in there and those kids just go nuts to see Batman.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And Mike, to add to that, we invited him out to the Santa Run one year. And he comes out and he just was hanging out and having a good time, and then you could see he was staring at something the whole time, and he was like, do you think they'll let me get in that Shipley's Donuts costume right there?
That.
And I was like, yeah, go ask him, dude. And I've never seen, he was giddy running over. He was like, he just likes to dress up and makes people smile, man. You were catching footballs out there in the costume and everything.
And chasing me down. That's what I remember.
He didn't know I was there.
He was chasing me, and like, you just think about it. You're walking, and all of a sudden a giant inflatable donut suit man is running at you. You're not, I was like, what the hell? And he goes, hey, Kevin, it's me. And it just felt like a moment where somebody gets close to you and then stabs you, and you're like, you should have known. And he was like, it's Derek. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, good. Because otherwise I thought it was an elaborate plot to take me down.
And that's the thing, is like, you saw, even for you, like, you had no idea it was me, but there was still joy from you. Like, who is this goofball that's entertaining me right now? That's what it's all about, is anytime that we can step into a situation like that and take somebody away from what they're dealing with. At the end of the day, we don't know what somebody's dealing with, whether it's cancer or something else that's maybe going on at home or whatever it is. Your little difference makes that much of an impact on somebody's life, and that's what it's all about. And that's why I want people to realize, if you can't come out to the event, that's perfectly fine. Just reach out to us on 60 Feet 6 on Instagram, or go to 60feet6.org. You can make a donation. You can find ways to get involved to help out, because at the end of the day, this isn't just a one-man thing. This is a team thing, and I want to try to create the best team to help these kids so that we can continue to get closer and closer to beating cancer. Because again, like I said, we're trying to change the game together, and I need everybody there to help out with that. So again, November 10th at the Lava Cantina in the Colony. You're going to hear great music from Casey Donahue. I promise he will not let you down. I've been to multiple shows of his. He's awesome. He's unbelievable. Interacts with the crowd.
60feet6.org?
60feet6.org.
60 feet. Yeah, probably plural for 60.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, keyboards are tough. But
instead of 2 O's, 2 E's. You know what I'm saying?
Those glasses make you look smart, but I don't know what's going on over there. The lights are on, but nobody's home.
Oh God!
What else did I spell wrong? Spell it out.
Do you not know how to spell words?
It's the number 60.
I spelled 60 out. I didn't know you could put a number, dude.
I'm glad he did that.
That's
good. I appreciate that. So it's, again, the number 60, the word feet, and the number 6.org. Or on Instagram, 60feet6. You can find it on there too. Help us promote the show, or the event. Again, November 10th, Lava Cantina in the Colony. Casey Donahue. You're going to see me. You know what? Cole Hamels will also be there too.
What?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get quite a few people to show up. I mean, it's at the end of the day, we're all trying to tackle this together and help as many kids as we possibly can. So hope to see you guys there.
That is super cool story. I'm a little disappointed. I was kind of hoping you would cry to really send it home, but
well, I promise you, when you hear my speech, it's every single time I get up there, it's so hard for me to talk because it instantly hits me as soon as I get there because the families are there, and it's just I'm reliving those moments, and it's just something that means so much to me is being able to carry these kids' legacies out and helping out as much as I possibly can.
Derek, would you consider this? This is a very helpful suggestion from the 214 for people like Mike. Do you need to buy additional domain names and direct them all for people like Mike
makes
who
it
are
easy
like,
for Mike to
hold on, I got it. I figured it out.
I'll tell you how dumb I am.
Please do.
I didn't know that you could put numbers in a website.
Stop it. Stop
Is this for real? You're about to win G-Bag of the Day with this.
Well, that's why I typed in 60, the word, because I was like, I don't think you can do like a 60 feet 6. But you can.
Man.
Amazing.
It's amazing. The more you know.
I'll tell you what, and this is how dumb I am.
You just told us.
Yeah. There's
Can you
more.
get dumber?
But wait, there's
As we
more.
go.
Wait, where's the button to buy the tickets? Where's I see your sponsorships, your Change the Game.
There is an Eventbrite location that you can get to.
Yes.
All right, I'll figure it out
to get
by
tickets.
going to commercial break and asking
You just
Derek
made me
where
think
to
of
go.
I was
Billy
gonna
Madison,
say,
though. We
Will-
just listened to that, and now
You know
everybody
what?
that listened is completely dumber than they were before.
I have a new idea for a job for you, Mike. You know how they have like security experts that will like see if they can break through your firewalls and everything? I think that there should be a continuity expert, and Mike Basicki's like, I can't figure it out. And they're like, all right, guys, we need to scale it back.
So Kevin is saying you foolproof it by using Mike
me.
as the fool.
Where's the major button to buy these tickets?
That is 100% what I'm saying.
I need a big ass button right now.
All right. Mike, you made it to the website. Tell everybody very specifically what is the website.
60feet6.org, but you want to put in the number 60 feet, the number 6, but not any like hashtags or anything.
Gotcha.
60 feet 6 using numbers when I say numbers.
Gotcha.
.org, and org is spelled O-R-G.
Now, is feet F-T or F-E-E-T?
Man.
It's a
Take
great
out the
question.
O's, spell foot, take out the O's, and put in E's where the O's were. That's how I like to say it.
Somebody just brought up an amazing point that I hadn't even thought of from the 817. Mike, what is the website for our station?
1053thefan.com.
And you didn't know that you could have numbers in the
I
website.
forgot. I go there every day, too. It's my favorite website to traffic.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. I promise we'll have to get to give up dinner at another point. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL team is about to play at a Topgolf? Plus the most, you saw it, plus the most expensive moving van ever. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right, and that's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade, so find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, rocking along with Derek Holland all day long. 60feet6.org if you want to check out his charity. Mike knows how to lead you through it right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
With the Jonas Brothers on Thanksgiving. Dip those rolls, baby.
And as you know, and as I tell you every day, Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Diamond Factory Dallas. Thank you very much for sponsoring that. Now,
rolls.
Are you ready to go play a football game at a Topgolf?
That doesn't make any sense.
That would be amazing. Concussions could happen, right?
Well, everybody's going to tear up their knees falling into those scoring pits.
It'll look like when they play football games at like the Yankee Stadium where they have to like put new sod down over certain places.
Oh, yeah. Go take a look, if you haven't already, at the Tennessee Titans' new football facility and tell me that the outside of that is not a Topgolf.
It's a delightful rendering.
What's that?
It's a delightful rendering.
Yeah, it is. It's the best Topgolf I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, that's awesome.
Except they're going to play football there. You see how that's a Topgolf, right?
I definitely see how that is a resort type situation that's going on. It looks like, yes, it does look like a Topgolf. That is cool looking though, man. I'm a sucker for renderings, by the way. If you're gonna, if you send renderings out, I'll look at them. And I know Reggie loves architecture also.
It's true. It's one of the reasons why, all right. There's two different things that are on my mind right now. you're
obviously.
kind of decrying like how all this design is kind of becoming homogenous and everything is starting to look the same and there's no architectural like creativity anymore. But then also, you notice how renderings always look all flowery and like have a lot of vegetation, then they
None of
actually
those
build
trees
it
are going to be there.
Never a damn tree out there.
Never there.
What I would like for people to do for Corey is in the majors, put together your rendering of what you would draw for a peace-a-thon stage.
Nobody out there knows how to draw.
Fire up AutoCAD
and tweet at me. Nobody. I guarantee nobody can draw.
I don't know if we have as many drawers, artists, if you will, as we do weed smokers listening to the show, but we got some.
When you said
have to be
drawers,
mutually exclusive?
it makes me think, hi, my name is
Simon.
And I like to do
drawings. Yes.
I don't know what that's from.
That is from Saturday Night Live. Thank you, everyone.
Michael
who knew
Myers,
what that
right?
meant.
Mike Myers?
Mike Myers, not to be confused.
Oh, the defensive end for the Cowboys?
No.
Well, there was a guy named that in the 2000s, early
That
2000s.
is, you know that's not who we're talking about, Mike.
I know he's in a bathtub.
Yes, that is true. All right, let's go from that to moving vans can be expensive. Moving trucks can be expensive. However, Antonio Brown has set the bar very high as he will have to pay a moving truck driver $1.2 million. Now, that is not...
To move his stuff?
No, it was also the incident about assaulting him and stuff.
Oh,
that
yeah, I forgot about that
really,
one. Yeah.
really happened. Also, this is an interesting time. I don't know if or when we're going to really get into this. I got a couple of stories about it, but Antonio Brown is like, I'm going to stand in solidarity with Kanye West and talked about selective outrage. And like, I do agree with the concept of selective outrage. I don't know if this is one of those times, though. And Aaron Donald, Jason Tatum did the same, Jaylen Brown did the same thing. Is they're leaving Donna Sports because of, you live in the world. You've seen the news over the last week because of the just repeated string of anti-Semitic things that Kanye West has said.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that place. Have you ever seen the Trevor Noah conversation? I know you hate Trevor Noah, but
it's just not funny.
He had somebody asked him why he had a beef with Kanye, and he was like, I don't have a beef. I'm just concerned about him.
That's
That's my biggest problem right now.
You watched the documentary, that three-part documentary series on him.
Yeah.
It seems like when his mother died, this is when he went into kind of the mind-altering state almost.
Yeah, he
kind
lost
of
his anchor, man.
like bipolar. Like he didn't seem to be bipolar until his mom died. Am I right about that? Is that the way the documentary?
The documentary kind of makes it feel that way. I don't know. Maybe he already was diagnosed, but he had a place that he had a safe home, a storm home he could always go to, and his mom was it. And whenever it wasn't there anymore, he didn't have that place to be and that guidance. And I think I think a lot of more people are saying, hey, let's expose it. Let's use it. Let's talk about it whenever it needs to be. Hey, can we help the guy?
Now let's go from that to Mr. Very Limited this season and probably for the rest of his career.
Have you seen? Oh, go ahead. I want to hear this.
This is about a football thing.
This is very about a football thing too with it.
What if he's Tim Tebow and he goes back to baseball?
Russell Wilson is going to play this weekend, and he said, I'm ready to play without any limitations. Remember, when we talked about the hamstring issue, it looked like he was going to be out 3 to 4 weeks, and he was like, I want to play last week, and they said, no deal. Now he's like, I'm going to play this week, and it's looking like that's the direction that's going to go.
I got an email, Kevin, that starts off, and this is like a sports betting email that I consistently get. Rumors are swirling that if the Broncos lose to Jacksonville on Sunday, Nathaniel Hackett will be flying home from London on a commercial airline.
Wow.
And so like that whole thing is falling apart in Denver, man. It did seem like they kind of just threw it together very quickly, right? Like they were like, it'll all work out this way. Mostly because they didn't get Dan Quinn. And like that, everybody now is starting to are we going to lose Dan Quinn? Is he going to Denver? Dan Quinn almost took that job.
They had that shot.
They couldn't close the deal, and Jerry did.
God, he didn't even make it that far. That is what a catastrophe. Has this season been the most disastrous for them?
For the Broncos?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the expectations, right, Derek?
Yeah, they are we seeing, the question I have is, are we seeing a true decline in Russell Wilson?
Oh my God, yes.
Or, I mean, we got to give credit to Pete Carroll too, with what he's done.
Oh, absolutely.
I heard them talking about it in the morning show. I will. Hey, look, whether it was USC or Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll knows how to get out of a disastrous situation.
And then he replaced it with who, Reggie? He replaced Russell Wilson with...
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, you do.
Pete
Just
Carroll
get it over
replaced
with.
Russell
Kevin,
Wilson.
you clearly understand it and understand what he's saying. I don't know. What is he trying to get me to say?
I don't. Geno Smith is playing very well. I will concede that point.
Does it look like he's putting it all together?
Thanks, Kevin.
You know, I can't. No, it doesn't. He stinks. How
That's
about
because
that?
it was already together, baby!
Geno Smith is actually playing really well, and it pains me that this might, in fact, be the year that stuff happens.
I think they should say stuff about Russell Wilson that they should say, let Russell Wilson have a chef.
Yeah. Do not let him directly cook.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Is Frank Clark has been suspended 2 games for violation of the NFL's personal conduct policy. This stems back from him pleading no contest to a pair of misdemeanors back in 2021 for possession of a concealed firearm. So 2-game suspension for Frank Clark. Let's go to the NFC East. This is amazing. The NFC East is 20-7, which I told you on Monday. That's a 741 winning percentage. At this point in the season, that is the best winning percentage by any division in football in 20 years. This is historic. It's amazing.
It is a huge factor that...
Wouldn't they have like 3 of the top 4 seeds if that's how it works?
Schedules for the 3 top teams are definitely in favor, of those teams too. Like, they've played some pretty soft schedules so far. I'm going to add that to it. But looking at Philadelphia's schedule for the rest of the season, it's difficult to find a loss. The Giants have
Until they play the Cowboys.
The Giants have a bunch of games heading up that you're like, man, there's a lot of games that, based on the way they played so far, they can be really good. Before the season started, everybody was like, the division stinks. That's why the Cowboys can easily do this thing. Nobody saw the Giants doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, only Dabes and company could see that coming.
Can I stop on that real quick from the 325? Why do we give credit to the Seahawks but not the Giants? Look, man.
I do.
Corey has been leading the bandwagon, of which I might have called him stupid at some point, but he is definitely, that's why he is the knower of all things football at this station, not just our show, because he's like, you just watch. Now, I don't even know if you were this bullish on them, but holy crap, they've been amazing this season.
Yeah, and then listening to Broadus put him in his top 5 in the power rankings today.
What?
So, yeah, he's got him there, and mostly because of the coach.
It feels wrong.
I'm pretty sure their defense stinks.
Okay, then why are they where they are? Because their quarterback is awesome?
I don't know.
It's the unexplainable
This is
thing.
the year that Daniel Jones puts it all together? That's what's happening?
Nobody
I was
said
talking about the Seahawks. I apologize. The Giants is just something. Yeah, their defense is good.
Can you imagine if we get to the end of the year and Philadelphia gives Jalen Hurts $43 million a year on a long-term contract, and the Giants give Daniel Jones, let's just say, $35 million a year on a long-term contract?
I pray to the sports gods that happens. I'll take my chances with that. Not surprisingly, Joe Burrow was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. By the way, I'm not trying to rile you up, Mike, but there is something that you need to know.
All right, tell me about it.
Joe Burrow is currently 5th for MVP.
Yeah, I know.
Lamar Jackson is 4th.
I like that idea.
Jalen Hurts is 3rd.
That's all right. I got right now Laurie Marketing as the MVP of the NBA.
But here's the thing that I know is really going to agitate you, and I do apologize. Mahomes is 2nd, Josh Allen is 1st. That makes sense.
I don't mind that.
But here's the thing. Josh Allen is almost even money. He's like plus 125. Patrick Mahomes is 4-1. Jalen Hurts is 4.5-1 to win MVP. He is neck and neck with Patrick Mahomes for MVP.
I think the great thing is that this happens in the history of mankind is when you start off at such a low level,
right?
That when you elevate yourself to like an above average status, we as a society way over elevate you. And then when you start off so hot, when you're a guy who wins the Heisman, you're a guy who immediately wins the MVP, we kind of crap on the things you do.
Yeah.
That guy's name's Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is 3 times the quarterback of Philadelphia's guy, Jalen Hurts. Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't remember his name.
You're doing great, buddy.
It's just the thing of Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson. I just don't think, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think that general managers, probably Brian Broadus is going to call up 1,000 general managers now. But I don't think that general managers would be like, yeah, man, I want that Jalen Hurts guy. His accuracy, his timing, his thoughtfulness, his running ability. It's not close to me to Lamar Jackson, but because he started at such a low level as a bad-looking quarterback at Alabama for the most part, obviously elevated himself at Oklahoma, I get it, but was considered, I don't know if he can really play in this league. And we've elevated him to the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could the Rangers' next giant move be trading for Ohtani? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good news in the Cowboys front. Damone Clark, the rookie out of LSU, he has been coming back from spinal fusion surgery. He is going to be activated this week. Some people thought he might miss the entire season. Not so. Looks like he is about to be activated.
From spinal fusion surgery?
That's right.
To play linebacker?
In March, he had spinal fusion.
So within a year?
Yep.
It's a bad idea from Dr. Evan, as he told me getting fusion in your spine is a bad idea.
Well, best of luck to him, man.
Yes.
He's a player. That dude can ball. So I'm hoping the best for him.
Absolutely. So my question for y'all, especially now that we have Derek Holland here, and we can expand this out any number of directions, but I was reading in a column in the Dallas Morning News, I believe it was yesterday, maybe the day before. The Rangers should trade for Shohei Ohtani. And the idea being, look, I get it. That's a big swing and a big throw too.
What, that Shohei had the big swing?
Yes, and the big throw.
Okay.
Is maybe that could knock out all kinds of your problems simultaneously. They mentioned in the presser on Monday, and we talked with Bochy about adding another bat. Everybody in the universe knows that the Rangers need pitching. What do you think about this bold move, knowing that it would wipe out your farm system too? But you might get the best player in baseball.
I'll answer first because I have no repercussions for my answers.
I don't either.
I think this would be one of the stupidest things that they could possibly do.
What?
And here's why. The only way it's a smart move, Ranger fans, and I'm not saying I don't want Shohei Ohtani. That would be amazing. It would have to be almost in a weird way, NBA like a sign and trade. He has 1 year left. Why is he leaving the Angels? He loves LA. He doesn't hate LA. He loves it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if after this season coming up is over that he's an LA Dodger. I think that's a strong possibility in his career. But if he is leaving the Angels, you need to read why he's leaving the Angels, because he wants to play for a contender. The Rangers had the 6th or 7th worst record in baseball. So you would trade for him. If the Rangers don't make the playoffs next year, what convinces Shohei Ohtani, who probably wants to be on a West Coast team for the most part, to stay in Texas if they don't make the playoffs? The reason he's leaving the Angels isn't because he hates the Angels. He's leaving because they don't contend and make the playoffs. So if you do this and you trade, let's just say 5 premium prospects, I do think you're looking at something like Jack Leiter, Owen White, Josh Young, Ezekiel Duran, and somebody else who's really good. Leody Taveras. I'm just throwing out those 5 people starts the conversation of we can now get this done.
The article from the Dallas Morning News said you start with, again, this is just a hypothetical, Jack Leiter, Owen White, Justin Foscue, and Brock Porter. And that was then from there, then
so I wasn't off by a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And then from there, to your point, you consider 1 or 2 from the group of Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Glenn Otto, and one other person who I'm forgetting offhand.
And so if you do this, look, I would be excited Ohtani's here, but I think it would be really dumb unless when you trade for him, and I'm going to get this because I don't know. We've never had the market on a premium hitter and premium pitcher being in one human being on the marketplace. So we're not exactly sure what he's going to get, how long he's going to get. I think you have to offer him at that point before you make the trade. Will you sign an 8-year, I'm going to guess $320 million deal? And if he says 8 years, $400 million, you just have to say yes.
Okay, let me ask all of y'all this then. And again, we're like going really far, but I want to see how logical it would be there. If you knew that came as part of the deal, like that he would agree to your, let's say 8 for 400 or whatever it is, does that change at all? Or are you still like, you're still a whole lot of ways away?
I don't think you're a whole lot of ways away. I think that helps having him too. But personally, like, I'm not trying to avoid this question, but I just think I agree with Bassick. I think it's a dumb move. You could spend more money on other pieces. Shohei is amazing. I definitely, trust me, I'm right there with Mike. I'd love to see him in a Rangers uniform, see him here and doing some great things. But at the same time, he wants to be with the contender. I see him staying, like Mike said, on the West Coast. My teams, though, of choice would be the Padres, which they continue to keep surprising us. I mean, they went out and got Juan Soto. So I feel like they're going to try to make a couple trades to get him over there with them, or Seattle is the other topic or hot team too to pick, because they're contenders. Those teams are two contenders. I don't see the Dodgers getting Shohei, even though, I mean, that is a West Coast team and they contend every single year. But at some point, they continuously go to the playoffs and then they lose it. So I don't know.
And I think I'm going to reiterate what we're saying to the people that I'm looking at on the Twitch chat. We would all love Shohei Ohtani. Do you understand this? If you trade for him and he does not sign an extension, he's a free agent. It's not like you can match what he gets. If he wants to go to Seattle or San Diego or LA or New York, I don't think he's a New York guy. I don't think that's where he'd want to go. I think he'd want to go back to the West Coast and to a championship contending team. If you trade 5 to 7 premium prospects for 1 year of Shohei Ohtani, when, let's face it, as much as I love Bruce Bochy, I love that hire, the likelihood of the Rangers going from a 100-loss team almost again, what did they go, 95, 68 and 90 something?
Yeah, 94.
Yeah. To go from 68 to 88 wins is almost impossible to do. It can happen, but it's really tough to do. Okay, let's just say they get to 82 wins and 80 losses, don't make the playoffs. What's the motivation for Shohei Ohtani to choose here if the Padres, if the Mariners, if the Dodgers are all offering him $40 to $50 million a year and they all made the playoffs?
Think about this too. You just said he wants to go to a team that's going to contend. He's not going to sign, get traded and sign right away. He wants to see what the Rangers are going to do. Anybody is going to do that. So you might get him in the trade and everything, and then all of a sudden he realizes you guys don't do anything to make the team that much better besides get him. Then you just rented a player for this year, lost all your top prospects that are ready to come up just for a guy that's going to end up leaving, and then stay in the division probably by going to, like I said, I think Seattle, or if he goes to San Diego. And the other thing that hurts too, which this stupid schedule change, this would have worked out for him too, because he'd still be playing a lot of his games on the West Coast because of the division. But since that's cut back, that also changes too. So he's definitely going to want that West Coast. But I want to change this real quick to what we could do instead of trading for him is go get some pitching, get Carlos Rodon, a Sonny Gray, get Martin Perez back, or get a Jose Quintana. You also got Michael Wacha and Noah Syndergaard. Those are guys that I think they're not going to cost as much. You're going to be able to get multiple of those guys. Maybe Rodon's going to be the most expensive piece out of all of them. But you're going to be able to get multiple pitchers to help, because that's something we lack is pitching.
How useful, one of those names especially stands out. How useful is Noah Syndergaard?
I wonder if things are going to change here.
Yes, this is my big thought here.
So
too.
I have asked about Noah Syndergaard for 3 years, and the Rangers have said completely and absolutely no every time I've brought up his name. They are not a fan of Noah Syndergaard. Now, John Daniels isn't here anymore. I don't know if it was from John Daniels. Now, Kip Fagg is still here. There's other people in the organization that have opinions and thoughts that matter in this organization. But now that it is run by Chris Young, maybe the thought of Noah Syndergaard has changed a little bit. And so I do love Carlos Rodon. I think that could be a very good piece. Rodon. I do think that could be a very good piece. He's a big time strikeout pitcher from the left side. He's very different from Martin Perez. Like I said, I don't want 5 guys that look exactly the same with a different number. I think that's a stupid way to put together a rotation. People don't understand that are analytic people, because they say, hey, and I get it. Look, if you have 5 Nolan Ryans, you have 5 Nolan Ryans. But if I have 5 Noah Syndergaards, Noah Syndergaard isn't going to look that good anymore. I need a Derek Holland with him. I need a Martin Perez with him. I'm not, Dane Dunning's on that fence of being a starting pitcher or not, but I need maybe a sinker ball pitcher to go with a guy like Noah Syndergaard. I need a variance of good pitchers, but I don't need 5 of the exact same guys. And I would rather do this with Shohei Ohtani. Real quick, back to him, because I think I love where you're going with other free agents. Let Ohtani play 1 more year with the Angels, because I don't think they're trading him because of this. Because the owner is going to sell the team, and he wants Ohtani on the books when he's selling that team. He wants the owner to buy that team with the right or ability to have Ohtani in the organization.
Okay.
Why not do this? Instead of trading 6 premium guys for 1 year when you're not ready to win a championship, why not go, hey, if your offer's 8 for $350, wouldn't we rather give him 10 for $500 and not give up any prospects? If we have all the money in the world, if Ray Davis is saying, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win, and I'm not saying it's a smart idea, But now I gave up. I still have Jack Leiter. I still have Owen White. I still have Kumar Rocker. I still have Josh Young. I still have all my guys. And I gave him an extra, let's say $50 million or $100 million over a 10-year period. Now I'm just adding an extra $5 million per year. You can always defer a little bit of money. That happens a lot in big-time contracts where it's really paid out over 20 years rather than paid out over 10 years. You can do stuff like that. But I want to go back to your great free agent list. But I'm just thinking, if you really want Ohtani, Ranger fans, can you wait 1 year and just way overpay him and not give up any of your prospects?
You might not even have to wait. That's the thing. If we go out and get guys like this, if we go out and just get two of these guys, if you get a Rodon and I think either a Gray or a Waka, you need a righty lefty, maybe even a Martin Perez as well. You get one of those, that's showing Shohei, hey, we're content. We want to win. We're going to get some pieces. And then you get like a couple other pieces that we need. I feel like a guy to go get that is going to be tremendous for this clubhouse with playing with him and everything, Anthony Rizzo. If we could get him, I don't know if that takes away. I know Lowe was playing first base. He had a great year too.
He could go to DH though.
But that's the thing. I think you need to add one more piece into that infield to help out defensively and also a bat too.
How well do you know Rizzo? Because I do know an issue with the Texas Rangers right now is a little bit of that spark plug fire guy. They're missing the Michael Young. They're missing the Ian Kinsler. They're missing a guy who will stand up in that clubhouse and say, this isn't right and it's not happening
He's
anymore.
1,000% that guy. I know him very well. Playing with him as well, I got to see it. He is a leader of that clubhouse. He's going to help guys whether be super serious or kind of loosen it up. He's going to be that guy. He is somebody that you would like to have in your clubhouse. I just think we got to go get some other pieces. And like you said, why not wait, whether it's the trade deadline or after the season, to show, if we're trying to get Shohei to come here, show him that we've got these pieces. Show him that we're going to contend. This could be, you get a couple guys, who knows, we might get into the playoffs. Now he sees that, oh man, this team's a really good contender. They're still close to the West Coast. They play their games over there. I like this. I want to go where they're going to win.
And Kevin, as you know, Texas is the California of the South. So
is that the West Coast of the South. Say?
Yeah, no. So if you can just pitch that to him. This is the West Coast of the South. If you want to stick around here, I like all these options that he's adding here, though.
Right.
Well, I like Rizzo a lot. I've always loved this.
I feel like Martin Perez is important in this because you said you bring back Martin Perez and then go get like Rodon. Okay, they're
not similar though.
No,
that's the best part.
Right.
That's what Mike was saying. We don't want similarity,
but that's only one, and it still feels like you need. That's why you need to keep Martin Perez, because if you lose Martin Perez and bring in Rodon, all of a sudden we're back at pitching even because Martin Perez was great for you this.
The only fear that I have is with we don't know who Bochy's staff is going to be, and right now Martin is very comfortable with Doug Mathis as the pitching coach. They've got a strong relationship. They've got him going in the right direction. You saw how he pitched this year. So we need to have that reciprocated again this year. Like he has to do that again. And you go get a guy like Carlos who's going to also motivate him too. Carlos is an unbelievable teammate when it comes to the pitching side of things.
Okay, good. The other thing too with Martin Perez, and I know you're buddies with him, is from what I've understood, he's not taking a Rangers discount whatsoever.
No.
If he's offered, let's just say 3 years, $45 million by the Yankees and 3 years and $40 million by the Rangers, he's going to the Yankees. I'm not saying that's where he wants to go. I'm just saying you're going to have to win the bidding on Martin Perez. He did enough for the first time in his career. He's made good money, but he hasn't made like $100 million. So if somebody's going to offer him $55 million and you're only willing to go to $45 million, he's going to go take the $55 million. He's not going to take a few more $1 million less just to be a Texas Ranger. So I want Martin Perez back. I've changed my mind completely on Martin Perez. I was not a fan of his at all. His first time through with the Texas Rangers. There are moments that I really liked, but I didn't like his lack of focus. This year, unbelievably great pitcher and a great leader in the clubhouse of the pitching staff. It's very tough, Derek. I know we're out of time. But to be a leader of a team from a pitcher's standpoint, right? Because when you're not a position player, you can lead, but it's very tough when you're just a pitcher.
Well, it's always been that way, and I got to make it quick. It's always been pitchers control pitchers, hitters and position players control position players.
And by the way, if you were curious about Aaron Judge, if he leaves the Yankees, the Texas Rangers are 5th on that list to acquire him behind the Giants, Mets, Dodgers, and Astros.
And what did the Giants say?
Number 1.
The Giants say we will not be outbid on this, and the Giants are supposedly his favorite team from growing up. So I don't see how maybe that doesn't come together if he leaves the Yankees. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL games are closer than at any point in history. Is this the reason why? Plus, are you afraid of haunted houses? Plus, Mike likes it. All of it in the lunch rush with Derek Holland right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about
Piece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Mullen & Mullen Law Firm, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. NFL games are closer than at any point in history. Is this the reason why? 877-881-1053 if you have your own hypothesis. But I also want to get you guys to help me out with something real quick. Now, give me your honest answer. Do you know the song Trick or Treat, Smell My Feet?
Give me something good to eat. If you don't, I don't care.
How does it go after that?
I can see your underwear.
I'll pull down your underwear?
Nobody's doing that.
Okay.
I thought it was pull down your underwear.
Okay. And you said...
I vote for the latter as well.
All right. So that has been changed, not surprisingly.
Yeah, because that's a
sure,
problematic.
Yeah. Okay, but it's been changed to this, and we have this like Halloween like jukebox kind of boom box that's amazing.
Those are different things. Which one is
no,
it?
it's a boom box.
Does it play Rock Lobster?
No, it does not. It
Thank
just plays
God.
Halloween stuff, and it's got this Halloween song that me and Noah like to dance to. That's a whole different thing. Anyways,
interesting.
The point is, it says, "Give me something good to eat. If you don't, I don't care. I'll pour mayonnaise in your hair."
Well, that's good.
Is that's more acceptable?
mayonnaise, though?
How is that more acceptable
than the other
Like
thing?
you just say water.
I didn't make the boom box.
You put mayonnaise in my hair, we fighting.
Agreed.
Rather than pulling down your pants?
I think so, actually. Funny enough, yeah. I think I'm more likely to fight you behind the mayonnaise.
All right, 877-881-1053. What do you find more objectionable, the way it used to be, or pouring mayonnaise in your hair? Clearly, that would not affect me very much. We'll get those answers on the Fan Text.
It gets out the lice.
And the YouTube.
You've helped them with lice. If you have lice, Reggie, I think that mayonnaise helps kill the lice.
I've never had lice. Not once.
Not once.
Okay. I don't wish that on you. I do want you to get fat.
Can we
but
figure out how to bring lice up here?
I don't think we should do that.
No, we're not bringing lice to the studio, Mike.
I don't think that we should do
Spittle's
that.
going to come in here in a minute and be like, we have to have a talk, Mike.
He has a little hair, so it could affect him.
All right.
It wouldn't affect you.
No, I know.
Or
I just
you.
don't know how to carry the
I know.
lice.
It doesn't bother me at
I put
all.
them in a plastic sack. And then
Is that how lice travel?
Well, they
in a
travel in your
plastic
hair.
sack?
But I can't have them
Just
travel
get a
in my
wig.
hair.
Just put a wig in a bag
Yeah.
and then bring it in.
Yeah.
Just come in one day with a wig on your head.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, wow,
Yeah.
cool. I like your hair. Just like you did with glasses. You showed up one day with glasses and we're like, man, Mike's smart today.
And then he started talking about the internet.
All right.
You know,
So-
I
Is that how you saw
remember
that going,
numbers,
Kevin?
Numbers can be on the
Kind of, a little bit. And there's one person who's like, no, it's definitely, I can see your underwear. I always heard it being pulled down, but that's why I was curious how people feel about that. And apparently some
You hang
people,
around aggressive people.
apparently some people are offended by mayonnaise. It's a confusing time. All right. The NFL games are closer than at any point in NFL history. I want y'all to ponder if you have a hypothesis about this, because I've put one together. So check it out. 15 of the 32 teams in the NFL, so almost half, are 3-4, 3-3, or 4-3.
Okay.
That is wild that it's almost half. Now, let's go from that to no prior season in NFL history has had more games within one score in the fourth quarter and more games decided by a touchdown or less. There have been 108 games in the NFL so far this season. 84 of them have been within one score at some point in the fourth quarter.
And I'm betting not all of them have been low scoring affairs either. Like it seems like we've had some high scoring outings that have been within one score of each other.
Now, that is interesting because that actually might feed into my hypothesis in just a second. But that means 78% of NFL games this year have been within a score at some point in the fourth quarter. And 45% of them have ended within a score. So just shy of half of the games in the NFL have ended within a touchdown or less.
I want to point out that, Derek, I think your team has played 5 games that have ended within one score.
We are
Including
not
the
a
last one.
fourth quarter team for some reason that can't get through that. Cannot get the job done. I mean, we should have beat the Ravens. I say we because I know people like to get on me, but I feel like I'm a part of the team as a fan.
Mm-hmm.
But should have beat the Ravens, a team who continues to struggle every time they get the lead. They can't keep it. And then there was the Browns. We come in, we're like, oh, here, donation, take this game from us. We don't want it. We don't want to win any games.
Do you have a hypothesis about why y'all find yourself in close games again and again?
Because of Amari Cooper.
Well, yeah, that's actually, he helps a lot. And the running game to start, it's like we abandon. And I think you guys talked about this with the Cowboys too. You start off hot, you got two of the best running backs in the game, and then all of a sudden you go away from that game plan. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're like, oh, wow, well, we're losing now. I wonder why. So it kind of gets to me is, do we not stick to game plans? Do we try to do something that we shouldn't be doing? Are we being too conservative? I don't get what the situation is.
Now, I got one more number for you that amazes me. The average margin of victory in a game this year, 9.33 points. That's the lowest at this point in the season since the merger in 1970.
Wow.
So
just think, if they had played that extra preseason game, this wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, we would have really avoided all these issues. But actually, again, that will feed into my hypothesis so by every metric, NFL games are closer now than at any point in the last 50 years, and in some of the metrics ever. I think it is lack of quality quarterback play that has led to these closer games. So if you will indulge me on my hypothesis for just a minute, I just took the last 5 years. We talked the other day about what's a good QBR. So we decided QBR of 60 or higher. 2017, there was 11 of those. The next year, 13. The next year, 13. The next year, 15. And then last year, there were 12. So in the last 5 years, about 13 quarterbacks have a QBR of 60 or higher every single year. You know what it is this year? 8. And one of them is Cooper Rush. So that shows you
60 or higher?
Yeah.
Okay.
8. So only 8 have a QBR of 60 or higher. Like I said, one of them is Cooper Rush, and Lord knows that people don't necessarily feel like he's the best quarterback or even close to it in the NFL. So my hypothesis, and somebody jumped in and said, it's defenses being able to adjust in the pass-happy era. I think that is a definite possibility, but also the overall decline of passing efficiency has led to these closer games.
You know, two quarterbacks you didn't mention there in that.
Geno Smith is in there.
You have Mahomes, Allen, Tua, Geno, Lamar, Jones, Derek Carr, and Cooper Rush. No Brady, no Aaron Rodgers, no Joe Burrow, which is interesting.
Herbert.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy with all those quarterbacks you named? They're all mobile. A lot of them are moving quarterbacks. I feel like that's a new thing too, is you're seeing a lot of the quarterbacks moving around more, which is making it a little bit tougher for the defenses to try to cover that and then open up that passing too.
It almost used to be like a bonus, and now it's almost like it's not required.
It's required. I think it's a prerequisite to be a good quarterback in the NFL at this point.
You know what? And that is interesting.
Running or escapability?
Mobility.
Yeah.
I will say mobility. I don't think that you need to be a full-on running, be able to run like Reed necessarily, but that needs to be available to you, and you absolutely need to be able to
feel
avoid
in the pocket
contact.
and ability to escape whenever pressured.
And to your point, sometimes who qualifies as a running quarterback and who doesn't is a very sketchy decision-making process. But what I'm throwing out there for y'all is that the lower quality of quarterback play, which is still what I think it is, but if you think it's just defenses adjusting to this, I would certainly be willing to listen to that as well, is what's led to the tightening up of the games, because that's the biggest driver of your offense, of course. Now, clearly, run game efficiency can help and everything like that. But if you have the best quarterback a lot and the most efficient offense, that will lead you to victory a lot. And I think the tightening of this is the tightening of the game.
Can I slightly edit your hypothesis here?
Of course.
Shout out to that texter who was upset about all the times we said hypothesis. Here's
I mean, how many segments do we get to use the word hypothesis?
You know what I mean? It just like, you got to sprinkle it on there when you can. But I think that some of this is also, and it's kind of nonsensical when you consider it from the NFL standpoint. We all understand there's somewhat a scarcity of quarterbacks that can play at a certain level, right? We all understand that. There's a reason why you are all frequently given first-round picks, high first-round picks to try and get quarterbacks. I think that it might be the furthering of the NFL and the game on making it so that quarterback play is important, right? The league has continued to push the game towards more and more passing heavy gameplay, in part because that's exciting and that's what really draws interest. However, I think that you're finding a cross section of the scarcity of quarterbacks, in addition to a game that has become more and more heavy on quarterback play. I mean, maybe a decade, 2 decades ago, running back play mattered. Running the football mattered in a way more than it does at this point in time. So in addition to that idea of quarterback play, I think that now you're also seeing quarterbacks having to carry more of the burden.
You know what's interesting about that is if you look at the top 8, clearly Cooper Rush won't fit the bill, but take a look at it. And I'm not saying these are the best 7 quarterbacks in the NFL. Just at this point in this season, they've been very efficient. Patrick Mahomes, first rounder. Allen, first rounder. Tua, first rounder. Geno, second rounder. Lamar, first rounder. Daniel Jones, first rounder. Derek Carr, second rounder. Like, that kind of feeds into your idea. And if you go further down the list, Burrow, first rounder. Herbert, first rounder. And so that kind of feeds into that idea. But yes, probably for the last time, that was going to be my hypothesis, is that the lowering of quarterback play, at least in this particular year, has prevented so many of the blowouts that we've seen, which is why these are the closest games in 52 years in the NFL. This is the most games that you've seen go down to the wire in the history of the NFL. And when Jerry said yesterday with Sean and RJ, he's never seen so much parity. 15 of the 32 teams in the NFL are 3-3, 3-4, or 4-3. So they're like literally right in the middle. I know there's a rogue tie or two mixed in there too.
From the 682, Derek, you got to join us in the jungle, man. Ditch the headache and embrace the stripes. That's from Jesse the Bengals guy, who predicted that the Bengals would win the division last year as they went to the Super Bowl.
Not happening.
Man.
Good luck, though.
Bitter rivalry in Ohio.
How much could they donate to charity?
Oh, a lot.
Okay.
That would be great.
And then somebody texted this in, and I just wanted to throw it out there. By the way, Mike, this might help you out because somebody goes, hold on, no Jalen Hurts in the top 8. He's 9th, right behind Cooper Rush. So for your MVP candidacy right there, just keep that in mind. We've gotten this question quite a bit, and if you haven't heard us discuss this before, people are asking if they're blocked on the fan text. We changed the system by which you don't get the automatic response.
What?
So, I mean, I didn't change it. So if you're not getting the automatic response, that does not mean that you're blocked. And we always try to interact with people as much as we possibly can in the fan text and with the Twolos and with the YouTubers. But as far as I know, the vast majority of you are not blocked.
Well, I'd also like to add this, Kevin. I see this on my Facebook posts, sometimes on Twitter. See it on the fan text occasionally. Derek should be full-time here at the station. I agree. I like Derek.
All right, I'll mark it down.
Let's let him finish his baseball career first. All right.
Okay.
Let's give one more try.
Yeah, we're gonna give him another shot here at baseballing, and then we'll discuss that part of it. Because I'm in full support of watching Derek Holland strike people out for another year or two or whatever.
Me too.
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking for.
Hey, I also support that. What can we do to help support your journey?
We just got to let it happen.
Yeah,
it's not in our control, you know?
Okay.
If somebody is willing to give me one last try, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Do we need to write you a letter of recommendation?
Oh,
Yes,
man,
please.
Reggie is good at writing.
Okay.
That would be neat if that's how sports works sometimes, is it to whom it may concern.
That'd be super
I'm
neat.
here to tell you about the excellent human and pitcher I think Derek Holland is.
But that's not personal enough. You got to know who you're writing to. If you're sending out resumes, Kevin, it's
Okay.
always got to be like
Dear
directed
sir
to
or madam,
okay.
Mr. Young.
Chris
Dear
Young.
Chris Young.
to whom it may concern.
No,
No, you don't
That
have
doesn't
to
work.
The pitcher, not the
Yes,
outfielder.
you are quite tall, which
Uh-huh.
is why I have big expectations for my friend Derek Holland this upcoming season. Like something like that. I got what you're saying.
Thanks for bringing in Bruce Bochy. We really appreciate you going
Sure.
after a great manager who our friend Derek once pitched for.
Now,
So let's go one more time with him.
hell yeah. We got Mike Likes It coming up in just 1 second, but I had one more question for you as I'm sorry, I hope that's okay. I was watching this video with a couple of Ravens rookies. It's Demarion Williams and Kyle Hamilton, and they're going through a haunted house, and they are consistently freaking the F out. So my question is, are you scared by the haunted house?
I hate haunted houses. What? I am here's something that happened recently, Mike. My wife purchased a
House.
Yes, she did purchase a house.
Is your house haunted?
A Tunnel of Terror haunted car wash in Frisco. It's
What?
Wash Guys. You can check their website out, washguys.tx or tx.com. they have a haunted car wash. They have candy giveaways and a live DJ during their 3-night haunted tunnel of terror.
Whoa, I'm looking at it right now.
Going through a tunnel, being terrified the entire time. That's not for me, man. I'm not cool with this.
I'll hit somebody.
And my wife's like, hey, you know it's fake. And I'm like, not whenever my mind's telling me it's real. And that's where I can't separate those things.
In that moment, it's real.
Yeah.
And that car is going to be really hurting somebody.
Yeah, they better hope that I can't push the gas pedal, because that is it's got to be hooked onto that little thing, right? You know, the little thing.
Oh yeah, into the tunnel
and they're
on
like,
the track.
Hey, put it in neutral, buddy.
Yeah,
because otherwise I'm gonna be scared.
Still gonna put it in drive at some point.
Hold on, should you guys not be driving the cars through this car wash tunnel of terror? Then
they need to provide us with a different car, otherwise they will no longer have the haunted setup that they have.
Because if you got a different car, you would know how to put that in drive.
Well, no, I'm saying if it's like their
okay,
own thing
no,
that's
I'm
on
just
tracks,
asking. I'm just
like
asking a question.
Oh, you're saying like a roller coaster kind of situation.
Okay,
Gotcha.
okay.
Yeah,
it's
something
stuck
like
on tracks that I really can't move.
Yeah.
Steer, nothing.
Gotcha. I remember I was in a haunted house once with some of my friends, and they were like, hey, you go out front. And so I had to walk through and get lots of the scares and stuff.
Nope.
And when we got out to the outside part, somebody came out with a chainsaw and they ran away, leaving me behind. And I was like, why did you do that? And they were like, well, what if it was a real chainsaw? And I was like, so you wouldn't have helped me out of the haunted house? You'd have just left me behind? They're like, oh, yeah, but it wasn't real.
No, that's when you go and you trip one of your friends and then you take off running.
Is that how you find out how strong your friendship is?
Yep.
Haunted house etiquette?
I don't go to those things.
Yeah,
you guys saw that horrible video, right, of those adults scaring like a 2- and 5-year-old child?
I didn't watch it.
That's brutal.
It was
what? It was like a kindergarten class, and these two teachers came in with like, we're talking the
3. Freddy
scary
Krueger,
mask, like we're talking
Jason,
legit scary masks
with fake chainsaw, but it makes the noise, probably the chains off of it. Like it's horrible.
They made them
I
sit.
think they're getting sued.
Imagine we're stuck here, and then all of a sudden we can't go nowhere, and here comes scary people. And
Except you're 2 years old and 5 years old.
That's stuck in their head like
forever.
Kids don't get past that very well.
Yeah. It's terrifying.
Okay, because I heard about it, but I never actually watched the video. Is it really awful?
It's bad. Like
because I get a little bit of scaring them.
I'm looking it up.
But then they really kept doing it. The 5-year-old girl, I'm gonna guess about 5. She gets scared to death. She takes off running and kind of gets out of the situation. But the 2-year-old kid is just frozen.
They had a kid that had his hands over his face, like trying to hide from it and crying, and they made him pull his hands down and just look at my face.
No,
yeah,
don't do that to little kids.
Oh my gosh, it was so bad.
See, like this weekend, Kevin, I know we're going to get to the weekend soon, and we're looking forward to it. This weekend, Lucy loves handing out candy more than she likes getting candy. Like she would rather go she would rather pass out the candy at our house. And it's not because she's afraid of anything. And as anybody comes up, she's just like, oh my gosh, I love this costume so much. Nothing scares the little girl. It's just that she wants to see everybody come into the house instead. My boys are like taking off, running around, being insane and everything. And Lucy's like, no, let's just chill at the house.
Do you think that would frustrate you as a haunted house performer if this little girl is just breaking you down and you're like, I will scare you. And she's like, you look so nice.
This is so great. I love costumes.
What do you think is the best to put in your sack, candy-wise? Or which sack do you think is the best to use?
Come on, dude. That second one was on purpose.
I like Reese's peanut butter cups.
I think the Baby Ruth is really underrated.
All right.
Almond
What's
Joy.
wrong with
The
Almond
Baby
Joy
Ruth
is the
your
grossest.
first overall pick.
It's underrated. My first overall pick is Butterfinger.
Milky Way.
Oh my god!
You guys need to have a draft, like a candy draft,
Oh,
because right now
We
the
did
Almond
it
Joy
one time.
that is disgusting. By the way,
And somehow we got to gummy bears as the best. It was horrible.
Why
It was
are y'all
G-Bag
both
Nation.
looking at me?
It was
I
G-Bag
don't
Nation.
control that.
It was a
Your fault.
G-Bag Nation thing, and it was horrible. It came down to you guys have eliminated the best candies. This is so bad, but we could have maybe Halloween is on a Monday, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, it's tough because it's after a Cowboy game.
That's true. Forget the Bears game. Let's talk about your candy bracket.
There's your replacement if they lose.
You could have a candy bracket.
That's a good point. Oh, yeah, we could go, hey, we were going to talk about the Cowboys game, but they lost. So instead, how do you feel about the Milky Way?
They're not going to give 2 S's like the Mavericks did last night. They're going to actually try on Sunday.
Yeah, man. I think the Milky Way definitely is at the top of the list for me.
It's a better choice than the
Almond Joy. I love too, but nobody else seems to like it the way that I do. But that's where my kid though, my middle son Carter, he's like, hey, I know I've already scouted a house that gives away full candy bars.
That kid's a winner,
We
man.
need to go to that house. He's already scouted it out and everything. I'm like, good God.
Man.
He makes plans, bro.
At least at the Mississippi daycare, they're facing child abuse charges.
They should.
Yeah.
For the 2 and 5-year-old thing?
Yeah.
That is terrifying.
All right. It's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, Mike likes it. Let's have some fun here with Derek Holland. So I was watching a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
I've seen the first 2.
And I was also watching this morning, Corey, I was watching a little bit of a Wrexham episode. The one where he talked about where Rob McElhaney's wife goes on the show and says, look, I'm right here.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the hug. And you go and you hug Ryan Reynolds instead of me. And he's kind of like, well, who wouldn't want to hug Ryan Reynolds first? Type of deal. But
I get it.
later in this episode, to maybe Kevin's point yesterday about this show is they're really not talking about the soccer team at all. They're talking about man relationships, as in like bromances, and then how we interact as men together and how she says it's so stressful watching men either give knuckles or high five or kind of bro hug or the kind of come in with the handshake hug. And so there's a whole episode on Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David, which is really funny because a guy comes in and hugs him and he doesn't push his butt out. He keeps his butt in, which means they touch private parts.
Yeah.
And he's like, this guy doesn't know how to hug. You do not touch private parts as a man when you hug. You make sure your butt is out. All right. So when you are meeting somebody or saying hi to somebody, when do you feel comfortable enough to then give the handshake hug or just the full hug? Like, how difficult is it as a man to know when I am meeting another man or my buddy, when you get to the hug state or when you're just kind of knuckles at first, right? I'm trying to just do knuckles. I try to avoid handshake, but I will handshake because that's kind of the way you do it. But then with coronavirus and everything, you kind of like, hey,
felt like we were going to phase that out for a minute. Yeah.
Let's talk about the hug. And if you're a guy,
because there's a lot of
or
butt
if you're a
patting
girl, you
sports.
got to make sure girls also avoid their boobs, right? When you're giving them a hug, you kind of try to avoid their boobs a little bit in a hug, or they're trying to avoid putting their boobs on you as a hug.
No, I want the hug. I want to feel the hug.
Oh my God.
That way, you know what I meant.
I don't know.
He wants to
I want to just.
It's a hug. There's a lot of uncomfortableness in a hug.
He enjoys the emotion of the hug, Kevin.
It did not sound like that was the emotion of the hug.
That's
the way
your
you
brain.
said
It
that.
is.
You guys
get out of the gutter.
But you guys butt out, take your butt out of the hug, right? To make sure your private doesn't get into that person.
I honestly don't know if I've ever thought about it. Now this is all I can think about is the next time somebody wants to hug me or something, moving my butt out. I have not thought about this ever.
The ass out hug.
Well, think about it. When you hug me, if we hugged each other right now,
Go ahead, demonstrate it for the fan cam.
You would
and
make
the Twitch.
sure. I'm gonna
Just stay there.
Yeah.
You would make sure if we hugged, we would do this. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I
wouldn't make sure that I'm like this because now there's
Mike,
a possibility.
In the
We're not gonna
second
put
one, you
together.
thrusted.
We have Zach Wolchuk in
All
the
right,
studio
Zach,
from the
turn on the
G-Bag
mic
Nation.
for Zach because he's probably an expert
Can
on
you
this.
and Mike hug so that he can show what he wants
Mike,
to do? And then what? So
It's live coverage of hugging.
there's a
It's
bro,
a bro
hug.
hug.
He did the
That's
arm,
definitely-
and then the arm around the back.
That's definitely not on the camera.
Okay, why is
Hug,
Mike
hug.
talking away from the mic now?
and
I
then the
know
hug
he's seeing
butts
any of
out.
this.
I
So
see
he's saying we
behind
went
Derek.
butt out.
Well, come back to the mics to discuss
screaming.
what you're.
So, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
share
I'm
mics
used to
and
this
hug.
with Derek.
That sounds so weird to
It's
say
the
that. Sharing
the embrace.
mics.
There's no way. Even right
Sharing
now, I
mic.
like Zach, but I'm not pushing my butt in.
You're
I like
leaving room
normal
from
because
Jesus.
now
Yeah, we
I
get
get
it.
my privates into the hug.
You don't want to
and
touch
if-
privates?
Yeah, and if he gets his privates into the hug, now we're touching privates.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I see where you're going with this.
Uh-huh.
Does this make sense? That's why we do this. That's why we go like this.
Hand.
See how we've avoided each other and we're really
So
avoiding.
what happens if your private's touched? Like what's going to happen? Is that the end of the world? Do you have to get a divorce? I don't think so.
Yeah, but you don't want to connect.
Okay, I get that, but
Have you ever hugged a man and your privates have touched each
I
other?
don't know.
I don't know, honestly.
I guess it's possible
I've never
now.
thought
that
about
you
it
don't
before.
contact, Kevin.
Never
Yeah.
thought about
That's
it
not
before.
incidental. You avoid collision.
I've just never had a situation where somebody's like, bro, you just touched my
flag on the
dingle
play
dangle.
10 yards? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, but you don't say it, but you know, you're like, oh my God, that's uncomfortable.
I guess I hear what you're saying. I promise I do. I've just never thought about it, and now I have to rethink some of my interactions.
Is that a spot foul or?
Corey, got defense up. We don't go in there.
I'm really thinking about this, and it definitely is a little butt back action.
It is 100% butt back.
To ensure that this is more of it's up here with guys.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chest action
Absolutely.
here. Yeah, and
And
back patting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pat somebody on the back 1-2 times, and then get out of it quickly if you can.
I think, Kevin, you do it, and it's a subconscious thing because you're saying, I can't believe this is, but now this is all I'm going to think about.
Yeah.
I think, but we all make sure that we avoid our private from accidentally touching whoever it is, a guy, a girl. We don't want to accidentally put our private part on that person.
Can we also just take a look real quick on the fan cam? We see nothing but Mike's stomach right now and his hand gestures. I just want to throw that out there.
If I move right,
doing
whenever
the
we
hug
have
right.
4 people on, it looks like I am Mike's head to his torso.
All right,
We're going the
so
wrong way. But yes, butt out.
So that we have Zach in right now. Zach, when do you feel comfortable enough to hug a man? Like if you're just meeting a Tolo comes in for the first time, like, nice to meet you. Would you want to hug that person or would you want to just handshake or knuckle that person?
If I see him, I walk up to him and I'm going to give him the typical handshake, pull in, give the hug, and then, hey, good to see you. That because he's somebody that I know, I'm comfortable with, I can do that. When I don't know somebody, I'm giving you the, hey, very nice to meet you.
Handshake.
Polite way, yeah. The hug is more of a, I actually know you kind of thing. I can trust that we can hug and it's okay.
Okay. What about if a woman comes in here?
All right,
do you
to see you, buddy.
handshake them or do you hug them?
It depends. If I do know her, yes, I'm going to go in for the hug.
All right.
If I
But
don't quite
do you
know
do the
her,
side hug or the full
no,
hug?
I give you the full hug. I don't.
Wait, you doing
No
church hugs,
butt out.
Kevin?
Like I'm going. Here's a hug. I want you
I
to
do the
feel
side hug.
like, hey, very happy to see you.
I usually go side hug. Unless we know each other, then it's full embrace.
See?
But I'm hoping the chesticles touch.
Okay.
This is weird. Like, what about like wife's coworkers and stuff?
Yeah.
Because this is now a situation where I
that's what
know
I
them.
So what if you don't have a wife?
That's what I think about.
I think that's still a side hug. That's got to be a side hug.
I side hug with Jess's friends because I do not want that.
What
situation
about
to
like
happen.
wives? What about in-laws? Mom?
Yeah, the
wife's
mother-in-law,
aunt.
the
That's cheek
mother-in-law,
kiss, isn't it?
she does not leave it up to chance. She's hugging you. It doesn't matter what
Okay.
you think about it.
Yeah.
She's a lovely lady. by the
So
way.
anyways, Wrexham and Curb Your Enthusiasm had me thinking about
That's how we got there, Zach, in case you're
the
wondering.
man hug
Thank you so
and
much.
just all of that goes into how we kind of greet a person. And so now I have a little bit of a serious topic. So I know I've gone from non-serious to a little bit of a serious topic.
I'm out for this one. You guys got this.
So if you don't know, my wife's a pediatrician and she goes to Methodist Hospital quite a bit.
Yeah, this is
And
very serious.
she was not there on Saturday morning, but a man went in there with a gun, and unfortunately, he killed 2 nurses. One being a nurse, another being a social worker nurse, and my wife did know those nurses because of her interaction up there at the hospital. And she says it's a smaller building where she knows everybody up there because you just get to know everybody. It's not like a whole bunch of different people rotating and stuff where sometimes you don't have relationships. So I can't give all the details that I know because that she knows, but there was a little bit of a lucky situation that there was an officer on that floor at that time where usually there isn't.
Right.
And so luckily and I say luckily because this is horrible. 2 people lost their life because of a horrible person. But luckily that person was going to try to kill probably everybody on that floor.
Can I ask you something? I'm just curious your thoughts about it as a person because I have a really bad habit of getting caught up in what could have happened even if it doesn't happen. Have you found yourself caught up at all of like my wife could have been there or anything like that?
Yes. And it just so happened that she wasn't on call that weekend, and the person for her practice that was on call, there was not a baby of theirs
Okay.
that was born at Methodist like the night before or that morning. So none of her staff were there, but the people that are there, she knows well. So it's really affected our household that the Methodist shooting. And it's horrible. I mean, obviously you have thoughts and opinions when stuff happens in your community like that and what to do and what you think. But luckily there was an officer on the floor somewhat at the moment that happened, because if not, we could be looking at a mass murder situation that would have happened. And I know that Methodist is going to work very hard now to have more police officers on staff at all times because of just the world that we live in and how quickly somebody can pull out a weapon and just start destroying lives.
Yeah, it is very scary. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, and what a roller coaster that segment took. Thank you very much, Mike, for that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to change it up even more because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk a little bit about Michael Gallup next.
Hey, look.
Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of quick hockey notes for you. Miro was injured in the game against Ottawa. He has been labeled as day-to-day. And then Phil Kessel set the new NHL record for most consecutive games played. 990 straight hockey games played. Congratulations to him for that. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Get some Cowboys action here in just a moment, but before we do, don't forget, if you would like to donate some auction items, if you're a company that would like to donate something to Peace-a-thon this year, you can reach out to us at corey.majors@odyssey.com or kevin.hagelin@odyssey.com or Mike.
Yeah.
No. You can always reach out to Mike.
Well, you can reach out to me. I'm wondering if
out
I got
Corey,
a Greg
right?
Ostertag jersey, would your wife want it to be a Kansas jersey or a Utah jersey for you to bid on?
For you to bid on.
I'm telling you this right now. I will win that auction. I don't know.
I will drive the price up.
I'm going to be out of a lot
charity.
of money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is Jess more of a rock chalk Jayhawk or more of a...
I think probably Utah, I guess. I'll have to think about how old she was at the time, because I know when she was a kid, she loved the name Gregory Ostertag, especially if there's a Duncanville one that exists.
God, I bet. It's probably the one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then real quick, I'm just going to go ahead and take a leap of faith and trust that this is true. And if that is the case, we are all very, very sorry for you. From the 469, please give a shout out to my wife, Tracy Flowers, and her siblings, Sarah, Rafe, and Kelly, because Katie Annette Flowers is his mother-in-law, and that is one of the people who passed away at Methodist. So shout out to you guys and your family. Can't even imagine how difficult it is right now. I hope we bring any sort of levity or smile to your face in these times. Sorry about that. Corey, back to you.
Back to the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dorrance and Micah lead the team right now in sacks with 6 and 7 respectively. What do you mean?
But those numbers should change.
It should be like 8 for Micah and 5 for Dorrance, based on the fact that he tripped up Goff on one play.
You at least give Dorrance a half a sack on that?
Sure.
He was there.
Absolutely. There are 3 guys tied with 3 sacks, by the way, and then Sam Williams has 2. My question to you guys, and I can give you all the list of players who have 3. My question to you is, who will be the 3rd leading sack getter by the end of this season if it stays true and Micah and Dorrance keep up the pace they're going and they're numbers 1 and 2?
I don't want it to be a cop-out if I just say Sam Williams.
Okay. He has
wanna...
2 right now. He's behind 3 other people that have 3.
I feel like Sam Williams is moving up in the world. I have a question, though.
He needs more reps then, huh?
Is there any chance, and if you tell me he's not one of the people with 3, I'm going to feel really stupid. Is there any chance Donovan Wilson could get in the mix there?
Donovan Wilson is one of the 3 right now. The safety who is getting after it. And we even talked with Steven Monday about that, and he's like, dude, like, you can't draw it up any better the way he plays.
Okay, I feel a little bit better because I was like, it feels like Donovan Wilson's gotten to the quarterback a lot. Obviously, off of the safety blitzes. I know that's not a conventional choice. I think Donovan Wilson could get like 7, 8 sacks.
The other guys tied for 3rd right now are DeMarcus Lawrence and Dante Fowler, along with Donovan Wilson for 3. So you're gonna say Sam Williams or Donovan?
I'm gonna say Sam Williams. I think it's gonna play out Micah, Dorrance, Sam, Tank, and then Donovan. There's a lot of people that you have to get to the quarterback, which is awesome.
Mike, do you have a nominee for who will be the 3rd leading sack getter for this team if it stays true and Parsons and Armstrong say 1 and 2?
I'll lean towards Tank.
I'm surprised you didn't go with Williams. I know that's
Williams
your guy.
been your boy.
He gets so few snaps.
Yeah.
He's making an impact on his play, but if you're only going to play 10 to 15 snaps, it's very tough to, over a 17-game season, be the 3rd leading sack getter. But he does have a chance, and I don't want this to happen. But all it takes is an injury, and then he's playing 50% of the snaps, which would give him a better chance.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Do you have a choice?
I'm going to go with Fowler. just because I think he's going to continue to get those reps, and it seems like the opportunities are definitely for him to be in there in pass rush situations. Like when they want pass rush, they stunt the hell out of that guy.
Right.
That dude is flying all over the place. And Derek, if you want to say Myles Garrett, that's perfectly okay.
I'm not going to lie. I literally was just going to say it to be funny, but then I was like, I'm just going to stay out of this.
I got you. All right.
Kind of like Cleveland in the playoffs.
Whoa.
Hey, yo.
Just remind me how Jacksonville's doing.
All right.
Okay,
Oh my God.
wow.
I like
We're
this.
just going score time
with Cleveland.
Why are you looking at me? I'm not even involved in that argument.
Yeah. That's great.
There are definitely no crotch first hugs between those guys right now, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They're mad. All right.
Yeah. It's true.
When will Michael Gallup get going in this offense? And I think we will stick on this Michael Gallup topic for the remainder of the C block.
I still think you're a month away, and that bothers me in terms of the contract they got. Maybe that's further down the road, but I still think you're a month away in terms of creating the separation that you want. Maybe not even a month away. Maybe it's further.
I don't know if he's ever going to get more catches than Noah Brown now. In a weird way, Noah Brown has stepped up into kind of the second receiver role, and opportunity presented itself through injury for Noah Brown, and I feel like he's taken advantage of it, where I'm not saying that Michael Gallup's bad, but to maybe Kevin's point of coming back from that major injury and getting back to the point that he is, maybe it takes a season, and maybe for this season, Noah Brown is more of your second guy this year than Michael Gallup is.
We talked about this before the show too, is we don't know if he trusts the injury. You know, he's coming back. Does he really trust it? Is he really good to go? Like, it's one of those things, like, you know, when I had the knee surgery, coming back, like, yeah, I felt like I was great, but it sucks to say this, but if something's going to happen, you got to go. You can't sit here and try to be too cautious with it, because all you're doing is putting yourself more at harm. So he's got to just trust that everything is good to go and get out there and just let it eat.
See, when I look at this contract, Kevin, I do think that the Cowboys look at years 2, 3, and 4 and go, he's going to be cheap for what the rate is, the market price for a receiver is going to be, and we're going to have better years from him in years 2, 3, and 4 than we are in year 1. Because we understand he's coming off injury, and just talking to Derek about that, like it takes some time for you to really understand. And I know before he got back out on the field, he even said, "I need another week because I don't trust it yet."
Do you feel like you guys put too much expectations for him to come back from this injury and be so great right out the gate because of that?
Yes,
because the
100%.
Well, but also like. Yes, the injury happened and everything, but it's like we thought, like, okay, he's back. He's going to be 100%. He's going to make a huge impact. But it's like we forgot about the process in between of
a lot of people don't understand. A lot of fans don't understand the process that the athlete has to go through.
And I think that's fair. The thing is, it runs so antithetical to the way the Cowboys do business otherwise. Like, look, without getting into the weeds on the Amari Cooper thing, availability was at least part of it, and that had something to do with, I know there were other factors at play with COVID and everything, but that had something to do with their thoughts about him being injured. They wanted DeMarcus Lawrence to take a pay cut because his inability to be out there on the field. But when Dak gets hurt, they gave him more money than he was seeking before he got hurt. When Michael Gallup gets hurt and you know you're going to miss time, they still gave him a market rate contract. That's a huge problem with the way the Cowboys do business. Like, I know people will say, you have to get rid of Jerry and all this and that, but the specifics about the way I do not like how they do business is they do not seem to factor in injuries appropriately when dishing out these contracts. If you want to keep Michael Gallup, then rock on. You need to subtract some money from that. It's unfortunate, but that's the way the gamble on yourself part of life goes. Not just sports, but all parts of life. Is Dak gambled on himself in terms of I can make more money? And it seems like he should have lost because he got hurt.
Injured,
yeah, he got hurt and the team was playing terrible with him before that. And what did they do? They're like, we'll give you $8 million more. Michael Gallup got hurt. Was this the last game of the season? You gambled on yourself. It is so sad and it's unfortunate, but you lost. And the Cowboys should have been able to adjust accordingly, which would create more salary cap space for them going forward, because that's one of the reasons they're like, oh, we couldn't keep this person, we couldn't keep that person. But then when it comes to people that they like for whatever reason, they're like, well, that's fine, don't worry about it.
I just feel like Gallup's not going to make that impact this year until late in the season. to where he's back to where everybody's going to feel more confident, feel better about him after this injury. Because right now it's a slow start. He's got to build back into that with it, and he's got to trust that the injury is healed. That's the big thing.
There are a couple of things in that conversation because the name that keeps popping up is Beckham, and he was, from everything we saw, he was happy with the Rams, right? Like he looked like he was enjoying it. Maybe it's because he loves LA. He loves the lifestyle that you could live in LA. But and they were winning. Like they were a winning team going to the Super Bowl. He looked like he was a good teammate there. He got a bad name in New York. He got a bad name in Cleveland. He looked like he was a good teammate there. And Sean and Bobby Belt have been talking about that. But Kevin, my concern there is that's another guy coming off an injury. And so you want to have two guys that you're like, I don't know which version I'm going to get on the field.
And some people, he said he'd be ready by November. There's people across the league that think he might not be ready till December. At least with Odell Beckham, I would hope you would at least make a more logical one-year decision for all parties, because you look down the road, and I know the Cowboys will tell you how much salary cap space they have and everything like that, and like rock on. I'm really proud of them for that. But the cap hit next year for Michael Gallup and for Dak Prescott is a combined $63 million. That is a gigantic, and I know they'll be like, oh, we can flip switches in the contract and everything like that. All right, if you don't think Dak is going to be the guy for the next, beyond the next 3 years, that money has to go somewhere, and it eventually hits your bottom line. If you're convinced that Dak Prescott will be your healthy or more or less healthy quarterback for the next 6 years, then I get it. It doesn't really matter. But I know there's a lot of people who don't feel that's the case. And so I just hope they make a smarter decision, because if there's one thing that the Cowboys do that bothers me, I think they are poor at negotiating. Poor.
If they do go after Beckham, here's the thing, though. If he doesn't get the results, he's going to start to interfere with what that locker room has. That's the one thing. And it's funny. Like, I know when he was with Cleveland, they talked about, well, he was, Baker wasn't throwing the ball very well. There's so many drop passes that he had, and then it became a whole deal. Then his dad was getting involved, tweeting about Baker and all that stuff. That's the only thing that would scare me the most, is coming here and he doesn't get those results right away with Dak and that relationship. All of a sudden now he starts bashing into the Cowboys.
I know that the Cowboys they're in this kind of mental place, Kevin, with the production that they're getting. They're like, hey, look, we know we can run the ball. And that's interesting too, considering the Zeke injury at the moment. And they haven't quite gotten the opportunity to watch their complete group of receivers with Dak.
Sure.
Because Dak's been hurt and all the receivers.
Which I do get.
So they have to decide whether it means they need to make an addition, whether Kellen Moore's doing the right job of getting those guys open, or if they just have to get better play out of what they have. That's kind of where the conundrum that they're in. And based on listening to Broadus, it seems like, because I've been so with and Reggie, I know you've been watching the All 22 also. I've been so locked in on watching what the defense is doing. I haven't even been paying attention to the receivers. But Broadus is telling us, hey, he's just not getting separation.
Okay, and that's why I don't know if this is a fair question then, but my analogy would be, why do I need to buy you a new toy when you're not playing with the toys that you have?
Exactly.
Is you're going to go out and get whoever, and you still haven't found a way to utilize the people you have. I don't know if that's a smart decision.
So then we know Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones sit in that meeting. Mike, you've talked about that we saw All or Nothing, Hard Knocks. They sit in that meeting. That's the question. Hey, show me the examples of you trying to get this toy open.
Yeah.
Like, show me not like a packaged toy.
I know, I get
Walmart.
it. I get it.
But like, show me you giving Michael Gallup opportunities. That's what you're probably getting, and that's probably what they're going through. So I would not, Kevin. I would expect that there's still something in play for the Cowboys at some point.
Well, look, if it's free agency like Beckham, you have more time. If it's making another move, the trade deadline is on Tuesday. You have to decide right now, even if it's a small move, did Cowboys make another trade?
I think they make one more trade before the deadline.
Okay. I say no.
Okay.
I say yes.
For a wide receiver?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be an interesting one if the Broncos, and I like this, somebody threw it in the Twitch chat, Judy.
Yeah, people are of the opinion that the Broncos are ready to burn it to the ground, and maybe the same thing with the Colts. And I know there are teams out there that people have decided that they're sellers. So I don't.
It's just a thought.
That would be a heavy price. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the power rankings. Where did the Cowboys sit? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Through the Fan is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland rolling with us as he has been all day long. 60feet6.org if you want to go check out more information about his charitable event. Casey Donahue Band rocking that all along. And it's, of course, for a great cause. Now, you ready to power rank those power rankings?
I am, because I have them.
That's good. I get nervous. Mike likes to play content chicken with me, and he'll, like, in the break be like, oh, are we doing power rankings? Am I supposed to do that?
Let's be honest. I forgot that we had Shohei at noon. So when I teased baseball nuggets and Shohei, and then you're like, hey, we kind of have that at noon, but I was like, no. I have other things. I just forgot that we had that at noon. So would you guys like to? So now that we have 3 people in this room, Derek, you're going to be the deciding vote here.
Oh. Yes.
Corey, Kevin, unless they choose the same thing. Do you want to do team power rankings or quarterback power rankings?
Team.
I choose quarterback.
I choose team.
Team power rankings. Derek, you go first because you haven't been in here for power rankings. I'd love to know where you think the Dallas Cowboys are going to be power ranked. Your guess.
I'm going to say 6.
All right. That's a decent guess.
That's what I
Corey,
think too.
Where do you think the Cowboys will be power ranked?
5.
That's a decent guess. Kevin.
I will also say 6, unless I have to choose one different.
No, you can choose 6.
I choose 6.
For Bill Russell.
Yeah, that's right.
I think the Mavericks would play better with Bill Russell's logo on their jersey, but they decided to not play. Well, 6 is right on 2 of the power rankings. Corey, 5 is wrong on all of the power rankings.
That stinks.
On CBS and ESPN, the Cowboys are ranked 6th. On NFL.com, they are ranked 4th.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Take
NFL.com
that, Giants and Vikings
does really like the Dallas Cowboys. Ranked first, would you guys want to go with CBS, ESPN, or NFL? NFL likes the Cowboys the most.
I vote NFL then.
The Buffalo Bills are number 1. Do we have a...
Eagles would be second.
Eagles are second. Kansas City is third. Dallas is 4th. How about that? How about that for your power 4?
Do you think it's safe to assume that in all power rankings, in some variation, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philly are 1, 2, and 3?
That's CBS is Philly, Buffalo, Kansas City. ESPN is Buffalo, Philadelphia, Kansas City. So all 3 of the teams that you're naming right now, 1 and 2 is Philadelphia and Buffalo. Remember, Philadelphia didn't play.
Yeah.
So they couldn't really move. Did Buffalo play? Or did
They
have a
were
bye?
also off.
Yeah, they also had a bye.
Because
So
remember
both
we
those
talked about all the fantasy players that were off. Yeah.
So Kansas City whooping San Francisco in San Francisco didn't change their fate. They are number 3. But I get it. If you can't really move them ahead of Buffalo, they recently played them and lost, and that was at Kansas City that they lost. And Philadelphia is undefeated, and they have the greatest quarterback in the history of football, I guess. Until we get to quarterback power rankings. All right, so
God, I hope he's like 3 in the quarterback.
So now we're going to go around the room. We had 1, 2, and 3. It was Buffalo, Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Dallas is number 4 with NFL. We're going to go to Derek first since he is the host guest. Derek, if you had to guess, who is the 5th ranked team in the power rankings by NFL.com?
I'm going to go with the Dolphins.
Man,
that feels high.
Yeah, you are
It's very
super
high.
wrong there.
Yeah, I just
wasn't really. They're not even ranked in the top 11 that I wrote down. But Miami is ranked.
Way to really rub it in, Mike.
Miami is number 10.
Can I change it? Can I change
No, you
it?
can't.
No,
You've
you
already
have to
guessed.
wait.
Miami's number 10 on CBS and ESPN, so you almost got it right. Corey, you now get to guess who is the 5th ranked team according to NFL's power rankings.
I think it was the Bengals last week.
You think right.
Nice.
They're number 5 on NFL.com's power rankings. Kevin, number 6, power rank it.
I'm going to say the Vikings.
You are completely wrong. They are number 7.
Wow.
Which means
What an
now,
idiot.
Derek, you get to power rank
Derek.
the 6th best team on NFL.com.
Still think it's the Dolphins?
No, I'm
Don't guess
not.
the
I'm not.
Dolphins.
That's going to be the. I don't like this, but yeah, somehow they are the Giants.
The Giants are number 6. So Cincinnati
Babes.
5, Giants 6, Minnesota 7. Corey, who's the 8th ranked team according to NFL.com?
It's not quite the Jets yet. Are the Ravens still?
Did you look at this power ranking?
No, I think the Ravens and Jets should be involved here.
You think right?
Okay, hold on.
Wait, so which one is it?
He said not the Jets. He said Ravens.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was like,
I have been led to believe by my context clues that the Jets are next on the list.
You are wrong. They are number 10.
Son of a...
So you were close, but as they say in horseshoes and hand grenades.
What? Say that again? How do they say that?
I said I quit. I had a funny joke and then I ruined it. All right, number 9. Power rank number 9, Derek.
Man.
Say the Dolphins.
No, because he already yelled at me for that.
They were in the top 11.
For some reason, they're playing. They've won 4 straight in the Titans.
You are right.
Derek, he's crushing
right.
you.
You know, I haven't heard yet. I haven't heard the Cleveland Browns. They didn't get
Stop
to be
it
in the power rankings.
They're number 1.
I did write them down. All right, now here's the guess.
Oh.
Derek, we've ranked the top 10. Derek, Corey, and Kevin. Where are the Cleveland Browns power ranked according to NFL.com?
God, they stink.
You stop that.
They are not good right now.
23.
23. Let me write down
23.
that number.
25
for Jordan.
25
Hold on,
for
you just
Derek.
said worse than I did.
I know.
How did they not stink then?
They don't stink.
And Corey.
24.
24.
I'll split the difference.
Derek knows his team well.
Yeah!
The Cleveland Browns.
You picked the worst
are
one, though.
25th in the power rankings. Did you already know that?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay. I don't even know.
I'm
who
just
the hell
looking
you're-
at everybody's records and
Guess
trying
what?
to
Your
piece them
quarterback's
together.
not in the top 15.
I already
All
knew
right,
that.
now the power rankings of the quarterbacks.
He hasn't played this year.
Since Corey's the smartest.
You should say Jalen Hurts. Is
Corey, you start. Who is the number 1 power ranked quarterback according to
Say Jalen
CBS
Hurts.
Sports?
Do it.
CBS,
Dan
Josh
Marino.
Allen.
Josh Allen, you're completely wrong. He's number 2.
Oh, I will take Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick
then.
Mahomes is number 1. If Patrick Mahomes is number 1 and Josh Allen is number 2, power rank the third
It
quarterback.
has to be.
It's not
Hurts.
Steve DeBerg. These are contemporary quarterbacks.
Steve
Has to
DeBerg
be
could be
who?
contemporary.
Hurts. Jalen.
Man, that sounds right. But he's number 8. Take that, Philadelphia. Your fart knocking quarterback's number 8. But somehow he's an MVP candidate because he's undefeated. By the way, this power ranking is bad.
Oh, no.
There's your hint.
Oh, please put.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Who was 3?
We haven't done. It's not
Oh,
Jalen
Jalen
Hurts.
Hurts is
That's
number
all we
8.
know.
This power ranking is bad.
Oh, because I would have said Burrow.
Oh, it's Matt Ryan.
I was gonna say Burrow also.
Matt Ryan's out of the NFL.
This power ranking is
Still
bad.
in the NFL.
And also my cousin's name.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is number 3.
Okay.
Get the F
Oh,
out of
Geno
here. You
Smith?
kidding me?
CBS needs to wake up. I get it, man. His career is
What?
unbelievable. He's
So it's gotta
back-to-back MVP, but he shouldn't be number 3
Tom
at
Brady's
this
got to be
point.
number 4 then.
No.
It's
how
not
they're
your
ranked.
turn yet. You shut your
Oh,
mouth.
Sorry.
It's Kevin's turn.
Is number 4 also bad? Because that might determine my Tom Brady.
Oh, you want me to give hints now?
Yes.
You need hints?
He got a hint?
Number 4
He's very
Is it
upset with me. So I
stupid
think
or
it
no?
Bay hints.
is not stupid, but he should have been number 3.
I'm taking Joe Burrow.
Joe
then.
Burrow is number 4. Kevin, you're so smart.
I needed a
Derek,
hint.
the only person dumber in this room would think that you can't put numbers on websites, and that's me. But this is also a very bad power ranking. At number 5.
Geno Smith.
Oh,
well-
man. I do want to know where Geno Smith is.
Geno
high
Smith
enough.
is number 12.
Not high enough.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty good.
You actually had it right before. There's your hint, Corey.
Oh, dang it.
Who's number 5 in the quarterback power rankings?
Ray Finkel.
That is, he
He's
was
a
even a
kicker.
play kicker.
I like
quarterback.
That. I like that pick.
Thank you.
This is tough.
Lamar Jackson's tumbling. It can't be him.
Number 5 is part of him.
I just said it. I know exactly who it is now.
It's not Ray Finkel.
Number 5 is part of him.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean?
You just said it.
Michigan
yeah,
alum.
those are all. Hey!
Michigan alum.
But what?
Oh, Tom Brady.
What?
Number 5 is part of him because he's 45 years old. Tom Brady's number 5. Way too easy. That's way too much of a hint.
I was.
Hey,
just
he's
trying
from
to help.
Slovenia. Yeah, there's only one NBA player from Slovenia. There's only one
Oh,
quarterback
Peja
from
Stojakovic.
Michigan.
Clearly, yeah.
Stojakovic,
By the
right?
way, what has happened to Michigan the last 20 years of developing a NFL quarterback?
They're doing good right now. Let's
right.
focus on now.
Number 6. Here, you want a hint?
No, I don't
right.
need a hint because this list you said is stupid. So they're going to be stupid and they're going to put Justin Herbert at 6.
It's going to be Daniel Jones.
Number 7 is Justin Herbert.
Dang,
You
dude.
should have gone with your smart answer. Derek, to you, the smart answer on who's number 6. And this is somebody who Kevin loves and hates Justin Herbert.
Huh?
Oh.
No.
So
I know.
He
who it
hates
is
Justin
then.
Herbert.
Would you like
in
a
fact, there's
hint?
an article by
He's in your
Barstool
division.
Sports called "Justin Herbert hasn't done S,"
Oh,
and I
it's
thought
Lamar
that
Jackson.
Kevin Haggling wrote it.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is number
Good
6.
answer.
By the way, real quick, my power ranking would be probably. I'm biased to Patrick Mahomes. I would have Patrick Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar Jackson 4.
It's not Bobby Lane for the person who texted that. Come on.
Number 9. We're at number 9 because it goes Mahomes, Allen, Aaron Rodgers,
Cooper Rush.
Justin,
Murray.
Joe Burrow, then Tom Brady, then Lamar Jackson, then Justin Herbert, who hasn't done S according to Barstool Sports and to Kevin Hagelin. Number 8
Baker Mayfield.
is Hurts.
There's no
Number
way
9
it's
is
Kyler. There's no.
Can't. I'm having a hard time, Mike. It's either Dak, it's a Stafford,
or Romo because he's number 9.
Cousins.
Oh, I forgot about Kirk Cousins.
I think it is Romo.
I'm gonna go Dak.
You are correct.
Ah.
Dak is number 9. We stop right there, guys. Out of these quarterbacks, Mahomes, Allen, Rodgers, Burrow, Brady, Lamar, Herbert, Hurts, who are you most offended that Dak is behind?
None of them.
Hurts.
I mean, Dak's played 2 games this year. One really good game or really bad game, and then another game that didn't really matter.
He's offended by Hurts. Who are you offended by?
I'm not.
Tom Brady?
I think it's right where he's at.
Tom Brady, are you offended that he's that high?
Absolutely not.
Number 10 is Matthew Stafford. Number 11 is Kirk Cousins. Number 12 is Geno Smith. Number 13 is Kyler Murray. Number 14 is Derek Carr. And number 15 is Russell Wilson.
Where's your boy Trevor Lawrence?
He's number 19.
Oh, that's
All right. I did write down number 21 is Justin Fields, just to give you an idea of how bad of a quarterback we're playing this week.
Did you write down the Browns quarterback?
I don't even know who he is. Who's the quarterback? Jacoby
Brissett.
Brissett. He's 33 probably. I did see that Andy Dalton's 32. So he's considered the worst starting quarterback right now. And then Zappy or Zippy, whatever his name is, I think is way down there too.
It's weird. You know elements of the correct information. You're like Zappy or Zippy or whatever.
I don't think I have the quarterback power ranking pulled up. I did write down the top 15, and I knew that Trevor Lawrence was 19, and I did write down Justin Fields is 21, and I remember Andy Dalton being 32.
Well,
those are your power rankings.
I appreciate it very much, and I'm proud of them for not still having Matt Ryan like in the top 12 for some reason, which was really weird for way too long.
Oh, he was 31.
Okay.
31 was UT guy.
Ellinger?
Yeah.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And leading it on, The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right, and that's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade, so find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Wonderful, Heggy. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. It has been a very fun show. Thank you for asking. Now, I'm hoping you guys will indulge me on this because we talked about this earlier. You familiar with the song Trick or Treat, Smell My Feet?
Oh, yeah. Give me something good to eat.
Yes. Can you continue with what you think the rest of the lyrics are?
If you don't, I don't care. I'll pull down your underwear.
All right. Is that also what you guys think are the lyrics?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you see how that is no longer tolerable in society? Because we have this boombox, this Halloween boombox at the house, and now it says, if you don't, I don't care. I'll pour mayonnaise in your hair. Is that a more acceptable?
Paulo seems pissed off.
Yeah,
for life.
Are you sad about this, Eric?
It is a disappointing development, I will say that. I mean, that was one of the tried and true holiday traditions around this time of year. I mean, what are they going to do? Change up Jingle Bells at some point as well because there's something wrong with it?
Batman smells.
Come on, man. And I'd rather get my underwear pulled down than have mayonnaise in my hair, to be quite frank.
100%. It's a great point, Chief.
Yeah, I would too.
Okay. I did not expect such uniformity.
Have you guys ever had lice?
No, my sister did, and
Did she have to put mayonnaise in her hair?
No, she didn't do that. But I mean, the whole
Pull down her
house had to
underwear.
be like bombed or whatever it was. Yeah, that was an
just
issue.
use
The whole house, not just her hair?
No, I mean we had the whole place was.
Did they put a tent over your house?
Infested? Apparently, I don't know.
meth?
It was a situation. I hated her for it.
You use the Rid lice treatment complete kit is what you use, and then so you don't have to use the mayo. It's the Rid kit, and then you do need to Lysol everything and bag it all up and stuff.
Well, Walchuk was bagged up that whole week or whatever it was because he's got so much body hair. They were concerned that they were going to get the first ever lice body situation.
That would be amazing if you're like, I have to get the chest lice away. And they're
For
like,
me, it was the back lice.
okay. Man.
The lower back lice.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
But you know where his back is located, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Now, man, a lot of people weighing in on lice home remedies. We're not in a situation where we need to figure that out at the moment. But
you know where his back is located.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for asking, though. I appreciate it. Is there a concern level for you on the Zeke injury, and when he's like trying to rush back? Why would you not just wait and be like, "Hey, the bye" and stuff?
Yeah, I would sit him. But Zeke is an animal. I mean, we were talking about this off air. I think that was the first time we've ever seen him stay on the ground, and the trainers have had to come out there and look at him his entire career.
That was problematic last year, though, because he's like, I'm going to fight through it, and his performance suffered. So don't we want to avoid?
Yes, I would. And I think that you've got capable backs in preseason, right? Malik Davis, and you've got guys that you can count on, Rico Dowdle as well. And I'd like to see Tony Pollard. They just had a quote from him. He's talking to the media right now. If they call it, I can haul it, is what Tony Pollard just said.
Oh, that's super catchy.
So he's ready to
And then there's a
carry
bye
the load.
after this game, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for listening to Kevin. Yeah, he said
so
that.
they get 2 weeks. Well, I was just thinking about the Mavs. That's all.
I know
Just
that
ticked
you
off.
were. Do you find that if things rhyme, you're more susceptible to accepting that? Like, if they call it, I will haul it.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
that
all
makes
in on
sense.
TP carrying the load this week now.
Need
What are you doing
$50
here?
to make you holler.
Yeah. Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
There you go.
Whoever denied it, supplied it.
If you don't, I don't care. I'll pull down your underwear.
I think you need to at least add the word consensually into that. I feel like you're going to get a lot
Screws
of...
up the whole melody, bro.
I know, but it could be worse. You know, if that's your concern, I messed up the melody versus the other outcome.
If you
I'll get in
don't,
the
I
lab
don't
and get it
care,
figured out.
consensually take off your underwear?
Yes!
Everything has to be consensual, Mike.
True.
Thank you for agreeing on that.
Well, Chuck just said that he was very confident in TP wiping up the Bears.
Yeah.
He just threw that out there.
Yeah.
All right.
It makes sense, right?
Thank you.
Because this is Tony Pollard.
I'm just upset that Derek didn't wear his Batman costume today.
Are you more upset about
Sorry
that
about
or the fact that for a minute Mike didn't know you could put numbers into websites?
That's not surprising, though. We know Mike. We see him every day.
Oh, man. That was amazing.
1053thefan.com.
There you go.
Don't spell it out.
Well, but it was with Derek's 60feet6.org.
I know. And I just thought to myself, Derek, I'm sorry. I've never been to your website before, but I have now.
Welcome.
And I thought, well, you have to spell it out.
You did good. I mean,
I spelled it all out correctly, and then it didn't work, except I spelled out 60 foot instead of 60 feet. And then I was like, this is where I've messed up. 60 is more than one, which makes it plural.
Hey, big news.
And then it's still messed up.
I just looked it up. If you type out 1053thefan.com, that domain is available. So maybe.
Squatters' rights.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we can make that happen. All right. Derek, I'm going to cede the floor to you. We talked about your charity earlier. Here's your opportunity. Do you want to go back to talking about your charity or something else completely different?
Well, we could do it real quick. I just want to remind everybody, November 10th at the Lava Cantina in the Colony, we're going to have Casey Donahue performing. We're going to hear from the kids that are there. They're dealing with their issues with cancer. We want to help them as much as we possibly can. Just give them that love, that attention, just like they deserve, because we want them to know they're not in this battle by themselves. We're in this with them together. And like I said before, we're trying to change the game, and I got to have everybody there for that, to change the game as a team for these kids, because that's what it's all about, is helping kids that are going through these tough times.
So you guys care way more about the kids than, as Mike would say, the Mavericks did last night against the depleted Pelicans.
100%.
Yep, your charity cares. The Mavericks could give 2 S's about playing basketball on a Tuesday night in New Orleans.
In the third game of the season, that's
Mother
a little
effer,
alarming.
man. Like, that's going to come back and haunt them. I guarantee you, Gavin, at the end of the year, somehow with like 5 games to go, we're going to be looking at New Orleans in some sort of battle. Hopefully it's for like the 3 or 4 seed and not the 6 or 7 seed. And they're going to be like, oh yeah, we deed around, like Choppy does with his pants halftime during the day.
What?
And then
it is unfortunate. I think I was giving him a little bit too much credit for being focused, being mature enough to know what it takes. Like, they were obviously up and excited to execute in the playoffs, and now the regular season are back, and they think it's time to dork around. Like, we can show up and not play defense. We can joke around in a second half and let the Suns score 62 points. It's, we've seen some really high-end basketball, but we've also seen a lack of focus, and I would say that's got to be Jason Kidd's main priority right now, and I'd bet on him to get it figured out. I think the good times are coming still. But yeah, Luka's 23 years old. He's the leader of the team. And as the leader of the team, I think you need to set the tone a little bit better than he has.
I have a question for you, because you've covered a lot of basketball in your life, and maybe this is a question to everybody. When you're a head coach, manager, and you have a superstar player like Luka, and I get that there's very little time on the clock, but 2.4 seconds. But we've seen with 10 seconds, it doesn't matter. He's going to take the worst shot possible you can take to try to win the game. That's in his mind. I want it to be the most heroic shot possible, and in his mind, that means the worst shot available. How do you approach Luka and say, I don't mind you taking the last shot. I love that you want the win or loss on your shoulders. But, dude, you can't take the worst shot possible every time.
I mean, he's won games with that little step back. I actually think that's a pretty good shot. Okay. We had the numbers on the step back to the left a couple of weeks ago, and it was like 37%. My issue would be you're 2 for 12 going into this shot.
Yep.
Do we want our best player still taking that, even though he's ice cold and had missed like 3 or 4 in a row before that? You'd had plenty of chance. Yeah,
too.
There was something weird with his shot, so I would have definitely got it to somebody else.
All right, gentlemen.
Pulled the Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc situation.
Yeah, that'd have been something. Yeah, Luka's staying on the bench.
We took Christian Wood out for the last shot. We're like, hey, you know what? You've missed 2 shots. Sit your ass on the bench. I got to get back in. Maxi Kleba.
He was 100% from 3. Christian Wood was.
Yeah, they took him out.
Let's leave Reggie Bullock in the game.
Yeah.
At least he didn't have a tech down 2 last night in the final 10 seconds. I guess that's progress.
Yeah.
What do you guys have similar Mavericks opinions? I know they might not be as fiery, but
no, I think it's Broadus' fault. I think he jinxed us.
Oh,
by going on with Sean this morning?
No, that's why we have such a great team here. We're able to lend and share and commingle, and that's what the family atmosphere we have. But no, Broadus was all about they didn't have Ingram and they didn't have Zion. And so it's an automatic Mavericks win. And I thought, no, maybe it would be a good thing if they had them. And the Mavericks are playing a team at full strength. And I think the Mavericks slept walk last night.
Face Broadus.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Haggy. Thanks so much for asking. Right out of the gates, the top stories and the latest Cowboys news. But Mavs insider Bobby Carella is going to join us at 4 o'clock. To me, that's must-listen Mavs content, isn't it, Mike?
Very
He's terrific.
Good, yeah. Ask him if Josh Green's ever made a pass with 2 feet on the ground in his life, or if he loves running and jumping on every effing pass he's ever made.
Okay. Does he have to say it just like that, or can he? Okay.
Say, hey, Bobby, did you ever play basketball? At any point, did a middle school teacher say, it might be better to not run and jump pass on every situation that you have? There's a lot of situations where passing with 2 feet on the ground really helps out your ability to make better decisions.
I don't know if you would consider this. Would you consider taking this audio and just replaying it for Bobby, just all as a whole, so he can address all of those things all at the same time?
It's still development. I'm not giving up on Josh Green, but it's not going well through 3 games.
Yeah, I hear you. Is it rude to call an Australian person the kangaroo as a nickname? Because he does like to jump.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe
instead of the Barbie.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's better than, are you on cocaine right now? Because you need to calm the ass down.
All right, I will definitely admit that the kangaroo is better than, hey, are you on cocaine right now? All right, remember, everybody.
It's also more succinct.
60, that's true. 60feet6.org. Remember, you can put numbers in websites. Go check it out. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Derek.
Good night.
Say good night, Kevin.
Happy birthday, Brandon.
Text away your MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having an outstanding day. Let's do this. Let's talk about all the sports that have been happening. General at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. Here's Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and Broadus has the afternoon off. He was on assignment this morning, filling in for RJ Choppy. It was Broadus and Sean this morning, and they had quite a show. Michael Lombardi takeaways. What a terrific interview with Michael Lombardi, the best man at Brian's wedding years ago. So we'll get takeaways on that coming up here at 2:20. But how we doing, guys? How we doing? Everybody good?
Solid, man.
Fantastic, Coach.
Good to see you. Bummer of a Mavs game last night, certainly, and a Stars game. Both teams falling, but otherwise good. Always good to be in a safe space with you.
Yeah, Mavs. They didn't play much defense at all to start the game. Put them in a hole. It was layup after layup. You know, there's a lot of things going on with this basketball team that are worthy of conversation, but you give up 40 points in the first quarter. You're fighting your way back. Going to the fourth, it's close. Late, it's close. You couldn't get shots to go down, and, you know, ultimately it's going to be a make or miss league in a lot of ways. But they won turnovers. They won rebounds. They just let New Orleans shoot 58% from the floor. Trey Murphy was looking like Devin Booker out there. He was getting everything he wanted, and 4 of 4 from 3 as well. So, you know, what do you guys think is going on? 877-881-1053. And does the 1 and 2 start concern you here with this Mavericks basketball team?
It's not really concerning for me at this point. Still way too early. I made an ode to myself probably 6 or 7 years ago. I will not get frustrated about basketball till after Thanksgiving. So Black Friday, sometimes I wake up and I'm just super ticked off because it's been built up, you know, but I didn't allow myself to get upset.
You're punching walls.
Other times you wake up on Black Friday and your team's looking great and life is good, but I refuse to allow myself to get upset right now, especially with some new looks on this team. It's not like you're running it back with the same squad. It's a long season. I'm willing to be patient, but I can acknowledge that there are some bugaboos, and I'm not going to harp on this particular one right now, but you very easily, like Baskey said, you look back towards the end of the year and the playoff jostling, and you circled this one as like one of those like Kings games or something that we've had in the past with the Mavs. You're like, gosh, how did we let this one slip? And especially with the way that team was constructed last night without some of their best guys, certainly frustrating, but I think there is nothing but time, and I trust Kidd and company.
Yeah, as they say on TNT after the game, everybody in this league is good, you know, and if you don't play defense, they're going to hurt you. And I do think the Pelicans, now I don't want to excuse the Mavs losing with no Zion, no Brandon Ingram, but this Pelicans roster is deep. It is deep, dude.
It is.
And I think you found that out last night a little bit. I'm not concerned. I'm disappointed. Obviously, you know, 60 wins ain't happening. You know, not with this level of focus. You got to play from start to finish. And I thought this team was going to come out with a level of determination and excitement, like to build on what happened last year. And they're kind of cruising into it like, oh, we're going to pace ourselves. It's a long year. You know, let's not get too up, too down. And it's surprising me so far.
It's like the dad line, man. I'm disappointed. You know, I'm not upset. I'm disappointed. But yeah, that's where we are. And this one is a little bit more frustrating. Don't want to overreact after 3 games, 1 and 2, and they've got a tough opening stretch to the schedule, and that's something that Baskey talked about as well on KNC. But anytime you let a team shoot 58% from the floor, you're most likely going to lose. And the Mavericks gave themselves an opportunity to win, but you can tell, and Dorian Finney-Smith talked about it after the game, teams are trying to take that 3-ball away, and they're defending the Mavericks and forcing them to create outside of Luka. I mean, he's got the highest usage rate out of any player in the NBA right now. We knew that was going to be the case, but you know, you got guys like Reggie Bullock who were struggling and were off last night. He was 1 for 8, had a couple of really big misses in the fourth quarter. And I think Jason Kidd is really trying to figure out in terms of, you know, where and when to play Christian Wood. He had a really long stretch where Wood's out there. I think he played like 12 consecutive minutes, and then he's got to bench him. And then, especially in the fourth quarter, I think he's got to figure out when's the right time to sit him and then when's the right time to put him back on the floor, because that's getting a little bit frustrating to watch in terms of, why is Christian Wood not out on the floor right now when he should be?
Yeah.
And why are you necessarily taking him out and leaving a guy like Reggie Bullock out there who's clearly cold? I understand, maybe there's some similarity and you want to keep, some of the same players that were closing out games for you last year that and know the formula and the system, but that's your second best player.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a reason why he needs to be on the bench late in games.
But as you guys were saying before the show, Tim Cato in The Athletic did a little bit of research and poking around behind the scenes and film watching, and teams are defending this Mavericks offense differently, and trusting the formula from last season might need some tweaking. Am I right on that?
Yes, yeah. So Tim Cato had some really good numbers here, and it's obviously a small sample. It's just a few games to start the season, but it's already becoming a bit of a trend with the way defenses and these teams are trying to go about defending the Mavs offensively. And last year, the ball movement was outstanding, and Luka was setting these guys up in very, very consistently with great looks from the three-point line, especially that corner three. We've talked about how Luka's the best in the sport at getting guys open looks from the corner, which is the best shot in basketball. And now you're seeing less and less of that to the point where Dodo was like, hey, the scouting report's out now, and we're labeled as a shooting team. So it's harder for me to get them corner threes like I was getting. And when you look at the numbers, you're noticing, hey, first of all, the ball's not moving around quite like it was. And secondly, when you look at their open threes, Dallas averaged 17 wide open threes last season per game. But they're down to 12 per game coming into last night's game. So five less open looks from three on a per game basis is going to affect you quite a bit. Offense has gone from 26% of its possessions ending in spot up looks last season, which was sixth best in the sport, to slightly under 20% now. And so that's hurting things. So fewer passes and fewer assists.
Right. And I think it was evident in the fourth quarter specifically. There was a possession where I think it's 111-107 down the stretch. Luka's got it at the top of the key, passed it over to Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie then kicks it over to Reggie Bullock. And then New Orleans comes over. They defend Bullock. They take away the three. So Reggie then has to put the ball on the floor. He goes over to an open space, and he's got to shoot a mid-range jumper. And he clanks it right off the front iron. And that's not a shot for Reggie Bullock mid-range there. That's not his game. So it's a wasted offensive possession. It's a critical possession for the Mavericks there where you're trying to claw back into the game, and that's not the shot that they're looking for. So you can see, and to your point in the Cato article, Eric, and you mentioned this earlier, Dorian Finney-Smith is talking about that. Some of these shots that they were getting during their stretch run last year and into the conference finals run, teams are taking that away. Yeah. So it's on the Mavericks to adjust. It's on the ball movement to get crisper, and it's on them maybe to find a way to facilitate outside of Luka. Somebody else is going to have to figure out a way to create.
And maybe they'll play some they will play some teams that are much less equipped as far as a bunch of 6'7" dudes who can run around and be athletic and all that and switch everything. That's not how the league is built all the way through, but it is a balanced league, and in the West, there's not going to be very many gimmies. So with that being said, I think you want more passers and dribblers on the court, and maybe that is what Jason Kidd's got to be looking at as he decides when Christian Wood is going to become more involved. But we say all this, it was defense that beat the Suns last year in the playoffs, and I'm not seeing the commitment. Like the text is asking, how after 3 games could you say your 60-win prediction? Because you have to be focused every month. You have to show the eye of the tiger walking in like you're on a mission to get to 60 wins, and I thought that's how the Mavs were going to come in, but it's clear taking Brunson out, putting Wood in, bringing Tim Hardaway Jr. back in has changed the defensive dynamics to the point that they got to really drill this and work on it and watch film. And over the course of months, you have to be the finished product coming into a season that's ready to just execute. And right now, this is still a team that's figuring out how it's going to attack against a defense that's adjusted and how they're going to move new parts into the rotation and play defense like they were able to last year against Phoenix. And I trust Jason Kidd. But league takeover year might have to be put on pause a little bit. You're still amongst the teams that are trying to prove that we're as good as like Golden State, Milwaukee, Boston. You know, that's where you are. And there's a ton of teams in there with you, including Denver, but I don't think this is going to be the year where you poke your head out over that group and say we're the best of this bunch, okay? So now they go to Brooklyn to play the Nets tomorrow night. Cowboys adding Damone Clark to the active roster, guys. This is the rookie linebacker from LSU. Cowboys have found some great linebackers in the second round over the years. Todd Archer tweeted he's impressed many people at the Star with how he's worked to get back. Broadus said he would have been a second rounder last year. Okay, so this is a big time talent, and between him and Hankins coming onto the roster, it's possible they've given themselves a chance to be a significantly better run defense here with these two additions. Well, Chuck, I can't wait to see them on the field together.
Me too. I mean, that's a downhill physical player. Last year at LSU, I mean, he was the leader of that defense. And, you know, for me, I'm excited to see what Damone Clark can do. Now, initially, you might only see him on special teams a bunch, but I do think he's a guy, and we've talked about this for a lot of people that are wondering, well, what about Jabril Cox? Jabril Cox is one of those players where he's good in space, but really good in coverage. And the knock on him coming out of college when he was at North Dakota State and at LSU was maybe he struggles a little bit more against the run. That's the strength of a guy like Damone Clark. So when you look at a guy like Anthony Barr, who maybe have struggled a little bit, Damone Clark can come and help in that role. So I'm excited to see what he can do. They put Jordan Lewis and Farniak on the IR today, so that opens up a spot for Damone Clark. But these are two big additions to fill what's been your biggest weakness so far on defense.
Sometimes rookie linebackers are lost. Sometimes they're amazing, you know, and it's as soon as that TV comes on, and if he's on defense, I want to see it, because you can't rule out that he's going to jump in there and have a significant impact.
Yeah, it'll be cool, man, because he brings an element of athleticism and physicality and downhill ability and stuff like that. So it is nice to know that maybe there is some reinforcements coming. We already got it in Hankins on the D line. You get that at the linebacker spot as well, and it's not like you got to become the steel curtain. Just don't be what you are right now, which is a team that can get got by teams that can run the ball decently well.
Yeah. 254 says, yeah, Dawson Brunson was such a great defender. I forgot about that. Well, I mean, first of all, you could have Brunson, Dinwiddie, and Luka on the court together offensively, which would stop defenses from staying home, because they would have three guys that could really cook and attack the basket or shoot off the dribble. Okay, so the Mavs have questions right now offensively and defensively. And defensively, you take Brunson off the court, who was only perimeter, and you put Christian Wood on the court, who's asked to do both, including being aware of defending the paint. He's not aware enough. When the ball starts getting whipped around by the other team, watch Christian Wood lose where he's supposed to be relative to his player, and it's not a pretty sight. You know, it's a little slow to react. He's a terrific athlete. It doesn't add up in my mind. Like, why are you so lost on defense? But he is. And when you're a big man lost on defense, your team starts giving up a lot of layups. And that's what you saw last night. That's what you saw against the Phoenix Suns in the second half. That, you know, has really, I think, put a major monkey wrench into Jason Kidd's defensive identity. You know, you have two guys out there now at times who are pretty dang lost. And last year they could go with Kleba, Dorian Finney-Smith. That's your 5-4, right? And maybe that doesn't give you as much. It gives you no shot blocking. It didn't give you great rebounding. But those dudes would be Johnny on the spot and great individual on the ball defenders. And now you're having to try to figure out how to coach around what I think is pretty significant flaw in their game.
Yeah, and JaVale McGee has not been good from a rim protection standpoint. Right? And so that's the only reason you really brought him here. And so when you start talking about the Christian Wood stuff and the rotation, and you start to wonder, okay, well, what about JaVale McGee? It's less of a problem of Christian Wood coming off the bench because he's clearly dominating in that role, but JaVale McGee, the guy who's starting, is not playing well.
Yeah, Wood's been better defensively than JaVale McGee has.
But the defense was certainly problematic. I mean, you give up 40 points in a quarter.
Yeah. The Pelicans couldn't miss. I mean, they were playing lights out, and the pace certainly got out of hand for the Mavericks. That's not their style, right? No. New Orleans had them running up and down the floor. The Mavericks want to keep that at a lower pace. So the first half, the tempo was certainly not what the Mavericks wanted.
And still, you're in there with a shot to win the game. You know, you do have to keep those things in perspective. But when you're talking about being a really good team, you can't have massive defensive breakdowns like that. I don't care how good the team was shooting. They can't score 40 points on you. Zeke didn't practice. It's being called a knee injury suffered against the Lions. It hit the upper leg, but it made his leg bend the other way. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's got to miss a little time. Bobby Belt's going to join you at 5:30.
Yeah, Zeke said that he's got some stiffness in that right knee. He said it's not as bad as it was on Monday. When asked about playing on Sunday, he said, quote, "I don't know right now. We got a lot of time until Sunday." So we will see. But Tony Pollard seems very confident. If he's asked to be RB1 and he's got to carry that load, he's ready to go. He said, if they call it, I can haul it.
Yeah, I love that quote. There's a boomer bust with him, like if he's not running the ball well and finding space and he's failing at pass protection, it could get ugly. I mean, I don't think the Bears are going to get after the quarterback too much, but if you have a running back that you can't trust to even slow a guy down a little bit in pass protection, I hope it wouldn't be a problem. I'd also like to see, some of the other guys they have on their depth chart get a chance as we look to the future of that position, though. Aaron Judge was asked about pending free agency. He says he would still like to be back in the Bronx, but the facts are that they couldn't get a deal done last spring, and now it's time to see what happens. Mets, Dodgers, Giants are considered the likely destinations. Rangers not mentioned in the stories today. But last year was pretty quiet, too. So we'll see. Stars fell to the Bruins 3-1. They're going to host the Capitals tomorrow night. And MLS is in discussions to modify its playoff structure to have as many as 30 games in a World Cup-style format. ESPN reporting, source caution, nothing's approved yet, but the playoff format will be a topic at the next Board of Governors meeting next month. MLS current format involves 7 qualifiers from each conference with a single elimination. The Athletic reported one possible format would see 8 qualifiers from each conference put into 4 groups of 4, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to a knockout stage. That would be cool. I do think MLS playoffs being one and done, it's just not right. It doesn't fit. Like baseball, basketball, you need 7 games. Maybe football, only 1 game makes sense because it's that violent. But soccer, like one and done, it seems seems too sudden.
Why don't you do legs like you do in Champions League, right?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I mean, that's exactly what you should do.
They said they're looking at that option as well. Takeaways from an awesome interview with Michael Lombardi that Krusty did this morning with Sean. That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to talk about Men's T Clinic before we do that, though, because Men's T Clinic is the place to be if you want to get your edge back here in 2022. You want some mental focus. Welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 6.5 minutes here on The Fan. Did you hear Michael Lombardi this morning? The former NFL executive. He turned into a media member. He wrote a book. He's run websites. He's on TV. And he's good friends with Broadus. So, you'd expect he'd put him on this show. But Sean was like, hey, since I got you today, could we get Michael Lombardi on? And Brian was like, well, absolutely. So Mike was on. And he was spitting fire. I've always loved this guy because he knows the Cowboys and how they go about their business, and he fires shots at them. He used to come on and straight hate on Jason Garrett for like 10 minutes. Oh, he would light up Garrett like he was
he hated
Christmas
him,
tree.
Didn't he called him the clapper? That was his whole thing, because all he does is just stand there and clap, and that was basically all he did as a head coach, according to Michael Lombardi.
Yeah. So he's kind of hot taken, So he's like this former executive that has sources, but he's also really good on TV. So he'll come shoot. Like today, he said Dan Quinn was probably the guy that had to tell the team, listen, we need another inside player. So he gave Quinn the credit for making them go get Jonathan Hankins, and said you're going to need this guy against certain teams like the Eagles, and felt like as a result of how the Eagles were able to run over the Cowboys a couple of weeks back, they decided we got to go get Hankins, and figured DQ was probably the guy. I mean, and I believe it because DQ was the guy that had to explain to them Jalen Smith wasn't a good linebacker. Mm-hmm. They were running around thinking this guy was worth $10-12 million a year.
Yeah.
You guys, wait, are you telling me you don't think he was? Did you guys watch the film? Check the film?
Yeah.
I would give Will McClay some credit as well to understand that, like, with the scout's eye, you can watch this defense and know that there's issues there. So I'm sure Will McClay had a fair amount to do with it.
Maybe just didn't have the influence of a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, when Dan Quinn steps up and says, hey, this is what I need, Dan Quinn now is one of these guys where, I mean, he is beloved by players, everybody in the organization. If he's pounding the table for something, it's like, okay, baby wants what baby gets. Yeah, baby gets what baby wants.
He's clearly carrying the big stick.
Yeah.
Like if Dan Quinn is vouching for a player, it seems like he's getting said player.
Yeah, and if you're an owner or a front office guy, you don't want to use salary cap space for something that's not going to work. When DQ's like, hey, if you get me this guy can do this, you're like, sweet. Right. You consider that done.
Yeah, okay. And he's asking for crumbs. Like, it's not even like, hey, I need to go get a superstar. We need to give up a haul. It's like, bro, this is a no-brainer.
No, the
deal.
beautiful
We're
thing, right?
Nothing.
Hankins, under 800,000.
Yeah.
Damone Clark, this is a mid-round rookie that's going to come in here and hopefully help a little bit.
I need one fat guy with some experience.
Absolutely.
And strong arms. That's all I need.
And the bully's not available. So what are you going to do?
My arms aren't strong. The hair's weighing me down.
Okay, Lombardi said when it comes to the Bears, just stop the run because they turn it over. They get sacked. They're horrible on third down. Fields is averaging 11 completions per game. And he said that what Chicago was able to do against New England is just not going to happen against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I like that because he talks about the turnovers and the sacks. Sharp Football Analysis. Dallas forces 6 sacks plus takeaways per game. So it's like the new metric of like how many sacks and turnovers are you forcing on a game-to-game basis? And the Cowboys lead the league with an average of 6 per game. Sacks and turnovers forced combined. The Bears are allowing 5.5 sacks plus turnovers a game, which is the second most in the league.
All right.
So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, their offensive line is bad. I was watching them a little bit. It's shocking what they were able to do against New England. It really is. I think that game, the more that I've been able to study Chicago a little bit, that was an outlier performance.
Little fluke performance.
I think so.
Okay, on the Giants, and we had a great back and forth with Broadus yesterday.
He loves the Giants, doesn't he?
He does, and he really held his ground. I think he's going to be embarrassed about that take in the next couple of weeks. But he said their third down and red zone defense have been good, and they've been the best fourth quarter team. But is that sustainable? Like through 6-7 games, is that called getting lucky on third down in the red zone? They call it great situational football if you just look at the results. Like, look at this. We're giving up tons of yards and about to get run out of the stadium, but heck, they get in the red zone, can't score touchdowns. Okay, so do you have a great defense? Well, no, not really, but they ain't scoring. I think you can talk about them using the run and defense formula. They just don't have the great players to suggest that they can do it at a high level. It's just maximizing what they are capable of. And I think the players and coaches deserve a lot of credit for maximizing it. But as far as seeing them as a team that could win a couple of playoff games, I would be stunned. And Lombardi agreed. He said, I don't know if that's sustainable. And then in Dallas, they said, if you have a legit franchise quarterback, is this system an indictment on your quarterback? Why not try to score more? And Lombardi said, listen, every QB except for Mahomes and Allen has to be managed. Says, look at Tom Brady right now. Throughout his career, he has had a tight end and a slot receiver. And he went through all the names. Now he doesn't have any of them, and he looks pathetic. He looks every bit his age, and it looks like he's not having any fun. So, probably maybe get a great offensive line and a number one wide receiver for Dak, and he can drop back and wing it around the yard.
And he's
constantly.
not alone. You've got Kurt Warner, Bobby Belt's bestie, the Sluggo King himself. He's also saying, man, it looks like Brady and Rodgers should hang it up. Maybe they should retire.
I got some, and I feel that way as well when I'm watching it and knowing what's going on in Brady's life right now. It just seems like, man, this is a disaster. I think they have a lot of self-inflicted issues with the way Byron Leftwich is calling these football games. And when you look inside some of the numbers that hopefully we'll get to at some point, maybe later today, and there was a nice article in the Ringer as well comparing Rodgers to Brady. And a lot of what's going on with Brady and them right now is some self-inflicted issues, and it's not like Brady specific. When you go inside some of these numbers, Brady is coming out looking still pretty good. And if you just moved Brady to a different situation, you might, like with a coach that's leaning into the strengths of what this team is doing well, then you would be talking about probably a different Tom Brady.
See, and that to me is fascinating because when you're Rodgers and over the last 4 years, you push your team to spend more, and then they spend and it doesn't work. And Tom Brady did that the last 3 years in Tampa. Once they can't spend anymore, and they can't bring back the Ndamukong Suh and the Devontae Adams, that's when you and your agent leave. You make teams spend to get the franchise quarterback. Okay, let's win the Super Bowl. As soon as that's run its course, you got to go somewhere else and let that next team use the credit card to buy you a roster.
Yeah, you apply the LeBron pressure.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes, I think that would be the smart way to do it, and I'm surprised they're sticking around so long after the window was truly open.
Aaron Rodgers wants to be a Green Bay legend, and he made that decision, and Tom Brady tried to go to Miami. It got botched. It blew up. He retired. Oh, I'm coming back. I guess I just got to come back to Tampa.
Yeah. No, he was about to.
But
You're right.
Brady's trying to be the mercenary.
Now you go to San Francisco. Now you get out of there if you're either one of those guys. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. Hey. Hide your butts, boys.
Oh, my butt's hidden. I refuse.
Hide your butts.
Putting my pants back on.
Clenching as we speak.
Jeffrey Dahmer is in this building.
What?
Yeah, he's in this building.
Is it Carter?
No. Do you see Carter?
Carter looks.
That's Carter.
Carter
That's not
looks like
Jeffrey
Carter.
Dahmer.
Is there a Halloween party going on?
There's a Halloween party going on, and there's Jeffrey Dahmer in this building. Told you it's going to happen, Dawson.
No. Oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, how about that?
That's canceled. That's fireable.
Hide your butts.
If I was Brian Purdy, I'd be like, sir, come in here. You're fired.
Don't do that.
You're fired.
Don't do that. But he did eat butt, though, right?
He ate it all.
Oh,
yeah. I think he's a disgusting person.
Yeah, kept it in a bag in his refrigerator or something.
Hollywood should be canceled for greenlighting that movie.
Yeah,
they made him into some kind of likable guy.
He was all sexy and everything, sweaty and working out, drinking beers.
He's a cannibal that lobotomized people with a drill.
Yeah,
trying to turn them into sex slaves. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
He's a depraved lunatic.
Well, he's in the building.
There are still families that have to live with the reality.
100%.
And we're now celebrating this and making a Hollywood production out of it and dressing up like him for Halloween.
Yeah, he destroyed many families out here. One family in particular, there was 2 people in that family that he.
Oh,
good. One person survived, but he's still being countered by Jeffrey Dahmer's enough. Our winner.
You're fired, sir.
Stop that. Stop, Dawson. What are you doing?
He's probably going to win the best costume.
Assuming his pronouns.
He's going to win. Oh, speaking of pronouns, by the way, this is so random. Speaking of pronouns, New York Times says y'all is the most inclusive pronoun out there. So shout out to Texas for being progressive.
Number 1. Hey, we didn't steal that either. That's us.
That's ours. We're claiming it.
Look at you. Look at you. My New York family says use.
Yeah.
I think East Coast, they're adding S's to everything.
Yeah, used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, come here, used to. Yeah.
I like my foods.
Yeah.
I've been a you guys person most of my life.
You guys,
I get an occasional y'all in, though.
Yeah, I love the y'all. I can't help but they all. Y'all in that hoe. 2 Cowboys fans right here heated over the running back situation. It's a 1-2 punch.
You don't know how many yards Zeke got, though. Got more than Zeke got. I guarantee you he does. He's probably got over 100 yards already, Matt. It just said how many yards he had. Zeke don't have 100 yards. I didn't say Zeke had 100 yards. I just said it just said how many yards he just had. He had 70 yards. He's got more than Zeke. So that's going to make him over Pat?
Matt, going to the game, they're only 40 yards apart. I'm looking at the stats right here.
That's why I was saying the whole f***ing time. It's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
It's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah. He's better than Pollard.
I didn't say that.
Oh my God. If he sees a hole, he's going to run it from touchdown.
All I said is a 1-2 punch. I said Zeke runs the ball first to wear down that defense. Then they stick Pollard in because he's faster.
Yeah.
It's a 1-2 punch. And listen to Romo, what he's been saying the whole entire time. They said their running backs are a 1-2 punch.
You've been listening to Romo, what he's been saying the whole entire time.
That's not what I said.
Wear down the defense.
Come on now.
You guys are great. We salute you.
Yeah, I love you, man.
Could you imagine being their neighbors and hearing that? Like, what is that commotion going on over there?
I would definitely light a cigar, lean on the fence.
Are they winning the
game? Let's see. Oh, did you see that lady courtside at the Mavs games got hit in the head with the ball?
Uh-huh.
You didn't see the ball bounce off her head like a soccer ball?
Yeah.
Your boy,
she's suing
Iron Eagle,
Yeah.
had some jokes about the situation. He let them jokes fly. Listen to this, Dawson. You might like it.
Everything better. They've got to run better. We've seen their pace. And they've got to execute better offensively.
Pele. She did not see that one coming.
Let's see this. Did she do this intentionally? No,
Boom.
she didn't.
Great header.
Great header.
My man called her Pele and said she had a great header. She did not see that ball coming, though. Come on, Iron Eagle.
Man, it's crazy. The lady just, she never like turned to face the play.
Yeah.
That was the most amazing thing about that clip to me. Like, you get hit in the head with a ball because you're like really standing on the line.
Yeah.
Time to sit down.
Yeah, sit
the play's
down,
going
lady.
on.
Please.
You know, people paid a lot of money to sit in those seats, and they're like down in front, like right next to the court, please.
Hey, you sit down there.
Yeah, y'all.
Let's see. Sean Payton was there courtside. Stuff like that. He caught the ball. The ball went his way. He caught the damn ball.
Double, Valanciunas and Marshall. High pass. And it's off the hands of Finney Smith. Out of bounds. Oh, Sean Payton taking it in. Did that hit Sean Payton?
Well, I hope he caught it if it came to him. I mean,
oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah, he caught it.
Oh, yeah, he caught it.
He caught it. He still got some athleticism left in those bones.
Good athlete there.
Yeah, great athlete.
Well, Pizza Man lost what he was going to say.
Hey, you know, I really enjoy Van Gundy and Mark Jackson and that team there.
Be
but
respectful. That's my daddy, bro.
Is that right?
Yeah, Van Gundy.
I'm a huge fan. Last night in the second game, though, it just occurred to me, I think Candace Parker might be the best.
Oh,
like, this gal is killing it.
Yeah.
She's saving that telecast with Reggie Miller on it. Yeah. Like, just be quiet, Reg. Let Candace go.
Candace crushes.
Because she is dropping knowledge and insights. And
man, people hate Reggie, too. I like Reggie on that joint.
Yeah.
Reggie's entertaining to me. Yeah. He's just too much. Oh! Nothing even happened yet.
But he's pumped.
He's pumped. Oh!
Like Sam Kinison out there.
Yeah, shout out to, he used to be a preacher, by the way, too. Sam Kinison, all that cussing and drinking and fussing he used to do.
Yeah.
Man, used to be a real life preacher.
He said, forget this. I'm going to go party and tell dirty jokes.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's a man that got hit in the face with a skateboard for saying the N-word. The dude, bro, hit this man in the face for saying the N-word. He told him not to say it, and the man said it anyway, so he picked up a skateboard and smacked him in the face, bro. Woo. Oh, my gosh.
Board side or wheel side?
It was
Either
board
way,
side.
I
I think the wheels might be worse, though.
Well, the trucks are back there. That's metal.
Yeah, bro. The trucks are no joke.
Yeah, this is a real life dude, bro. He has a sweater vest on, type of thing. You know what I'm saying? The boat shoes with no socks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with no shirt on underneath the sweater vest.
Yeah. His name is probably like Trevor or something.
I can picture it.
Like that.
Chad.
Yeah. What's up, Chad? What's up, dude? Hold on, here we go. Say it.
Hit you in the face with the skateboard as soon as you say the N-word. Because you can't say it. You got it on camera? Did you, Asher?
Asher.
Ooh. That broke some bones.
You can't say the N-word, my boy.
My boy.
Oh, wow.
Rules are rules, bro.
Skater teaches kid a lesson. Is it Sean Payton involved in the play? Ian Eagle joking about the lady at the Mavs game, or two Cowboys fans heated over Zeke versus Pollard? I'll go with our champ. Chief, how about you?
Doubling down.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too. You think Jeffrey Dahmer seasoned people? Or he just went for it just like straight up raw? Did he cook it?
No, he cooked.
He cooked it.
No, I thought he was a raw dog kind of guy.
I think he might have cooked a little.
Okay.
I don't know.
But maybe he did raw dog.
Just depends, maybe.
I wonder if you're crazy
pretty
like
sure he
that,
did.
if you want the genuine flavor, or if you want it seasoned.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Does our meat taste like pork meat? I heard it tastes like pork meat.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Chicken?
I wonder who told me that, by the way.
Who did tell you that?
Who told me?
Was it Carter?
He was taste like pork.
Kid Carter, I love you.
Woolchuck?
He hates me now. Yeah, it's a sweep.
Unanimous, still champion. Two Cowboys fans in their garage arguing about the 1-2 punch of the Cowboys. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Wooly Bully, where are you going to take us?
Let's look at these Bears. I got some storylines to watch to get you ready for Sunday next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean.
Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. If you didn't know, Broadus is out today because he worked this morning with Sean, filled in for RJ Choppy. So Zach Wolchuk has the content here, Krusty's Corner. Here he is, a man decades away from being a Krusty himself, Wolchuk.
Yeah, let me do my best Krusty impression. I thought about shaving the center of my head. Just for this. Just
a little
for this
scalp
segment.
island up top.
It's a good payoff.
Good look.
It would be.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we do we just call it the Brian Broadus, and we just show up looking like him, decked out in LSU gear.
You gotta dye the sides white.
Dome. Wow, bro, that would be really
that
legit.
is a hell of a payoff.
Yeah. Only problem is you got to shave down to the bone on the face. Broadus is a bare naked face man.
He is, and he needs to change that.
So if you do that one, it should be good. You should
That's
get like
multiple weeks.
a get out of payoff free the next time. Yeah.
I'm willing to negotiate because if you guys, because obviously I'm not doing this. I'm not doing scalp island situation, but you two guys could have
part
that.
of your brand.
But if you wanted to go, I'd be willing to sacrifice another week to say, okay, this counts as 2. This counts as 2. No, for you guys, because you're shaving down the bone on your face and you're going.
Well, damn right. It's
with the
you
shiny
walk
up
around
top.
looking like a putz for a while. I mean, how long is that going to take to grow back?
You just call Brian Broadus a putz for the record.
Well,
But
we would look like putzes. Brian can pull it off.
You're a month away from having that long enough to where you could just do like a number 2 and have it be a regular haircut.
Yeah,
You'd be in
that's
a
fair.
hat.
Yeah.
Is what you do for a month.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Oh, I can't. That'd be so fun because then Wolchuk would have to show up to the press box at AT&T Stadium that following Sunday, looking like, I guess, as Wolchuk says, a putz.
I'm gonna be looking like putsy Chuck.
That would be really good. And I already got my wife, by the way, on this Harley Quinn situation. She's ready to make me look terrible.
I'd much
for
rather
Friday,
her look like Harley Quinn because you're gonna spoil my fantasy.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's gonna be.
But if she
bad.
wants to do this, let's get
You'd
it popping.
be down to have my wife pay off my punishment.
Hell yeah.
And be a sexier version of Harley Quinn in the studio.
I say let's get it going.
I'm sure the Twolos would probably prefer that as well, just like hovering over my shoulder for 5 hours
Let's
on
bring
Friday.
her up in studio. You be the Joker. She's Harley Quinn, and everybody's happy for Halloween. I'll bring the candy.
Hey, listen, man.
Let's look at these Bears, shall we?
Respectfully, I would have a fantastic view of what's going on with your wife's situation.
Damn
The
right.
whole
This
time.
would be the big winner.
Another reason why we call it the Pimp Cup. You dig what I'm saying?
And Lucius Alexander with the biggest dub of the week.
Oh, yes. 254 said Krusty Mania is running wild, brother. It's Hulkamania. So these Bears are going to come in trying to run wild. All right, bottom line. Stop the run. You're going to win this football game. Khalil Herbert, David Montgomery, Justin Herbert. They've all combined for 1,000 rushing yards, 8 touchdowns. That's the big storyline for the Bears coming in. They are, in fact, leading the NFL in rushing yards per game. So for the Cowboys, and going back and watching the All-22 of the Lions, Anthony Brown is going to need to do a better job of sealing the edge. We've talked about when it comes to, DeMarcus Lawrence does a good job on the outside. Sam Williams struggles at times. Dorrance Armstrong has struggled at times. But last week, the Lions, in what was a really bad play, was after the Noah Brown fumble. Lions are pinned back, and first play, they hit the edge, they block it up, and it's mano-a-mano. Anthony Brown has a chance to make a tackle, and it's going to be maybe a 2-yard pickup, and he can't do it. And Anthony Brown's lost a little bit of physicality in his game. So while we were being really critical of Trayvon Diggs, and teams may be attacking that side, I think teams are now going to look at Anthony Brown, and they're going to attack the edge. And until you prove, hey, you're going to come up and you're going to fill that side, we're going to run it right at you. And that's something this week, if the Bears look at your side and they're going to say, hey, you're not going to fill, we're going to go ahead and keep attacking that. And you cannot allow that to happen against Fields, Herbert, and Montgomery, because they will gash you all afternoon long, and that is all they will do. And they killed New England with that on Monday night. They had success with Washington doing it because Washington would get caught up field as well. Cowboys, gap integrity is going to be massive in this game, but they're going to need their corners, much like you saw Jeff Okudah do a really good job against the Lions, against the Cowboys. Their corners are going to have to come up. Jaron Kearse, the safety play as well. Donovan Wilson taking good angles. The Cowboys are going to need to make sure their corners come up and play the run in this one.
I'm here for it. I want to see it, and I would say this would be the perfect game to consider benching him if he doesn't, bring the tackling like he did in 2021, because it's not going to kill you to put a backup cornerback out there, most likely.
Oh, in terms of pass
Passing
coverage.
game.
Yeah, I guess that is a fair point. Get Kelvin Joseph the run there. It's certainly they're probably less apt to want to make switches now that they're a man short with Jordan Lewis now out, and you're going to bring in Deron Bland. If you still had Lewis and then you could just move off of Anthony Brown to bring in Deron Bland, you'd probably feel better about it. But I think that's a really good point by you. And I do wonder how much the Bears surprise New England with the willingness to have Justin Fields really run the ball.
Yeah.
And because I think there was a considerable uptick in that game. And so
it went from two a game to 12.
Yeah, like he had 12 design runs on Monday night versus the Patriots, and he had only done that. He hadn't anywhere close to 12 design runs in any of the other games. So that probably caught him off guard a little bit, and that's going to help in preparation here. But I'm with you on the Antonio Brown stuff. The tackling to me was even more of a red flag and like disappointing than any of the coverage stuff.
Yes.
I'm going like, oh, what's going on here? Are you just
not a willingness to play physically whatsoever there. And he's got to change that. Defensively for the Bears, Roquan Smith. And, we talk about the Cowboys and making trades, and Smith's name is being floated out there. Robert Quinn, former Cowboy as well, is being floated out there in the trade market. If you want to trade for Roquan Smith, you're going to have to give up a ton to get him. I like making a strength, but Roquan Smith is the best player on their football team. Leads them in tackles and sacks. He is absolutely phenomenal, and this Bears defense is sneaky good. All right, they're holding opponents to under 19 points a game. They are going to present a challenge, and I thought actually Brian made a good point that I had forgotten listening to him with Sean this morning. Matt Eberflus, who was with the Cowboys for a long time, was the defensive coordinator to the Colts. If you remember, the Cowboys a couple of years ago went up to Indianapolis.
Oh, that's right.
Shut out Dak and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So,
and ran all over him on the other side of the field.
Yes. So defensively, especially with Smith in the middle, he's a guy you're going to have to key on. They've got a good young safety as well.
Jaquan Brisker.
Yes, Brisker, and he had his first career interception. Kyler Gordon, the rookie corner out of Washington, had an interception last week. Eddie Jackson, who is a safety from Alabama, he's been a Pro Bowler as well. And then Jalen Johnson, who's another corner of theirs, who they're probably going to have locked on CeeDee Lamb. And he's been kind of in and out of the lineup this year due to injury. But this is a much better defense than you played a week ago against the Lions. The Cowboys are clearly going to want to run the football. Their front doesn't scare me outside of Robert Quinn, but you're going to have to know where Roquan Smith is at all times.
Yeah, and Roquan Smith's a great player. I love the idea of him being on the trade market, but right now there's so many dang good players on this Cowboys team that you're going to have to figure out a way to pay them. Like Malik Hooker, for example, Donovan Wilson coming up for a contract. There are so many good players. I think you need almost every draft pick that you have, especially in the first 5 rounds, to hope to continue to replace talent.
And I think people are trolling us because instead of saying Khalil Herbert, I might have accidentally said Justin Herbert, and then you said Antonio Brown, Eric, instead of Anthony Brown. So people get upset.
Oh, I said Antonio
You
Brown.
did. People get upset when you say the wrong name, and they're holding us accountable, and rightly so.
Thank you. Thank you, Tex.
You should hold us accountable.
Appreciate that.
877-881-1053. Hey, we talk for a living. If we mess up when we say the wrong name, I want you to let us know.
Yeah.
You get on our ass, all right?
And
you come over here, you let us know.
And I pray that you can forgive us as well.
Please do, because we apologize. We are so sorry. Otherwise, Darnell Mooney is the guy that you got to watch out for at the receiver position, and then they're going to throw all the tight ends at you. All right, Cole Kmet's their best tight end, but they're going to play all 3 of them. And Jaron Kearse, a little bit shaky. All right, TJ Hawkinson was running away from him in that Lions game. Jaron Kearse is going to have to do a little bit better job covering the tight ends. That was a strength of his a week ago. he was not as good as we're accustomed to in coverage against the tight end. And Justin Fields, that's his safety blanket. Doesn't throw the ball downfield a ton. If he does, Mooney's going to be his guy. They brought in Equinemius St. Brown in the offseason as well. But they will play a lot of 3 tight end sets, and a lot of that is because they like the max heavy sets to run the football with. So those are things to look for when they play the Bears on Sunday.
I look forward to those things, Chuck. Thank you so much. And I also like the 682 over here. Why doesn't Zach pay off his bet by bribing a stripper from Baby Dolls dressed as Quinn? I think that'd be good.
I'm down for that.
Pay a stripper to come into studio for a couple of hours just to hang out for the Tolos on the webcam.
I'm in.
For the good peeps.
Yep, I got a couple I can call.
About $300.
I'm not sure what the rates are.
They'd probably do like a $125 an hour.
I need to ask her if she works outside the club, Chuck.
Oh, yeah. You better get kicked out.
Hey, boys.
It was him right here.
Yeah.
Him, this one.
I'm not trying to ruin those. And
Okay.
that's a good time.
Yeah. Those are good sources, good relationships you've been building.
Fellas, we do have a little bit of breaky, blockbuster, tradey.
Uh-oh,
The
we
Bears
do.
just got a little bit easier to play against on Sunday because the Bears are trading Robert Quinn to the Eagles.
No!
Say it ain't so.
The Eagles are getting Robert Quinn?
Forget about it.
Oh, and breaking news on 105 through the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Significant bombshell inside the division. We got to talk about that as we open up a sports hodgepodge for you coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
All right, but first, my gosh, I'm still reeling.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Okay, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're looking at Cowboys Twitter. We're going to get the sports hodgepodge here in just a second. The Eagles have traded for Robert Quinn, which could be problematic for the Cowboys. Okay, that's another good player on that defense to think about. I don't think it locks up anything for the Eagles, but I would say maybe the Cowboys could counter. This definitely makes their defense better. And then amongst the Ezekiel Elliott coverage from the assembled media up there, Ford Center at the Star, Clarence Hill tweeting a story with the headline, Cowboys running back Ezekiel Elliott sidelined with a torn MCL and a thigh bruise. I don't think that's something you come back from in a week or two.
No.
You know, that sounds like something that could be season altering for Ezekiel Elliott, although his quotes after practice were like, oh yeah, you know, we'll see how it goes. I could play still after not practicing all week. So I don't know. Maybe they're playing the misinformation game, but you know, guys, these seem like two very significant stories that have broken here over the last few minutes.
Monumental.
With America's team.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Zeke said actually he thinks it's a little bit soft to sit a week heading into the bye, but it is up for consideration.
Even if he has a torn MCL, this isn't even like one of the sprains where you can fight through it and you're still kind of a shell of yourself. Like we've seen from Dalton Schultz and guys like that.
Yeah.
But I think the average recovery time for like MCL stuff, if there's a tear, is probably like 6 weeks.
How crazy is it, though, that Zeke got hurt and he came back in the game and he looked good?
He did, yeah. Yeah, he's amazing.
I mean, maybe that's just pure adrenaline.
And a lot of muscle.
Sure.
You know, if
and a lot of Toradol right there at halftime.
Yeah, yeah. But I think a lot of it is that mindset that I'm a football player and it's not going to take me out of the game. You know, when it's a sprain, it's 2 to 6 weeks. You know, when you're looking at an MCL. So tough break for the Cowboys. We'll be looking for media to sort of confirm that report or follow up that report and talk with Mike McCarthy about it tomorrow as we'll continue to gather more information. Yeah, but likely sidelined with a torn MCL and thigh bruise is the report there from Ezekiel Elliott. Okay. It's time for a sports hodgepodge here in the G-Bag Nation. Take it away.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, and the text is lighting up. A 4th-round pick for Robert Quinn, and I think the reason why they're taking on about just under $20 million of contract there for Robert Quinn. It's an expensive player, and maybe that's why the Bears weren't able to get more for him. But either way,
dude,
it's a damn good move for the Eagles.
Bears linebacker Roquan Smith was just meeting with the media, and they basically broke the news to him while he was at the microphone, and I think he got emotional and like put his face in his shirt, and then cut his press conference early.
Yeah,
Roquan Smith
that's the only other good
news in real time.
Good
he
player in the front
literally
seven.
made him emotional. I don't know if that's just because maybe he's a good buddy, or if he's like, oh no, I'm the only person in the front seven of this defense.
Well, he's a captain on that team. It's a big loss for the Bears, but it's good for the Cowboys who are playing them this week. It's not good for the Cowboys who now have to deal with Robert Quinn within the division there of the Eagles. Now, as we kick off the sports hodgepodge here, Nathaniel Hackett and the dumpster fire that is the Denver Broncos. Reports are that he might be coaching for his job this week against the Jacksonville Jags. ESPN's Dan Graziano said that there's chatter within NFL circles that Hackett's job could be on the line based on the results of Sunday's game against the Jags. He's had simple clock management issues. He's declined to use the field goal unit. Obviously, the offense has been absolutely terrible. He's supposed to be an offensive guy. Russell Wilson has looked horrible, and Russell Wilson is supposedly ready to roll and intends to play against the Jags. He's been running up and down, doing workouts on the plane, flying to London.
That's the best report of the season. We've gotten some really good Bronco reports already where the coaches were telling the media that, hey, we've actually not talked to our families in a couple of weeks, and our car hasn't moved from the same parking spot here at the facility because the coaches are, by way of bragging and proving that they're working hard, have admitted to sleeping at the facility for the last couple of weeks. It's not helped them beat the Jets or anything like that, though. And then today, Zach Stevens is reporting that Russell Wilson worked out and stretched for 4 of the 8 hours on the flight from Denver to London. He said that he was doing high knees in the aisle when the rest of the guys were asleep.
High knees.
That's hysterical. That is really hilarious.
It's just totally, normal behavior there from Russell
What
Wilson.
was it last year? He was doing finger workouts for 24 hours a day.
20 of the 24 hours.
He's got to sleep for 4 hours.
Mr. Unlimited.
He's unlimited.
I mean, Mr. Unlimited.
Broncos country.
Let's ride.
He is just endlessly lame as hell and annoying.
Cheesy as heck, man.
Okay, so a grade 2 MCL tear is a sprain where the superficial part of your MCL is torn. So it could just be 2 weeks. I'm digging into this story here.
Yeah, please do. And if you have more information, Michael from Weatherford, Artolo, texted in from the 817. He said torn ligaments require surgery. If it's a total tear, could be a minimum of 8 weeks. But if it's just a 2-week deal, like you're saying, makes sense. Maybe you rest him this week, then you get the bye week.
That'd be the grade 3.
Go.
When it goes grade 3, that appears when you have more serious issues. But the grade 2, you're still non-surgical and maybe just 2 weeks, which would be like 1 game plus the bye. You're back to 100%.
CBS Sports reported, and this is insane, Tom Brady is looking to keep this incredible streak alive when the Bucs play tomorrow night against the Ravens. So a loss to the Ravens would send Tom Brady and the Bucs 2 games under 500 in the season. This would be the first time in Brady's career that he would be multiple games under 500. Insane.
Ever?
Insane. Yes. To be 2 games under 500 in a season for the first time in his career.
It was remarkable consistency. And it was a great job by Bill Belichick, really, to put that whole thing together and keep them, able to win the Super Bowl almost every year or be above 500 almost every year. I don't know that we'll ever see anything like what they were able to accomplish. You put them on Tampa, they go crazy with spending. You win a Super Bowl. The next year, you're not quite the same. The year after that, you're not even a playoff team. That's how the average team manages the cap and manages talent around a star quarterback. The fact that he was able to keep that on the rails for 20 years and never get to this point, like I know Belichick's taking a hit, and maybe he should be. But, I don't measure coaches by like, hey, you have a crap quarterback and a crap roster. You didn't make the playoffs. You're bad. I measure coaches by like, okay, you do have a Hall of Fame quarterback. How often are you in the playoffs and how often are you in the big game? And there's no way. Like what Belichick and him accomplished will forever be beyond reproach. There's no equaling that. They'll never catch that.
Well, with this Zeke news, if this thing ends up being serious and it's maybe a long-term thing, doesn't seem like it is. But if it is, who knows? Maybe the Cowboys are being a little bit coy with the situation right now. Is a running back that happens to be on the block.
Okay.
Kareem Hunt.
Okay.
Browns are fielding calls for the veteran along with cornerback Greedy Williams, a former LSU Tiger. Go Tigers, as our buddy Brian Broadus is out today after filling in with Sean Sharif this morning. And you can always hit that Odyssey app, rewind, and go back and listen to some of that.
Ooh.
But Kareem Hunt, interesting. As we just got a text in, what about the Cowboys trading for a running back? I don't think they will. I think they'd rock with what they've got with Malik Davis and Rico Dowdle. And, of course, you have Tony Pollard. But Kareem Hunt would be an interesting guy on the market for teams that are interested in getting him back.
I mean, he can help you in the passing game. He can help you in the running game. If Zeke would be out long term, I'd be interested in it because you're likely not going to have to give up a lot to get him. And he doesn't have a huge salary. It's under $2 million. So, yeah, if Zeke was hurt and you need to go get a running back, you could do a lot worse than Kareem Hunt, and I think you get him for a day 3
You're
pick.
getting giddy over there, Eric.
It's because we have a bit of a source off, fellas.
Whoa, what's
We're in
happening?
the midst of one.
Oh, we have a fight on Twitter. We have a feed.
It's Chill versus Gilkin.
Oh, I love Gilkin.
Let's go. What's
the
happening?
Battle for Zeke medical reports.
Okay, we got Stogies versus beer.
Is saying Cowboys running back Ezekiel Elliott does not have a grade 2 MCL sprain or a thigh bruise. A person familiar with the situation said, contrary to report to that effect. So with kind of the subtweet there to old Clarence Hill. So now we have a battle, and both those guys very, very well respected, well sourced within the organization. We had a great time with both of them at Oxnard.
We did. I like both guys.
Hanging out in the sands of the Rudder Room. But now we got a good old-fashioned source off, and I'm very excited about this.
Get it cracking then. Let's go.
This is a hell of a battle.
Okay, I'm reaching out to Broadus as we speak via text to see if he can confirm or deny, see which way he wants to go on this.
Please do. Also, Gelkin has issued a stat correction from the NFL. Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons.
He got it.
Recorded 2 sacks, not 1, during Sunday's win over the Lions. He now has 8 sacks this season, second most in the National Football League. 4 games with 2 sacks. You know what I got to say? Suck it, Bobby Belt. The over's hitting, baby. 15.5, the over's hitting.
I think he's on pace for like 18. So
hey, Broadus was skeptical about that as well.
Yeah, well, what does Broadus know?
Former
scout.
Slow down, babe.
We just had a game where Micah Parsons played every single snap at edge.
Oh,
he didn't have a single linebacker snap or corner or safety, even though at times he can. It was all, I believe, 42 snaps he played were all on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they were terrified to pass the ball, and that's probably why. You want to make a team one-dimensional, just put Micah Parsons out there.
Yeah, those sounds from the sideline, which is amazing when the Cowboys tweet that out. They were clowning on Jared Goff.
He has
Yeah.
half a sack.
That was a great line from Trayvon Diggs. He's only going to throw it so far.
Yeah.
And then they show the highlight of Goff throwing it short.
It really was. Now, the Panthers also apparently rejected a massive NFL trade offer. 2 first-round picks for their stud, Brian Burns. So I don't think they're going to be trading that edge rusher. The Panthers also rejected an offer from the Rams, who were trying to get Christian McCaffrey. The Rams offered Cam Akers in 4 draft picks, and Sean McVay was not happy that the Niners ended up getting Christian McCaffrey. His reaction was, oh, bleep, they just got another great player. So he was not too thrilled about that. Congratulations to NHL Ironman Phil Kessel. He has now played 990 consecutive games. I had Tolo reach out and say, all right, whose streak is better? Would it be Favre? Is it Kessel? Or is it our guy in baseball, Cal Ripken Jr.?
Well, you throw out Cal Ripken Jr. because it's a non-contact sport, and only being uncoordinated and unfocused will get you hurt in that game.
It's the Kess,
unless you're a pitcher. You going Kess?
I'm going Kess, dude.
Hockey.
Especially because he's not like when you look at him, he looks like he could be working at the local auto repair shop. Like, this is not a guy that is physically impressive. And that's what makes it so impressive. This is a guy that I was reading up on him where for a long time his college roommates were like, we've never seen him take a sip of water. It's Powerade or beer. That's all this guy will consume. And so I like
legend.
For all I know, this dude has never even consumed a drop of H2O, and that maybe that's the secret sauce to his game.
Yeah.
And it's
that
hockey,
dude's a
bro.
badass. That dude's a badass.
Very
for
physical game. You're protected at quarterback, plus you only play once a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with the hockey.
I'm going with Kessel. All right, I want to end the hodgepodge with a little bit of fun. Martha Stewart, who is just out there thirst trapping people.
She is Gilf of the Year to this point.
She is.
And everybody else is running out of time.
Well, and apparently there's right now people are trying to get her and Pete Davidson together. Everyone's trying to hook up.
Drew Barrymore is leading the charge.
Well, here you go. Here's Martha on with Drew Barrymore, and this is what went down between her and maybe getting a date set up with Pete Davidson.
Here we go. Your date has as many tattoos as Pete Davidson. Green flag, red flag, yellow flag. I knew it.
That's a green flag.
I knew it, Martha, you minx. I knew it. Could have bet money in Vegas on that one. Okay, your date is Pete Davidson. I knew it. There's a thing on the internet where everybody wants you to go on a date with Pete Davidson.
He's dated so many women.
So what?
No, I'm not saying that's bad. I think that's good. And he's sort of cute.
Everybody loves him.
I know everybody loves him. I know him.
Oh.
Oh, you didn't know I know him?
I mean,
I do know.
That's probably why
he was on the Bieber roast with me. Do you remember?
Yes.
He was this little twerp on the Bieber roast. He was even twerpier than Bieber.
Well, I got to.
He was also very cute, by the way.
Oh, he's so handsome.
Oh, he's cute.
And lovely. And that him and Haley just seem so lovely.
Yes.
But everybody speaks about Pete Davidson in such a positive way. Like, he has to be a good guy.
Oh, he is a good guy. He's a very good guy. And he knows how to get in and get out.
Wow, maybe she's already.
Well,
green.
And he's open to, age is not a thing for him. Saying.
He's like my lost son.
Yeah, like your lost grandson.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy, fam.
I thought it was
your lost stepson.
Like at first, I'm like, yeah, Martha Stewart, the MILF. Then I listen, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, she's really out there hunting.
Yeah.
She is.
Imagine William Shatner just in here, just laying it all like Taylor
Thank
Swift
you.
or something.
Right. All things are not created equal there, Lucius.
Yeah.
She's so cute, long legs, so she can make her own music.
I mean, for Martha Stewart to be such a great homemaker, how does she not have a happy husband? You should have like Sean Connery or something back in the house.
Here we go. No, remember Sean Connery would smack him though.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You watch your mouth when you talk to me. I'll smack your face.
That's good. Sorry, it's not funny.
By the way, my auto repairman, Mike Osmond, just texted me. He's not happy with that line that I dropped. And I'm sorry about that, Mike. Mike, you are the outlier, bro.
Well, most auto guys are like super lean, got a dart hanging out of their lip as they're under a car with oil on their face. I got it.
Mike is the man, though, and I'm going to need to be visiting you soon, Mike. My check engine light has popped back.
Hey,
on.
my auto guy is like a specimen, bro. He's tall and strong. So there's outliers.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, there's
mine's
outliers.
an outlier.
Yeah, Mike's sexy.
Okay.
My has a substance abuse problem.
Oh.
But he's amazing. When you can catch him in them days, he's good.
Yeah.
You catch him on the weekend, you might not get your car till Wednesday.
But never prepay.
He's the Josh Gordon. It's like he's still dominant though.
He's great though.
We got Cowboys Twitter, a story about the best player and his relationship with the coach, plus trade. And can we get to the bottom of this Zeke story? Is it a grade 2 or not? Next on 105 through the Fan. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Download the Odyssey app and keep it.
Yeah.
What you want to do?
Yeah, let's talk about Absolute Beauty Solutions. That's my bad. AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com. These guys are amazing. Now, you got a little extra fat on your body. Who doesn't, right? You want a little help getting it off? Go to Absolute Beauty Solutions.
Saturday and Sunday from open to 10 p.m. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Willard AC is now Willard Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The fall season is in the air, which can bring about changes that strain your home's plumbing system. Make sure your home is ready by contacting Willard Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today. Visit willardac.com today to schedule your appointment.
Cowboys take on the Bears. Start that trick-or-treat tailgate with us Sunday at 9 a.m. with the Specs kickoff at noon on your not-so-scary home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a terrific day. It's time for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road due to gas prices? Well, think again. And those companies have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Couple of interesting stories have been developing here throughout the last hour. Number one, we just got an update from Brian Broadus. As the report from Clarence Hill, Zeke likely sidelined with a torn MCL and a thigh bruise. Now, grade 2 torn MCL, sprained MCL, that's kind of like the same lingo. Though I texted Broadus, I said, hey, does Zeke have a grade 2 MCL sprain or a thigh bruise? Gelkin and Chill have conflicting reports on Twitter. Broadus said, I'm asking now, and then he came back a few minutes later to say it's a hyperextended knee sprain. Mm-hmm. So he's saying it's neither. It's neither the thigh bruise or the grade 2 MCL sprain. It's a hyperextended knee. I wonder if it's just different ways of describing the same thing, but from what I'm gathering, it's not going to be an extended absence.
That's
right?
good. That's good. And when you saw the play, it was the two questions were, okay, it's either like dead leg thigh bruise or it's the hyperextension of the knee. Yes. And maybe a combination of both because it was like right at the top of the knee and the bottom of the quad where the impact happened. So, but that's all good news. It sounds like Broadus is leaning the Gelkin side of things as opposed to the Clarence Hill side of things. But if that's the case, you would think maybe 2 weeks would be enough. Like if you just don't play Zeke this week and then give him the bye week and then bring him back, then maybe because you don't want like Zeke powering through like he did last year. It's just
you don't want that at all.
You don't want that.
Good luck keeping him off the field, man. And I'm with you both.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I am with both of you, right? But he seems like he is a tough guy, much like Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Like unless somebody just takes the helmet away and says you are not playing, if he has a say in the matter and he says that he feels okay to go, 21's on the field.
Well, I could
eat your ass.
I could understand that. I also hope the coaching staff would say, man, we really need to be good in the playoffs. We're going to be running the ball a lot in the playoffs, and we need you and Pollard fresh. So how about you just look at this as like a mid-season 3-week vacation where you can get the entire body fresh again.
Like that?
That's what I try to hit him with.
You just have to you have to sell him. You have to pull on his heartstrings and say, hey, it's a true alpha knows when it's time to concede.
For the betterment of the team.
For the betterment of the team.
Well, it's also interesting listening to Brad Sham and Haley Sutton here on 105.3 The Fan for the Cowboys Hour on Monday. It's the first time I'd ever seen Z contemplating how long he wants to play. And they asked him, just based on the way that you're talking, are you considering retirement? And Zeke said, no, that's not what he's considering. But I'd never even heard Zeke have that kind of consideration to like long-term, how long he wants to do this. So maybe he is thinking differently. I mean, this is the first time we've even seen an even split in his career with Pollard sharing some of that load, and he's totally open to that because he's talking about that's going to help sustain his career. So maybe he is more open than ever in his career to saying this is good for the health of the team and for my health moving forward. If I'm not ready to go, I'll sit a week.
Well, we'll see how it goes. He did not practice today. I don't expect him to practice the rest of the week. He did say he could play. The Cowboys are going to be very ambiguous about it, would be my guess, and we'll find out probably maybe Friday afternoon at the earliest if he is going to go or not. Or maybe Jerry Jones will want to be candid with KNC Masterpiece Friday morning at 10:30. We shall see. But I expect him to play this all the way until the weekend and then have him not play and take a couple of weeks off. And and we'll be all over it. The other story is a big trade. The Eagles sending a fourth for star defensive end Robert Quinn. A source telling Adam Schefter the news is out now as that Eagles defense gets a little bit better. How's Robert Quinn doing this year? Because when his 1 year with the Cowboys 2 years ago, it was like 13 or 14 sacks.
Yeah.
This year he only has the one. So you kind of hope. Here he is at 32 years old. When we got him, it was already past his prime by a year. Now he's a few years older here at 32, going to be 33 next spring. So hopefully it's not that devastating. You know, he has not had much success with the Bears so far, but he's probably trying to get a lot of that done himself, and it can be easy for offenses to team up on one good pass rusher.
Yeah, I still think you're talking about a quality edge rusher,
Well,
and
yeah,
especially in like passing, just like passing situations. If you just carve out that type of role for him where you are just a pass rush specialist, I don't need you here to be really setting edges and contributing in the run game. You're here to get after the quarterback. And in those scenarios, I think he will be really, really good. And as you mentioned, he's a one-trick pony for the Bears D-line. When you go to Philadelphia, Hassan Reddick's having a really good year, and we know Brandon Graham, and then on the interior they got some guys, so you can't really just focus everything. So I think it's a really, really good move for the Eagles, and I hate to say that. And Garofolo of NFL Network reporter says that the Bears are going to be picking up most of the remaining salary for Robert Quinn this year.
No.
So this trade will cost the Eagles mostly just that fourth-round pick, and that's basically it. And then there's no guaranteed money after this year for Quinn, so it's not like the Eagles are going to have to eat guaranteed money in years to come either. This could literally just be a rental, and then we'll cut ties at the end of the season.
That's horrible. That stinks.
Sucks
I was
too.
really hoping the Eagles would take on that cap space. It is fascinating looking at just Robert Quinn's career. He has the amazing season with the Cowboys, then year one with the Bears. He has 2 sacks. Now, last year he was awesome for them. He had 18.5 and was a second-team All-AP player. But, yeah, this year he does just have the 1 sack. Maybe he gets better with the Eagles, but he is just a team captain and a leader everywhere he goes. So we'll see how he fares in Philly.
Incredible. Do the Cowboys need to counter this?
That's a fascinating look. Maybe this is the Eagles countering the Hankins move in a sense. I don't know. You could look at it that way, but I think the Cowboys are okay now because it seems like they are getting more internal help with Damone Clark also. But I do think if there is, and I'm not as into adding a wide receiver as some others are, just because we've seen this play out before, and the Cowboys just moved on from Amari Cooper. Now, granted, when they made the trade for Amari, it was amazing, and it saved their season. But I don't love giving up a premium first or second when you just literally traded a guy for peanuts and you told us that he wasn't a fit in your offense. I don't know that I trust the guy that they're going to trade, much like Broadus is going to come in and solve the problems. But if you could get a Denzel Mims or a Claypool or name X or Brandon Cooks and you're giving up a fourth like the Eagles just did, I'm totally down for that.
Who cooks for a 4 would be fun right now. I think I'd be all right with that.
There's some financials that you would have to come to an agreement with Houston because he re-upped and he's got some guaranteed money that you probably wouldn't want to eat.
But if they can take on some of that, much like the Bears are doing.
Yeah. The wide receiver stuff, DJ Moore, I think that would probably be a hefty cost, but he's obviously a ready-made good player.
And there you're going to have to give up probably a 1. See, that's where I'm probably not. Right. I'm probably going to say that's too rich.
Elsewhere in Cowboys Twitter, by the way, Broadus texted again. He said they're going to see how he feels tomorrow, Zeke, to determine what his status for Sunday might be. So kind of more day-to-day. The hyperextension can be very, very painful. But if you're that strong, maybe you can function through the pain. I wouldn't be looking to do anything, though, that might take away from the team. I think that's a big point. Okay, John Machota with the tweet. Micah Parsons was talking about facing another mobile quarterback. None of them are faster than me, said Micah, so I don't really think that's a problem. We just got to get him to the ground. There are some skill position players, but from the linebackers and defensive line, I think I'm the fastest player in the league. So that's awesome. You think Lamar Jackson might be faster than Micah Parsons, though? I'm definitely quicker.
Yeah,
I don't see Micah wrangling him anytime soon.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, Micah continues to surprise me with his burst and his speed, but I did see today that he will have some competition in terms of defense speed and front seven speed right here in our own division. Kayvon Thibodeau of the Giants.
Oh, really?
He chased down Travis Etienne in a pretty impressive play on Sunday.
Wow.
And Next Gen will tell you that he went 20.58 miles per hour on that play.
Wow.
So, and to give you an example, Micah Parsons reached 20.4 something miles per hour on his chase down of the tight end. Now, it was a shorter space, so maybe, and the Kayvon Thibodeau chase down of ETN was a much longer, so he had more time maybe to get going, but still, that's freakish speed for a monster-sized human in Kayvon Thibodeau. He chases ETN down like literally, it's like a 40-yard, 50-yard play.
Let's have him race in the new Pro Bowl skills comp.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'd want to get out there and go full speed a couple of times just to see if I could get up there into the mid-21s or something. That's stuff they talk about. Like, you Google this, and they'll talk about the time Tyreek Hill hit 22 or whatever. Clarence Hill Jr., Neville Gallimore, quote, he has no problem with the Cowboys. He said he did not scrub his Twitter. Said he did not play last week because of a wrist injury and blamed himself for not telling the team. He likes the depth of the D-line group with the addition of Hankins and has no issues. Are you buying this? They're saying calm waters. I think both sides just want to trade. So they're pretending like it's all good. That's my read. There's too much smoke here, Wolchuk.
There is some smoke. Now, Christy Scales, who we're going to have on later on at 6 o'clock, did report this in the pregame show last week, that he also did have a wrist. So maybe the wrist thing is legitimate, but I do think Neville Gallimore is in the doghouse. And there is some friction there going on, because you don't just scrub your social media without there being a little bit of bad blood or some animosity happening.
Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what moment made you a Cowboys fan? With Zach Wolchuk. I look forward to that discussion. He'll lead us in it next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Hi, guys. It's Andrew.
105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider. Taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, it is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. Bobby Carella, Mavs Insiders, coming up at 4 o'clock. How concerned should we be? We'll ask him that and more right here. But it's time now for Zach Wolchuk. Here he is. Wooly Bully.
Thank you, General. So I've been going through a rough time lately, family-wise. My grandfather is in hospice care, and we lost my grandmother back in March, and I have a super close relationship with both my grandparents, and they are the reason that I am a Cowboys obsessed fan, like I am. So, I grew up going to games at Texas Stadium with both of them, and they immigrated from South Africa. And so my grandfather went to a game at the Cotton Bowl, and he was a big rugby guy. And so he saw a game, I think it was between Texas and Georgia, and he fell in love with the game of American football.
Heppy was a tough bastard.
Yes, and he still is. He's still fighting. They told us we think 24 to 72 hours, so I'll go back there after the show. And, being here and doing the show is great. For me to kind of just escape from that, I being there just is horrible for me. I just don't even want to realize that it's really happening. He's my person. He's been my best friend my whole life. So, but they are the reason that I'm even doing what I'm doing now. They had a Cowboys football in my crib from birth. So they've raised me this obsessive, compulsive Cowboys fan. And I wondered, 877-881-1053, what has made you a Cowboys fan, or is in Mike's case, right? He's a diehard Maverick fan, whatever your football team might be. And I'll always
Maverick fans, where are you?
I'll always have those memories with them that I'll cherish forever of going to 1998 Thanksgiving Day as a kid and seeing these crazy Minnesota Vikings with their fans with their painted faces and their Viking horns. And, even though that game didn't go the best for us that day, we know what Randy Moss did as a rookie, but getting to see Emmett and Troy and Michael and all of those memories that I'll have, that's something, them giving me the love of the game is something that I'll cherish forever. So, we have a lot of texts that are coming in, but I just wonder for all of you, I know you grew up a fan of the Trailblazers, Gavin, and they've definitely broken your heart over the years as well. But maybe there's a reason all of us wanted to get into this business, right? Whether it was the love of sports or maybe just the love of radio. But for me, that's what it was. It was them and having them raise me as a Cowboy fan, and I wanted to work for the radio home of the Cowboys. That's why I'm doing this.
Man, that's an incredible story. I feel like I don't even want to talk because you're doing such a great job, and I'm sure people are relating to you so much. I grew up in a house that loved sports but didn't love individual teams. My dad just always had games on, and I've kind of approached being a sports fan like that. So the Trailblazers were in our area, and we went to a couple of games when I was 6, 7, 8. One of them, they score 147 points. That should have been the moment. But it wasn't until they went on a deep playoff run in 1990 and ended up playing the Pistons in the finals where it really galvanized the city. And I could see everybody coming out for this big social phenomenon that was happening more than just the sport that pulled me in.
That's fantastic. And the texts right now are really, really good.
Dude, they're going crazy. One guy said 214, I was born into the Cowboys nation. He was literally conceived at a game, he said. Wow. Now, was this at Texas Stadium, or where the hell was this?
We need more detail.
In 20 years, we're going to have Toronto Blue Jays fans saying the same thing and Oakland A's fans saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that what took place this year during baseball?
Maybe. I don't know. Lucius, do you have a story that you want to add to this?
Yeah. Mine is, I will say, it started December 1989. My mother, for Christmas, got me a whole lot of Cowboy stuff. Now, my family just moved from Tulsa, Oklahoma to Irving, Texas, right by Valley Ranch. So we're watching, I'm seeing Cowboy, guys drive up and down the street. We moved right around the corner from Herschel Walker. So I'm seeing Herschel drive his Jeep Cherokee, his blue Jeep Cherokee, up and down the street. I'm like, that's Herschel Walker, right? So she got me the Ed Too Tall, Pro Players situations.
Yes.
The little action figures.
Yeah.
And the head-to-toe Tony Dorsett, jump off the whole uniform. So I'm outside playing with the goofy cowboy hat, the helmet on, and I'm a young kid. Yeah, so my mother hooked me up with that situation, and it just became like Cowboys was all around me.
That is amazing.
Cowboys lived around me. There's Cowboys playing around me. My mom used to take me to the Texas Stadium, the old school joint, when the tickets were real cheap, almost like it was for dinner. You know what I'm saying? Because it was that damn cheap to go there. Yeah, so that was where I got started with this.
That's incredible.
Nice, dude. And yeah, mine was similar because my parents, like my mom's from the Northeast, my dad's from South Florida, but then I'm born and raised here, and my dad's just a football guy through and through. And so when you live in Cowboys land, that's just what it's going to be. And I got pictures of me like around, I guess it would be this time of year because it's Halloween. And like the first legit Halloween outfit that I got to pick for myself was just full on Troy Aikman. I just went from top to bottom, and I had it was like ahead of its time, but even at like 4 or 5 years old, I had that 8 beer in my hand.
I love that.
And it was delicious then as it is now.
I remember my first beer too. I'm glad that you brought up Tony Dorsett though, LA, because my grandmother was an obsessed Tony Dorsett fan. Loved the butt. I think that's why she liked going to the games.
Does he have Hall of Fame cheeks?
Hall of Fame cheeks. She actually got to meet him several times, and Tony Dorsett knew her as the crazy little South African woman. And he would write in for anniversaries, like send little cards, like, "Hey, I'm not going to actually come to your anniversary event. It's a little freaking weird. You guys are strange, but I'll write you a card." And that was a big moment for her. Yeah, honey and happy, I love you. But we got a lot of good texts that are rolling in here from the 956. I was a fan of the Cowboys when Danny White was quarterback. That number 11 doesn't have the same feeling as it does now. 419, my cousin was my dude growing up, wanted to be just like him. He's a Bulls fan and a Cowboys fan. He definitely was my Dallas influence growing up. Adam in Northwest Ohio. Shout out to Ohio. Tolos are everywhere.
Your cousin was just a fan of the best teams.
That is true, right? Like in the 90s, Cowboys and the Bulls were kind of where it's at.
Yeah, big Detroit Red Wings fans.
Yeah, probably. 214, born and raised in Texas, so DFW sports teams ran and the rest of Texas sports second to no other teams, and all the other teams don't matter. My dad is a Miami Dolphins fan from the 716. I was 3. I don't know. And being a Dolphins fan, that's got to be challenging.
Miserable existence.
They were 3. Was mad at him on Thanksgiving Day and wanted the Cowboys to beat the Dolphins, even though the Cowboys lost. We know which Thanksgiving Day that is. Oh, Leon led. 817 and 91, when Dallas went back to the playoffs, my mom took me to school, and The Boys Are Back in Town was playing on the radio. We sang it at the top of our lungs. I remember her tearing up. That's when I fell in love with the Dallas Cowboys.
620, my love for the Cowboys started when Dallas was playing Green Bay in 1966. My sister liked Bart Starr, so despite her, I just rooted for the Cowboys, and I've been a fan ever since.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of fun.
817, born into a Cowboys family in 97, never seen a dominant team, but I'm still a diehard. And that's why we love you. Oh, 469, Tony Romo made me a Cowboys fan. Being of Mexican descent made me relate to him, and so I became a diehard Cowboys fan.
Antonio Romero.
Absolutely.
Romo.
Almost ran over Zeke at a Chick-fil-A. That's how they. No, this person. My dad almost got into a fight with Herschel Walker at the gas station.
Really?
Yeah, in Irving.
You think
bro,
your dad
I told you,
could've
bro,
taken
we
him?
lived around them fools. It was like, man,
no kidding.
My uncle kind of told him, hey, man, that's Herschel Walker, bro. You don't want that smoke.
Yeah, you don't want that smoke.
You don't want that.
It's not going to end well.
It's not going to end well for you.
You got a cool story now.
Yeah, you ain't going to beat up in front of your kid, dog.
Oh, man.
Get in the car.
817, tradition in the Jones household since the late 60s. Billy Kramer against Dandy Don. Thanksgiving Day. Cowboys versus Washington. Hooked ever since. Thanks, Dad.
Turn out the
R.I.P. The party's over.
214, George Teague hitting T.O.
Oh, that game was nuts. And then Emmett takes the ball, runs straight to midfield, slams it.
So good.
And we got the 20-year anniversary of Emmett breaking the record, and there is so much goodness that is coming out. ESPN, Tart Archers had a great article. Calvin Watkins has a fantastic article out on the Dallas Morning News. I'm sure Christy can share us some news about that. I saw a story. Emmett actually that day wore 4 different jerseys. because he had to send one to the Hall of Fame. He wanted to keep one. He had one for his charity, and then he gave one to Jerry Jones.
Come on,
So
man.
he was changing every quarter because it was such a historic day. But like the wardrobe team, like they were working overtime and they kept on coming over to check. Like, you want to switch now? You want to switch now? He's like, no, I got this. Like Emmett had it down to a T. They were so prepped for him breaking that
Emmett
record.
was saucy, bro. He used to take his helmet off when he scored a touchdown, show them big old diamonds on them ears, and you get to smile.
That's the GOAT.
Pointing up there.
That's the GOAT.
Yeah, it was a good idea. Good for your brand. All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Sorry for your loss.
No, therapeutic for me, boys. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to help in any way we can. Mavs insider Bobby Carella. How concerned should we be about this 1-2 start and the defensive letdowns? That's coming up next here in the nation. Hey, there's no way to sugarcoat it, though. These rates are rising. You hear about it all the time in the news. Mortgage rates, credit card rates, car loan rates. You can't hide from it. Everything's going up. That's why it makes more sense than ever.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a special guest joining us now, Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com, as the Mavs have opened up 1-2 on the year. And a good afternoon to you, Bobby. Thank you for joining us. How we doing?
How we doing, guys?
Oh, we're doing good. How different is this Mavericks team? Is it different enough that this 1-2 start is throwing some red flags, or do we just need to chill here and wait for the good times to roll, Bobby? What do you say?
I think it's maybe 6 of one and half dozen of the other. Obviously with no Jalen Brunson, I think especially in that Phoenix game, when Spencer Dinwiddie got in foul trouble in the season opener in the third quarter, the offense really kind of slowed to a crawl for most of the second half. And then last night in New Orleans, Facundo Campazzo, who's kind of the third point guard, he made his team debut, and it was pretty clear that he kind of didn't maybe totally have a grasp on the playbook. And so I think part of this is an adjustment period. Part of it is the reality that they just don't have as much playmaking as last season, and now they're trying to overcome that, that challenge by just playing through the big men more, especially Christian Wood. But there's only so much that he can do, as opposed to a guy like Jalen Brunson who can create his shot from anywhere. Well, Wood needs the table set a little more for him, and so that's putting more strain on a guy like Spencer Dinwiddie to create shots for him instead of creating shots for himself. So it's kind of a different style of offense. And I think over the course of the season, and we've even seen it be explosive so far already, but I think over the course of the season, they'll figure it out. In the meantime, you have hiccups on either end of the floor, and all of a sudden you're 1-2 instead of probably what you should be 3-0. And these losses can definitely bite you at the end of the year, if you don't turn it around quickly.
So is it the offense or the defense that's more worrisome for you right now?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think probably the offense, just conceptually, because you can do, like I said, you can play through Christian Wood, but you need the table set for him. And I thought last season the Mavs were at their most dangerous whenever they had guys looking to shoot as opposed to looking to pass. Defensively, I think New Orleans just got really, really hot. And so, some of that was bad luck. Some of that, obviously, especially at the beginning of the game, was, very, very little intensity. I think maybe the Mavs saw the injury report and thought, tonight should be pretty easy. But, the defense, I think, will come. The offense, I think, is going to take a little more work to get it figured out. The shooters are not getting open looks, and, Lucas 3 isn't falling either. So, you got to be able to, if you're going to be taking 43s a game, you got to be able to knock them down. And that's kind of a big challenge right now.
Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com, with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. So what have you thought of Christian Wood in the small sample size, specifically how Jason Kidd has used him off the bench with those minutes? I think a lot of fans would have liked to see Christian Wood utilized more in the fourth quarter against Phoenix. And then last night, it seemed like he used him a lot consecutively. I think he had a stretch of like 12 straight minutes played, and then he had to sit him for a while. What'd you think about him and then the use of Wood there?
Yeah, I think he's been great in every game. He's just been awesome. Dude's averaging like 24, 25 points a game. But as for the rotation, he's kind of coming in at slightly different times. So last night against New Orleans, I think that was probably intentional, bringing him in a little later in the third quarter than normal. Earlier in the game and throughout the first few games, he was coming in around like the 6 to 7 minute mark remaining on the clock in both the first and third quarters. But that means that if he gets his normal 10 to 12 minute stretch, well, then he's coming out of the game like right in the meat of the fourth quarter. And so I think to avoid that, Jason Kidd brought him in a little later than normal into the third quarter, and then he played, like you said, about 12 or 13 minutes straight. But then, maybe he's getting a little tired with like 3 minutes left in the game, and so then he had to come out for a minute or two. JaVale McGee is the starting 5. He checked out of the game last night in the third quarter with about 8 minutes left, and Maxi Kleber was the first big off the bench. I think that was kind of to let Wood get a little more minutes in the fourth quarter, but it's clearly a work in progress to try and find the time to bring him in versus whenever he can, get a quick rest. And I think ultimately, the Mavs have been so good offensively. Almost scoring every time down the floor, basically, whenever Luka and Wood are on the floor at the same time. But with the way the rotation is shaken out so far, they're only playing like 10 to 15 minutes per game together. And so I think in the coming weeks, they're going to have to try and find ways to maximize those two's minutes together because, despite what you might give up on defense with them on the floor, I mean, the offense is just undeniably awesome. And so I think that the big challenge is trying to structure the rotation so that, one, Wood can play a lot in the fourth quarter, and also, two, he can play a lot with Luka because they're so good together already.
Bobby, my early reaction, small sample size, is this is going so well. Let's talk extension. Never let Christian Wood play for a different team. This is Luka's partner for a while. Is that knee-jerk at this point, or are you with me?
Oh, man. I mean, I really like what I've seen. Now, I don't know with the nature of his contract. Like, there aren't the same restrictions as there were on, like, Jalen Brunson last year and Dorian Finney-Smith, where there's a pretty low ceiling on what they can offer. But because Wood only makes, I think it's like $13 million, if you offer a player an extension who's on a non-rookie contract, I'm not sure that you can just say, we'll give you whatever you want. I still think there might be a ceiling or a cap on what you can offer them based on what his current contract is. I could be spreading misinformation right now. I need to double-check the CBA FAQ. But I think that it's something where
base your compensation or something like that?
Yeah, I think that might have something to do with it. I'm not totally positive, but I guess it's a question that I should probably look into now because he's playing well enough to deserve a hefty raise at the end of the year.
Bobby, do you notice that defenses are defending the Mavericks differently compared to last year?
Yes and no. I think it was Tim Cato in The Athletic. He kind of pointed out that Dorian Finney-Smith told him after the game that, he's not getting quite as many open looks as he did last year. The same could be said for Maxi Kleba and maybe Reggie Bullock too. But part of it also, I think, is, whenever Wood is on the floor, obviously when Luka's on the floor, everything is going to go through Luka. But now whenever Wood's on the floor, they're really playing through him a lot too, whether it's on the perimeter and like pick and pop game, or pick and roll, or even in the post. And so I think, kind of the overall philosophy, I guess, of their offense is changing a little bit. When Wood's in the game, it's very Wood-centric. Both he and Luka are top 10 in the league in usage. And so if you're really playing through one guy all the time, whether that's Luka or Wood, I think there's going to be fewer shots available for other guys. But I also think part of it, too, is maybe Finney-Smith does have the respect of other people. They've seen him knock down so many threes and in the playoffs, on a big stage when everyone's watching, to say, hey, let's not sag off of him to go double Luka or go Christian Wood. And whenever you're doing that, if you're Luka or Wood, you want to take your guy one-on-one if they're going to let you. So I think part of it is defense, and part of it also is just, the Mavs are really trying to spam as many Luka and Wood possessions as they possibly can while those guys are on the floor.
It's Bobby Carella here with you on 105 through the Fan. Okay, if Luka's 2 of 12 from 3 in a game, but he does have 37 points, in the situation last night, do you still want him taking that last-second shot?
With the way it played out, I don't really think there was another option on that. 3 seconds left or something. But I think in the Phoenix game in particular, they were down 2 and they had a little more time. And then last night in their penultimate possession, just sort of walked it up the floor and ended up laying it in with 4 seconds left. And even he, after the play, kind of shrugged maybe that took too long. Whenever there's only 2 or 3 seconds left, you got to get whatever shot you can. But if you have more than that, 5, 6, 7 seconds or even more, then I want you to get as good of a shot as possible. And oftentimes it's probably not going to be like a 40-foot step back. But, at the same time, you're on the road, you're down 2. You probably shouldn't win the game to begin with. Maybe your best bet is just throwing up a heave and trying to get out of there. But, Luka was 14 of 17 on 2s last night. He was 2 for 12 on 3s before the game winner. So, math would say try and get to the rim. But if you only have 2 or 3 seconds, it's really hard to do. So it's kind of like right on the borderline.
I see 2 possible narratives here, Bobby. I want to know if either is valid or could be valid to you. With the late shots not going in, overuse in the game or overuse with the international play. Do either of those pass the smell test to you?
I don't know. I think in the fourth quarter, it seems like Luka sort of waits to see what happens. Is he going to be double teamed or not? And sometimes that alone can take an extra 2 or 3 seconds. But it really seems like over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, for much of the Luka era, in the fourth quarter, whether the Mavs are playing from in front or behind, the offense really slows down. Like, they're taking shots much later in the shot clock. And if you're playing from in front, kind of makes sense. You know, you want to burn some clock. The clock is your friend and all that stuff. But if you're trying to make a comeback, or if it's like a tie game, then let's push the ball. You know, like, let's get up the floor and get into something, because, you know, most of these teams, unless they do double team Luka, most every NBA team doesn't have a guy that can just stay in front of him. So he can get to the rim whenever he wants. And I think that, you know, philosophically, schematically, whatever, you know, maybe the solution is just kicking it up a gear in the fourth quarter, playing with a little more pace to make everything easier. And that way you're not having to settle just for some, you know, off-balance stuff or heavily contested threes with 2 or 3 seconds on the shot clock, the way that they kind of did, you know, a few too many times last night.
Maybe you kind of answered this question there with the pacing and the shots a little bit, but is it fair, and we love Luka, don't get me wrong, but is it fair to criticize the shot selection at times? Would you say that might be the biggest flaw right now in his game?
Yeah, I mean, 13 threes is a lot. I'm not going to lie. 13 is a lot whenever you've only made 2 of them. So, you know, I think there's kind of a balance. I mean, on the one hand, like we just talked about, teams are staying home on the shooters a little more. But on the other, Luka's still not getting like a red carpet to the rim every possession. I mean, teams are still giving him some attention. And so if he just like recklessly goes in the lane trying to get to the basket, you know, he hasn't drawn many fouls this season, and it might lead to some turnovers or to some weird possessions. But on the other hand, you know, if he doesn't stay aggressive, there's not really many other guys on the floor, you know, especially if Spencer Dinwiddie's out of the game. There's not many other guys on the floor or even on the roster that can get to the basket the way that he can. And so, you know, I want to see him drive the lane as much as possible. I understand that sometimes that's just not in the cards. You know, sometimes there's just too many bodies in his way, and the step back is all that there is to go to. But, you know, on the other hand, he's kind of the engine, right? And so if the possession is like 0 passes and it's like a 33-foot step back after 20 seconds of dribbling, then yeah, I mean, even Luka would say that's probably not a good shot, but sometimes you do kind of have to take it depending on what the defense is showing you.
JaVale McGee, 8 points in 12 minutes last night. I think you'd take that every single night from him. You didn't bring him here for his offense. You brought him here for his defense and rim protection. What is your assessment of how JaVale McGee has played through 3 games defensively?
Defensively is, you know, I don't know how much is on him. Like last night, obviously, in the first few minutes, you know, the Pelicans were really, really going at him and they were having success. But part of it is just the Mavs are defending a little differently this year than they did last year. You know, they're playing a little more drop coverage where the big man, whether that's JaVale or Christian Wood, is kind of dropping below the screen, sagging off, which allows the guard, you know, last night, CJ McCollum or Jose Alvarado or Devontae Graham, to come around the screen freely, and you're conceding like a 20-foot pull-up or even a pulling up from 3, which McCollum hit one in the fourth quarter last night. But what that does also is because this guard gets a free turn around the corner, they're coming at you full speed. And you have to be really, really quick to stay in front of those guys. I mean, this is how the Mavs defended with KP, for example. And, you know, he had mixed results, especially during that shortened COVID season. And so if you're going to play drop, you're putting a lot of pressure on your big man to move his feet well and stay in front of guards. And so far, he just hasn't really been able to do that. But I also think part of it is, you know, the guys in the perimeter have to give a little more resistance. And, you know, I will sing the praises of Dorian Finney-Smith until I lose my voice. You know, he's one of my favorite Mavericks ever. But, you know, he and Reggie Bullock have to, you know, do their fair share of the work as well to make it tougher for these guys to get into the lane. Because once the ball touches the paint, you know, you're in trouble as a defense. And now your big man might be able to save the day or be really strong and tall and, you know, contest a shot. But once you break down, you're kind of screwed. And so, you know, everybody has to do their job, all 5 guys. But yeah, I mean, JaVale, you know, if they're going to continue playing drop and if they're going to continue funneling, you know, ball handlers and drivers into him, then he's going to definitely have to be a little quicker and try and do a better job contesting those shots.
It's Bobby Curl at Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Earlier, during Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, we have Mike Bassick, who is an emotional Mavericks fan. And he's tore up over the loss. And we mentioned during Crosstalk we were going to have you on the program today, and we wanted to make sure that this got back to you. So here was Baskey earlier today.
Ask him if Josh Green's ever made a pass with 2 feet on the ground in his life, or if he loves running and jumping on every effing pass he's ever made. Hey, Bobby, did you ever play basketball? At any point, did a middle school teacher say, it might be better to not run and jump pass on every situation that you have? There's a lot of situations where passing with 2 feet on the ground really helps out your ability to make better decisions.
That's a hot take and a burning question. I think Josh Green has probably made a couple passes with both feet on the ground, but I'd have to go back and watch the tape. But, last night I don't remember any passes like that costing them, but he did have a turnover like that in the second game against Memphis. Part of what he does, though, is jump in the air and kind of lure defenders in, and he's got this sort of supernatural power to just hang in the air and try and find the right decision. But, I think for Josh, until he becomes a better finisher and until he becomes a better shooter, I think defenses might be playing him to pass. And so, maybe it's not that the book is out, but it's just on the scouting report, it's like, hey, this guy is looking to pass. So keep your hands in the passing lane. Don't overreact to the possibility of him shooting. And so maybe that has something to do with it, more so than the way that he's making the pass. Because I will concede, my middle school coach and my dad also said, never leave your feet without knowing that you're going to shoot, right? Like, don't change your mind in midair. But times have changed. Guys are a little more reckless. Luka makes more jump passes than anybody in the NBA. So, on the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, I think for Josh, he's got to maybe show that he can finish, a little more, with a little more regularity, and then all of a sudden those passing lanes might open back up for him.
Got to stay regular. That's what I always say, Bobby. Was your dad also your middle school coach then?
No, he coached me at the YMCA.
Okay.
So that basically counts. It's the same thing,
Yeah, got
definitely.
you started early on the no jump passing. I love it. Anything else on this Mavs team that you feel like we need to know?
Oh man, start the first quarter better. I mean, they've had 2 really good first halves and 1 really lousy one. Just gotta play with a little more intensity. Otherwise, like Brooklyn tomorrow, for example, those guys can score. So, bring the effort early, and then the rest should take care of itself.
Still no scoopage on whether or not Luka is or is not a loofah user in the shower.
Unfortunately, locker room access, I'm not on the list. So I think my investigation might be over, thanks to COVID.
Thanks a lot, COVID.
Bleep you, COVID.
What about Halloween candy? What's your go-to?
Oh, man. I don't mind candy corn, but my favorite Halloween candy, Reese's peanut butter cup, the little mini Reese's. That's where it's at.
Fully goated. Appreciate you, Bobby. You're the man.
Thank you, guys.
Bobby Krella, Mavs.com. Read his stuff after every game or before every game. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up next. Where are we going with it, sir?
Apparently, there are 10 things that every man can agree on, according to the internet. Is this true? We'll find out next on The Fan.
Commercial.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Every day at this time, it's Woolchuck in the top 10 at 420. Here he is, the bully himself, Zach.
Thank you. So we have.
he's still reeling from the revelation that he just gave us there.
Just a crazy one. So Bro Bible came out with 10 things that every man agrees on, according to the internet. Let's see if this is true, shall we? 877-881-1053, the Twolos and the Tubers play along as well. Appreciate everybody who is watching us. And shout out to Carter Freeman, who does an excellent job of making the video happen for us. So we begin at the top of this list and we'll work our way down.
I do think that the texters should, if they feel like in their mind they have a cold, hard truth. Did you just hit your knee on something?
I just nailed myself.
No.
Like it's like the side ball that you have on your ankle.
Huh?
Yeah.
You have the side. Oh, you hit like the ankle, not your knee.
Like
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not like an actual testicle.
Oh.
But which I know that's what you were thinking about.
I didn't want to judge.
But it's like the bone that sticks out.
I know exactly.
It's like in a roundabout form.
That's painful.
The eye of the ankle. That's what I call it.
On the outside, right?
Yeah,
on the outside?
Not the inside.
The outside.
On the outer portion.
But the texter should text in cold, hard truths that they feel like every man would agree with. And then we'll obviously get the ones that you have here.
I agree. So we'll start here. And we'll work our way down. You guys let me know you think this is a good one or not. Okay, get ready for this. Number 1. Our main goal as men is to fix a problem so we can go back to what we want to do, which is to do nothing.
100%.
Guaranteed.
Yeah,
bro.
women hate us for it.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling you about how their day was messed up and like, okay, let me fix it real quick so I can get back to silence.
Yeah.
And then they hate it.
I think that's 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the art of doing nothing is spectacular. And you don't get, like, it feels like the older you get, at least once you're in the sweet spot of children and family and things like that, the opportunities of doing nothing just evaporate from the schedule. So you capitalize on even just like minutes of nothingness.
That's why my life is in shambles, because the teacher asked me, if you had $1 million or had no words about money, what would you do? Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a great answer.
Number 2. A slight tap to the berries is far worse than a slap to the twig.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even a full-on like punch to the sword is better than a little tappy to the sacky.
Just the brush.
Sometimes
that is sometimes the worst.
Oh yeah,
than
absolutely.
a good old swift just boom.
And there's that
punch.
delayed reaction too, where you're like, ooh, and then it hit, like the pain hits, and it feels like it's up in your rib cage when you get it bad. It feels like it goes from its normal place to literally up in your stomach somewhere.
Yes.
It's not cool.
And I'm out. You know, you're down and you're out for the count. He was down. He was hurt. He was hurt real bad.
Did your coach tell you put your hands behind your head or grab your arm or something?
Yeah.
During the games? 'Cause I was out there like,
It never helped. Never helped. So hold your breath. No, what are you talking about? I don't have a breath right now.
Hold your arm, man. You know, you don't want to be grabbing down there.
No. Yeah.
There's a lot of people watching.
A lot of people watching.
Yeah.
Number 3, the nod.
Oh, yeah.
And there is just like we all know, like, you know, nod up, like, hey, what's up? How's it going?
Well, there's the differentiations.
Yes.
Each nod is a little bit different, right?
Right. You nod to the side. It's like, hey, you know, hey,
We're
we
outta
need to
here.
talk. Like, hey, or hey, yeah, we're leaving. You know, you nod down. It's like, yeah.
Oh, that Dawson, that
What's up?
tight lip.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Or like, hey, like, check out to the right here. Like, check this girl out here to the right. You know, there's definitely differentiations of the nod. Did I say that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But the nod is a thing amongst men.
I agree. Yeah,
like
few words possible.
When you go down with it, it's like a hello, basically.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
But it's like a respectful, like a a yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta do it like the white dudes. You gotta get the lips real tight and go. Yeah. Hey, pal. Good job.
Exactly.
Number 4, in cold weather, all men are created equal. All right, I don't care if you are Ron Jeremy, you bleep hole. We are all in this together. We are shriveled up, and you do not look at me.
Yeah, I do wonder for the Ron Jeremys of the world, like, what is shrinkage for you though?
That's fair.
Like, yeah, it's shrinkage, but
and can we?
It's
is he
grading
still,
on a different scale?
No, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble.
Okay, so we probably shouldn't reference him. Is there somebody else we can talk
the facts
about?
Are the facts.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
I mean, he's still a tripod.
I got a lot of female names I can throw out there if they get in trouble, but I don't know the male names.
Yeah. Well,
Bart Starr.
Was he Pat?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Harry Starwinkle. Just like making stuff up.
You're making up.
Number 5, you feel the pain yourself when someone gets hit below the belt.
Johnny Sins is the name.
Johnny Sins, yes, and he does sin. But that's true. Like if Gavin, if you got nailed in the downstairs mix-up, I'm gonna feel for you.
There's some sympathy pain there.
Vice
that's legit.
versa.
Yeah, that's the male
we
sympathy
pass that
pain.
along.
I also feel though, like with physical pain, it shouldn't make a man cry. You can cry over some other stuff like your dog dies or something. You can't be crying because you stubbed your toe.
Nah, you got to cuss and
it just makes you mad or disappointed.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, not sad.
Who put that there?
You start finger pointing and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you're blaming others, but you're not crying.
No, I'm not crying. You're crying. Number 6 on the top 10 things every man can agree on according to the internet, and this is from Bro Bible. For those of you that are wondering where this list came from,
For the bros.
When cooking burgers on the grill at a cookout, you must ask everyone how they want their burger with the full intention of cooking every single burger the same way.
Yeah, just cook them all well done if they're burgers, man.
How do you want it?
Yeah.
Medium?
How do you want it?
Oh, you want it medium rare?
Gotcha, bro.
Good, you're getting it medium. Oh, you want medium well? Good,
Gotcha.
you're getting medium.
I got you.
And if you want to bitch about it, sorry. You can make it your damn self.
Take it from the bottom.
Yeah.
That is a classic dad move right there.
Number 7, we must make groaning noises when sitting down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that progressively gets worse the older you get.
Yeah, the joints get crickety or whatever.
Yeah, and that's like standing up, like, like everything.
Standing up, sitting down. Pulling out to pee. That's just me.
Yeah.
The noises that happen in our bathroom over here, and it's not just an RJ Choppy thing, because that man grunts at everything.
Right.
I mean, he'll grunt.
This is communication.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he doesn't speak. It's just grunting. You've got to learn how to speak choppy. Yeah. But yeah, in that bathroom, there's so much grunting going on.
That My 23andMe, it'll show you how much Neanderthal DNA you have, and most people are like 0.23. I heard Choppy's like 48. 40% Neanderthal.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Encino, man.
I don't know how Sarah puts up with him, man.
Yeah.
Number 8, if we see anything on the inside of a toilet or urinal, we have an urge to aim our stream at it to make it go away.
There is an urge, but I don't like it touching,
I do try and get that out of there.
Yeah.
I'm like, please, I got to clean this.
Do a little handiwork.
My stream is going to take care of this.
I almost don't want to use that toilet anymore.
You got someone else?
I don't want the intermingling.
Somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't, because you don't want to have to actually make eye contact with it.
Yeah.
Right?
You don't want to look?
I understand that. I do understand that. Like that feeling.
Well, especially if it's somebody else.
Right, if it's somebody else's.
Yes.
I guess if it's your own place.
If it's your own smudge.
Yeah, get after it.
You don't mind the...
You're like, I left that there. Gee, that's gross.
That's just the cleanliness about us, man. We just want to get that thing cleaned up.
Yeah, of course. We're cleaners.
And we're resourceful because we're not having to use cleaning substance to get it cleaned up.
You're damn
right. We
right.
have our own cleaning supply.
Number 9 on the list. Triple tap your front pockets before leaving any place.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're
and
checking.
the back ones. You do the quad. I think it's a quad tap. Front, back.
Yeah.
I got everything? Keys, wallet, phone.
Guaranteed. And it's like I haven't had anything in my back pocket in maybe my entire life, but I will still tap the cheeks just in case. Maybe something without me knowing got back there, something important.
Yeah, because I mean, the feeling of the back cheeks, my ass getting felt up all the time, and I'm not putting anything back there.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have that problem, but
no, I mean, I don't put anything back there.
But it's
if you see me tap like that, that means you're going to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it, honey!
Oh,
I left the wallet at home.
I did it. Oh man, yep.
You're paying for those riblets tonight.
I got all the way dressed and ate all this food and left my wallet, dog.
And a 214 wants to know, does the physical pain rule include kidney stones? I would say you get an exemption from there because of the part of the body that is traveling through, but there's also emotional distress that it's not going away. And you're starting to fear like this is going to be days of this.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't know when that kidney stone's coming out.
Have y'all experienced that?
I haven't.
I have not. No, I've only.
But
how do you avoid it?
I just drink a lot of water. I think you're doing well, Lucius.
Yeah.
You're crushing the game.
Oh, yeah.
I know
I'm trying to avoid the diabetes because that's after me too.
Oh,
yeah. The high blood pressure and everything else is black folks got.
I took a big dub this week. You
How
did.
so?
Thanks to soda, state of the art. I'm no longer on high blood pressure medication.
Congratulations, Wolchuk.
Yep. Big dub. Big dub. Off of that sucker. Number 10, and then Eric Cruz.
And that's good for the performance, isn't it?
Oh, hell yeah. My performance, my stamina is just
skyrocketing
killing it these days. So, ladies, slide into the DMs. They are open.
Yeah, you used to crush those pills up and put it on your spaghetti, didn't you?
Hell
You
yeah.
don't do that anymore.
Yeah. Used to snort them for breakfast.
Those are different ones.
That's some Blue Chew. Chop gave me a couple. Those things are dangerous. And peruse the text. Number 10, thinking about nothing really is a valid thing to do.
It's difficult, though.
I oftentimes think about nothing at all. Or am I thinking about something? Hell, I don't even know.
It's tough to be aware of.
I got some help with that. I can help you, bro.
Get your mind
I
working.
can help you.
I
Get
need
lost
all
in
the
all
help.
type of thoughts.
I need all the help I can get. Yeah, I'm starting to watch some of those documentaries, and you're
Yeah.
damn right. I wonder what the hell you're thinking about.
Thank you, Wolchuk. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon right here in the G-Bag Nation, smack dab in the middle. We good? We're rolling?
We're good, baby.
Okay, because we have quarterback news you can use and how Joe Burrow has gone off 2 weeks in a row. Should the Cowboys borrow some of this? It's next in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Okay, thank you, Lucius. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. I have some quarterback news you can use. Coming up at 5 o'clock, there's a couple of Cowboys stories that have been developing throughout the broadcast day. Zeke's status and a big trade in division. We'll reset our thoughts on that coming up at 5 o'clock before we get to fun with sports audio. But I do want to tell you, before I get to this really great quarterback news and how Joe Burrow's kind of lit up the league the last 2 weeks, but we are making 2 more stops in our Tour de DFW as Flagtober concludes this weekend. And Gavin Spittle, moments ago, has handed me the schedule. On Saturday, 11 to noon, we're going to be at Cedar Hill at the Cowboys Pro Shop. That is off 67 in the Hillside Village. And at 1 o'clock, we'll be at Fingers to the Bone Barbecue. That's in Waxahachie on Wyatt Street. 4.8 out of 5 stars. So we want to see everybody down there. Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Waxahachie, Red Oak, Midlothian, Ennis, and all surrounding
anybody
areas.
on that 67 line.
Yes.
If you're on 67, bro, just come see them.
That is right. Okay, we'll get some Cowboys gear, and then we'll go get some delicious barbecue if you want to hang with us. Quarterback news you can use. This segment is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. We have Joe Burrow, and we have a little Russell Wilson content for you as well. And we look forward to talking about the Cowboys again coming up here at 5 o'clock. We start with how one of the best offensive minds in the game is fighting back against defenses that have been suffocating his Super Bowl quarterback in the first month of the season. That's right. We go to Cincinnati, where head coach Zach Taylor is a Sean McVay coaching tree guy. He had an explosive game along with Joe Burrow against Atlanta. And maybe we got a window here into what it's going to take to put together a high-volume passing game that is part of a winning formula. Fewer and fewer teams are able to do that right now. So Burrow went for 481. Second most yards Atlanta has ever given up in the ground, in the air, in any game. 3 touchdowns. In a league where 14 teams are averaging 1 passing touchdown or less per game, it really stands out. So The Athletic put Paul Denner on the story. Presents a narrative, and we'll see how sustainable this is. But last week in New Orleans, they moved solely to shotgun and ditched the under-center offense. It resulted in the first 30-point game since Week 17 of last season. And on Sunday, it turned into a full-on breakout where they went off and crushed the Falcons. 2 games in a row, we're not going under center. I think under center is a really important thing for a lot of teams, and especially last week for the Cowboys as they went to more and more play action. Okay, but what the Bengals have found is going shotgun and quick read with Joe Burrow has opened things up. You're asking for more yards after catch than the big throw down the field or up the seam that is the highlight type of throw. And he's still having some of those, but there's tight coverage back there. He is finding guys with space to operate, oftentimes within 2 seconds of snapping the ball. The long ones are 3.5 seconds, which, used to be right around average or even pretty quick, depending on what era you look at as far as holding onto the ball. But it's in and it's right back out, and he's making all the quick reads out of the shotgun. So I don't know if the Cowboys can pull that off. I do think Joe Burrow is an elite processor and has a great arm talent, but that's at least one way that one team out there with a really good offensive mind and Zach Taylor is troubleshooting this whole deal.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that you can do when you do have great playmakers. Yeah. Guys with the ball in their hands, Jamar Chase, super beast, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins. These are really good players, and especially Jamar Chase after the catch is a monster.
Yeah.
I also even Hayden Hurst at tight end has been good. Yeah. I mean, they can really spread teams out.
But when you look at, I find it interesting just the way defenses have played them in 2 high looks and then single high safety looks. And the first couple weeks of the season, it skewed way more to the Bengals seeing a lot of 2 high looks. The last 2 weeks, and especially this past week, you had almost double the amount of 1 high safety looks instead of the 2 high. So on Sunday, when the Bengals go off, they saw too high on 15 plays, and they saw single high safety on 28 plays. This seems like coaching malpractice.
That's what that is. Yeah.
I mean, to me, and it's Dean Pease is an old defensive coordinator.
And I think he was maybe having to adjust to injuries in their secondary. I think they were pretty banged up, the Falcons were.
Okay.
Yeah, they had an injury to a starter as well. So it could be the coincidence or coaching malpractice.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to blame it on, but I do know that is part of the reason why you get an offensive explosion out of Joe Burrow in the passing game this week. And last week, versus the Saints, they had another really nice game, and it was 22 high plays that they saw and 19 single high plays. So it's still a coin flip on what they were going to see, and that's way better than what they were getting in the previous weeks, where you were getting 25 too high plays to 11 single high safety plays, or 19 to 16, 27 to 16, 36 to 22. So earlier in the season, you were seeing teams throwing more too high coverage at them, and it was kind of like, oh no, what are we going to do here? Like a lot of these quarterbacks are seeing that are used to pushing the ball down the field. And last year, Cincinnati capitalized a ton on single high safety looks, and it seems like over the last 2 weeks, they've capitalized on it.
Man,
in a big
that's
way
really
as well.
good data. I can't believe there are still defensive coordinators out there that can watch a quarterback struggle for 5 weeks against two high and decide to show up in one high.
Especially against the weapons of Cincinnati. Like, you can't play single high against Jamar Chase. He's going to feast on you, and that's exactly what he's done the last two games when he's had his two biggest games of the season. It's also interesting to note Joe Burrow, and you go back to his time even at LSU, that was a spread under Joe Brady, their OC at the time, and they played a lot of shotgun. So that's playing to the strengths of your quarterback. Joe Burrow's comfortable in a spread shotgun type of offense. So for Zach Taylor, you're kind of going back to what's my quarterback used to? What's the bread and butter for him? And that's an offense that he likes a lot. Now, for Dak and the Cowboys, maybe that isn't quite what's going to work as effectively for Dak. And we've seen that kind of for him. It's not like Dak hasn't been effective for that. He has. But I do think for this type of style that the Cowboys want, this kind of, where we're going to marry the offense and the defense, and we're not going to put one side of the football in a bad area, and we're not going to turn the football over. We want that balanced attack. I don't know that you'll see that from Kellen Moore, but for Joe Burrow, it definitely works.
Yeah, it sure does, and we'll see if they can keep it going. I got to imagine their next opponent's going to be back in that too high. Okay, up next in quarterback news you can use. What does this team's success mean for their former Hall of Fame quarterback's legacy? We go to the municipality of Seattle, the Emerald City. Great job by Emmanuel Acho today. I saw it on Twitter. He was going off there on his TV show, and he was making the point. When it comes to measuring how difficult it is to replace you, that might tell quite a bit of the story at quarterback. The Seahawks are flat out getting it done with Geno Smith, with maybe even better stat lines than Russell Wilson was putting up. The Saints couldn't replace Drew Brees. Been a number of quarterbacks in these 2 years, and they're floundering, can't make the playoffs. Seahawks lose Russell Wilson. They're going back to the playoffs. The Colts have failed at replacing Andrew Luck. The Lions are 4-18 since Matt Stafford left. And the Steelers lose Big Ben. Mike Tomlin is 2-5 for the first time in his career with the Steelers. What do you guys think about Russell Wilson here, Mr. Unlimited? I know a lot of people are making fun of him for his personality type stuff, but just as the football player, this is a horrible development, and I don't know if he's going to recover from this.
No, I think Russell Wilson is done.
Really?
I really do. I'm ready to throw dirt on him and say that Russell Wilson, his best football is behind him, and we started to see it in Seattle the last year and a half. He had the let Russ cook, and he was an MVP candidate, and then he got hurt, and they had a terrible second half of the season. He wasn't playing great, and then he had the finger injury last year, and then he really struggled after that. He tried to rush himself back. But now you're seeing, to your point, Geno play really good football with the same weapons, and he's faring better in that offense than Geno did. And they're still running the football a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
So it's not a Pete Carroll offensive coordinator issue, because you're still throwing the football to those weapons of Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, and that offense is still running the football a ton. It's a Russell Wilson problem. He's no longer a very good quarterback.
Wow. Who would have thought at this age? Because I thought he had the game pretty well figured out there when they were letting him cook. It looked like he was just launching into his real prime.
I know. It is weird, and I think some of it has to do with his athleticism leaving him, because he's been so much of he's not a timing quarterback. He wants to play the backyard ball and scramble around and do that stuff. And when he was younger, he was better at it. And now you're seeing a guy in Geno Smith who's just like, okay, this is what the play is designed to do, and I'm going to do it. I know what my progressions are. I know the timing. Boom, boom. I'm going to get the ball out. And he's just falling into what the offense is designed for. And Russell Wilson wasn't doing that in Seattle. And
he wasn't tall enough for it.
Yeah. And now in Denver, you're seeing the same thing, where Nathaniel Hackett's a guy that wants his quarterback to play on script, and Russell Wilson's not a quarterback that likes to do that.
Wow.
And so it's killing you.
When he's staring down wide open receivers and he doesn't throw the football. Like he doesn't, and you're right, maybe he doesn't see him.
I do think we're finding out, like, we wanted to see how short quarterbacks could do. I think we're seeing here pretty good, and it's all right if you can really protect them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's one of those things now where I'm going back to the prototypical archetype. I mean, at least be 6'2".
Yeah.
And if you're 6'4", even better.
Yeah.
Hurts Bryce Young and his prospect.
Big trade in the division. Injury news. We'll reset the Cowboys stories. Bobby Belt's coming up with inside words on both these at 5:30. And then we're going to have fun with sports audio next. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation. Chiafalo has fun with sports audio coming to you in just a moment. General at your service, Eddie's. If you see me, bear me, by the way, N.A. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Brian Broadus. He was on assignment with Sean and RJ this morning on their show, so he'll be back with us tomorrow. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman, the free bird himself, coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah, we had a big trade in the division. Robert Quinn is heading to Philadelphia for a 4th-round pick. Apparently the Bears are picking up a bunch of the money as well. Dude had 18.5 sacks last year. He is 32.5 years old. Only has 1 sack this year, but I have a feeling he is going to go off on a pretty loaded Eagles front. He'll fit right in there and be something to contend with. The question is now, do the Cowboys need to answer with something, a move to strengthen one of their strengths, if you will? They've already added Hankins, the run-stopping defensive tackle, and the news today, Damone Clark is activated, and that linebacker from LSU, who the Cowboys got in the 5th round because of a spinal injury, he could be a factor in the run game as well. So they might be getting reinforcements already. But, shoot, I definitely think it's the year to go for it, so I'd be pulling for another acquisition. And then there was conflicting reports earlier on Ezekiel Elliott, right, Wolchuk?
Yes, there were. We had the Gelkin and Clarence Hill reports, as Clarence Hill was saying potentially a torn MCL, and Zeke was going to be out. And then Gelkin said no, that's not the case. But Brian Broadus, our buddy, did some research and said, no, it's just a strain.
It's just a flesh wound. He said it's a hyperextension sprain.
Which is what it looked like, right? Yeah. I mean, when we saw the injury, none of us are doctors, but just having watched football our whole lives, it looked like it probably was just like a hyperextension type deal. And Zeke came right back in and played. So for Zeke, it's one of those things. He was even talking to the media, and he said, hey, we'll see how it feels later on in the week. And if he sits, they do have the bye week, so he could sit for 2 weeks. And Tony Pollard, he was asked about if they need him to be RB1, he'll be ready to rock. His exact quote was, if they call it, I can haul it.
Yeah. And he can go off. You know, it could be a huge move for you. I'd also like to see some of the younger guys on the depth chart, and I would not mind Zeke at 27 years old having 3 weeks off right in the middle of the season to get everything right, because he is having a resurgent year. And we're going to need that. We're definitely going to need that when you get to the playoffs, and dirty yards matter more than ever. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo and some fun with sports audio.
Here we go, boys. We got some fun ones today. Very excited about this. I want to start with a former Dallas Cowboy. His name is Marcus Spears.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Swagoo. And he was on the Slow News Day podcast with Kevin Clark. And this is just like a little teaser that they put out for the podcast, and it was a great story of Marcus Spears relaying something that happened with Jerry Jones talking to the team when he was a member of the Dallas Cowboys, and it is right before AT&T Stadium is getting ready to open. So they're building this new stadium, and this is the speech that Jerry gave to the team when Marcus Spears was on the team, and this is pretty legendary.
Jerry was building the stadium, right? He was building a new stadium. He told us, he brought the team together. He said, hey, fellas, I put a lot of money in this building. It's about $80 million a month on a note, right? He said, there's only 2 ways that this thing happens. He said, you guys win and fill these seats up, or I'm going to have to do rodeos, boxing matches, and March Madness to pay this thing off. He said, I would much prefer you guys fill these seats up, because if you don't fill these seats up, that means we will not be winning. And the seats that I'm looking at right now will have different people in them come this time. Play well, I got to pay for this damn stadium. Or if not, I will have a lot of you removed.
Dak and the Cowboys need to win a playoff game this year.
Absolutely.
Because we don't need a February of weekly rodeos.
He looked at all those players and said, we will remove you from these seats that you're in now if you don't do the winning that puts fans' butts in the seats of this expensive stadium.
Damn right.
That's pretty outstanding there from Jerry, standing up in front of the team and saying something like that. Gotta have respect for it.
Oh, so good.
Definitely not the craziest thing he said in front of those players, but
no,
one that definitely makes it clear where his priorities are, you know?
That hits close to
Business
home.
first, baby.
Tell him about that gun line, boss.
Yeah. All right. Now we'll go to the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and it is a couple of former NFL players that host it. Actually, one's current, Taylor Lewan, left tackle of the Titans. He is out for the year with an ACL situation, but traditionally been one of the best tackles in the sport for a while. Great personality, really good podcast that they have, Bussin' with the Boys. And I would say a decent looking face. And so they have they do a lot of interviews with former players, and they brought on Lendale White, who was the running back for USC.
Absolutely, the Lendale.
With Leinart and Reggie Bush and those guys. So here is them asking just about some of the money stuff from the college standpoint, how much he was getting, what type of bag were you getting at USC, that conversation. And so here's Lendale White.
What car did you drive in college?
Lexus GS 400.
Those stipends must have been pretty good in California.
Right.
That's crazy. I know $1,200 a month to get you. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
That is wild.
He was living where? I was downtown. He was downtown LA living. Nice condo.
We talk about coaches. We talk about boosters.
What? I don't really know what a booster or a coach is.
He doesn't know what a coach is.
All I know is that I had a nice house or a nice apartment, and when I went in there, like I know that there was somebody left something behind. I don't know if it was for me or not, but I never told anybody that they left it there, and I kept it. So.
What's the most amount of money you've seen left somewhere that you know?
Probably seen
What's the most amount you've seen?
Maybe about 150.
We talking.
We want them weekend numbers, man. This is all just cash, rubber bands.
They snitching like this is a Vlad couch.
I know. Wow. Well, you already got in trouble with it, right? I already got in trouble for this stuff.
I know Reggie Bush obviously did. I'm not sure if Lendale White got any hot water during his playing days, but he's basically saying, like, whenever I moved into my downtown sick, nasty condo, there was also a bag of $150,000 straight cash homie in there as well.
I would not want to go to the NFL if I had that life. Life's going to get worse in the NFL.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and now for these college players, they're actually good. And it's all
here's the NIL check for
legal.
$1 million. Go ahead and take that.
It's legal.
But if you ever have a chance, hit up Jared Sandler on Twitter if you're in the LA area, because the Lendale, which is a breakfast sandwich named after him, Jared Sandler describes it. It sounds absolutely delicious.
Yeah, it's the ultimate breakfast sando.
Yeah,
you got plenty of bread.
Plenty of bread
and cheese.
I'll be here all day, folks.
A lot of cheddar
It's
on
a
that.
horrible joke.
You just don't want the Stephon Johnson. Remember what he was in the news for?
Stephon Johnson.
Stephon Johnson was Lendale White's running back teammate. It was like the two guys, and then you had Reggie Bush. But he was the guy who was bench pressing 275, and it slipped out of his hand and fell down on his throat. Almost decapitated him like his senior year or whatever.
God.
Yeah. And he was talking like the DOC for
the rest
for a
of his
while.
life.
And maybe still.
Maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I haven't got an update on Stephon Johnson, but that was like 2009.
That is scary, dude.
Yeah, could you imagine?
Very scary. No, not at all. That's a nightmare.
Very quickly, I do want to reply to, we got a text asking about Jonathan Hankins playing this week. He was asked about that by the media, and he said, yeah, he thinks he can know enough to go out there and play at a high level.
Nice.
And it's only Wednesday, so he's got more time. He thinks he'll be all right. So I would expect Jonathan Hankins to play this week for the Cowboys.
Cool. That is very exciting. And we know that Robert Quinn will not be playing for the Bears.
No.
Which is cool for this week, and then it kind of sucks for every other week moving
He's only got one sack this year, though. That's not even good.
Yeah, that guy sucks. Always has. All right, let's go to the Pardon My Take podcast, and they had former Major League Baseball player John Kruk on here. And,
Krucky.
Yeah, and he has a great story about when he retired. And I didn't know this, but Wikipedia kind of talks about it as well. But it's when he was playing for the White Sox. It's back in 1995, and it was his only year with them. And basically, he planned his retirement to just retire mid-game. That was his whole thing. He wanted to get one last hit and then be like, chuck up the deuces, I'm gone.
I'm out.
So this is a two-parter story here, but this is part one of John Kruk explaining the way he went about retiring from baseball.
You just get a base hit, you call timeout, and walk off the field. I'm like, I can do that. No big deal. And so we're up in Boston. First game, over. Second game, over. Third game, over. And I'm like, oh, crap. So I got to go to freaking Baltimore. And I'm like, man, So I thought, I grew up not far from Baltimore. I know my parents are going to be there. So Friday, I had lunch with my mom and dad. And I said, hey, I just want to let y'all know if I get a hit and you see me walk off the field, I'm retired. So my dad looked at me, and in his beautiful wisdom that he possessed, he said, well, get that today because it's supposed to be hotter than all weekend, and I ain't sitting out in the hot waiting for you to get a damn hit. And I'm like, wow, there's pressure there.
There is a little pressure there.
Absolutely.
So he lets mom and pops know what his plan is. Hey, as soon as I get my next hit, I'm literally leaving the ballpark, and it's all she wrote for me. And now he's back in his hometown of Baltimore. Pops is like, hey, get this one in early because I don't want to be here all weekend sweating face. So
everything makes sense for John Kruk now. His personality, to know he had a dad like that.
Yes, it is. It is really good. He's a legend. There's no question about it. So then here is Kruk continuing the story about how it all went down.
So Doug Jones was a closer for the Orioles, and Doug was with the Phillies the year before with us. So I asked him, I said, who's pitching Sunday? And he said, Scott Erickson. I said, is he a good guy? He said, oh, yeah, he's a really good guy. I said, can you tell Scott Erickson to throw me just a nothing BP fastball right down the middle so I can try to get this hit and get the hell out of here? He said, I'll talk to him tomorrow before the game. And when you're coming up the bat, look in the dugout, and if I'm tipping my hat, he said, that means he's on board. I'm like, oh, man, thank God. Man, I'm in the on-deck circle. I don't see Doug Jones anywhere in the dugout. And I'm like, oh, God, I'm on my own. And so I'm walking up, and I'm like probably 5 feet from the batter's box, and I see Jonesy come flying down, right, tipping his hat like this. And I'm like, oh, thank God. And he did. He threw me a BP fastball. I got the dog crap jammed out of me and hit a little blooper. And so I drove home. So I grew up 2.5 hours from Baltimore. So I drove home. I go to my house. I turn on TV, and I'm watching the rest of the game. And our announcers are like, yeah, we don't know what happened. We know he was limping, but we haven't got a report yet. But we think it's a hamstring.
But it was actually just a walk-off retirement.
It's a hamstring.
That's how he did it.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's so legendary. And he tried to do it the honest way, and he got through about 6 or 7 games and realized, okay, I'm probably not making much contact here. Can anybody help me out? And there was a good Samaritan on the mound in Baltimore that
You got to
day.
take care of dad, No matter how old and accomplished you get,
you better
you
do
still
this
don't want to
now,
disappoint
damn
him.
That's right, man. So good. Absolutely great story there from John Kruk. And then
We need him back in the national media. Like when he was doing the best damn sports show period and firing off takes and stuff and having all those guys up there, it was good to have him.
Total beast. Yeah, I missed that, but that was a legendary story there. So thank John Kruk for that one. And then we do have Bill Belichick just being Bill Belichick today in regards to their quarterback situation with Mac Jones and the Zappy Hour. So here's Bill Belichick at the podium.
We'll see how it goes here today.
Do you plan on having a quarterback rotation again?
We'll see how it goes today.
Is that something that would be?
Look, we're not doing anything here. We haven't practiced. We're going to go out and we're going to see how it goes today. All right?
What was the side?
We'll see how it goes today.
For what you have to see today.
We'll see how it goes today. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll see how it goes today. And they did. And Mac Jones apparently got 90% of the reps as the starting quarterback, and he is on track to be the starter.
Oh,
so at least Bill was being honest.
We saw what we needed to see today.
Is he okay? Is Bill Belichick all right? I say that respectfully. I really do.
He's irritated.
No, yeah.
His hair looks wild. There's holes in his shirts
Yeah, it's
up
time
there.
to go.
I'm telling you, he looks like he needs $2. Like, I'm $2 short, man. You got me, brother.
No days off.
Like, I would not be surprised to see him on McKinney Avenue with his thumb up. I'm like, this guy just needs a couple bucks.
Hey, man, help me out. I ain't had a quarterback
Well, he's
in a
trying
while.
out to be the new dirtiest man alive.
He's in competition with Post Malone. That's pretty good. And then one final thing here to wrap it up. This is one of my favorite things I've ever seen in college sports of a university trying to get more butts in seats like Jerry was trying to do with AT&T Stadium. And so what Stanford is doing right now to close out their football season, starting today, you can test drive seats for the 2023 season for free. That's right. Get free tickets to their final 2 home games of the season. Lock in those same seats for the entire 2023 home schedule. Join us for the games against Washington State and BYU this November with zero obligation. You want to change your seats for next year? You'll have the flexibility and priority over the general public to choose other options. Decide that next year's plan isn't right for you? No sweat. You can cancel it any time this year. It's truly a free trial for the 2022 season. They're basically trying to get you the free trial and then hope you forget to cancel like we do with our subscriptions.
That's right.
And
Just read the fine print.
on a bunch of people forgetting to cancel their free trial with Stanford season tickets.
Do whatever it takes to sell tickets, I guess.
It's amazing, man.
Man, that is hilarious. I've never heard that one.
Me
Go
neither.
ahead. Test drive some seats. Hey, come on in. Just pick whatever you want. Nobody's here.
They're pioneers, man. Good for them.
Okay, Tour Day DFW concludes on Saturday as part of Flagtober. Saturday, 11 to noon, we're going to be in Cedar Hill at the Cowboys Pro Shop. We want to see you there. And at 1 o'clock, we'll be hanging at Fingers to the Bone Barbecue. Come have some lunch there in Waxahachie on Wyatt Street. It's one of those, like, just stands with picnic tables and like a yard around it. So it should be a good hangout if you want to come see us there on Saturday. We'd be happy to see you. The Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt's going to join you. LA Live is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about Twin Peaks, though, because it is your ultimate sports launch with them.